3 weeks with military support, the Forestry Commission has successfully cleared disarmed groups and illegal miners from 7 of the 9 reserves. Follow-up operations have also led to the arrest of several illegal miners who have been handed over to the police for prosecution. During these operations, the following items were seized: 55 excavators, 3 bulldozers, 4 pickup trucks, 4 pump-action rifles, 11 motorbikes, other mining equipments. Additionally, 71 individuals engaged in illegal mining within forest reserves have been arrested. These operations were conducted in Ashanti, Western, North, and Western regions. These accomplishments achieved within a short time frame reflect the significant effort and resources invested in this fight. The Forestry Commission and Ministry of Lands acknowledge that the battle against illegal mining is ongoing, but it is crucial to state that these achievements confirm the progress being made as steps toward ultimately winning the fight against these illegal activities. The Forestry Commission remains vigilant and is closely monitoring illegal mining hotspots to address emerging issues promptly. We assure the good people of Ghana, whose lands and forests have been entrusted to our care, that the FC and the ministry are fully committed to working with all stakeholders to ensure this fight is won. Together, we'll protect our forests and natural resources for future generations. Like I said, signed by the Acting Chief Executive Officer, Hugh C.A. Brown. Doc.
Yeah. Let me take the opportunity to say hello to your viewers who are both local and foreign, and mostly those who are in the Tamale area. Many times when I get to Tamale, I think one of the programs that people know me for is Alaji. Let me also deviate a little. And I think earlier on you showed the president's visit to the fire victims. Let me add my voice to it. And let me be very categorical that in terms of our country's wealth and what we devote to prevention of fire or even the management of fire, I think it's very inadequate. And more importantly, I think that a lot more needs to be done in terms of educating the masses, making people aware of how to put out fires in the house, in the kitchen. I'm reminded by this phone call to a husband earlier this year, a woman and kids who could not exit their building and apparently went to keep themselves safe in the bathhouse, which still got engulfed in fire. So I think that a lot more needs to be done. We have some very bad electricians out there, and as part of our fire prevention, it's very important that electricians are certified and that Ghanaians make sure that they use certified electricians. I say this with the greatest respect to artisans, but there's some basic no-nos that can help all of us. So that if you bring a carpenter to your house, you know that if he'll even mess up, he'll mess up to a certain degree. And more importantly are electricians, because some of the fires, unfortunately, are caused by either poor electrical wiring or material. And I'm told that there are imitation or counterfeit wires on the market, which begs the question, what is Ghana Standards Board doing? Or other regulatory bodies that are supposed to quadruple check the cables that we're using on our roofing and in our homes. So these are my thing about saving property and life, and I would also, at this point, call out bad behaviors of insurance companies in this country who, for one reason or the other, just take insurance and are not forthright and serious about prevention of fire, which engulfs people's house, and the fact that they are almost not liable because the checks and balances are not there. But they need to set the tone. They need to show leadership, because I think insurance is basically property and life, and it's protection. So, leading into our major topic for discussion, which is the galamsey, or shall I say, improper, illegal processes of extracting minerals from our soil. To make it very basic. In fact, I think that something is lost on us as a country. The reason why the Western world called us Gold Coast, I think it's lost on us. And I really think that we need a different mindset to really manage what our forefathers bequeathed to us, and that is minerals. And I say this to rather say that we have not done enough to industrialize mining. And that is what is killing us. And I really think that sometimes, just like in finance, when you underfund, you create room for bad activities and bad things to happen, incorrigible benefactors and things like that. So I'm now rather of a school of thought, and this has nothing to do with my political affiliation with the MPP, because I speak for Ghana today. And I think that Korea and the others have no minerals, but they are a service production economy. We have the minerals, and we are clueless as to the best technologies to extract and to even process, to the extent that, if I can even bore you with some of the realities, the galamseyers go and they take about 20% of the minerals. Then the big guns with big machines go and they're able to extract from that same location more than the galamseyers went in. So what I think clearly is our sickness, which needs to be carefully looked at, is how do we invest heavily into mineral exploration so that the appropriate equipments are used and our water bodies can be protected. You know, community mining was not the fix-it-all, approach. They tried, and they tried with miniature equipments. But I think that maybe if we mine in the quantums of Anglo gold in terms of the infrastructural equipment that they use, and rather employ these young guns who go and do illegal mining and pay them appropriately, I think the country may do better. And let me add that looking at how the American military is using drones, or even the British, we introduced drone technology for supply of medical materials. But I really think that people, in fact, the last time I checked, people were managing drones from the soils of America with the drones being in Afghan, or very far from, very remote, and I think that what stops us from having drone guards, let me put it that way, I mean, for lack of a better word, because I'm wondering how many meters or kilometers that these river guards or water guards can do in a day, compared to having a drone that is very charged and patrolling these reserves, so that the slightest incursion or movement in the forest can be detected, whether day or night. And I think that what we need are more people who can maybe fly these gadgets and do monitoring. And I like what Lawyer added. If we strengthen the likes of the EPA, a lot of these things may do us very well. And I'm preaching that we use the EPA and its, ability to ensure that our water bodies are safe. In other jurisdictions, if even water is moving from one municipal to the next municipal, the checks, are heavy. And I'm not talking about drinking water. I'm talking about storm and just basic drains. So in that case, if Abelempe and Jolu, or shall I say Abelempe and Legon, the rainwater that moves from one end to the other, the checks to make sure that Legon's water coming to Abelempe is not tainted with minerals that will affect the next, assembly, are some of the major things they do. Imagine what would have happened if Chibi, where a lot of these activities are also going on, water moving from there to the next town, all the way to Koforidua, are checked, and we are looking at a quantum of mercury that moves from one municipal to the next. I mean, these are strategies that can help us reduce, and when the actions taken against the previous municipal, where their water is heavily loaded with lead and all these things, then you see them taking responsibility, so that one stream does not, we don't just take it for granted. We have homes throwing garbage in water bodies as it rains, and these are all things that we take for granted in this country. But one thing is sure for me, this issue of gold exploration or minerals in this country, or diamond, is not necessarily MPP or NDC. And as for me, I mean, listen, I was very hopeful that the MPP would have done better, but to borrow from his words, the spirit that lives in minerals are quite powerful, to the extent that well-meaning men who were hoping to have not succumbed to illegal mining, succumbed to illegal mining. And the same is trying to transpire, though it's early days yet. I'm very careful with, worrying the NDC. I feel that it's early days yet in terms of some of the monumental issues in this country, except for the fact that I think, as for the lights, it must stay on. So, to conclude on this particular topic, I'm thinking that we certainly need to sit carefully and do introspection as to why we were called Gold Coast, and then maybe reorient ourselves to ensure that we are putting in the appropriate amount of investment into mining, so that the illegal ones will be reduced, and all those illegal miners or people who would have been interested in illegal mining will be officially properly registered and educated about the need to use appropriate technology, so that we save our water bodies and save our environment. And more importantly, I think that one of the key things about mining well and doing it well and doing it right is that you extract more per cubic meter than if you do it the wrong way. And I say this with the greatest of respect to miners out there, that I really think that they need to do Ghana a service by ensuring that they get the best of technology. And listen, what they do in an acre, they might get so much more if they work well within that acreage than do 10 acres and still get what somebody would have gotten in 1 acre. So these are my humble thoughts. But be it as it may, the IGP cannot win this alone. If the IGP does what he needs to do and takes the arrested folks to court, and the judge is lackadaisical, then what happens to the IGP? And it's an entire system that needs to be looked at, because if the jury and the judges are not on the side of ensuring that people pay the appropriate fines for flouting the Clean Water Act or any of these arrangements we have for water bodies in this country or for mining, then we'll be in a banana republic where right is wrong and wrong is right, and anarchy is what we might see. So I'm here not to necessarily be against mining, but I'm against underfunding or illegal or inappropriate ways of mining. And I think more education is needed. And from a medical standpoint too, I don't need to bore our viewers. We all know, we've seen pictures of children without eye, without limbs, hands and legs, and all these abnormalities, even multiple sex organs and things like that, or even a hole in the heart, and all these anomalies that are coming up, and almighty cancer. So even malaria we can't finish. Now we're bringing on cancerous things which will burden our country's health, and all mining companies need to be charged heavily for, whether they like it or not, water cleaning or water stations. We've seen what Ghana Water has said in some jurisdictions in terms of the cloudiness of the water, the impurities, the level of sediments and things like that. And I'm really, really troubled by it. And I think that we certainly need to do away with our way of thinking and approach this in an industrial type way. I end my comments.
Thank you, Doc. On the matter of drones, this is a story. Over 200 drones procured for galamsey fights, and that's back in 2018. And it says over 200 drones have been procured by the government to assist in its fights against illegal mining across the country. The machines will be used to take live images in districts where the practice is rampant. Already some 150 persons are undergoing training on how to operate them at the George Grant University of Mines and Technology at Takwa in the Western region. The government's grand plan towards ending illegal mining includes the establishment of district mining committees in mining areas across the country, the deployment of Operation Vanguard, fitting tracking devices and excavators used in mining districts, and the use of drone technology, among others.
Because of this, let me just cite that just Etiwa, if you fully want to do operations and use drone 24/7, and hear me out, not that you've had somebody and then you go and now go look, 24/7 imaging, just Etiwa, you need no less than, maybe about 5 operational drones to do that, because you need to charge them and be running them. So, honestly speaking, 50 a bit too small. And I'm talking about just one forest, not the 9 that the minister has been talking about. So if you're doing 9 times 5, that's about a lot more than, what we have.
I see.
And yeah.
Doc, thank you. A few comments. This is from, I think, Ken Williams. Says the LI 2462 must be outlawed immediately without paying attention to the minority who are determined to sabotage the state. Indeed, passing laws to destroy forest reserves and water bodies is a crime against humanity according to the UN Resolution 2375. Not only that, government officials involved in galamsey must be prosecuted at ICC for their genocide against the state, because the unanimous FC will do everything to protect them. You see, there's also this one from Kofi Adinkra, who says, good morning. Issues with galamsey can only be stopped when our traditional rulers take a bold step towards that. No governance or government can stop illegal mining without fraternization of these chiefs in our rural areas. My regards to my former boss, lawyer Apia Dankwa. Okay, thank you. Comrade.
Look, it seems to me that perhaps we do not understand what galamsey is and what its consequences are for our nation. And I think that we've been talking a lot of rubbish, absolute rubbish about galamsey. Look, this is a criminal activity. The worst criminal activity, the most dangerous criminal activity, the most expensive criminal activity in our country. That's what we're dealing with. You understand? Galamsey affects every aspect of our lives. Every aspect of our life. Galamsey can actually lead to the extinction of our society. That's what we're talking about. You understand? I mean, there's evidence, medical evidence, scientific evidence, that galamsey has led to the deformation of babies. There are reports in the mining areas of babies being born with multiple organs. There are reports of babies being born without eyes, without limbs, and so on. People who are born from birth with cancer, and so on. There's medical evidence for this. Children born without eyes, and so on. That's only small part of the galamsey problem. Look, within the last 2 to 3 years, cocoa production has fallen by more than 60%. And if we claim that cocoa is the lifeblood of the economy, can you imagine the damage? Cocoa production has fallen by more than 60% within the last 3 years. Mostly attributable to galamsey. You understand what I'm saying? It is not just about cocoa production. It's affecting agriculture. You are talking about the fact that we don't produce enough food. We are importing tomatoes from Burkina Faso and so on. All of this can also be attributed to galamsey. It's affecting agriculture in a very serious way. You understand? Inland fishing. We have all these rivers crisscrossing our country and so on. Fish cannot survive in these rivers who are polluted as a result of the galamsey activity. Inland fishing is at risk. We now live in a country bordered on the south by the Atlantic Ocean with all of these rivers, which has to import fish. Does it make sense to you? We are importing fish. That's how bad the problem is. Listen, it's affecting our water supply. Don't you get shocked when you go into the supermarket and you see imported bottled water? Are you not shocked? Water. We are having to import water in a country like Ghana, traceable to galamsey. The Ghana Water Company is collapsing. Look, it's gotten to the point where the water simply cannot be treated. No matter what chemicals you apply to it, it cannot be treated. Water supply facilities across the country are being closed down because of galamsey. That's how serious the problem is. We're having to spend a lot more on our road networks. The road networks are being destroyed. Travel around the country and see the roads that we have. Why? The equipment that is being moved to these mining areas and so on, sometimes they are heavier than our roads can take. It's destroying our roads. Our security services are being compromised. They are being introduced to all kinds of practices which lower their morale, which lower their commitments, and so on. The security services are being destroyed completely as a result of galamsey. Galamsey is worse, far worse than the Islamic insurgency taking place in Burkina Faso, Mali, and other places. It's a vicious crime. That is what we are confronted with. So when we talk about galamsey so bleakly, and so on, I just wonder. This is the biggest threat to our survival as a nation. Biggest threat to our survival as a nation. So, if there's a government which cannot solve this problem, it is not worth the title of government. Any government which is not able to solve the problem of galamsey is a useless government. We don't need that government. It ought to be the principal task of government to solve this problem. Now, you see, having described the extent of the problem, I don't think that I've adequately described the extent of the problem. But this is a problem which is crucial to our existence as a people. If we don't solve this problem, we cannot continue to exist as a country with a people. Very important. You understand? But you see, every now and then, all kinds of politicians, all kinds of politicians, they come and tell us about how they are committed to fighting galamsey, and how they are forming guards, and how they are bringing drones, and how they are doing that and that and that. Absolute rubbish, nonsense. Sana, look, galamsey is a capital-intensive enterprise. Yeah. If you are not rich, you cannot operate the galamsey business. You have to be very, very rich. Look, this is a business which involves the use of excavators, of bulldozers, of champagnes, and so on. These are not cheap. Now, look at the people who have been arrested for involvement in galamsey. Poor people, ordinary people. People who cannot afford the excavators. People who cannot afford the champagnes. You understand? People who cannot afford the bulldozers and so on. Those are the people we are arresting and putting before court. Why are we deceiving ourselves? Why have we been deceiving ourselves all these years? The people we arrest and put before the courts are not the people operating the galamsey enterprise. They are not the beneficiaries. They are not the investors. These are ordinary laborers. People who labor for pay, who work for the big guys. So don't let us deceive ourselves. When they arrest 25 people and put them before court, we think we are fighting. We are not fighting anything. The day we will start arresting the real investors, the big men and women, the politicians, the big businessmen and so on, who are funding this criminal enterprise, that will be the day when we'll be making strides to end galamsey. Listen, take all the reports of the fight against galamsey. Take all of them. And when you read them, it's just a joke. We are joking. I haven't seen any serious thing about galamsey up to today. The latest is that we are hearing the IGP instructing his men to be hard on galamsey. What does that mean? What does that? What does that mean?
Physical hard or what?
They should go to the forest and arrest the laborers. Is that a solution? It is not a solution. You understand? It is not a solution. It's a waste of time. Why? We have all this investigative apparatus with so-called competent men and women. And these investigative bodies cannot establish the real kingpins in galamsey. They cannot. All they do is to set up guards who raid forests and arrest small people. Very, very small people, and parade them before the cameras. Yeah. And they expect us to applaud them. We will not applaud you. We are not fighting galamsey. It's a charade, complete charade. You understand? So, Senna, for as long as our mineral wealth is exploited for private profit, we would not be able to fight galamsey. Our mineral wealth should be exploited by the state within the framework of policy, which balances the need to generate some resources from exploiting the minerals, and also the welfare of our people, and so on. There ought to be a clear balance. That balance cannot be assured by persons exploiting the mineral resources for private profit. The exploitation of our minerals should not be run on the same stupid exploitative capitalist lines like we do everything. Because exploitation of minerals has dire consequences for all of us. You see Accra, the whole of Accra. The whole of Accra has only one carbon sink, which is the Achimota forest. From the 1970s, when I became conscious of the Achimota forest, there hasn't been any government, and I mean no government from the 1970s, has seen the Achimota forest for what it is, carbon sink. Something which keeps us alive. You understand? Now, if you're conscious of the consequences of environmental degradation and so on, you would not be doing what government after government has been doing to the Achimota forest. Every now and then they come and tell us that, oh, some family owns it. And that family is demanding it. And they are getting into some agreement. Let that family go to hell. Because it's our lives. The lives of 4 million people are at stake. The lives of 4 million people cannot be sacrificed for the so-called interest of a family in that land which has become the Achimota forest. And we must get this clear. It is only possible to protect the Achimota forest if we see it as a property that is necessary for the survival of 4 million people and more, if you begin to look at it as something which can be exploited for private profit, you get it wrong. So our minerals, our forests, our rivers, and so on, should not be administered, should not be exploited, and so on, simply for private profit. It should be exploited reasonably in a balanced policy which recognizes that these are essential for our lives, for the quality of life of 32 million people. If we don't, we would arrive at this destination. You understand? Today, if you read the newspapers, watch television, and so on, you would not be mistaken if you come to the conclusion that ORA, Operation Recover or Loot, is more important than the fight against galamsey. Would you?
No.
Would you? No. And yet, the fight against galamsey is more crucial to the lives of the people of Ghana than all the other projects that we are talking about. Indeed, the ability of government to create jobs and so on is dependent on defeating galamsey.
Yeah.
You understand? The ability of government to provide health care to our people is dependent on the fight against galamsey. And so, in any case, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Listen, we all know, don't we? Yeah. We all know. At least I have heard, you have heard, all of you have heard, party officials claiming on tape, that galamsey provides the fuel for the organization of their party, the resources that they use to organize their party. They have said it publicly. We know about it. The security services know about it. The president knows about it. The attorney general knows about it. That this is an area where political parties exploit to generate money in order to be able to bribe the very people who are being killed by galamsey operations. We know it, don't we? What have we done about it? You want to fight galamsey in Ghana? And you have read the report which was presented by Professor Frimpong Boateng to his government. Haven't we heard about it? How is Professor Frimpong Boateng being involved in this fight? At least he was responsible for it. He has some basic facts. He claims to have names and so on. What are we doing with Professor Frimpong Boateng? Me, what do I know about galamsey? Concretely, about the people involved, and so on. So if you want to fight galamsey, it doesn't matter the political party to which Professor Frimpong Boateng belongs. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he served the NPP regime. Yeah. What matters is that he has knowledge which we need in order to be able to fight galamsey. How are we involving Professor Frimpong Boateng in this fight against galamsey? And you see, my friends, that's why I'm getting increasingly worried by a new trend. A new trend, and it's a most dangerous trend, perhaps second to galamsey. We have now arrived at a situation as a country where every national assignment is given only on the basis of which political party you belong to. That is stupid, yeah. That is criminal, that is anti-national. Today, let me say tomorrow, if ever the NPP should come back to power again.
Amen.
No, I'm not saying it is coming to power.
Amen.
I'm saying that it should ever come to power again. And I chose my words very carefully.
Amen to that.
Don't say amen to it. It doesn't deserve your amen. You understand? Massa, I am quite sure that even to get employment as a medical officer, will not be dependent on your qualification, but will be dependent on the party card you hold. What kind of country are we building? What kind of country are we building? And every now and then I go to social media and I see a list. So and so and so was a member of MPP. He's organizing this position, so get rid of him. Are you mad? Are you mad? We cannot decide everything on the basis of party affiliation. We've got to get beyond this. Begin to look at expertise, people's commitment to the nation and so on. That goes beyond party affiliation. You know, sometimes I get a sense that our politics has become like a war of gangs. You know, a war of criminal gangs. So one of them has captured some territory and is benefiting from it. If you manage to defeat that criminal gang, you establish your domain there like a mafia and you take control of everything for yourself, regardless of the national interest. And it's a danger that this country faces. This country must be governed as a country. It is one nation of one people with one common destiny. We need to revisit that slogan which General Achampong in his wisdom introduced. What is happening? My friend, what is happening in our country? So what about those who do not belong to political parties? They are not human beings anymore. So in our country today, if you do not belong to a political party, if you are not a member of a political party, you lose all your rights as a citizen. What nonsense is that? And then, so what? You know, we help you to win election and therefore we have an entitlement. You have what entitlement? This country, and Senna, listen to me very, very well. We went to an election. We elected President John Dramani Mahama as the chief manager of the affairs of this country. We did not sell Ghana to him. Ghana does not belong to him. Ghana does not belong to the NDC. Ghana did not belong to the MPP, and Ghana would never belong to the CPP. What we do when we go for elections is that we elect managers, and they are supposed to manage this country on behalf of all the citizens of the country. If they fail to do that, they cease to qualify as governments. And we must approach this fight against galamsey with the same vehemence and within the same principle and so on. That's the only way we can move forward. That is the only way we can move forward. My friend, you see, in any country which is committed to basic principles of law, basic principles of equity and so on, if a citizen sits on national television and removes gold bags from his bag and displays them and so on, questions will be asked. If I'm lying, tell me. My friend, if I'm lying, tell me. It is only in this country that a citizen can go and sit on television and say, me, I don't deal in currency. What is dollar? Me, I carry gold bars in my bag. And then he moves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then he's applauded by the journalists in the studio. My goodness, what kind of a country are we building? What kind of a country are we building? Unimaginable, unbelievable, banana republic is what we are building. And in the process, we are committing suicide. We are clearly, as a people, committing suicide. Let's put aside foolish partisan interests and rally around national symbols. Let's work together as a nation. I want to see politicians in this country stand up and say, look, Ghana first. All hands on deck. We are facing an epidemic of stupidity. We are facing an epidemic of monstrous proportions. Everybody is needed to tackle this problem. Let's work together. I haven't heard that, I haven't seen that, and I'm seriously worried about the kind of nation we are trying to build. Galamsey will kill all of us. Look, the children who are being born without eyes, the children who are being born with multiple organs, the children who have cancer at birth, the children without limbs and so on, are they NDC or NPP? Tell me. Those children, are they NPP or they are CPP? They are not. These are innocent children. We should not allow our partisanship to lead to the deformation of our future, the deformation of our children and so on. We should not allow that to happen. I want to see a more serious fight against galamsey that I'm seeing today, that I've seen in the past. You understand what I'm saying? It was a complete failure under NPP. NPP failed completely to fight this menace. This government promised to do something about it, and I want to see something better than what I'm hearing and better than what I'm seeing. You drive from Accra to Takoradi, and I'm sure many people have driven that route. And you see the color of the rivers. Just seeing the color of the rivers, it's frightening. Those who get down from vehicles and touch the water can see the density of the water. You can't do anything with that water. What is wrong with us? I mean, when I was growing up, in the Kwame Nkrumah estates in Kumasi, and I used to go to school in Patasi Local Authority Primary School. We used to cross the stream, the Kwadasu stream, and so on. In the morning, you put your hand in the water, fetch it, and drink it. We didn't fall sick. It was so clean. Indeed, if you stood at the banks of the rivers, you could see the fishes there because the water was so clean. Today, where can you get that experience? Where can you get that experience? And we are sitting down and playing hanky-panky, playing to the gallery, and the problem continues to fester, and people are dying. Look, Obuasi, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Obuasi. When I was growing up, the best oranges you could get in the world, and I'm not talking about Ghana, in the world, were Obuasi oranges. I mean, if you cut them, they look yellowish, you understand? And they taste sweet. Until the Third World Network published some research findings which indicated that food grown in Obuasi had 10 times more arsenic than the World Health Organization accepted values. Doctor, if I lie, tell me. So today, we are even afraid to eat the oranges from Obuasi, the best oranges in the world. We have it here. You can't eat it because of the arsenic level. And sometimes, when we talk about galamsey, some of us tend to say that, we should stop small-scale mining, stop illegal mining, and allow the big companies to mine. Which big companies? Master, the big companies, they are also guilty of pollution. All of the big companies are guilty of pollution. And there is evidence to back that. You know, sometimes we have important organizations that we don't take serious. An organization like WACAM should be taken very, very seriously by those who want to manage our mineral resources. Read the reports of WACAM. And if you read the reports that WACAM has produced over the years, you will come to understand that the big companies are no exception. They are also polluters. The big companies don't care about how many Ghanaians are dying. They don't care about who is suffering from the operations. What they care about is the maximization of their profits. And we need to build a society. We need to build a new society. We need to build a new Ghana, which is not driven by the greedy desire of individuals to accumulate and maximize profit. Monetary profit. We need to build a society in which everybody is the other's keeper. That's the only society which will work. Not this crazy capitalist society treading on the path of neoliberalism to nowhere. That society cannot work in Ghana, has not worked anywhere in the world, has not ensured or assured the prosperity of people anywhere in the world. We need to build a new society based on new principles. My goodness.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I had an unfortunate pleasure of traveling on that road all the way to, I think, Crawford when we went the last time. Yeah. I was so saddened. It's not the only road. In fact, when you're going on the road to Tamale, you see it. Every other road, you see the problem. It's so bad. Anyway, thank you very much for staying tuned to the Matter of Our Talk shows, Alaji and Alaji. A couple of comments that you've been sending to us. This is Charles, who says, I agree with Mr. Pratt 100%. Our big men in charge can't distinguish between galamsey and illegal mining. I'm an energy infrastructure engineer on pylons. Illegal mining has an effect on transmission lines across the nation. I've worked in mines before. I can show you pictures. Charles, thank you very much for sharing that with us. Musa Bato, I'm really impressed with how the conversation on illegal mining is being handled so far. The approach is thoughtful and free of partisan rhetoric, which makes the discussion much more productive. I particularly appreciate how the analysis of the issue is debated, insightful, and focused on real solutions. President Mahama has shown real commitment to tackling the galamsey menace, and it's encouraging to see a focus on practical, actionable steps. Let's keep the momentum going in this direction. Thank you very much. This is Lawrence from La Paz. Says, Mr. Pratt always talks well to Ghanaians. Ghanaians must listen to his words. Thank you. Good morning to you, Lawrence. And then there's this one coming from Snet, who says, Senna, this security being created for the fight against galamsey, will it be permanent or temporary? Will it be a situation that whoever comes after President Mahama decides whether to continue with it or not? I've seen in Ghana how some public authorities provide solutions for certain problems which are not constitutional and sends us back to square one. If the NDC government is facing the same problem the MPP faced with same solutions suggested during the tenure of ex-President Akufo-Addo, example, the burning down of excavators, etc., then this raises a serious question. And you, the media, some of you should stop being the middlemen in this problem for the corporates by keeping facts and truth from the public. If they call us Gold Coast, then today we know that call is justified. And getting the right revenue from our minerals, let us use the example of Nkrumah when he gave the colonial masters the option to buy some items like cocoa on our terms or forget it. So now, is there a law that deals with how much of raw material leaves Ghana? Clap for Comrade Pratt for me. I believe he has a lot of names, but for safety, he's playing, he's playing politics with his submissions by not calling names. Mr. Pratt must also know that back in the days, the families trusted the government for their lands. Okay, so let's send that. Thank you very much for that comment. This one says, I support Comrade Kwesi Pratt when he says minerals should be exploited for the benefit of government and not individuals. So I think a total ban should be ordered. Those benefiting are far less than the rest. Galamsey should be tackled in a warlike manner. Galamseyers should be attacked by land and by air. Nkrumah's removal brought this cancer of love for self and hate for country. The perpetrators of that evil have shown us why they overthrew Nkrumah. Clearly see in Akufo-Addo's governance. Kipu, sender from Tuna in the Savannah region. Then this one says, good morning, Mr. O, please, this galamsey menace must be treated as treason. And people arrested in government who watch this evil continue in destroying our lives. Why? Because a president and his party wanting to stay in power, they tend to lack the political will to deal with this evil. They blind their eyes and block their ears from hearing and seeing innocent citizens suffering from all kinds of deadly ailments. These are African leaders. Are they serious? All of them, including the governments who fail to protect our water bodies, must face the ICC. Why should the African politicians be so wicked, loving wealth more than the lives of their people? Thank you for the comment. Some more. And this one from Aaron from Oyarifa Sana. In fact, MPP party must the party must be hanged to death for killing all our water bodies within 8 years and destroying Ghana. They still have the guts to talk in this country. They should bow their heads in shame. They are murderers of nature. Aaron sent that from Oyarifa. Thank you very much for those comments. More. Sami Mbubiashe says, all I want to say today is God bless you, Mr. Pratt. We need people like you to lead this country. There's Samson Van Zamaku who says, John Mahama, the president, was tagged with doomsday, but it seems he has not learned from the past. It seems some engineers working with either easy geographical aligned to the MPP are sabotaging once again this NDC government. The likes of these days are too rampant in my area. I feel it's not normal. The new NDC government must sit up. Sami sent that from Adenta. That's coming from Sami. Let me do a few more before we move on to the next issue for discussion. This one is Uncle Kwesi, good morning. Anytime I listen to you on this show, I feel happy. I wish you long life and strength to keep up with the good work. This is Adobe. I will send that from Tema. This one, hello. Okay. Thank you very much, Kwame Kwesi Pratt. Submission is great. May we play it every morning on all our station. There's a GH King Lord who says, Senator Kwesi Pratt to form a political party. We need him urgently. Let's see. There's Reverend Father Amponsa Ignatius James Achim Ntronan. I hope I got that right. Kindly inform our dear Comrade Kwesi Pratt that one nation, one people, and one destiny can be achieved in Ghana. Only when we do away with partisan politics and come out with an alternative system of government that promotes one people, one nation, one destiny. How on earth can a political party in government allow a die-hard opposition member to take part in the meetings of the executive, taking into consideration how destructive some opposition members can be? Don't forget what is happening in USA partisan politics. Thanks. Thank you very much for that one. Then Kwekuni in Germany. Sasana, good morning to you and your wonderful panel. My special greetings to Kwame Kwesi Pratt, my mentor, who fearlessly faced government during the years 1979 and 1980s. He loves Ghana genuinely, so now nobody can build on another one's vision. If you tempt, failure is what you will greet you. Mother Ghana needs managers and not damages. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. The CPP is coming back strongly to overhaul and correct all the mistakes. Kuku sent that from Germany and concludes by saying galamsey is treason. We need to move on to another discussion. Thank you for sending those messages. Keep them coming. And don't forget, we are live on Radio Gold. We are also live, of course, on social media, Pan-African Television on Facebook, Pan-African Television on YouTube. Do join us. And when you are there, do share a comment or two on the discussions we're having. We just had a discussion on galamsey. We are moving on to another discussion that has to do with two things that are similar in nature. Ken Ofori-Atta is suing national security and also suing the special prosecutor. National security, some officers for trespassing, and of course special prosecutor for what they call defamation. It says they have defamed him by declaring him a fugitive. And in that light too, the minority held a press conference where they said there was a raid on the residence of the former governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison. The Attorney General's Department said it was a search that was carried out with a search warrant that was acquired from the court. So we'll talk about that and then move on to other issues. And I'll start once again with lawyer.
Interesting times, so the issue here is that one, a number of races are happening. What's it called? Ken's house was raided. I think the Addison's house has also been raided. I think there has been a spree of arrests also ongoing. Yeah. All in the bid to fight corruption or trying to enforce what they call the Operation Recover or Loot. Now, once again, I think the starting point ought to be the Constitution. And then you recall that in 1992, when we took upon ourselves the 1992 Constitution, the focus was to guarantee for ourselves the rule of law. Because everyone of Ghana believed that that was the only way in which we can guarantee for us our right to life, our right to our liberties, and our right to pursue our own happiness. Also, I think it is instructive to note that when we elect the president, and the ministers are the agents of the president took an oath essentially to protect, defend the Constitution of Ghana, to be faithful to Ghana, that is, to be faithful to the ideals of Ghana. And the ministers essentially being his agents, in my view, ought to be bound by those same obligations. So having said that, and taking into consideration the fact that in our constitution we say that you are innocent until proven guilty, and in how we handle people that we suspect have committed crimes, we must be guided by all the values that is enshrined in our constitution, all the values that they are meant to be faithful and loyal to. You understand? As in, we tend to play politics too much. As in, our focus has always been to do something to represent something. No commitment to actually dispensing with justice. Because really, when you take Addison's raid, they said they had a search warrant, but for the terms of the warrant, or the terms of that warrant include destroying his CCTV and all those things. Now, what kind of impression do they give? You understand? And if you ask me, do they even need to raid Addison's house to pursue any criminal action against him? I was on top of my head. I think one of the critical issues that Addison is faced with is the fact that under his watch, monetary financing happened. Monies were printed without due process, without the necessary approval of Parliament. Do you need to raid his house? If that's the case, do you need to raid his house to establish that? Because Parliament is a house of record. So if you want to determine whether or not he did what he did without parliamentary approval, would you need to raid his house? Or is it a case of let's do something to represent something once again, to appease our base, without fighting for the cause of Ghana? You get a picture. And then I do delve down into Ken's issue. You see, when it comes to the OSP and Ken's issue, my primary issue is why even the argument that was made in the establishment of the OSP. Because in 2016, when discussions were being had as to the establishment of the OSP, I think one of the key arguments made was that let's create an independent body who is going to handle what's called corruption-related matters that pertains to our politicians. We need somebody who was not partisan. You understand? But once again, because the focus was let's do something to represent something, the necessary legal framework that was going to create that body, that was going to make the OSP truly independent, was not done. Because there was a situation where the Constitution says that all criminal proceedings shall be originated from what? The Attorney General. He shall have the power to prosecute all criminal matters. So that if you create the office of the special prosecutor without necessarily amending the Constitution, and you create it by just an act of Parliament, then an argument could be made that the OSP is not truly independent. And you see that lack of independence in how he's handled the Ken issue. Because he's attempted to prosecute, or he waited Ken for matters that happened about 3 years ago. Why did he not have the cojones, the balls, the courage, the confidence to invite Ken when Anadu was the president? Yeah, because those days of let's do something to represent something should be long gone. We are building the country, and we need commitment. Because for me, the number one issue that we are plagued with, we have been dealt with, is a fundamental lack of commitment towards the cause of Ghana. Yeah, because so the OSP suddenly found his voice, had the courage to call Ken a fugitive? Because that's another issue. But the point is, the issues for which he invited Ken were issues that happened about 3 years ago. Why did he not invite him? Is the OSP truly independent? And the OSP himself, you recall in the matter of Professor Frimpong Watson when he raised this issue about the galamsey issue, was he even not persecuted as against the people whose name were mentioned there? Did OSP invite any of the persons he mentioned in his report? Because we need to fight corruption. It's not something that we should play partisan politics with. It's not something that we should play that game of politicians always think about their optics as against really doing the work. It's because of that weakness within our corruption fight agenda. That will give Ken the courage, the confidence to sue the OSP. I'm not saying that he doesn't have the right, but that will give him the confidence to sue the OSP. Because in how this issue is being handled, my confidence as to whether or not we are going to see true justice is very low. Because people need to understand that whenever the government of Ghana prosecutes any individual, what the government of Ghana is seeking for justice for Ghana. Because if people have used the powers we granted them in a manner which is criminally adverse to the interests of Ghana, then they ought to be prosecuted, and there must be a clear commitment to succeed with that prosecution. But now they're handling it. In my view, they're playing politics with it. I know His Excellency John has mentioned about amending the constitution. The issue of the OSP must be tackled in that amendment. We must amend the powers. If we truly want an OSP that's truly independent, then we must make the basis, the foundation of its power, the constitution, as against an act of parliament. We must be thinking about consolidating. Although I have a regime where all anti-corruption efforts are scattered in various laws. In one country, you have a Yoko, you have Shiraj, you have Office of Special Prosecution, you have police, you have CID, and yet we are innately very corrupt. So once again, let's do something to represent something, no commitment. If we truly want to fight corruption, why don't we consolidate all our anti-corruption laws into one body of law? So all of them. Because actually, I'm even confused. One country, one small country, Yoko.
NIB.
Why? We also have national security. And yet, we seem to be failing in the fight against corruption. We are clearly failing in the fight in the battle against galamsey. We are fighting every single criminal activity that's been perpetrated against Ghana. And yet we have so many bodies. So, they should amend the constitution, first of all, to create an OSP that's truly independent. So what I mean is, they must amend the powers the constitution gives the Attorney General to be the source of all criminal prosecution, and create the OSP. That's if they are truly committed. Just from the constitution. Then you have an OSP who cannot be controlled by anybody. Because the matters he is accusing Ken of having done were matters that happened about 3 years ago. Why did you not have the courage to invite Ken? I'm tempted to delve into the legalities or not of Ken's claim, but I think I'll hold on to that. Because who is a fugitive? As in, when you define who is a fugitive? A fugitive is somebody who is suspected of having committed a crime, who has left his jurisdiction and has not indicated, or has not shown any clear intention of returning. Yeah. So when the OSP wrote to Ken inviting him, and Ken wrote a letter back saying, listen, I'm out of the country and indefinitely. I don't know when I'm coming back. What was he telling the OSP? Two, when it comes to the declaration of somebody as a fugitive, I did not know that he has to be by a certain letter or whatever it is. As in, is there any law that says that you cannot declare someone as a fugitive by way of a press conference? And then when it comes to the power the police has to arrest, the police has the power to arrest. So when you check section 70 to 73, I think section 10 or 30 in the criminal procedural code, the police can arrest somebody without an arrest warrant when they reasonably suspect the person of having committed an offense. You get a picture. So if Ken truly believes, if Ken Ufriata truly believes that he has done no wrong, I advise him to subjugate himself to due process. Shouldn't be sitting in abroad and be throwing Ayampia. He should subjugate, because the impression he's given is that he's running away from due process. He must subjugate himself ASAP to due process. That was for somebody who's had the privilege of having served at the level he served. His commitment to the cause of this country must be, as he must show it. So if he thinks that he has not done anything, he should not be running away. He should subjugate himself to due process. That's what we are asking. So for me, we are building a country, and our task is to build a country that aligns to the values of the people of this country, and those values are seen within the framework of the Constitution, the preamble, and all the values that are there. One of the core values being the value of probity and accountability. I advise the president that show real commitment to the fight against corruption. Understand? Show real commitment to the creation of a body that is independent partisan, in terms of partisan consideration. Understand? By amending the Constitution itself and making the OSP, or whatever name you all call it, a creature of the Constitution, not an act of Parliament. Because as things stands today, in my opinion, the OSP can be controlled by the Attorney General because he is using the powers of the Attorney General. And two, they should consolidate all corruption laws into one body of law and clearly define what corruption is. Because there's even a confusion there. Clearly define what corruption is. You understand? And in how we fight corruption, we should not deviate from the values that underpins our Constitution. The purpose of our Constitution, which is to guarantee for us the rule of law. And no circumstance should they undermine that. And we should remember that everybody is innocent until proven so beyond all reasonable doubt. So this raiding and creating unnecessary drama. Now for a very long time, our politicians have been saying to us drama won't help. They should knuckle down, focus on the job, and pursue justice in the interest of Ghana.
Thank you. Doc?
Yeah. In fact, let me be very clear about one thing. In many jurisdictions, how you arrest or how you build a case matters, even if the person actually committed a crime. And I say this with the greatest respect to CIDs and the police machinery, the investigative bodies in this country. For example, if somebody's arrested with cocaine and there's any shred of perception that it was planted, the case can be thrown away, even if the person is a known drug dealer. I'm saying this with the greatest of respect. The entirety of the legal proceedings also depends on the process of investigation. If the process is flawed, if you use an illegal means to acquire illegal knowledge, let me put it that way, it doesn't make you right. And I say this by virtue of the whole process of going through a judge to get a warrant to go to somebody's house. There are reasons for that. Somebody's domain, somebody's empire, let me put it that way. Not even the president can enter anybody's house because he's president, because he's, whoever. You need authorization in the land. And I would hope that, we know that even to take away evidence from that person's house, some warrants do not permit it. Some warrants permit going in to look and not take somebody's CCTV material. It is too barbaric for my liking. It just doesn't taste like Akplen Fetridechi. Governments will come and go. That is the surest thing, unless our democracy changes. And what was done then, if it was wrong, still is wrong. That one, you can cite me. Dr. Abango Kisi says that what the MPP did in, be it 2000, be it 2008, be it 2004, or fast track to 2017, if it was wrong, it still remains wrong, whether the NDC is doling the same thing out or not. Two wrongs never made a right. So let me be very straight with your audience that I have suffered for pointing out some things to my own party in the past. And if I've done it to my own party to suffer certain consequence, I'll tell the NDC the same thing without fear. and I think that we should be a country of rules and regulation, and a country that abides by the laws of the land. I'm almost tempted to believe that the next headline news might be a raid in Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's house. As for that, we don't know. It might create tension in this country because the Constitution affords an immediate past president some level of respect. Let me put it that way. Or shall we say, Dr. Baumier's house, a former vice president. Some things have to change, even if you are in power. You have to wield it appropriately. Because if you do, quote unquote, street gang style things with appropriate authority and power, then an equal measure will be meted out to you. And I'm saying this with the greatest of respect to people who intend to do the right thing. Abodan for the will be a fear. And what I mean by that is that there are mentally deranged people in everybody's house. The NDC has, the MPP also has. And it's only a matter of triggering some of these quote-unquote hooligans. So I am hoping that the burden of ensuring that legal things are done rests solely and entirely on the governing authority. We who are not in power, necessarily might be more hooliganistic. But when you have power, you've been voted for. Overwhelming victory. That's the word I keep hearing. Overwhelming victory with the same votes that you literally got the last election. Then I will plead with the national security services in this country that, listen, we want to hold you to a higher standard. We changed, our government was changed because Ghanaians wanted a higher standard. So why come and do, quote unquote, similar or the same thing? I heard, history has it that in Parliament, and this is a parliamentary joke, we had one member who was not very fluent in the English language. So when he would get up, he would tell the speaker that the same as Kintampo. Whilst his constituents was maybe struggling with drinking water, if Kintampo was struggling with mudslide, he would say the same as what? Kintampo, because the Kintampo MP could talk fluently. And he, since he couldn't talk fluently, he would just say the same, the same, the same. Is the NDC going to play from the same book as the MPP? You touted certain things, certain bad habits about us. We are arrogant. We don't respect the laws of this country. People are corrupt. They haven't been moved. Is the NDC now telling me, Admiral Kisi, that in their government, because MPP was arrogant, they're also going to be arrogant? Because MPP was unable to shuffle people around, they're also going to do the same thing? No. Then, if I'm NDC, I'll be very upset. If I'm NDC and NDC has come to do what MPP did, I should be upset with my own party, because we need to be walking a different line. And quote unquote, in all the history of Ghana, the NDC is quote unquote a longer serving government than the MPP. That is the fact. We've done, if we're looking at before Rollins, or when Rollins came, and then we started this democracy, NDC took the lead, and by virtue of that has had governmental experience more than the MPP. So naturally we should expect better behavior. I would hope that the legal association in this country will talk to this, will speak to this. Not that they are going to be tainted with MPP colors, but the point is that we cannot be doing the same thing when there are more legal minds in this country, when we are supposed to be maturing in terms of our legal antics. I would end by making my key point. Criminal investigations are to be done within the ambit of the legal rules in this country. If you have strong evidence, seek the guidance of a judge on how you proceed to either confiscate my car or my property or whatever it is that I have. Even criminals have a right, let me put it that way. And the law is supposed to protect even quote unquote criminals. Not to borrow from the US, but there are judges after Donald Trump for a process that they think was erroneous. And one of the senators yesterday was speaking, and she made a very strong argument that should people lose faith in the appropriate procedures, then what country do we have? That's the same question I have for our national security services, that we're not in Afghanistan, we're not in war, In war, I understand. You do things. We're not in Kosovo. We're not in Ukraine, where the slightest concern you have with national security, you go and sue people and do all kinds of things. I'm sure if we go into Ukraine right now, elements of dissent might be having problems within Ukraine because of national security reasons. Any upheaval, uprising might be a problem. So they'll watch it. You can quote me. But we are in a safe country. Power is handed over through ballot, votes, not guns, except for issues that were unacceptable after elections. So I'm sitting here on Pan-African TV, respectfully speaking to the agency heads, that it is no more muscle. We're in an era where you should be sophisticated in terms of your technology that you're using for crime investigation. You should be sophisticated in terms of making sure that you have the law on your side. If not, when it gets into court, the defense can make all kinds of arguments with regards to how you went about doing your investigation. And once they poke holes into that process, it literally demerits the evidence you have. It literally does. And there are many cases, instances where the processes of arrest, when aired, led to the release of the supposed suspect. So, and in high crimes, things are also even more so sophisticated. How can you enter somebody's house, take his things? I hear, what, 5,000 Ghana cedis?
You said 10,000 Ghana cedis is missing.
I mean, it's unfortunate. The people you go to raid with, are you going to do armed robbery? What skill, what training do your people have that they may not even take away things that are for evidence? How do they know and determine that this is good or not? And what will the CCTV show you? Because I know most of the CCTVs do not necessarily film documents that the governor of Ghana was probably signing. So if you are interested in documents, is that how you get it? Most of the cameras in my small house, you can't even, zoom in to see a document and what is written on it. So I worry, and I think that this media reportage of this person has been picked up and blah 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 is becoming a bit too much. It's become like a musical chair, and it's making us lose respect in the processes, because it seems like anybody who somebody says anything about is picked up and then taken in for question. And I believe that I have said this, the special prosecutor has some level of cases he has to deal with, and the same should be afforded. So police service should have some things that they do investigations on, and we cannot now lump everything into OSP. To the extent that ordinary things that can be done at the district office now is being picked up. I used to say that I believe that if there's an incident in my jurisdiction, the local police have to attend to it. If it's above their pay grade, then it goes to region, then it goes to national. But it cannot be that an incident of no merit will end up at the national headquarters of police service. It is, you cannot manage a service that way. So I really would hope, I'm not a legal mind, but my basic knowledge is that crime investigation requires that you do things in a very acceptable and standard way, and that is all what I'm seeing, and we have over 1,500 appointees minimum in the administration of the previous government. Based on how they are moving, I think every weekend we'll hear two or one until the 4-year tenure is over. I would hope that should change, and things should be done. And let me add that people's reputation are being damaged. Before you can even explain yourself as to why national security picked you up or raided your house, it creates an embarrassment. It creates all kinds of perception about you. And that is another thing that maybe we ought to look at suing these agencies for damages, you know? And maybe when that is done, because the FBI and other organizations like that have been sued, and when they've paid heavily, have been very careful in how they approach people during investigation. Maybe we need to look at that option, where we take on, and I don't necessarily support all kinds of suits, but I think that maybe that will change the culture, you know, of running these operations. But I'll beg the agency heads, if we did it Rambo style, it doesn't mean you should do it Terminator style this time round. And the same goes to these employee relations matter, where I think that in the future, maybe as a country, we need to put a stop to hiring 6 months to, what do you call it, end of your term. And I would have thought that should be maybe an approach of the new government, that we introduce a bill in this country that we know that any party that is governing, it's 3.5 years for your employment or appointments and things like that, so that you don't even dare employ somebody 6 months to the end of your tenure, so that all these unnecessary, if you're not employing 6 months, then that means anything beyond December 7th will not happen. And a month to December 7th will not happen. Okay. You know, and I think that is how we ought to be approaching these things, to show that we've done reflection and we are going to do something much better. Okay. So, these irresponsible actions, which some people are thinking is right because they claim that the MPP did it before, I think it's childish. The NDC should not play from the same book that the MPP played from, because if that's the case, then what you're telling me is that your government is going to be doing all the wrongs that people punished us for. Okay. Then to what end? What's the benefit of bringing the NDC into power? So enough of these pickups and drop-offs. We never hear what happened when they picked up to. All we know is that they've released a person, which I think is becoming too much of a noise in my ears. And I would hope that when they really pick up based on a lot of investigation. You know, in other jurisdictions, some of these things take about a decade before they even pick you up. When they pick you up to them, they know that the counts are plenty. If you get lucky with one, number 3 or 4 will catch you. You understand? So not single matters of seemingly corrupt issues, but concrete matters, so that when you pick up senior then or senior, they will know that what's happened, and we will only come to know that it is very serious crime, and then we are like, oh, okay, then this office, when they pick you up, then it means that it is serious. But now they are doing it like a counterback program, which throws out the weight of that office. It throws out the weight of that office. And I sitting here, unless somebody gossips about me, but I should have no docile of any such thing that merits being picked up for that office, based on what I know I've signed for in the past 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Doc. A few comments, as always. This is, I think the name is Ubuntu France, says, what is the man in black trying to say? For what legal backing did the past finance minister have making his bank an advisory body for this country in collecting loans and all other financial impedance he did? GM will investigate Nanado when the time comes. The Constitution posits that he's subjected to that for the first 3 years after his tenure. He should rest for MPP isn't coming to power anytime, so we should keep this. Okay, thank you very much for sending that comment. There's this one, says, hi, Sana, what is the minority leader trying to say in respect of the national security operatives trying entry into the house of the governor of the Bank of Ghana? Was their entry search into the home of Dr. Addison not allowed by a court of competent jurisdiction? Was Dr. Addison not spying on the staff and the operations of BOG at the comfort of his home? Are the operatives so poor to the extent that stealing 10,000 Ghana cedis from his home? The minority leader should lead Dr. Addison to the police to make an official complaint, other than resorting to press conference. Thanks, from Dr. Sontolo, Agona Hunter in the Western region. Thank you. Emmanuel sends this from Kumasi, says, please, Dr. Adumako is not abreast of what he's saying over there. As Addison complained of his missing money. Then there's Reverend Ben in DC, who says, reading the former governor of Bank of Ghana is not what happened. Obtaining a court directive to have his house searched for whatever they were looking for doesn't make that a raid. Let's choose our words carefully. The national operatives did not act illegally, warranting the word raid. Senyo sent this from La. Says the MPP man doesn't seem to know the difference between a raid and a search, or probably trying to dance to the tune of his tiny little minority, which will keep them in opposition for decades. Boka Frank is also joining us. Good morning, Sana. Please ask him when he was in the year where he was in the year 2017 before his party people were doing the same. Boka, send that from Bato. There are many comments coming on this particular one. Says, please, the MPP man speaking is really showing whom they are, thinking they know more than anybody. He forgets how they went about investigations. We as Ghanaians are wise towards whatever they say. There's also, says, all the criminals in the MPP who looted state must be named and be prosecuted. Mahama is keeping long on that. Most of us that campaigned and voted for JM is not for anything than that. Else he should make Ghana become like heaven. If he fails us on that, they will also be driven out for the thieves to take over again. No king nor any other person should interfere with these expectations of Ghanaians. Jake sent that from Asamankese. There's Dennis Akwete, who says, the Bible says that the law is made for man and not man for law. Oral must succeed, but things must be done with high standard and with openness, not to give room for any propaganda like we're seeing in the former BOG governor's case. Why didn't the stolen cash, as alleged, why wasn't it reported to the police? From the little we heard, the former BOG governor's house was searched in accordance with law. But if I were government, Richard Japan must be reassigned from the leading search operations, a situation which now gives opportunity to some to be dealing with the messenger instead of the message itself. Dennis, thank you very much. It says the MPP should come out and apologize for the wrongs they did to Ghanaians and stop pontificating. And then this one says, good morning. These MPP think Ghanaians are fools. When they were in power, they did worse things to their opponents. After they left power and what they did to the NDC, they're just receiving 3/4 of what they did. They have started crying. Whom are they crying to? There's a saying that do unto others what you want others to do unto you. Who was this man when the NDC was at the receiving end? Why are the MPP more human than others? A Square. Also, okay, I think it's Alasan. A Square from Tamale. So now it baffles me how people talk about the national security raid on former BOG's governors based on hearsay. Has anyone heard from the governor? Is the disrespectful minority leader his PR? Let's be serious in this country. Alasan A Square sent that one. There's more. So, we are in Ghana and we know it is hard to believe of the things stolen at the former finance minister's house. But we can't refuse the fact that the state went in there inappropriately. Hence, they are caught in the web, believe it or not. And from where I sit, I now find it difficult to believe because now in Ghana, many people have a lot of means to generate money or come out of trouble. Well, those are just some of the comments. Like, this one is attracting so many comments. Come back with it, Brad.
Well, first of all, I have in front of me this newspaper, the new publisher of March 19, 2025, which is just the Thursday which passed. And it has a very, very interesting story. It says that popular politician in Ahmed Swali's case, murder deals, police grab suspect, and I've read the story. The story claims that the suspect who was arrested actually disguised himself, ran out of the country, ran out of the country, and came back clandestinely, and was arrested in a hair salon. So, and he was taken to court and has been granted bail. What an amazing story. Do you get what I'm driving at?
Yeah.
Somebody suspected of committing murder. The investigating authorities said that he actually disguised himself and ran out of the country. What does that mean? He. Yeah. Why would anybody disguise himself and run out of the country and sneak into the country?
Yeah.
And the person is taken to court and is granted bail. Murder case, high profile case, exceedingly interesting. And then we are told that somehow, there's a leading popular politician whose name has come up in the investigations, and we are not told who.
Yeah.
Very interesting developments. So are these the investigating authorities we are talking about? I just wonder.
Yeah.
Are these the courts we are talking about? Now, I am not a lawyer like him. Just a layman. Okay? But if there's evidence that somebody who has been arrested for such a high crime actually disguised himself and ran out of the country and sneaked back into the country, there's a high probability of that person jumping bail.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a lawyer to understand this. And the courts have granted bail. And there's a very high-profile politician involved. That high-profile politician is being protected. The name is not even being made available to the public. It's being protected. His image is being protected. Are these the investigating authorities we are talking about? Are these the courts we are talking about? I just wonder. You see, yesterday, I was discussing all of these happenings with some friends of mine. And with particular reference to Mr. Ken Oforiatta. I mean, one of my friends said, he has no right to complain. I said, why doesn't he have a right to complain? He said, but he did worse things to Ghanaians. This haircut, pensioners, they couldn't access their own money to buy medicines. They couldn't pay their medical bills. It's even possible that some of them died. So this friend of mine said, he deserves what he's getting. And I cringed. Immediately cringed. Then another friend said, why? What is happening to them is nothing compared to what they did to others. And actually went on to cite the case of Kwabena who reported to Uyoko on numerous occasions, who was harassed for years and so on. So they haven't seen half of what Kwabena has seen. And then I remembered the case of my own very good friend, Mr. Atuahoy. He has never told this story publicly. Massa, Mr. Atuahoy, what happened to him? I mean, the investigating officers became his virtual home. He was always there. Tens of times, scores of times, and he had no time to do any other thing. Wakes up in the morning, dresses up, and reports, and is questioned, and so on. So somebody says, what are they complaining about? They did worse, and so on. But you see, I listened to all of this carefully. The logic in all of this can only lead to deterioration. What standards are we applying?
Yeah.
If what they did to Chumbuafu was wrong, should it be done to somebody else?
No.
Even if it doesn't meet that threshold. If what they did to Mr. Atuahoy was not acceptable, should it be done to somebody else? These are important questions that we should ask and answer. Because it will help all of us grow up. Yes, it is true that the haircut, which was introduced by Mr. Kenoforiaka, caused havoc. Actually forced a former Chief Justice onto the streets to protest, to demonstrate. Unprecedented in our history. It is true. Okay? And so what? Please, let's be careful. And so what? You see, Sana, in my short life, I've seen so many things. And I have so many stories to tell. You see, I recall, I think it was 1991. No. 1986. I was in Oshafort. I was locked up in Oshafort with Akoto Mpao, Ralph Kugbe, and Kukubako. And one dawn, somebody shouted for us, shouted our names and so on. It turned out to be Mawuli Goka. And Mawuli Goka told us that he was being taken to the firing range. They were going to kill him. Okay? They were going to kill him. And he said that he had a few hours to die. And he was urging us to carry on the struggle. I can never forget this. This was 1986 in Oshafort Prison. When we were taking him away to go and shoot him, he stood by a window and told us to continue the fight and that he had come to the end. What fight was he talking about? What fight was he talking about? On the verge of his death, he gave us a mission. What was that mission? That mission was to ensure, as far as I'm concerned, that our experiences would never happen to any other person. So I've lived my life saying to myself that what happened to me should never happen to any other person, enemy or friend. So that is the principle with which I am going to look at all of the things that are happening. You see, a lot of people, I hear them say that there was a court warrant. What does that mean? Because all of us, including you, Senna, have had occasion to question judgments from our courts. We have had occasion to say that the Supreme Court was wrong in some of the decisions that it made. Now, if we have done that, what it simply means is that our courts are not divine institutions. That our courts make mistakes. That sometimes our courts side with political authority. That sometimes our courts are not even minded by the law. All of us have said that based on our practical experiences before. Now, if we have, how can we today simply justify an action because there's a court decision? Let's think about it. You understand? Let's think about it. So that's one point. This court warrant thing, I am not sure is sufficient justification for entering anybody's house or for doing any of the things which have been done. I'm not sure that simply obtaining a court warrant justifies things. I'm not sure. I am not sure. I'm simply not sure. Okay, that's one. Now, you know, in our days, well, I'm still alive, you understand. One of the protections that we had in those days was the habeas corpus law. Yeah. Habeas corpus law. So that if you are arrested unjustly and so on, your family or people related to you and so on can go to court on the basis of habeas corpus and request that the state should produce your body in court. It was some kind of a guarantee, especially in those days where there were extrajudicial killings and so on. The habeas corpus law became an important law for protection against the arbitrariness of the state. You understand? Then the PNDC passed the habeas corpus amendment law. Maza, one of the worst things that happened in the history of Ghana in terms of the application of the law and upholding the rights of citizens was the PNDC's passage of the habeas corpus amendment law. Do you know what that meant? Under the habeas corpus amendment law, if you are arrested and you file on the basis of habeas corpus and so on, all the state had to do was to come to court and say that you have been arrested for national security reasons. Finish, case closed. So it rendered the habeas corpus law inoperative, useless, completely useless. And people suffered for this. I don't want this to be ever repeated. So it was lawful for the state to refuse to produce your body in court. It became lawful. So if you're talking about what the law permits and so on, let us be guided by some of these things. You understand? Yeah. They are lawful, but is that the path we want to tread as a people? And so on. Now, I believe very, very strongly that the state institutions, including its investigative institutions and so on, ought to act according to law. Otherwise, we'll be thrown into the jungle. State institutions, especially the investigative authorities, the NIB, the CID, the so-called Yoko and so on, all of them ought to operate according to law. It's a very firm belief that I have. Even when they are dealing with murderers, even murderers have rights. Murderers, those who commit murder, have rights. And we cannot violate those rights simply because they are murderous and so on. We should understand that very clearly. So today, I asked myself, why was Henry Addison's house...
Ernest.
Is it Ernest?
Ernest Addison.
Well, forgive me, Massa. There are so many names in the world, sometimes you can't get all of them right.
Yeah, that's one.
Why was Ernest Addison's house searched, raided? I don't know what words to use. I don't know. Do you know?
No.
Senator, do you know? I don't know. All the explanations that have been given and so on doesn't tell us anything about how and why the house was searched. You understand? So on what basis do I make a judgment? Master, on what basis do I make a judgment as to whether what happened was right or wrong, lawful or unlawful? We don't know anything. We are told that when they went to his house, and this is Afenyo Makin. Now Afenyo Makin, I think sometimes he talks too much. He's so much in a hurry to talk that sometimes he leaves his brain behind. You understand? There's this gentleman who is talking, and what is he telling us? That when they went there were 3 official cars in the house. Okay? And that those 3 official cars were driven away, and later his drivers went and picked the official cars and so on. I'm asking myself, retired governor, what are 3 official cars doing in his house? He's not entitled to any official car. If he retires with the vehicle, it becomes his personal property. It is no longer an official vehicle. So if there are 3 official cars in his house, then something was wrong. But this information is coming from Afenyo Makin. Afenyo Makin. I can't believe it. 3 official cars. What were they doing in the former governor's house? Official cars. 3. Not 1, not 2. 3. Why? It doesn't end there. We are told that there were empty money boxes in the house. What does it mean? First of all, what is a money box? You know, children, they keep these small boxes of this size. Yeah, susu box, thank you. And they keep coins inside and so on.
Yeah.
That's a money box, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So if they found these types of money boxes in his house, what is the problem? Did they find huge, gigantic money boxes in his house which carry 2 billion? And if they did find huge, gigantic boxes in his house which carry 2 billion, what is the inference? That some monies were carried from the central bank to his house and emptied, and the boxes left behind. Is that the inference? And if that is the inference, why are we not being told? What kind of boxes did they find in his house beyond them being money boxes? What kind of boxes? And how are those boxes related to the search on his house? Did they go to his house because of those money boxes? Or they accidentally found those money boxes and so on? I don't know what to make of this. I simply don't know what to make of this. Now listen, in the campaign for the 2024 elections, President Mahama made a bold promise to the people of Ghana. He said that if he was elected, those who have stolen our monies will be made to cough the monies out. 1. They will be punished for stealing the money and so on. And the people of Ghana accepted this and voted for him. So part of his mandate is to recover what they call the loot. Part of his mandate is to punish those who looted. Nobody can quarrel with that. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody can quarrel with that. But then everybody expects that some important principles of law should be upheld. And one of the most important principles of law is that every and anybody must be presumed to be innocent until convicted by not just a court, but a competent court. You understand what I mean? And this is a principle all of us must respect. This is a principle all of us must uphold. Okay? So it is important that even those who are suspected of having committed crime should be made to enjoy their full rights as citizens until convicted by a competent court. It's an important principle that we cannot play with at all. You understand? Now, for me, I must say that one of the texters, Dennis Akwete, made a point. And Dennis, I salute you. You understand? I fully agree with you. Sometimes the aesthetics of cases become more important than the substance. You understand? And at the center of all of these so-called raids, searches, and so on, is this personality called Japa. I have nothing against Japa. He may be doing his work as assigned to him by his superiors and so on. You understand? But we cannot forget that just a few months ago, he was in court being tried. And we remember the tape recordings and all of those things and so on. All of those things color his actions today.
Yeah.
You can't take those things out. So sometimes it is so easy for people to assume that this is vengeance, payback time. It may not be the case. It may not be the case, but I'm talking about the aesthetics.
Yeah.
So therefore, I agree with Dennis Akwete that if things must be done and so on, why must it be done under the leadership of what is his name? Japa. Why? Somebody must explain. Because it seems to me that they are not paying attention to the aesthetics. They are not. Nobody is paying attention to the aesthetics. But the aesthetics are as important and valuable as substance in these matters. You understand? So that's part of the problem. Now, I'm sitting back and I'm wondering, I'm really wondering, Sana, Bank of Ghana, you say his name is Ernest Addison.
Yes.
If any government, any serious prosecution authority wants to investigate Ernest Addison and prosecute him, do you have to search his house? No. Tell me, do you have to search his house?
No.
Because what we were told, and I'm not saying it, what we were told was that he illegally printed currency. Illegally printed currency. Would the evidence for that be found in his house?
No, not at all.
We were told that he took certain actions which led to substantial financial loss to the state because it was without parliamentary approval. Is the evidence for that available in his house?
No.
So think back. All the things that were said about Ernest Addison, you think he cannot be prosecuted without going to his house? So this going to his house, what was it meant to find? I don't know. Yeah. Maybe they have answers, but I don't know. Nobody knows. The only people who know may be in national security. You understand? Maybe in the Attorney General's office and so on. I wish that these investigations be carried out in a most transparent manner. In a manner which does not give the targets of investigations and so on some high moral grounds, to turn around and to do some of the things that we are hearing and seeing today. Let these investigations be based on law. Let the rights of the accused be respected. And let convictions take place and nobody would have anything to do with that. You understand? Now, look, MPP. Everybody knows what is happening in the MPP today. Yeah. Leading member of the party is here. Former member of parliament is here. Everybody knows what is happening in the MPP. Okay. If the MPP actually thinks that the way forward is what Afenyo Makin is doing, God bless them. If the MPP really thinks that the way forward lies in numerous press conferences of no substance, God bless them. Because what is happening in the MPP is a really substantial movement leading to the establishment of the true values of the party. Yeah. It's the true values of the party which is in contention. Yeah. You understand? And until that is resolved, this noise making, sometimes childish in the extreme, would not help anybody. It will not help them. It will not help the country. It will not help anybody. You understand? So, what is my position? My true position is this. No citizen is above the law. And if you say that no citizen is above the law, what you also imply is that no citizen is under the law. I mean, all of us have to be treated with equal measure, irrespective of our party affiliation and so on. All of us, let all of us, and I was wrong, every citizen should be under the law, not above the law. So let all of us be treated, under the law and not above the law. Citizens have rights guaranteed by the Constitution, guaranteed by legislation passed by Parliament. It should work. You understand? It should work. I am in sympathy with the position which was taken by my good friend, lawyer Apia Dankwa. Because when the Office of Special Prosecutor was being created, I objected to it, the manner in which that office was being created. It was only going to lead to chaos. But nobody listened. Because one, the NDC members of parliament did not want to oppose the process so that they would be thought of as persons who didn't want accountability. So they went along. The NPP members of parliament went along, not so much so that they believed in what was being done, but because the executive wanted to make a point. It was received public applause and so on. So we established the Office of Special Prosecutor, pretending that it was an independent institution, when the Constitution says very clearly that the power to prosecute is vested in the Attorney General. That has not changed. Every other law is supposed to be inferior to the provisions of the Constitution. And yet, we have Parliament establishing the Office of Special Prosecutor and pretending that it's an independent institution and so on. One of the reasons why they claimed that we needed to establish the Office of Special Prosecutor was that the Attorney General was appointed by the President. Who appoints the Special Prosecutor?
The President.
Did we go or did we come? I mean, sometimes you can't believe what we do to ourselves. So if we establish this Office of Special Prosecutor, and in the beginning, there was so much euphoria and so on, not so much in the office, but in the person who was going to occupy the office. Because the person who was going to occupy the office was an NDC person, or had been associated with the NDC and so on, had actually become vice presidential candidate of the NDC at one point.
Yes.
So people in the NPP were happy to say, their own man is the one who is going to be dealing with them and so on. You like? Alive?
No.
They were so happy. That was the whole point. Today, I'm sure that there are people in the NDC who are also so very happy. And you know what they are saying? Oh, we didn't appoint him. Oh. It is their own appointee who is dealing with them. And so on. Should we run a country like this? Should we run a nation like this? I am not so sure. I think we should clean up our act. You understand? As for Mr. Ken Oforiatta, I think he should be made to understand in clear language that his citizenship of this country is not superior to the citizenship of any other citizen. He's a citizen like Senna. He's a citizen like Kwame Mensah from Ashirasi. You understand? His citizen is not superior to the citizenship of my good friend in Bolga, Atinga, and so on. He must begin to understand that. And that at some point or now, the people of Ghana would ask him to account for his stewardship. It's a legitimate demand. You can't sit in the Ministry of Finance and make all these important decisions of life and death for a country and not be asked to account for your stewardship. You cannot be president of this republic and at some point not be asked to account for your stewardship and so on. So he will be asked to account for his stewardship. Now, if he has done everything according to law, if he has not broken any law, he should not have any fears. You understand? But if he's done something against the dictates of our law and so on, of course you should expect that the rod of justice will lash him at the back. That's if he's lucky. If he's not lucky, it will lash him on his forehead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I still think we do have some 9 minutes. Quick comments on the last topic, on the change in the security front. Very quick comments. And this time I stand with Doc.
You want me to go first?
Yes. 2 minutes.
So let me be a bit categorical here. That I'm hoping that in the future our national security will not be politicized. It's very important. We need to be very apolitical about it, in the sense that their duties and functions are not necessarily for the party, but for the country, and it should tie us back to the fact that we were talking about doctors and nurses who in the future may have to show their party affiliation before they are granted the opportunity to work. I, as a medical doctor, will not ask if you're NDC or MPP before I attend to you, or if you're a criminal or not a criminal before I attend to you. So I think that I think that the removal of or the change of these agency heads or leadership of the security apparatus creates another upward mobility for others. I think that in as much as possible, maybe their third one should be made 6 years, so that it's not influenced by any president when they come, in their very first 100 days or 120 days. So, and those are administrative ways of, as it is, reducing the presidential influence in some of these national security or security services arrangement. In other jurisdictions, these heads even campaign, and are voted for, and that way they are independent of the presidency. So we need to, as we move into the future, look at this and then ensure that the code of conduct. May I just add that I have seen some effort being made to undo everything that another government did, in terms of, let me just cite, some of the people who were arrested or charged. The Attorney General comes and then just, unwind everything. And IGP too, those who were branded as criminals are now, so I think that these things need to change. Okay. It can't be that under Senator's tenure, a thief is arrested, and because I've become the new IGP, that thief no longer, by law, is a thief. That is very unacceptable, and our credibility as a nation will go down the drain. So these are things that should be looked at. Okay. I'm not saying that the Attorney General is wrong in some of the things he's done, or some of these security heads are wrong. Cocaine cannot then become powder, because it's a different regime. We need to be very clear about these things. If not, every crime committed under MPP's government will then become non-criminal under NDC, and vice versa. And this has to be looked at.
Okay, thank you.
So those are my 2 cents on this one.
Right.
In fact, let me say that I largely agree with the position Bobie is saying, except to add that we should be guided also by what's happening on what we call a day of shame in this country, February 24th. On that day of shame, the person in charge of security in this country, IGP, the head security, orchestrated this generational crime, not just to Ghana, but to Africa. But it was the role of Kwabena. It was IGP. Is it Hali or whatever his name is? And I think the head of, yeah. So we should be guided by that. So as in the ideal situation, yes, you have tenure and all, but because of our checkered history, without some of our security people have acted, I think it was that thinking that caused the framers of the Constitution to give power to the president to be making this kind of changes. So yes, for me, at the end of the day, when there's, based on that history, I think the president, you understand, in his duty to maintain the security and the stability of these states, I think he should have a say in who, and a serious say in the people that man the security agencies. Because we shouldn't forget our history. Every 24th February we do a day of shame. The perpetrators of that day of shame were the IGP, head of the military. And so that's my stake. So on that basis, I tend to support the president in exchanging the security guard.
Come in.
I think we should be exceedingly careful.
Yeah.
Not to make the term of office of security chiefs coterminous with the term of office of politicians. There's a huge danger there. If you have an IGP, an army chiefs, who know that when government changes, they are going home, they can never dispense justice and they can never do their work independently. So it's a danger when we create the impression that every IGP goes with the government which appointed it. It's a serious danger to our democracy. We should depoliticize the security institutions to the extent that it is possible. And I'm not seeing that now. And I'm very, very worried. Okay. Now, I know there has been lots of comments about Inspector General of Police Dan Parry and how he has been removed and so on and so forth. Sana, look, I want to be exceedingly objective in this matter. I mean, if you were President John Mahama, seeing all this campaign, heavy campaign against Dan Parry, every morning, every afternoon, on every radio station, you know, even to the extent of suggesting that his date of birth is false, and that is so unpopular in the police service and so on. Every politician would remove you. At least for the purpose of getting some acceptance within the police service. You understand what I'm saying? So President Mahama was put under extreme pressure to take this action against Dan Parry. The day Dampari's removal was announced, there was some orchestration about jubilation in the police barracks and so on. All of that points to why he probably was removed. You understand? But you see, I like to think above this. And it's a fact. Nobody can deny this fact. That under Dampari, we have some of the cleanest by-elections in our history.
Yeah.
The police acted so professionally to the extent that people in the NPP were angry with Dampari. Yeah. In fact, in the run-up to the elections, there were elements in the NPP who actually insisted that Dampari should be removed and that he was not good for the NPP in the elections. These are all public facts. Yeah. I'm not making them up, they're all public facts. Somehow, just before the election, the current IGP, a special position was created for him as deputy IGP. And he was put there just before the election by the New Patriotic Party. What was the reason? I don't know. What was the reason? What had they seen? And so on. I don't know. Now, the point I'm making is that when somebody goes to this extent of working to ensure at least, if for nothing at all, free and fair elections, I don't think that it should be treated in a shabby manner. I think that the message we have to send out there is that those who stand up for the country, those who insist on operating under the law, those who insist that elections must not be rigged and so on, will be saluted at least. The position of IGP is not for anybody on a permanent basis. You understand? Any police officer qualified can occupy it and so on. It's not Dampari's personal property and so on. But I insist that even if he has been removed, he must be given a dignified exit. He must not be treated like some shabby criminal and something, given what he did, especially in the conduct of elections in this country. He has set a record in the conduct of elections in this country that we must respect. And I think that Dampari should not be treated in a shabby manner. Finish.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, that concludes the show for today. Just that there are a couple of comments coming to me on this matter of the raid on the BOG Governors Bank. This is our YouTube page. Kofi Asamoah says, Senator, the National Security said the former governor's house because of the security monitor installed in his house, monitoring all activities in Bank of Ghana after his retirement. Setoju Ruben says, monitoring happenings at the bank. Angukwesi, please, is that fair? So it looks like that because that has come from...
Is that the way to dismantle a CCTV camera? If the problem is that there was a CCTV camera in his house, which was monitoring developments in the Bank of Ghana, do you need to send armed men there and go and do all these Rambo style things? You can easily unplug it. What is the problem? This is the way to go. And you also happily read this to make your point.
No, I just needed to go at this is okay.
So, is that the way to go?
No. You might read insults to you on there.
Masha,
I'm just saying.
if there's a CCTV camera in the Bank of Ghana that Ernest Addison uses to monitor things, what do? You know the fact. Just dismantle it. Why do you go to his house with armed men and so on? I mean, these statements make even the case worse.
Well, a couple more comments. This Prince Henry Koforido says the MPP who always preach about democracy and freedom of speech is now gagging people to speak. Well, the people was exhibiting arrogance in power and still exhibiting arrogance in opposition. Okay, thank you very much, Prince Henry, who sent that from Koforido. So those are some of the comments. Many more comments being sent in. But let's first indicate to you, well, this Thursday, the coming Thursday, the 27th of March, 2025. I've been announcing for some time the final funeral rites of Dr. David Percy. And that will happen this coming Thursday at the Lashibi Funeral Home. So that's where it will happen. Start from 9 a.m. 3 p.m. The interment will be private, but we can be part of the final funeral arrangements, be part of the ceremony, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Lashibi Funeral Home. The family is inviting all friends and sympathizers. And I believe that if you watch this show, and perhaps if you ever listen to, if you watch Pan-African TV, follow Radio Gold, Dr. Percy's name would always resound in your ear. We are all friends and sympathizers of Dr. Percy. Be a part of this. Let's join the family to mourn someone who we all held very highly. On that note, we'll conclude today's show. A big thank you to Komeko Isipra Jr., who is General Secretary of Socialist Movement of Ghana. And of course, nice to always have lawyer Andrew Apia Dankwa, who is a spokesperson for the Movement for Change. Dr. Aduma Kokisi is former member of Parliament for Ansah. They join us today to discuss the topics that we put forward today. And of course, all the best to Kojochum Boafu. Well, I'm Sena Nombo, and from the crew here at Pan-African Television, we'll see you same time next week. Do have a lovely weekend and a fruitful week.
He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer.
About panel. You know, we always stand ready. Say we'll be able to we will seek redress. You know, you say you do a body video no brain, you know. So me American I post school from high school. I won't say me call St. Augustine's College, but me that was post school. And the American man there. Minimum pa just me practice as a lawyer for over 10 years on Sana me Ghana about 8 years ago. You know the two many me should one just my man advice to say I believe say I'm not my plan say security redress in New Jersey because I wanna ever panatina or interview na in that video no more no so ever panaka say on fee in New Jersey. You know, those are considered jurisdictional facts. Just a man who say, what in the court, equity redress, or that forum. You know, you follow procedure no? In America, no Ghana, no you cannot rate, but in America, no you start off with a summons, and a complaint. You know, you prepare BBA from Ghana. Now, you file with New Jersey. Now, go through the whole process. I believe up to court attorney and stuff last Monday. Say, almost 1st January. Say, I'm brought trial. Now, I'm in fact, I'm seminar. It's a civil matter, and you know, respectfully about January, no, but court no postpone trial, no. As I say, if a panel lawyer, no, now was some personal issues to be, you know. Or respectfully from the court, and our court no suit no na almost to share last Monday say Yambrani and Bestati. You know, maybe I've been in this country for me job me jomo edi kan ever started to Tonyama you know by you know a few of our other colleagues ever joining sometime before the Monday, you know. The Monday no near court. In America, court, you know, that this type of a case, you know, judge, you know, you know, I'm running penny, you know, the job, let's be making sure, say, Emrano, a follow Emrano, na, Jumano, no, on one the assembly, na, America, you know, this type of a case, no, a fact, citizens, to move forward that jurisdiction, that area, now, seminal, it's, you know, from. the Monday no prayer court no to enter prayer nipa 60 am do court room ho and the court no say ya fa no e busa questions I say ya vete say person say obi nimu a onim ye nua be ma e bia ode no kura ba to nche di asem na tia ya papa Kennedy the same way no ya papa Kennedy on so lawyer no so e ya vete and make sure say obi any the jury the veneer which is the technical term for nipa 60 no obi nimu a che say e bia oye adamfo ana say nim no ba be di asem na etia ya papa eno enye no nko ya sa so hwe say obi wo hwa e bia obi bi ya che say be ha na say ontumi focus so enti asem ni yie to naba to decide one way or another. Out of that 60, no, mano, this type of case, no, it just say, you better supply the Nipa 8. Now, in Nipa 8, you know, will be added to them for 4 winner. You did to somebody at some now, you know, will be added at a Atuga. You know, yes, that's a Monday, and you call first because you need the Aston buyer. You know, after opening statement, you know. You open a case in chief. Now, a case in chief, you know, you are NAS. I remember you are NAS. On why take his stand to be the first witness, or testify, yeah.
I see.
Or testify about someone see, yeah, and say how it affected him and everything, you know. Now, we see, now, it was now on the 10th of, because yeah, you have some the video. And he did not swear the buy, you know. Now, and who you have to say, you know, everything stand, but your money take his stand, for strategic reasons. It's a video now, you have a panacasa woman, and Rama Kwanse, because now, or a Casanumune, Brofone tree, and I one man on a friendly English, you know. Of course, no teaching, almost teaching English, you know. You know, I would say a pet will be a, or yeah, you chrome me or take a star. Of course, that money to me, say, or yeah, translator. The certified translator, a soul be any out translating and someone I have a panakan, yeah, and someone that is Fred and so can, yeah. The only evidence I hear Dinaso. In the defamation case, not somehow kind of Dinaso, you know. At the close of the case, you know. You have a parent, so lawyer. It did not announce so a friend and a witness. Now, I'm on witness from a friend, in Japan, Esquire. I'm also friend, you have a pa, Honorable Kennedy in Japan, and I'm with dance here. Now, I'm with the dance here, you know, I arrested kids, no. It's a key about to also ready to note to say, I have a password, you know, evidence about it. And the evidence or the same who watches a watchman. Our board next 2 amount a Ghana mine you know who yet. Or also the judgment of course who Ghana related to Sembia or no kind in Ghana in 2018. And also they are not so bad second so now on the assembly. It's you know the evidence now the 2 jury then you know the assembly from Monday a copy Thursday area 4:30. Now at 4:30, Obia I can't ask me, you know. Then court procedure near the man say, Judge, you know, that can kind of Marano at the jury, you know, because jury, you know, normal people are just say, Emrenim for a woman sometimes they've been more much by Emrenim for, but in this case, no crano. You have a lawyer, no, Emrenim for you are no more so no, or Bomubu, you say, by some as a matter of right, because if he say, BRM1 on the side, you know, Emrama Kwaman, yes, sir. You know, this jury was made up of Nkrofwa. They are basically lay people. Nkrofwa Munko Law School and Nkrofwa Munyemra Emrejuma. But American system is a Yajumano. Judge no reduce Nkrofwa Kasia into understandable English jury no able to me I share evidence they are 2 minimum they are semono. The jury no if he at 4:30 and then they go into Friday but within 25 minutes, you know, jury ni back, say, decide the case, you know. And I know, you know, jury no, because as someone of course, with this same na chrono same na Ghana same na Ghana no, Ghana is very popular in terms of a tourist country. You know, more before Moku. You know, before more criminal now, the Ghana and saying, it's almost the same something you could Chinese for, you know, Papa say, you know, on the Gillette Dam, you could Chinese for 5. And I, you know, the Gillette Dam, you could on one anemia, I'm at swelling. Now, you know, your crop, what's the on Amgana, for Pasa, here, no answer, as I know, we are. The exact same way they will be out, no, but just as we now, they will take keen interest. And Papa no so no so or any Pakistan, or so be a dance here or church near my why yet. To the Jew, they take very keen interest. There's a word for word in some of the archive. They did instructions no more within 25 minutes from Mr. Or more a decided case. No more, yeah, you put some women, no more for every question, be a Nigerian, and your money, you want to say a more verdict form. If you some say, as some we are a asymmetry about how do you decide? Now, natural, say liable or natural liable. I copy in there was a series of questions. I need now you saw more in terms of some way bit yet. And now some now at the 2 minutes, now, every only just in a young questions on the Bemagino. You almost answer every single question, almost to about. Now, Nipa 8, no. On every single question, almost to about 8-0. Like I said, there was no doubt in their minds there by the clear and convincing evidence standard, even higher than standard the similar case of Ghana. No, it was even higher. But in this case, the jury, found by unanimous vote of 8-0, say, Papa. Some more cancer union and yet no correct now Indians was better cancer. Now in the actual financial was during another fair. What find the say Papa and some more kind of union thing I know creno. I so train Ben and whatever man now. Yeah, the case of Quern, you busa different forms of relief. You ever kind of go Fumuno, a lawyer Casimono. You busa say. For one of the relief, you busa 5 million. I don't want to see you busa 5 million. I hope him said the total amount and I busa here 30 million United States dollars. Now, do you know what more than that? The only say you busa no crime now between Massa, subject to Emra. I just be able to pay some amount before. Do you know about back? More 18 million United States dollars. Now, if any idea some now, yet I think a part of association, you bet delay no until you first one, and only punitive damages are not just senior on the coil, no, you extra a UBI, but make sure any panel on court and what to ban a dear about court and so. It's no court to the chair, and I had some tuga, and almost one day or more as some a tuga. And we say during the back say on Cana 18 million. Nina a switching now per se on the award and I say on the train of Panasono. Nina no. You know, I need to know now a papa lawyer, a story yes, there, which is your papa honorable Kennedy Japan, a lawyer, a story yes, on a jury no any dream in terms of first no say court in declare mistrust it's a trial young bonny now judge it's here yes we are side now also see on side no say there be on no munya adwene say even if be correct confusion can clear be securana it doesn't affect the trial and the finding of liability and in the judge's estimation crana as of now or 10 even judgment now $18 million no any reason say or no then in Sabeka now say almost say almost assembly can call full procedure which means to say America no say judge no no or supervisory jurisdiction because earlier on said judge no we need to be say obedience no but so first be a totima court no man American man to me be say to me a correct 1 or 2 things. Now, no limited power, but I know just how they have to paper. So, I'm the other side opportunity. So, no, so be respond. And you know, yeah, Papa Kennedy Japan lawyer no, can't say obey sir, or pass our so. Now, I just wanted to note that it's separate from appeal when you appeal, but a motion, I find post-trial motion. If the assembly be not, if you say be a judge, usually supervisory jurisdiction. you can do that. It's their prerogative. Now, or yes, yes, answer, yes, we are right, say, very respond. And then after that, the judge will decide one way or another. But as we stand here, not there, your judgment rate stands at the jury award stands at $18 million. The next procedural step, why ever be taken is judge no crack and say yamfa and crack ambra na on and stand twice here. I just a judgment. And between one and more now, you start to say you will move into execution. Just a post judgment discovery. Near say if a panel in Japan bank account, Ninima war a yini now at the table up to so now, I start to say Yaji Copim say 18 million United States dollars. So then I asked someone, I believe maybe the whole US with some part of the legal team. And by the accession and of course for Ghana to say be I'm say any money come on. So I said yes,
Ghana so the any other cry funeral same way by but even mama busa same way me read BB from Canada, Japan and Crawford back now me try send me production crew no benya a post na mama so that make me reading verbatim actually na me nko kan bibia enim anyway but na some I work nyina say ruling no was my ear can enye no correct and Kennedy lawyers put in a word which the court has accepted, and for that matter almost a defer a judgment. No, is it true?
No, that's not true. Video be it's time say Ghana ye idea na Ghana no be ye don't know correct na Ghana no be ye asamba it is opportunity to say obi ade be sua nyansa and as obi sorry maybe nyansa is a strong word, sorry tree is not my first language, but obi ade be advice no ho at this moment no correct here na ye no you prove say we are always ready say ugu hu fia ye do be fa emra kwan so so kaya US man penny Donald Trump obi koka say Donald Trump aya bibi towards Nipan Donald Trump koka say Donald Trump Nipan Donald Trump court we need I believe $189 million into Mokasa and Pacho. Everybody should be circumspect about these pronouncements because media space and somewhere in Yanokre didn't court so didn't correct. And on the video be air call around. As a journalist, I encourage you say find this video no. I judge no one some no kasa. Like I said no, they asked for a mistrial. They say young boy saying start fresh judge no right away to Mr. As a jury abana ABS no more awarding this and also much chemuna want to chemuna no more but oh no, this is the breakdown. Just say, as someone here, the atom will be able to dance here. Jury able to say, what's the one? That's on that video. But if you listen very closely to the beginning of that video now, the other thing I'm going to say, you must almost say it is kind of so. There no letter. No letter. No, will be the Bobie trigger. I see you have a panel lawyer. I just said the jury honestly awarded $18 million United States dollars. It's a whole dinner and the Omega family be crana. That's their prerogative. And I'm just yeah. Now that same video, no transfer at the end of the video, no.
Yeah.
The judge discharged the jury and thanked them for their service. What's my say? Now, so I'll give you an insight, Grana. After the case, we have said, now I am prima, Obium Guyan Hufi, because you know, Jumano, as I Jumano, ever Buama, you build a country, irrespective of MPP and also NDC. And we always keep an open line of communication to the point that, Bakasa, to say, you have a lawyer for me, and you have been commercial. Evans,
come again. Also, after the judgment, no. Kennedy lawyers, animal Bekasai.
Yes,
Okay, so what was the conversation? No must say.
Oh, they just approached my client and myself, and at this point also me bought lawyers some legal team on home me bought my basso after Wemega New York and Andrew D here also Delaware our practice also New Jersey. All of us were there in addition to some members of Tiger Eyes team that are here in the United States with us. I approached just and said, "Hey, now Ghana for a reconciliatory tone. He hopes at some point, in a very near future, more doing Comobia, you're compromising a judgment. So now, I'm not to as I say, at the end of the day, as I'm not doing that cannot do it. I doubt to say it will say again, dear papa, and Casey, and nothing some more kind and union hoof, it stands, and I don't think that they will contest that because almost closing statements, they seem to take that position now. Because our players say disagreement, and at this point, it will not help anybody say misinformation. This is the moment, this is the final moment in our history. Also, okay,
so Omokase and Kamubet me compromise on the judgment. As you say, Monfancheno, and now Munches Canum have.
The realities on about civil litigation is there will be any judgment in this case. Empire say 18 million. You could you execute and I say papa so ya appeal and not say so to me this 18 million any interest and charges I got to court one son with me appeal. Naturally you can see how that even though say papa no or no one to say or the young grow but young fan say you be a be ana unika I want to mean to and make it my appeal no heading at the same time yes, and Crawford during now what the say Kwabena say to me just 18-19 million at court account me now or the assembly appeal. That means that yes to know if I can say that's 1 year period that appeal in the big a bear lapse and son and Ansah. And sometimes a family agree the pros and cons and answer the advantages and disadvantages now. That sometimes it compromise judgment, to reach a decision, say okay, to avoid all of this, you better this instead of that. Now we are pursuing full enforcement at this juncture. Yet one democracy judge no busasi and crack ambrana on fan and santuasi judgment. Yet the judgment bagana by US. Yes, papa asset here why a bit me I didn't satisfy our judgment. I mean we are far advanced there a bit too
but in any case so Canada Japan legal to me what chance to say on Bessia Akko for appeal, right?
Yes, like I said, no appeal, I'm from with my appeal, just from this kind of actual court account one sana. A woman say papa no he's a man of wealth, until we don't doubt his ability to do that.
I see. But quick one, who mentioned BB about Canada Japan evidence? Then who mentioned on who watches the Watchman? Say I don't know the Babe. What is the content in that who watches the Watchman? Are you the evidence?
Oh, sir, movie no try na I hope say I believe say will be a share as who someone as a journalist I hope say one share. Na court no ya mana kwenya say obeboni na but he relied on snippets ebinum omu a ma ye boy extra jury to convince the jury. Also at the end of the case jury like I said the evidence the question evidence the two on the question now almost so many evidence on the two jury na free some me kai pa say the who watches the watchman to flash drive so at the jury so on fan question enko share na undi asem now within that 5 minutes no mobile and the of course we have no idea. That's how American system is. In fact, if you want to try to buy but or the buy. But based on the decision, obviously, Now, also, Eka said, Uniano is responsible for the death of Chinese food. Now, Sassam, no, interview now, the afternoon, I buy and I have a castle video. If they're not the Baba. I do know one fat video be a buy a some no can a video be the buy another minimum said that my prep naya a beer you put a more beer. Hang your Muja S on it, now very clear. Now, thanks to the Ghana flag, as well as the BD, I dance here, I mean, how I know just some more promises was that the Fred interview, and say, or the video in Babana. I don't know how that is that, but obviously, based on the jury's finding of liability, you know, just saying,
okay, sir, that the Fred, the one fanan kahon, and any platform, one for man kahon.
Yeah, didn't count, but for specific reasons, you know, because as a press, yes, yeah, but you know, or a journalist, you know, no, he believes in press freedom. No, say as long as that is Fred, no, every video, no, so can say, television training who you now, and say me, okay, you need evidence, you know, as a senior journalist and an ace journalist of international repute, you know. I say, oh no, humanity or pursue promote to press freedom. It will be over my platform, yeah, I'll be taking the right precaution to warn the guests, you know. He feels there, and he say he didn't achieve because, I don't know, in the end, you know, he's doing a service to the public. Into the end, you know, my lawyer for the, he went after him, but he didn't catch it and say, as an ace journalist, no, and yeah, or fighting for the media, you know, that is Fred, no. Let's not focus on him for strategic reasons.
Okay. Evans, that's very. I'm saying one Ghana for insight into all these issues. Mona mo you know be kind mona mo platform no. And mo can na ye TV. Yeah, that's it. And come be we chira later. You better contact him ebio. Mo money adwuma. Ayiko.
Okay, that's it.
Yo. All right, so that's it live on a Crown 100.5 Citizen Show. Ivan Selassie Adika, lawyer at the Anas legal team. Anyway, so he's part or a member of Anas legal team. Mo ekodia asemna ewo America brochimemo, and was stating why omo choose America as the jurisdiction because of baby interview no. A course and into watching a background of how the whole processes started here. Very interesting. You take Kennedy interview no, but mame and coding komoke to be yenia kwesi kwatin a private legal practitioner and ojinemu edema ora Kennedy Japan ajakwasi akwaba
I'm a private legal practitioner.
Yes,
of course. I mean, he's known that I'm a member of the MPP.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not speaking for him. In any university, maybe by virtue of the fact that he's a member of the MPP.
Oh, okay.
I'm coming to speak law. But
okay.
I'm not speaking on his authority or instruction.
That's fine. We are okay. We are okay. I mean, a conversation, so no problem. But from what you said, my name said I will follow Ivan Selassie Adika, who is a member of Anas legal team. My name said I will follow no. But what my background, what say at the cry a course. My name said beyond Enyama or no bekaye, say we were to you was what gather information kakra. What the actually kakra because it's within your terrain and you take keen interest, especially as you rightly said that you have your party member, in there. What do you see in this judgment, in this matter? What do you see?
Yeah, I think the fact of the matter is not in dispute. The idea and not the court usually have the power to make a determination on it. And which the court has done so. I'm saying, worry about the issue of contention has to do with whether or not there has been a judgment. The court will not have a judgment and I say make a judgment. Independent people, so I can say, then after Ghana, the Sebi Brew, Yadeba Haye, Bata, the Kwabuchi, abotire for ne amanone for the multimedia money ye. But the free are no man be anyway. The kind the facts of the matter are not the same. I thereby say there can't laws are territorially bound. And ade a yemra hana bi abekwa bochi na yemra ho se bibia okwa bochi kwa amanonia there are different states say wo US you may have a state that one more LGBT2 obekwa another state kwa so no mo nye the enyintu and the laws will be confined to the territories or the boundaries of that country and ade a yebeye no ha no huntimi fa nkwa bochi nkoka ade so yebeye no abochi huntimi fa ma ha meka. Of course there are exceptions to those rules, but generally they idea eti wa hane ya idea want to find kwabuchi nti idea eti ya act na another kind of offense at the court for the jury no explapo damages of $18 million against Honorable Kennedy Japan no idea eti wa bochi just like we all know no interview koye na bochi na no ankasa so no abochi and the person who conducted the interviewee no the interviewer no was also no so abochi. And even the platform was online and also was coming from Abuchi, US. It is a more reason why the US court has jurisdiction in hearing the matter. Entirely different from the Omudi card court to Aham. Now, I did back question say, even in the US, it was a jury trial. Jury trial, usually in Ghana, say there were two types of trial. There were what we call the summary trial and trial by indictment. Summary trial na de na bribia man the content offenses are enye anonya di bebre no na they are no then there say be a made anomaly no we get the assistance of the jury to also help the judge. The jury does not deal with law, they only deal with the facts of the matter. And if you want to compare, you can only compare a jury trial to a jury trial and a trial that is led by a judge alone or only to that of also a trial that is led by a judge only. There's a jury no they don't have any appreciation of the law. There are instances where they will make a mistake, and I don't think it will be fair for anybody to compare to the extent that say one here now will be casting aspersions on the judicial system of Ghana. I know the judicial system, we need improvement as a people. But I'm one person who is very biased for states or with state institutions, and I will make any effort say we don't collapse our state institutions because that's what we have. We can only strengthen it. And I wanted to set that one as my first premise. The second part, and also you say, is it a case that there has been judgment of the court? For that reason, Mr. Kennedy Japan used to pay $18 million. Let me state emphatically. So, be or say there has been judgment. You don't find judgment there has not been any judgment. Now, in jury trial, you found for be a nippon so nippon watch, no more work court, no more make decision, or no more work with the facts. But when they come out with their decision, usually the court adopts them as the judgment of the court. Within the instance case, the jury do a decision about. On say Papa Kennedy Japan money $18 million. Now the see I will say a people na quite a dream person to say. Your damages, your ahodo be usually bear a 9 cry and 9 for the purpose of this discussion. There will be a fair actual damages. Now my money very relatable. I have to be a Chicago truck. Now, or the car, Akobo, be a taxi driver, a cab. Not taxi driver, was stand the car. Now, if you have car, could the shop of bear, was swimming and sun, Sunday, I can't agree. The car could be swimming shop me and a car not stand on the bedroom of who's coming nature, damages. Second one, a car now could you have swimming and sun, or bit compensation about driver because we want a car, or could you make a bigger whisker. You bet you to crack, I say. While no more necessary we have to punish you for it to serve as a deterrent to all other people who that will be punitive damages. Now, instruction that judge and not the man jury say when they are calculating the damages now, one more separately, the punitive damages should be separated from the other form of damage. Unfortunately, a buyer or more national necessary during they say, oh, Oman Tiasa, one more damages in the able. Now, my main country, and not that all your lawyer in now present to a client, you have to quickly be smart. I'm on my fast, Kennedy lawyers here fast, and on say, hey, and you're loophole. If you did not obey the instructions of the judge, they are any acquired of. That is where they filed an application for mistrial. Say, that their jury no and if they didn't go by the instructions, they are any a bit you can say other instructions are by man and we have filed an application for mistrial. the judge was of the view say application you can't make it orally and for anonka to control kata asobra. And a judge now almost 30 days. In the mistrial no na stage there or mistrial no say there was an error in the legal or the judicial proceedings or the trial. And at the end of the day, if the court comes to the conclusion some power application for mistrial not atuma, they have to start the whole trial again. Tuma, it means the verdict may stand, and then the court will.
So, Ejagwasi,
Yes.
which means for now, until we deal with the issue about the mistrial, the judgment stands.
So, for now, what we have to say is that, of anything, verdict is not the same as a judgment, right? Jury verdict is not the same as a judgment. The first of all, the jury verdict in the bar, it has to be entered in the records. And Safana courts also adjudgment and Sana or make also judgment in the entire judgment in the record. As of now, by reason of the mistrial application, even the verdict of the jury has not even been entered in the court record. Not even talk of say the court is or the judge is even coming to adopt him. Just as now we don't have a judgment. We have a jury verdict that has been objected to by way of the mistrial. That is where we are. And so because the judgment and the judgment they were over money in the NKB.
But okay,
the Papa lawyer Kanu, he's right. The one you interviewed, the gentleman you interviewed, he said something. He said, "Oh, after the judgment, the court says."
So,
that
can you allow Kwesi to finish,
Okay,
so that at least we can have a full conversation because you are in the studio.
Sure.
Anyway, all right. So, Kwesi, okay. So, Kwesi, Wadaruma, Kwesi, hold on for me. Pacho, so podium, mami. Mami Mbusa Evans Salasi Adika, who is part of the announced legal team. Evans, Pacho, Akwa Baby, where the fache say how Pacho.
No problem.
Okay, all right. So, Evans, quick one. Kwesi Kwatine a legal practitioner and MPP is a friend to Kennedy, and he is interested in the conversation. And I already say there is no judgment as we speak. From your explanation to us, what we laymen do understand now, and say there is a judgment, but he is claiming there is no judgment, and nobody can prove say judgment in the. But then Kennedy Crawford apply for mistrial, and after 30 days, that will determine whether the judgment from the jury will stand or not. But what is the issue?
I'm not involved in political banter or banters that have ulterior motives. I am strictly about facts and law. I was in court, okay, and as an officer of the court, you see, and I'm gonna catch them on the set. The mistrial, the request for a mistrial was dismissed. Who shares video now is security? Slow. The be a judge slow it down, use your means to decipher what the judge said. That is where the judge dismissed their request for a mistrial. Let us not get in the media space and misinform the public. I will not come and sit on your platform and do that. The judge promptly dismissed the request for a mistrial because that goes to the actual trial, including the finding of liability. So the question became, if you say, and look, I like I said to you very clearly, on Thursday when the jury came back, the lawyer instantly raised the issue of remittiture. Okay, and said that the jury award, it shocks the conscience of the judge, and using the supervisory powers to reduce the amount. Judge almost said, but he didn't say anything. Now, the bank court on Tuesday, they raised the same issue where lawyer and there's evidence and don't say only basis for right now. Basically, anybody who's saying this is saying that I'm not reporting the truth. Now, if you remember, someone sued Donald Trump for doing exactly that. I will not put my credibility and integrity on the line and come on your platform and spew lies. I am not a partisan politician. I'm not involved in partisan politics. I am purely a lawyer at the service of the nation. Okay? And On Tuesday, no, no, lawyer Corison, which is your Papa Kennedy Japan lawyer, raised the issue to the judge, and there's a video recording for all of them. Ebusa judge, they said, oh, on Thursday, when we raised the issue of remittiture, and you said there and and the judge said, no, I never said that. And we went to a lawyer and the car say, okay, at this juncture, no, we raised the issue of mistrial. Judge Ebusa, a lawyer, know his position. Our lawyer responded, said, even if there's some sort of defect in what the jury came back in terms of not following the instruction of Krana, the remedy is not a mistrial. The judge has supervisory powers to cure any mischief. Now, let me point out something important at this point. The cure, what is the cure? Perhaps our lawyer advocate said maybe the judge can fix it himself, or we set aside that portion of the award that our friend lawyer Corison saying that the jury went beyond their bounds for that, according that 8 million punitive damages. Now, we will just have to do a do-over of that portion. Now, it is important to note that this trial was bifurcated by Papa Kennedy, a Japan lawyer, specifically to deal with these punitive issues after the first phase. Our chair damages and liability, some of the liability in one step, and if they award a certain class of damages, which is compensatory damages, now it will open the door for punitive damages. Now, here, as someone judge, basically, the jury, the argument for punitive damages, instruct they came back and informed the court, oh, 18 million, if you tell who say, 8 million, that's one, punitive damages. So that is where the issue is right now. But like I said, we should have the same video now. At the end of the video, the jury was discharged. So we have never put in the public that there's a judgment. If you listen to what I said clearly now, I said a jury verdict came up, right, with $18 million. Now, the judge has not asked us, say, draft of judgment and the embrace now on here so we can proceed. In the interim, if the other adults they have any misgivings about that now, we need to file their
Lawyer Evans, Lawyer Evans, Mpacho may educate me kakra. Okay. What is the difference between verdict and judgment?
Okay, the judgment is the jury verdict reduced into writing. This iron crack and echo to an amount that organ will be an answer who execute it. So me first time I said all of this. I would say, prepare the judgment to the command judge in line with the judge's statements to ask in court in front of the other side. Not say, actually you can say it's the judgment. You could draft BB and I am for computer and court Adam. So I never said that, let us not try to spin it. No one is spewing any misinformation. I simply reported factually everything that happened that we have on video.
Okay, so which means Mobaje verdict from the jury and presented to the judge, right?
The jury already presented it to the judge.
Okay. Okay, but
the way it works, and of course, there is no take input from both sides. So I say,
yeah.
Computer no crown, no bed draft. And so in this case, video. I can show you video of all of this. There are many of these orders and things that were done in this court now. Either say so with the help of lawyer Corison or Papa lawyer no. Now, in the judge that for my judge through email, not judge not office no for printing or the other.
Okay.
The matter I say
okay.
And I'm honestly too next presented that judgment. Now that doesn't stop the other side from filing whatever they want to file. And once all of that gets to the judge's desk, the judge will decide what is expedient and what is expedient to do next.
Okay.
So let's not be playing this game of words.
Okay, so Lawyer Evans, sir, and yes, we are involved in this case. Maybe I am Bobie and can walk THA, and I have friends say Kabwa in Chichimukakra. Young fan say as we speak. So there is a loophole for Canada, Japan. to go back for a repeal on this matter.
There is no loophole for Canadian Japan. Canadian Japan can file a post-trial motion. Post-trial motion. And no, we also have we can also respond. If it's a judgment number plan or valid post-trial motion now, the judge will fix the judgment accordingly.
Okay, so they say no, you're trying, and you're maybe court judge.
Nothing stops us from presenting our judgment to the judge for signature.
For signature. Okay, all right. Like Evans, me da se be pray, me pacho. Unya jina so ba said the kind no. Sebio, would the only amount of 70 BBI, but lucky for us, no. Kwesi Kwatin so the legal opinion keke is not about politics anyway. But thank you, like Evans. I say Umbra Pacho Fache Kakra.
But you Kwesi Kwatin no court one.
Akwasi, unya busa now court war.
You see, I don't want to go in that far. First of all, I took offense to.
It's a simple yes or no question, my brother.
No, you don't decide how.
You come on air trying to impugn my character. I mean,
let me answer.
Anyway, have a great day.
Very well. But Mr. Marco.
Yeah, because
I felt that the partisan or politically exposed does not mean that you lack conscience when it comes to matters of law. If you are being very honest to us, even the president of the land is partisanly aligned. Indeed, who even says or not to a partisan? Indeed, the fact that I'm a member of the MPP and known does not mean I cannot speak law. And I don't know what the court was. We all have our associations and our network, and the people that we speak to. I have held 2 conferences with the Canadian Japan legal team. It is on that basis that is where I'm speaking, and also with the facts that are available to me. Indeed, Bobie, and I say, indeed, there is a final judgment of the court, or if he wants to even say the verdict of the jury, it's even the decision of the court. Do you really think, court to make a decision? I'll file an application for mistrial. Lawyer Ben the Reyesa, don't you think that reasonably any lawyer would have gone for an appeal? First of all, stay the execution and gone to a higher court for appealing decision. Which reasonable lawyer will go and file for mistrial? For the court to even throw the mistrial out. The judgment, final judgment. Why would I have to go and file a mistrial? Reasonably, don't you think, the court only a circuit court, I'll go to higher court to go and appeal. The higher court, I'll go to Court of Appeal to go and appeal. A Supreme Court, a Court of Appeal, I'll go to Supreme Court to go and appeal. And even at the Supreme Court, when the decision comes and I'm not happy, I can go for a review. Who would, even in its normal senses as a lawyer, say final judgment, you go and file for a mistrial in a final judgment? Indeed, the reason why it couldn't have been a final judgment is that you cannot file a mistrial after final judgment. After final judgment, you can only go for an appeal. This is basic law. In this, me politically exposed in the interview, imagine politics. I know this idea. I just leave it for you in the studios and the people listening to us with that. Again, or say the judge made a decision on the mistrial application. I wanted him to be on the line so that he gives us the ruling of the mistrial application. The ruling in a free court or by him. Because at the end of the day, ruling a day now for our apply maximum 2 days you will get it. Drama a ruling. Indeed the court ruled on the mistrial application. That's why I'm saying who in his right senses Anna court have make decision a real or will apply for mistrial. I think he made a point about Canadian Japan wanted to get the cost down. Yes, that is true. That is not disputable. See, after the verdict of the jury has been made known to the court, any lawyer will adapt all manner of strategies to be able to protect his client. One of them is to buy time. And buying time will even mean, and not necessarily even buying time, but you can use to buy time, but you can also use to even mitigate the damages on your client. And how do you do so? $18 million. You are representing the interest of your client. Reasonably, you will file interest and some court now adopt them and not any judgment. But if in that process you get to know, one more class a mistake in what they did, what do you do? Would you file for mistrial? So I really do not see.
But so with your explanation, meaning that there is no doubt that there is a verdict from the jury.
Oh, that's not in dispute.
Exactly. One. whether you call it a verdict or a judgment.
No, it's a verdict. The verdict is not in dispute, but there has not been any final. But it has not been entered into the court record.
Yes.
There is an existing verdict. That
yes. So there is no doubt that Orabia and not Penibia friend Ora Kennedy Japan and Orabia a friend Anas Akojina court. Ewa America brooch mem. I'm a jury ne ebobo asemono. Almost say Ora Kennedy Japan edifo. We know Achinye be anyone, right?
Yes, but but you see, for purpose of education, that cannot be an order of a court unless the court adopts it.
Okay, so which means Anas legal team no ewo final stage and as a final step to take. And son no much me to an amount say Ura we japade we were ha. And yes, sir.
Okay, Bobie, I don't know. I just have to maybe once again briefly explain. Even in murder trial,
yeah.
The jury verdict bar. Also, no, God and baby be a friend of summing up. Or any you with a question near who some jury need at your Mojuma say, the baby on me be on my and the face man, and son of what Jackson, and son of a discharge jury. But the music can say, one day I'm obey a mistake into my discharge them, so reconstitute the jury. That is when application for mistrial has been heard. And as of now, you cannot enforce that verdict because it is not the final judgment of the court.
Okay. So the whole argument from Wowo's side, and that's your opinion. And they say until say almost a judge no bit me affirm the verdict from the jury, they cannot enforce the verdict.
The judgment be anything.
Okay, all right. So I think when Evans now you are on the same wavelength, probably from different angles, because on also estate here that they need to present their documents to the judge, then they need to do some signatures, then they will take it from there. But there is this video.
Bobie, now we are parties in the suit, you know. Jury the way a common sense approach. Jury the verdict bar. Who document when other common judgment about the verdict. What the process are they? If you can only object to it or be okay with it and keep quiet. Jury has nothing. One also is the one reading the document when other common judgment. How are they? Who are you a member of the jury?
But there is this video that they claim say in that video judge ebo Kennedy application of mistrial no why
my heard video no. So you see one, I didn't hear that. You can also listen to yourself for yourself. But I say first of all 30 days from now is not far where the decision of the jury of the court or the ruling on the mistrial application will be heard, because Judge Nekatom said they have to file written application on the mistrial application. Indeed, so I can't say Judge anybody to we are giving them time. But the M of 1 week, one ruling now, Emra. Say Judge is not okay. You have to write it. Among ruling the maniere sampa the mistrial application, court no to the court of a decline or dismiss it. Near Musampa, indeed, the court dismiss it. Among ruling Emra. Me, I'm not permitted where you court in the website is out. But the court website is ING ruling be almost saying indeed the court dismiss it. Almost a party to it. If you have any idea, then they are able to me and farmer. What I say, in a Japan, almost someone farmer, and your mom for ruling the money. There's nothing like, and you see, the reason why I don't think it's necessary to even jubilate about this thing is that first of all, Bobie, say, assuming we even without admitting, the court no will say, jury no evidence, yajatum, or mistrial application, you about to go. In legal litigation, that is not the end. I can go for an order of certiorari if I believe that the procedure was not proper and pass it. Or worst case scenario, because the matter has ended in Umpono, I can just go for an appeal. Appeal, I also have 50-50 chances. Appeal, no say high court may make my court of appeal. I can go up to the Supreme Court. Matter we are filing it 2022. And you think you can. And if we even mistrial back, now we have to start the whole thing again. I don't think there is a jubilation and what have you. I don't think it helps anybody.
All right. Onia, thank you. You. All right. Kwesi Kwatin, former public relations officer at the Ghana Education Service. No, Ministry of Education, right? And in Kano. So these are some of the issues. But Divine and Kuma will join us in the studio. Sansuna Honorable Suleiman Adam about joining here in the studio. But already we have Lawyer Kote in the house and lawyer. So yes. Conversation man cost no
Mamika say we mundi I just with news no social media.
Oh okay.
Yes, I was not following it. I'm not even privy to the fact that there's a case between Ansah, my very good friend, and Canada Japan in the US. I'm not privy. But there's one thing that we must all know. With the simple culture, there are two issues. Either you win or you lose. Now, when you lose a case in court, the way the court has been structured, if you are not satisfied, you always have the right to appeal. The issue is there a judgment or there is no judgment?
Is there a verdict?
Also, no.
Start from there.
No.
Don't jump.
There is a verdict. From what I'm hearing, there is a verdict from the jury.
Against who?
There is a verdict from the jury against Canada Japan.
Finito.
No. But that is not the final judgment.
Yes.
But that is not the final judgment. So the verdict must then now be adopted by the court as the judgment of the court.
But so which means Evans in interview I never said it anywhere say the court has adopted the verdict.
So why jubilating?
Hey, when we say Evans about father?
No, me can't from what?
No, those jubilating probably are people who don't understand the legal.
When Evans, I think announced him, during the interview, he said something. I don't know whether I'm right, and if he's listening, he can correct me. He said that, well, the parties now want to talk to each other despite the verdict. What is that?
No, or say. After the verdict,
yes, the parties decided to
Kennedy team approach you
yes,
to compromise on the verdict.
You see, you can't compromise on the verdict.
No,
but I'm saying that Sokasa, and because it has not gotten to that stage. It has not gotten to that stage. What I say, what is happening? It has not gotten to that stage. The court, from what they are saying, has not given its final judgment. It is true, the jury, made up of 8 individuals, had made a decision against Canada Japan. That one is true. Now, at that stage, why discussion? Why? Because even if it is adopted by the court as the final judgment, as the lawyer said, the one worked with the Ministry of Education, Canada Japan has the right to appeal against the judgment. He has the right to appeal against. So therefore, everybody should exercise patience. Let the final judgment say.
Who say amount for a jubility?
No, me who be say obi a jubility. No, me I saw it in social media. Me who physical say obi abo powder say Canada Japan a lose the case. But I'm saying that from what is even on social media, there is no final judgment. There is no final judgment. Look, to even enforce the judgment, you must put your house in order. You see, mistrial. Why file application for mistrial? Why all those things to make up your case? Let's have the ruling of the court. Let's have it before you can say, oh yes, now we have a final judgment. Canada Japan, some kind and yet you have lost in somewhere in the United States. But even let's assume without admitting say Canada were losing, and so what? Ansah lost in Accra, lost in Ghana. Ansah versus Canada.
The same case, different locations, different judgments.
When it happens in Ghana, Bobie, when it happens in Ghana, when it happens in Ghana, we don't believe in our judicial system. when it happens in Ghana. Oh,
who don't believe in our judicial system?
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying
no.
But
even listeners and Ghana for Ghana.
Do you know what Ansah said? Do you know what Ansah said?
So be specific.
Do you know what Ansah said after the judgment? What he said after? Ansah is a lawyer. We were mates in school. He's a lawyer. We were mates in school. You must learn to admit defeat. Now you went to the US. I don't know the nature of the case he took to the US. Whether they are the same
case.
Yeah, they cannot be the same case. They cannot be the same case. They can never be the same case.
Why?
They can a case that has been determined in Ghana. Why should you think that you pick that same case to a different jurisdiction for determination? Won't your lawyer raise the issue that this case had already been considered?
But probably you haven't spoken to Kennedy legal team.
No, I'm saying that. So I'm saying that I'm speaking from the lawyer's perspective that the issues cannot be the same because the one in Ghana.
Okay, so that is not what is in contention.
Yes, but what is in contention now is there a final judgment of the court against Kennedy Ajipon? No. There is a verdict from the jury. That one is true. But as we speak, both legal teams, nobody is able to put on social media that this is the final.
Oh no, but Ansah and Crawford made that baby and catch up. What
is the issue?
Evans was clear on the matter. No, Evans was just explaining the matter.
Bobie is not explaining the matter. He's not explaining the matter. Is Evans a lawyer?
Yes.
So if he's a lawyer, he should be able to tell you. You see, when you were interviewing him, I keep on telling you that look, ask him whether there is a final judgment or whether the verdict has been.
Said there is any.
So what is the issue now?
No issue.
So what is the issue now?
We only want a issue.
No, what is the issue now? No, if I ask you, what is the issue?
I haven't passed any comment. I'm just interviewing.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I haven't passed.
But I thought that you put to Evans whether after the verdict,
Evans can't say no. There is no need for me to
say then.
He was emphatic that the jury, I'm a verdict.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Sir.
Now the judge or the court needs to adapt the verdict.
So is there a final judgment? So is there a final judgment? No, Pacho, don't let the way go. So is there?
Me me. Anybody catch I will say.
No. Say.
Or say yes, sir. Say court to adapt the verdict of the jury
to make it so the adoption will
a judgment.
So based on that, Bobie, let me see. There is no final judgment in the suit.
Okay. So your issue is about there is no final judgment.
Yes.
But your issue is not about the verdict from the jury.
No.
Okay. All right. So I agree. Anyway, Divine Akwaba. What's on that? Okay, so a quick comment from a listener. Bobie, this is the information circulating on social media from the NPP. Okay, so let me leave this one. What is wrong with people jubilating on social media? When a braggart like Kennedy has been slammed with $80 million, we will jubilate. Anyway, anyhow, well, that is your opinion, but all right. So now, another journalist has sent me a message. So when Kennedy Japan won the case here in Ghana, and they were jubilating, did anyone tell them it was too early to do that? They should give us a break. What is most important now is that there is a verdict, and that the verdict is against Kennedy Japan. You better pop out that way too. Sorry, it just anyway. So Divine, what follow question? I don't know whether Obana will follow lawyer Evans and Kwesi so argument on this same matter. Probably you have picked some few information from your end.
Bobie, Mamichia, it's here for the Ashafuna. Naminchia, Minyapenny. Munim. For me, I won't sit here and pretend say me a legal brainy and I say luminary. Say be me war. The working some of the can you know him say baby I grammar na me to masumo. But the technicalities in the man no be beyond my mentias here. It's in we call the street law na ye nimu de ye nimu abonten. They di kind say asem no if he fan ya ba be do baby ayedui. De bia mpanyifo asem bi o kan say brebramba amanie emba ena sometimes no on say uno binya asem na se mo pre ho ana mo twen sometimes so popo na ni kire obibrea jano no kwa pre a oba koto ne ben ma wo baabi ana ya wase mi e kan say me na odi yemi a me nka wo hwe na so ye bo wa bonten a me nje wo say ye osa on say ora Canada Japan wagidin agentini ewo ensem keka ho ene abodin keka ne ensem akese ho waka dia for bebre. And in Ghana for instance no ensem bebre a waka no afa no adi yentumi ntwe na bo so yentumi nwe ne hwi o kai say or attack judiciary na is it justice any Bobie okay justice any case be our attack no it was a big deal and also omoye ensem no wan judiciary na kofa no hudi na me de me yan say politics na yesisi ya o but ensem we atechai de titare nkrofo no me so won say omde ni ko gina honom no o sin ensem no kan nyina no or say it was the spell of something like it just happened no but anya asem o mini no ni evidence bia they make can say it is a woni evidence bia na woni asem bia ada na utumi ka asem ya the fan crofo ho edi go am hu fisa. And it's the same thing as some of these things are okay in the past. Say sometime be okoka asem bi fa Lodina Mahama ho osio all the appointments in yama bebre onu mu Lodina kura to me fire sika ono approving no you could be ase osio and ono anere a obetumi aka de ope intuti Moses had the way akwakoye ni suban bia odi ahye ne ho a time bia okeka nsem no basa. And me I encourage any youth and as a bebunu and as a young person bia wa enter into politics say ube emulate part the way ora Canada Japan can nsem no sometimes on care say enye factual say nsem no ka no ebi wa na basis bia ni ho enso no ojina na so no ha nani no ka no ya no akegu me de akwakosi enya de ameka say me jubility aba be bo ho powder say
can be my botu
emba me botum ena me nkoka say ye di akere no nti no ye da nyankopon ase e ono ankasa no jejereje sabi ono an be suamu nyansa so be suamu nyansa mpodia but e ono ankasa na semwa because asem we so anko pass am ma say nkasem bi ani wono ana me bwa say anko pass nkasem bi ani wono me nanum won say the lawyers for be say 3 ena ejina anum a obi e che na opinion we ka we senyo no koye ya nanka lawyers for betwe ne ho dawre e masisi ya kan ho nsem sa it's because of ono an nsem akwakoye intimidate sa judgment ya be there well you do know why me cause aka judgment because etia me start to say me can verdict for court ache they be say verdict aba me sum yes judgment ba me sum until say another be by a friend judgment different from what we have heard right now no the 80 million no and no one na yenim whether verdict no whether you say jury verdict whether judge whatever some technicality when people from people hope you apart from 80 million no asem from be chire from you say
but you see almost say, and even says so kind that until the court will adopt the verdict, they cannot go after Canada Japan.
Whatever it is, at least unim on say indicting no. Let's focus on the indictment, you know. Right now,
exactly.
Where we are,
exactly.
It's indicted. It shows he's not credible.
Yes, that one.
That is the. Let's focus on us. As some no see judgment in the paper. If I say judge. So whether he will enforce, he will endorse, admit or not admit, no. To see a baby a generation say, Papa no, na sembi obeke biano. Our can find only na so bia. Yes, I am.
Or just say the so-called 1 month mistrial.
That is not.
No, even the mistrial will not discount because the point is that the court proceedings, you know, so read the content now. It's saying that the man himself acknowledged that he didn't have any evidence. Oh, my kind in some no.
What can court proceedings? What are you sure? Are you sure?
No, I have read. Say.
From where? From where?
Oh, I read online.
No, it's not a matter of the judgment. It's not
I'm not talking about judgment. I'm saying that he himself admitted in court that he didn't have any evidence via some no kind. Only in so and no quite enough. Ah, tell me no general is here kase yo. Na ma ba be kan sem ya bi ato so. Na wo buafu na de mi ko gina court. Whether judgment or no judgment, na mi gina court enim kase Mr. Manka ni yi. Asem be mi o na ho.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But you see, whatever Kennedy Ajapon is going through, say, oh, Kasa, you don't need to hold it. You don't need to
use your microphone.
You don't need to stretch it. You don't need to stretch it so much. Rather, you are a politician. The Wafamunu should be a lesson to those who have opportunity to speak publicly.
And also on cancer market and you advise to him,
yes,
no, it's not a voice.
No, it's not a voice. I'm saying that he is a politician. Those statements Kennedy made, most of these statements is made on political platforms. Most of these statements, he also made them when he have access to microphone. Now, and Kennedy pay. And Kennedy pay. Say, let me tell you something. The NDC. Everybody should know. Say, no, say, everybody should be careful. Now, unless I have access to microphone. If I'm to speak something on Bobie, should be what I know, but not to tell you.
Yes,
oh no, me kind. I have not read the judgment. Me kind yet. I have not read it. I have not read it.
See, even the jury, cut them some slack. At least give them some respect. It's all got thrown in.
Divine, listen to me. In Ghana, Kennedy Ajapon versus Anas. If you read the judgment and things that were said against Anas, you understand? The credibility of Anas cannot be tested anywhere when you read it. Now, the same Kennedy Ajapon versus Anas in the US, yes, the jury has come out with their verdict saying that, look, Kennedy, what you said was wrong. I have not read Minkai yet. If you ask Minkai yet, there is no judgment for me to make a say.
No, but
it's not about judgment.
We all agree that
yes, we
are waiting for the court to adapt.
But for the fact that
there's a verdict.
There's a verdict. Let's discuss the verdict.
The verdict is the
so let's stay there.
I agree with you. We're on the same wavelength. I'm saying that for him to find himself at that level should be a lesson to all of us. Say, I've known Bobie for years. Bobie the betchen. But he will not allow you. That is what Kennedy finds himself. I'm not for Kennedy Ajapon. I didn't want to Ghana. Say, what Kennedy have said about politicians in Ghana.
Okay.
So be as your betchen now Kota. But Obia Jan with your cop, Mijao cop. The people Kennedy and can't far Akufado. Then I can't come far John Mama. Then I can't come far Judge. But everybody was looking at him. Everybody was looking at him. Now, yes, somebody who really want to contest on the ticket of a political party. Look at the disgrace of about the US. So I'm saying that it should be a warning. Say, oh, yeah, will be idea. Not back how. One day the person will react. But you see, whatever we do, Kennedy Ajapon is one of us. Let's wait and get the judgment and see what the judge will say about
it. So your interest is that Kennedy is one of your party.
I'm saying that Kennedy Ajapon, I have not mentioned party. Kennedy Ajapon, you're going to so I'm saying they are one of ours. Let's get them. Let them come and give them a well welcome. Next time, please know your boundaries. If you want to say something about somebody, please be careful. I saw him on social media. The way you cry your friend now or you see that? Yeah. Oh, watch it. When the case was mentioned, the way he stood up, you will see that it's a different environment altogether. It is a different environment altogether, and that's what I'm saying. That the way we talk as politicians, the way we talk we must be very careful. And yes, sir, one day one of us will also find him or herself in such a disgraceful manner. I'm not here to speak for Kennedy Japan. I'm not backing him. He may have his facts, but you must have a second look at it.
All right, so Ato Banks, your mate.
Yeah, Ato Banks. Yeah, hey, Nazi. I call him Nazi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
So we were mates in school.
Law school.
No, Ato Banks, Holy Trinity.
Okay, all right, okay. Anyway, but.
Asam na okay ni nyina no. Asam wa na me ka no na oni ma agree no.
I agree with you. Go on.
So the nyina no, we have come to the understanding say yesi no akoya de abeda ho no ma ye nyina no say ye kasa ye hwe ye kasa ne nsem a ye kafa nkrofo ho.
That's right. sorry.
And it also gives credence to the fact to say the integrity and credibility of Kennedy Japan no, as a person, no, you're finishing. No, the verdict, no, what you have to say, judge, no, ebe adopt it, ebe accept it, and I say, obey, no. What we have before us, no, let's discuss it. The conclusion, the bottom line is that he goofed.
As far as he's dealing with Ansah is concerned.
Yes, as far as this matter is concerned, no. Let's just say we're goofy and I say he's messed up. And so me I the way no as say ya dia ye nyina no ye di ebe sua bibia film. And again I think say ye yankasa judiciary na kasankasa ne so no a mass assembly we are going to raise a lot of questions about.
No, I disagree with you.
Why do you disagree?
I disagree with you.
Why?
You see, the fact is say Kennedy Japan is almost losing the case in the US. Does not mean that the judgment given in Ghana was wrong. So don't doubt the integrity of the Ghanaian judiciary.
I have not doubted. I'm just questioning the Obankasa credibility to an extent.
No. There's nothing like credibility.
No. Muya Samanya.
No. Are you saying that? No, Divine.
No, but
are you saying that at all costs? Kennedy must lose that case, and that must win that.
No. But who is saying that?
That's what he's saying.
No.
So where you are?
The reason why I brought in the Ghanaian, one, it's about defamatory and libelous comments. Oh yeah. And you be saying say, Abranti, inti someone who can papa will say, why say no. Emudia when I would say no cross you. Miankasa Masaranda and some be bro no more. It was Ebia Popobli. No, that is what was said. Like he's saying that he didn't have evidence. But if he didn't have evidence in Ghana, now to be found who they are, Eban is saying I'm on there, Yachin too. And I say, your verdict about to no.
Divine, what did in the crowd trial, in Ghana trial, and that has his team of lawyers. Kennedy Japan has his team of lawyers. They all presented their case before the court.
That's why I'm questioning the Ghanaian system, sir. Obviously, on the evidence.
The cases are not the same.
Why are they not the same?
Who what do you call the Ghanaian court? Do you know who what they call Ghanaian court? Who what they call Ghanaian court?
Educate me.
I'm not educating.
It's not the same thing.
If you don't know, don't.
It's not the same matter.
If you don't know, you don't know.
But it's not the same thing.
I'm saying that if you don't ask me the same thing, you are saying that he lost put the Ghanaian judiciary in question. Why do you have to say that? You don't even know the case. It's
not the same matter.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Okay, so if we are not sure, listen. No, don't let me go. So help us with
listen. I'm saying that if the case, if the same facts has already been determined at the Ghanaian court, there's no way that same case will be determined in the US. Call any lawyer. Call any lawyer. That's a case. But listen to me. That's a case. The same facts, the same parties, everything has already been determined in Ghana. Then you pick the same case to another jurisdiction for another judge to be determined. Law Benjamin. There are dissimilarities in the case. They are not the same case.
wo tia sisi we lawyer pa kokuni say wo obabi pa not seminar wo tunefo a wo beka say ne ora kan Japan sem so no kan nsem no kan nsem basabasa no on fan role model and
me can say Nyama Kida Japan.
But we are talking about law.
Yes, me can say why should I do that?
No, so about morality, but no, this is a fact to say. I didn't know what kind of the problem about. I don't
but
I know the problem about.
So it is all problem.
But the issue is discussed based on law.
And the law is what I'm saying, sir.
On moral issues. Somebody.
No, I'm not saying it's not about the Subayo. Send you what can somewhere there some abano. Bobie.
No, your nuances, any Ghana. And I gonna say, it's I nuance.
I'm not make us say. So let's
hold it. If they are to execute the judgment, if there's a judgment, and announced lawyers are to execute it, say they're gonna Japadena ever.
Debbie.
So it is. It has come to the limelight because Kennedy is a high-profile politician. That is why we are all talking about it. But who is he? It is his own case. It is his own case. Bobie, does it affect you?
No.
It doesn't affect anybody. It is his own case.
But the reason why we are all discussing is because we're a high-profile politician. And so that is why, as I say, put in to what they say. Tesiano, the man of the party now, the political party, any Ghanaians in what is in it? I admit to say wrong or no.
By this one, you should know. This one,
it's wrong. What so wrong is wrong. That's all I'm trying to say.
Sent me a message. Bobie, Kennedy Japan, after the first case in Ghana, later granted an interview to a radio station in the US of A. Mm-hmm. His comment in the US of A was even more harsher than what he said earlier in Ghana. And that was why Ansah brought a fresh case against him in America. So you see, the case here and the case in America, difference.
More harsher words.
Yes,
more harsher words.
It's the same.
No, it's not the same. No, but
the same accusations. Then you that to add more.
So are they the same? They are not the same. They are not the same. If they are the same, after the Ghanaian court, or see, he granted an interview, and Asema Okikafa announced were more than what he said, and those extra ones, he has no evidence to back them. That is the import of the message received by Bobie. Or Sanki Khan Yamabua and yet. What is it?
The point is that there is a verdict.
Yes, the verdict. We didn't know animals. Verdict no one say verdict see until say be next 30 days. Miss trials and miss judgment those appeal whatever. You see Bobie 7 hona e bono. Na ye verdict no. E hwa na e bebo.
But Minia, a dear Nekofa assassin we buy. Yeguso Yedim Komo we no. For almost Ahmed Swali Assam way is almost like 6 years now, or 7 years. We have been struggling. Ye change IGP on Monday, right? It was on Monday.
Yeah.
It was on this Monday.
Yeah.
Or last week. It was on last week Friday. Yeah, last week Friday. You need to change the IGP. Saturday. Sunday. Yeah, that's already Monday. I see a Chubi.
Daniel.
Yeah, or you're linked to Ahmed Swali. Ewuno. Yeah, one issue. Yeguso Ayebobo, what we have heard is say he has been remanded. The first-hand information we have is that guy in the Sunday Ahmed Swali pictures Emma Kennedy Japan. So this issue, Kennedy Japan name is popping up once again. They are dealing with the civil suit and whatever, but the criminal aspect too, Kennedy Japan name is coming up. Guy in the say just pictures and was sending Mark Kennedy Japan, and that is what he know about the whole matter. And Omar remanded guy no ene. So Kennedy Japan edi SI ne mu. Sir, ye be jamu ye nyamu na nra. We subahwimu about the civil suit that verdict aba. Since someone Kennedy erase far your friend say Ansah no na nsɛm a onni nyina so bia but yengo tie Kennedy Japan on on the suit.
Okay.
Dama oko suit no America no. Yengo tie Kennedy Japan on the suit. And small tran studio in connection with Ansah ne Jumedia okodi wa America etiano. Okay, so semi production team between abo me a quick one almost set me but minia Ahmed Swale incident my men shas and friends Ahmed Swale incident from Kennedy Japan from the MPP till data afina at least I say you make progress what do you think about
yo me that's it unim Ahmed Swale case is just one of many other issues pendia our system ni mo yenya solution as yenya information bia ewo ho a yetumi akase osimesi poten anasa asem no yebua awie hwe unim say Ahmed Swale asem ya yeke it is not the only matter say na ye discuss you we wo ho of late JB Dankwa case.
Yeah, there's a Kennedy woman.
It's not about Kennedy.
Okay.
It's about Sanya in Semono.
Okay.
Young to me and finding solution. So sir and some way all because of the way I handle issues. Ama na ye basa basa. Unim say sir Ahmed Swale asem we buy. Kennedy Japan even after people started pointing hands and as fingers and they told us to say oh Zenia or then the picture about 2 TV so onimu bi and asem no bi fa ne ho no unim so no be there police ni no including that party say waka kire om ni pa ho a oku Swale ononim onu ankasa be ka say waka kire om no munim ni pa omo hyase a Ahmed Swale ekun no. So I am surprised because Bobie, me tell the CAU. Imagine say you did come here.
Whatever money I have to pay. Washington, good lawyer.
What do you mean?
America. I'll strip this boy naked. Whatever money I have to pay.
Washington, good lawyer.
What do you mean? I have money to sue you and pay the best lawyer in America. I'll strip this boy naked. Whatever money I have to pay.
Washington, good lawyer.
What do you mean? I have money to sue you and pay the best lawyer in America. I'll strip this boy naked. Whatever money I have to pay.
Washington, good lawyer.
What do you mean? I have money to sue you and pay the best lawyer in America. I'll strip this boy naked. Whatever money I have to pay.
Washington, good lawyer.
What do you mean? I have money to sue you and pay the best lawyer in America. I'll strip this boy naked. Whatever money I have to pay.
Washington, good lawyer.
What do you mean? I have money to sue you and pay the best lawyer in America.
Washington, good lawyers. Washington, good lawyers. Pa. Only justice anan, but ina kind way.
Abuapapo.
No, so Washington.
Good lawyers.
Good lawyers, pa. Good lawyers. Why is that you can read your pocket?
Who say, Udu Kai say, the Udu Kai said the first time, so only Kevitela case, and no some dread, no, a war, the Ticos are creak, a Korea chileno, and also fans how, and no day keke. Share. Ahmed Swale symbolize na me ka se say Oreke Japan akase onim nipa ombo hyase a omeku no no de onim ho hwe enti me bisa o e ba ne say na IGP the police directorate no tena se a eye hwe ha all this wala omo information no mo form nsanka obia kopem time IGP sesan eno ne question a esese ye bisa Bobie, what him say see a omemu say one ye who careful now na mo no be deal bonia. Why you look at do bonina fan where do you? Because I say mrano protect e bi no mu and e bi mo no mu a mrano e shield omo and e bi mo so na deal with them in a very harsh manner. Because mintiasi di ntia obi tumi bie na no tumi kasa ono nim nipa okun obi no afa no ho adi ye bisa ne hwe ye invite no ye ntoto na no ye nya ne hwe na obi akwagia mu na ne ho akɔkyere no hwɛ IGP owura dampare the star ono ankasa no the police service no de ba manage no oka ho bi na some of these things no aye basa na yentumi nya information bia ewo ho no because akwakwa no 1,000 and akwakwa no IGP celebrity inti no de bia na camera esi ne so Bobie time wa me mani fia me minyi no there was not a single regional commander won't ni dia won nim ni say ono in charge of this operation and Ansah dey we ono in charge hwe obi se tu ewo gene ni ebebo police e ko report police na say na say da parete no obe invite all commanders munshia no atuka no Africa cameraman no akwa gina mu BBC watakwa district commander ohonum obe Canada parade akoje ho fans it will be say all those commanders ni nyina no moto so mo yeden what the greater Accra commander dinda hwe case bi bae what is a branch bi twitwa enkola eni ne namfofo e de she fridge mu e wo bron half ho so obe kaya wouldn't say case ni bae no mo handler on man na da pare ko e na no omo de akra o se omo fa akra ni di nachi omo de bae what case no wasem no bibia asembesi bia da pare ko na akokoje asem no o se mo fa ma me amasem mo bia nka ho asem oni ho bi otio jack of all trade sasem esi wo asaman kese se sie dan pare ni won asem ni sie district commander ni force any the command work police for no e be ko rescue be ko ye adwuma ni wie on board amane pe no aba no aba be grant interview say on no ye no asaso akoje ho fans and it is the same reason why when is a police for ni jan say ye me ye hwe edu ba bi the police for ni say ye my senya wo ye ho wo je ho me na mo obi nka bi interview ba o se me kasa obi ko ka bi a na ya twe no na ye question is identity na wo kasa ye obi ansoma wo no ye si jai bram pare itunim say cases bia very critical big deal wo Ghana bia dan pare dex so na da na ye nya ho hwe. Oh no, I'm telling you, no, it's true. No, the police see when you go to the police service, they will tell you say all the cases they allow Bia Mobi Alpha. It told him say homophobia in the police service you're from Dampare boys. Yeah, I know. When him say a junior rank staffer, homophobia she they report that follow the chain of command. Report to directly to Dampare himself. It's commanders no Bia Samu Nyashi. And we know this one. Only police in Ibia Kasa, they know some way in happen in the system. And not in some of these cases, and then I'm on more. Nakami Bisao, a ban saying that party fees were the chair. This guy was in the country, US.
Times when we have access to Kasa. And don't make your case as if Dampare was so useless when it was the IGP who did it.
No, but you are misquoting. Who the worst is Shaman?
If you check,
when you
check the statistics, I'm not speaking for Dampare.
But no, for you to use that word, I never said he's useless.
You know that under Dampare, the crime went down.
That is what you don't know.
Hold it. Let me finish. Let me finish.
And that is what you don't know. The reason why we statistics, a problem and a police service near company say, murder cases is here. Instances as you are accredited and Asantimanpo. Now Asantimanpo police commander will speak on the matter. No, Dampare will serve it.
Well, that is your.
Yeah, Debbie, that is the reality. Dampare years at Ghana Police Service, Ogu PR, officially. As far as I
you are saying it. You are saying it. No, you are. And I'm saying once again, don't you see once again.
You are officially. Let us teach you. Officially, Ghana Police Service. Dampare Troy say were disbanded all regional and district PR officers.
So
and in Yemen America, are they your official there?
Now.
Yemen America.
The issue what you would say. Argentina Dampare free hono. Then someone has been arrested.
Okay, so he.
I just want to. When it gets to murder, what I say, Obi Akuobi, the police is conducting an investigation. It is not an easy task. It is never an easy task. Are you telling me and our listeners that since Amadu sell the case to Bayern, the police had not made any arrest in connection with the murder? Is that your case? That people have not been invited to give their statements. Say and say he knows the one who killed the gentleman. And no pay. I can say on him. What I say. But you see, that's why I keep on saying that somebody can say something, they all can. When you put him to street proof, when you put him to street proof, and the police must take their time to conduct a thorough investigation, has a prima facie case against a suspect before the police can present that person to court for trial. You talk about JB Dankwa, the lawyer representing the accused person, or madam. Are you aware that the case is in court? Are you aware that that case is being contested fearlessly in court? Are you aware?
Now, but if it's contested in court,
yes, no. He mentioned JB Dankwa. He mentioned JB Dankwa. So I'm saying that, and yes, Obiaku JB Dankwa. Police in here. But
what you said, the recent judgment, recent like case in the Kosono. What you say? There's a point that the judge is questioning the prosecutor. Say, "Oman fast some information be a mano. Ombe jai guy no manako."
So you blame who? So you blame.
It's a wuka. Oman so just say every wuka.
Say, Bobie, that's what I'm saying. That
okay. So
when it's come
from
to
your experience,
yes,
who do you blame?
No. You see,
from your experience,
you blame those who prepared the case to court. Till one the police. One the police.
Yeah.
The prosecutors also in charge of the case. That is what
that's the criminal investigation department.
First, those who conducted the investigation before they will say that this case is ripe to be presented to court.
Okay, so let's blame individuals, but not the police service.
No, I'm not saying that you should even blame anybody. I'm saying that when there's a high-profile cases like JB Dankwa, like Amadou Swale, crime has no expiration date. We should allow the police, the CID, to even if we take 10 years to present the case to court, because at the end of the day, if you take the case to court, you must secure victory. The police at times we put pressure on the police. They say yes, let's take them to court. You take them to court. Go into the boss. That one is not a political platform. Get to the boss. Then when under cross-examination, like what our brother did in the US, yes, we have a new IGP. An effort has been made. Somebody has been picked up. Why should that? And so, Nipakunu, is he the one who killed what's the name? Was he the one? So the police will take that, even if 10 years. At the end of the day, we expect that those who were involved in the murder of the gentleman will be picked up and presented before the court for trial. And no, that is a murder trial. You cannot, because of political expediency, say because of politics, you put divine before the court. That divine okunu, so the judge must give less rule against him for divine liberty to be taken away. No, that is not how the law works, my brother. That is not how the law works. This is not a civil trial. I'm telling you, as I sit here, meaning say the police under Dampari had made series of arrests. Of course, they will write your statements. You'll be granted police bail report. The police will continue until the police is satisfied that look, we have now gotten him. Let's present him before the court. That is how things are done. That is how things are done. The police, in fact, I'm into criminal cases. The police CID, you have no idea. They are doing very well. You have no idea.
So are you holding brief?
I'm not holding brief, but the way I walk,
you are shocking me.
That's the fact. That is the fact. You have never handled a case of that sort before. You are not a policeman. You are not a lawyer.
I'm a citizen. A concerned one.
Because you don't know what happens there. You don't know what happens there. Let's see whether you will present something before the court as far as that case is concerned. Let's see.
Meaning what?
I'm saying, we have a new IGP.
I'm just telling you, Yama happened in the past and that Dampari.
My brother.
Are you wrong?
You see,
the police institution.
We are not here discussing the right or wrong of Dampari. And Dampari is not the police institution.
But
is not,
he was the embodiment.
I'm saying that Dampari is not Ghana Police Service.
The power hijacking service, no, they are saying the court or no, the open or the no.
As you say this thing, when you are pick and say that, give an evidence, you speak like a Rajipo. That's what you see. You see, you don't use this platform to make statements which you yourself, when you are put street.
But I'm telling you, I'm not saying what I'm supposed to say.
The Ghana Police Service. Do you work all what you are saying?
But
it's not hearsay.
Do you work with the presidency? But don't you talk about issues about governance? Have you been appointed as a minister? No question. Have you been appointed as a minister? When I say so, yeah, Ghana Police. But he's a citizen.
I'm saying I say my all can or say under Dampari.
But first
to Ghana Police into his pockets or any regional commander here, Juma. You don't even need
that regional commanders. When you talk to them, they say yes.
I said, mention it. Mention the name.
Everybody knows.
No, mention the names.
You. Yes, I'm coming to lie. You when if
because Dampari exited. Now somebody has been arrested. No, don't say these things. The Ecoso Ghana Police Service, criminal CID department, you don't know. You don't know. I'm telling you, don't know.
See, the kind of pressure. The CID finance will tell you the kind of impediments are under that party. Yeah, the two about they were having challenges. There were certain places they couldn't go.
The Ghana we want to create. You don't work with the Ghana police.
I said,
you are not a lawyer. But yes,
you are not even you are not in US. As you see, I can't Japan. Can Japan case your US?
I'm not an economist. Okay. If you ask me any question, the pertaining economics, I will let everybody knows that me, my education, economics is limited. I say my mechanic. You don't know. I say my mechanic. What I say, yeah, the amount, and I'm using my lay mind to make an opinion.
That is what.
And the layman, you know, or he is speaking on facts. Said Dampari when he was the IGP. The police institution is not doing well at all. One, regional commanders. But if you check the statistics, I'm saying go and check the statistics. Whether under Dampari, crime never went down. Go and check.
It's because information here from Babon, they never divulge information about the crime rate.
Hold on. Kwasi, Mame, 2021.
Yes.
And Buonu.
I don't have it here. I don't have it here.
So I don't know who said that.
You say I don't have it.
I don't have it. So I don't know who.
Next time when I
give you off head. Give me.
See next time. I'll give you set department by
department. So I don't know who.
At least give me. Just give. Do you dispute it? Do you dispute it?
I dispute it.
So under down Paris 2024. What was?
So give me the figure.
No, you say you have it.
I'm saying the figure. Give me the figure.
Wrong.
But you are saying that under down Paris was better.
I'm saying that under down Paris,
armed robbery was down.
So my figures.
I'll give it to you.
When?
This one I'll give it to you. I don't have it here.
So you don't even know.
I know for a fact that under down Paris, you can even Google.
But okay, so Google. Google. No, but you are holding a smartphone. You are holding
my battery is low.
I beg. I'll come back.
Mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past. The NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir. The nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with. And they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. We will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past. The NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir. The nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with. And they will be there for a long time.
Give us core capsules as well. And money menina cocoa yadi, Sisiadi, a mamania yam Timotete woman, Yedruno, Manumbi, a mamma demme. Give us core capsules, Mrs. Simoye Ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me.
Oh, yeah.
Hey. Give us in no. A man ni jia bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomunum dia. Na eni jeni ahwadeno. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules.
And men what if you do what you do kwan efa.
Give us core capsules.
A pain for a batter one more menu for an kwada if you do me nunka ho. E wo drugstore beer mo to phone call Give us Herbal Center, Teshi Mobile, and Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050 68
FD Ajay Edredi Nkratui Atu.
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Hey! When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huadeng.
Refuse to grow, and you offense Swabek.
And what day immune system when Yankopon, and you're ready for Yadmusam Waya Hubano, and Nasawunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia, Yadiantimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Dronua dance yes, and Yarua who ran Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarua Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a home car. No, Yamwa suing Yano, a way a home buying every home. And now Mumpa, Omuan Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor in Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Momo who are deep in tea. Ya Omuntim Pose, Yaria Esiomo, Imbusaba Mesa, and walk Kaisi, and you may move Bia Yato in Ro, and to form friend 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Kratui Majiatu say.
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Hey, say the Mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. No, me who grab me, say, and Nunti no mania award, a word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, the Cassa, and as a boy, the and cannon to them you.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. As soon as want to say, near Kuro Etuno, near Anka, Awananum, Obana, Bemo Power, and Yarwankaye.
Nancy Mameka say, and Espana called Moekayeno. Greenfield Adarumenti, and was our selection and also APM.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, our ultra modern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should share the Pediadi Moankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe. Now me say, a free brami who the beer we are active, very strong and energetic.
We are 100%. Na nina ne sadie me hwe me nipadua sofa na de boa me mama hoden mama timi kwabada ene tabia zanika heba mister.
Tabia zanika heba mister. Ah, what do you want dance here cheme?
Ho dance here de enya wonko me de dawure na ato so. Na me de atra nipa pempem. Tabia zanika heba mister. Ma to ne de nyamnyama. Sa wonom a emenkwamu a ewo nipadua no mu a ye fra mu asojafo eye wide blasters na hoden enti nipadua ne nya hoden sonko kutia yare ahodo bebre enti wonta nyare enti na dam ye strong no eye general well-being of the body enti ye adwuma ewo nipadua na kwa no mu ba bia
me am to me hu anya se busua bia
eye busua nchemfa se obi de ne ho to tabia zanika heba mesa so a eden se obeyare na nya na ewo ba bia tonto aduro bia hye ne nso se obi a onya mfinhye dumienu apemfo ene abatan a oma omanofo entime no bi FDA ahwehwe sa adwade nkratro mu agye to me se ye
otuboni awusu wie makorabo apete oba pajwa pie tamirifa pie ni amane hu
asuna abusuapani Kwasi Mensa a owo bosomade opani Alhaji Tufuhene Nana Kwadwo Tachi opani Kwasi Nkrumah wo nyina ewo asen kuruwa opani Kwame Mensa ewo asen bosomade abusuapani Kwame Opon Nana Jando ewo Katachi ase owura Thomas Dwamana ewo London abrochimemu Opon Kwaku Jan ewo Canada abrochimemu oba pani ama Aboachiwa ewo adwumako oba pani Monica Dwamana Tobia ewo Tem oba pani Cecilia Dwamana Tema oba pani Abaya ewo Kumase oba pani Sofia Dwamana oba pani Anna Dwamana Madam Agatha Dwamana ewo Austria Madam Rose Dwamana ewo Tem Madam Teresa Dwamana ewo Koforidia wone asona busua wo mo Katachi ase ene amanoni nyina ade yaw ne awerho ese omanfo ayie se oba pani Mary Dwamana eda ya wansori na yeta frɛ no Achoa Apia onyamfihia adiokro mienu sei ena abusua eja ne kwan wonsi amu no ho pɛ na mmom ne fiada ɛyɛ match bosom da toso aduonu nwɔtwe awa fimpinu ne aduonu numu no ɔmakwa kwa fa mu no ade aba beto empam ama ɛdɔm abɛhwɛ n'ani akyi wowie a memenda wo ba bɛyɛ awufu som na wode agya ne kwan wofiri hɔ a wɔkɔpɛ ne korabrɛ na wɔne no adi ntitimu kwasiada match bosom da toso aduasa wɔkɔyɛ ne na ase asɔre ɛwɔ Roma Catholic asɔre a ɛwɔ Fanti Nyankoma se ahinkuro yewie a yɛbaba bɛtena se yɛba bɛyɛ na yie anmusikasa etwatoɔ Katachi ase funeral grounds wa ɛma wogya wɔkyere no ebi enie owura Felix Buadi ɛyɛ businessman Tema owura Set Tobia Tema Fry and Bakes restaurants owura Set Buadi ɛyɛ businessman Tema Madam Bridget Efia Yeboa ɛwɔ Mokola owura Yere Juliana Zabi ɛwɔ Germany Abuchimemu Emmanuel Amuako ɛwɔ Germany Abuchimemu Kwabena Asiedu ɛyɛ adwuma ɛwɔ Ghana Police Service adwumakuo mu Madam Portia Amuako ɛyɛ clearing agent Tema Daniel Kofi Wusu ɛwɔ Austria Abuchimemu Madam Millicent Asiedu wɔno so yɛ ɔkyerɛkyerɛni Ama Frakoma ɛwɔ Katachi ase Efia Fosua nso yɛ dwadini ɛwɔ Kumase owura Yere Mary Adu ɔyɛ proprietress Kumase anuanom maa ne anuanom mɛma na ogya wɔ akyire no ebi ɛne wɔba pani Monica Dwamana ɛwɔ Tema abusua pani Frank Joe Mensa ɛwɔ Tema ɔba pani Cecilia Dwamana ɛwɔ Tema owura Thomas Dwamana ɛwɔ London abrochimemu ba pani Anna Dwamana Katachi ase ɔba pani Sofia Dwamana ɛso wɔ Katachi ase Madam Agatha Dwamana ɛwɔ Austria ɛna afei Madam Rose Dwamana ogya nananom aduasa nson ɛna nananka so adunkro wɔto safrɛ jamfo nyinaa sɛ wɔmmɛka wɔn ho na wɔn kata wɔn aberewa akyi kura Madam Rose
Wabatele Accra FM ya mami.
All right, so live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Yasia baby. Mamunyina haya mamu akwaba. Dom anem pempe mamutie and awie. Okay, so Kojon Krumaba has sent a message. I think a little bit interesting. Kojo say, if the case is tried by a judge, the judge's decision is called a judgment. If the case is tried by a jury, the jury's decision is called a verdict. In determining a defendant's guilt or innocence, the judge or jury can consider only the testimony of the witnesses and any evidence properly admitted during the trial. Somebody yesterday. Anyway, and I say, your friend is say, honorable ama bois, or say, a year small scale miners, a year or more, a year license, even if it's as far as maybe October 2024. We're revoking a year or more a license, because it be and go through due process and other matters so raise a car home. You're trying a year the Eli Akufo-Addo the buyer a Makwaimo man for a mining in forest. I hear that Wamudi and also call a year parliament to repeal it. That yes, that amount for me in Yakwai and and the figures are since Akufo-Addo passing that law. And Crawford a call a year forest.
When was it passed?
That was in 2022.
For sure.
Yes, of course. Akufo the pass a law. The forest coal mine.
It's Parliament of Ghana.
Well, under his tenure.
So say Parliament of Ghana.
I won't say that under the tenure of Akufo, unless you want to tell me he was not the president. So that is it. But Michael Kwajo, prior president, National Concern Association of Small Scale Miners. Kwajo Akwaba.
Commander, me do official pazo.
I think come to you. Kwajo. What ne ora Kofi Amabua ne statement on fighting galamsey and choir or fast revoking license. What did I say?
I think I'm with you for na minchia for. I think we met the minister some time back. A report on previously the fight against galamsey. So, more. Minister look.
Okay, all right.
The more minister said, look, Minerals Commission itself is a crime scene. In a sense, the media cost of Minerals Commission, look, large scale mining, right? Even mining later, there are processes I need to go through, and you need to satisfy every process before you can get your mining lease. But here is the case that Obia apply concession and like 2 days time in South Carolina. Because one, it will start from proposal. Then you do to recognition license. After recognition license, you will be given a prospecting license. After 2 years, then you have a mining lease. But this is the situation. Minerals Commission, actually, Obi apply licenses and 3 days, 4 days, and I'm on the mining lease. The report also for them to ascertain whether to give him a mining lease or not. All the reports and all the processing on ticket towards the Nazi mining list. And we share who training in our politicians. And the pattern also okay, no problem. So Minerals Commission is very funny. One with the number.
Too bad. Monfa nche yenya yenu ya nebe side na to subio. Mamema mpedi for akwaba. Minia akwaba.
Ya Bobie.
Lawyer akwaba. Yes about the second half. So galamsey fight. Yeah, shasi. But before that, no, mame nka same way. But mepe time, mepe appropriate time. Na Marcus, okay, so he's back. Kwajo?
Yes, sir.
Mpacho, ekate yanko.
Because I was talking.
Now what drew baby a mama license basa will be called 2 days near approve your man near the other.
See, I know one person, Gabi MP. If I know who's which out. On the concessions, I asked a man who gave a 11.
Gabi MP. But also Gabi MP. MPP. Your friend is
saying, no, quiet time and they see a copy 11. Put the forest with us, bear 6. Who share the processes now, dinner concessions in one for the normal processes to acquire those licenses. Uti. And you know, it's good, sir, Minister, because we work all these licenses, and it has happened before. But yes, it is not a novel case, it being Magana Dao. Uti. And secondly, look, small scale mining licenses. I put in a proper note on time. Make one of license down. One say, you two are banning we, you know. And now, Omophobia, no Mushima, perceived politicians, and also science licenses in your head at the moment.
I see. I wouldn't be.
But I say,
wouldn't say politicians, wouldn't be.
Oh, wouldn't be, but I just want to show them in a sense that Obiama out to make a minister will broken the lines on theater. And if they come out, we will bring their names. What I say, and you know, it is in order. And yes, we can only propose the minister should investigate. But when they came, they called for every small scale license, and yet within some months to another day, so almost every small scale mine and find a license in Brazil for auditing.
And found several licenses, no, every 4 years, 5 years, 6 years.
Everybody's license to be audited. Get the license in the Korean, you know, and almost one so. Into where do license and they launch you on a community mining. Then they will give it to a politician to manage. I'm a father to her or a BTMFC one. Or no, I'm calling TV man or in fancy. Now you'll be concerned, you finish the same demand. But I don't want to go in and mention a lot of names. And I buy no trade money there, there are no employees. And the minister say, oh, Chema, I don't think that we should cry or we should make noise over that. It is in public domain and it has happened before in this country. I think what happened? You see EPA kakeo. When you're the lines are in the BBA, you see just common EPA. And the Amana Yejumao. It is Minia. Yeah, the association know if what the minister so. And we are praying say the way I started, you will get the nerves and then you will be strong so that everything about insulin as mobile.
Almost say a year water guards. How effective? In Ansah water guards, you know.
I think this water guards issue, if you know, right? And you know, we cannot talk much on it. But I would be very candid on this water guard issue in a sense that, look, Ababa po chim, getting a boy, speedboat, all these things. The NIA catcher Abujina power wins, you know. I think this minister has listened. The NIA say, a catcher is a look. The people shouldn't see us as enemies. One, we should manage the problem, and two, we should take the bottom-up approach in fighting this galamsey issue. Now, what the water guards? If we are in support of it in the sense. But they are along this community, so where the water, the rivers are. So they are among the people. They are among the indigents. And then you'll be an consumer. And the people will serve as whistleblowers. So okay, fine. And now we know say, baby will do wow. Maybe I made the pictures never send no. Said there and go for business you know one. You form to almost say of ask him. And the fact that person can be like a whistleblower. Because me, maybe I cry, I don't know what is happening over there. But through Sanipano investigation one mommy, the location of where these miscreants are, no. A bit me up Buame. Ama so say a now and he has added that one to the water gas, and it's a plus. It, you know, it is early day, early day, it's early day. You know, and my young we are only praying that the work of this water gas will succeed. Now you need to me in the back, and the minister has the support of the small scale miners. For one so. Supporting, and I would say that is a better minister than Abujinapo.
But this is not fair. Oh, this is not fair. Kojo, this is not fair.
Abujinapo never gave us a hearing as small scale miners. You understand? A do we know none of office for our for you. A do we make good canana with me my face one way or the other. But this minister will always for you. So what are we doing? Okay, more from reporting. What can government do? What you say? And collectively, what problem you move. Some of the problem is caused by Bimo, And sometimes you might even be part in the solution. The authentic one will come from small scale mining. And he has opened his doors, and at least collectively, we are having engagement, and I think that gradually, we will get there. And that aspect, as somebody who is open and who is willing, so to me, to turn things around, in here, we can succeed in a sense that we should not be seen fighting this galamsey problem, but we should be seen in managing it. Who fight it, they have to depend on who's an enemy. It's an opponent who's over by you. But if the galamsey sees you to be trying to manage the issues so that the people will mind responsibly. Look, we will listen, and you have our back, and we will help him to succeed.
Gather for other was it.
That's the financial mission.
All right, okay, so that's it. Live on 100.5 Citizen Show. Me panel members, no more just 3 minutes to do something. Then I'll allow you guys to flow. But men ko actually, and I don't want to play back. Me wa and ra. No, I no pay. I've said this. Me boy no metro. Your friend is say. What is his name? What? Adomochri. Very good. Me share ni program da. Me share bi da. And my catch Ghana for how I know that boy, because of now a link to NDC 1 under John Mahama administration. And between Paul and myself and JM, Yemi and Santamon Komo, and I'll just put it aside. That was my first time. Yeah, many Sabo Ninya encounter. So I will drop it there. And your honor, where is this issue? No. The other time I heard one to me about say identity and a yemami appointment. Then I think yesterday, you say that boy went on the same tangent about appointment. Then you see he's claiming I'm angry because minya appointment. But let me say this. And Poladumote NTME. Maybe just 2 minutes. Let me say this. On the issue of appointment. From 2008, Memeba multimedia family free despite in September 28th, 2008. Me bedru Accra, me started as Empire FM. I never hid my identity. From Professor Mills time, me Bobie. That time now, enya common. Say, even a radio broadcaster, being a name say, or support a political party we, and now we, ne common. The only people are now betting at 2 or monka, Ayakuba Kwesi Pratt. Why Kwesi Pratt arguing for socialists? Oko Kaswa yen Disney or so yen Disney, but on one more share ideologies. Kwakuba was an open, yes, MPP fanatic, or campaigning. But for any other person, maybe yes, Radio Gold was there. But some will hear Juma on whether Peace FM, whether with multimedia and openly, it wasn't common. Me Bobie Ansah, na nyese me nim the consequences. Na me nim. But I don't hide what I believe and what I think. Me Bobie me nye bi da efrisi e wo me. Say me no to what Dean, I'm sure Dean, I'm say we Jimmy for. I will easily tell you that you are a stupid person, you are a stupid man. If you are president and you are stupid, I will tell you that you are a stupid man, and I will show you why you are a stupid person. Yeah, woman, me family opinion see ye da. Obi onim bibia will tell you. My late mom, my late grandma, Obi onim was asisu bia since I was born. My siblings will tell you, my family members will tell you. Me chrome form and pon for one crying Bob Brom me dia grow from Colabrim, they know me. Semenu dia grow na me hu enyama ba kum yenu said the imagine ye fa no I will tell you and walk away. Diaka no you can deal with it. So Paul, I have stayed with NDC. It got to a point, Radio Gold, Suhininum, said no more will be a oboa in the media fraternity. I was the only lone ranger. I never gave up. And I'm not ready to walk away from the NDC. May NDC ni till I die. John Mahama, I worked with Professor Mills. Professor Mills 4 years. Me name to quite that. We are saying. I want to be a Professor Mills 2 years biano. Dominic Kisimi producer on a man because I've never spent on government taxes and not government expenses. I don't do that. Into a me multimedia as FM will tell you the late Kabatiasia Obeka never. NDC 1, NDC 2 under John Mahama. Major Mahama and Edmeba NDC. John Mahama and Edmeba NDC. Then enipa or boa me ma me NDC ideology as ye eyegbevlolati through Kokonyido and Kobi Fiagbe and Alhaji Bature the late, because friends are near nam no me Bature John Boadu Kobi Fiagbe Kabila Anthony Kabo Omarewa de, these are the friends eya near nam, but no bia wanagene. So Paul, me farm my drink see da ya woman me be da. NDC 1, NDC 2. In fact, I will say it today. My ex-wife, one of the issues on me and say NDC 1, NDC 2, my brother contract kura be a mefida, because any part me no dia grow from NDC mo no yam fa say almost starting communication. Me Bobie met me say suit me bo akase I know them and I help push them. Felix Ofosu Kwachi, Jinapo, your minister. Well, Dr. Mane Buama was a little bit ahead. Otukono, friend is OT MP, Fred Agbanyonom. These are guys we started. Sending them Tamaklo. I trade him. Which that the name I'm saying training on radio so. Including the National Women Organizer. I can mention names in NDC. I know NDC like my armpit. Especially this generation. I know them because I carried them from Asempa from multimedia. Mensu Obianche and Koji contract one. Obiano Betniabomi didn't say NDC 1, NDC 2. I walked to his office. Nobody. But I survived. And the Paul. And John Mahama win so winning no. Na see a year Juma Maya ya ho say NDC luzu sa election we are. And we are at risk more than John Mahama. John Mahama here no. Julius Zebra no kombedidi. And you want crop for this one and forward MPP. Me I don't have friends in MPP. When you no amambi mimi no obi awa MPP mu a obeka so Bobie brabeji ebi say I won't even go. John Boadu we never discuss anything. No, because me the way I deal with issues no se me no obedi agura me pese menum nsu. That is how I behave. If you give me something and I take it, which means I want to stay with you. When you give in and I don't take it, which means I don't like you. And when I don't like you, MPP we need fufro. How comes in man akwara kabore sending misika Christmas. First one. Man kasa second one I'm afraid kabore catch and says unim. Now send this kaba me phone subio. Let it be the last time. When ya musika na mudia muni na semba mongwa mwako kane yankase Bobie journalist and this ni so yemani bi. Never. Afanya Markin once sent me money on my phone and I said the same thing to him. No, me can't match the Paul. Paul, when it comes to, and you see, Paul Adumote tell Kromwa, Obera and this Mudidim, and was still leaking information to the MPP. Paul Adumote did when this, who doesn't know Paul Adumote was the MPA? Who? We don't want to spell it out. We don't want to spell things out. And the poor, and a John Mama Winnie, and John Mama Yan, I'm going to say, or better positions to say the Ochiche biscuit a man crofo. And your job for the boys. In fact, as I sit here, right now, I'll be happy if John Mama don't give me anything because I want to be independent. I'll be happy. But Paladumos say, Makwaka say, a man for, yes, I'm at Kwame, thank you, Ali Martin. No, there are people we started with, we know. Or see Makwaka say, NDC Fora officer, or Munu so magne. Paladumos say, NDC you so magna Sam in case of Gina court. That is the message I want to tell you. Whoa. And Yama Akoso. A Ghana Airport Company. You as board chairman, even the Christmas tree, in case of Gina court, make us in case of jail, because with that one, not just may prove you guilty, but say NDC, Ewa Bem no you so magna, and no magna ya Juma, Kawo Punk, so TV su Casada, but now you are the best friend of them. We know the conversations going on the quiet. We know. So you go there, they insult Bobie to you, and Ufu say when yaje. No. Today, what can I say? And this Kwabena no you so much now. Go and listen to Adwoa Safua interview. Or no MPP Nino is asking why NDC is not prosecuting MPP people. Adwoa Safua on Kingdom FM. Go and watch. Or no MPP ni Krano. Why disappointed say a young one was school feeding and Yama cost was school feeding no and this for the social a young people for Adwoa Safua. So say Paul say NDC in government so mu use so magina wo kebian ka dem ka ye jailman ka dem wo ka dem. I have never chopped from the MPP. You chop from the NDC, you chop from the MPP. You think you are smart. So they help you, you build a house where you see marbles. 8 years, I never begged any MPP person for anything. Never. I have worked with Julius Debra only me. How, when it comes to monetary matters and integrity, how I behave. Men toso chacha. I don't do it. MPP buy a santifo. Yabusia for yasan Kenya baby amfa. I can't trade NDC for just 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. I won't do it. Ada make us major NDC no. Nya mejai. But I'm a proud Ashanti and a proud NDC boy. It's so simple. So the issues of Wonya appointment and Intina or Kasa, and I'll say it again. I'm just praying because Obima Adia Antimin Kasa, Penima Adia Antimin Kasa onye. But I wish this 4 years, me cut this 4 years. I don't need anything, any position, nothing. I don't need anything, any position. Why? one more you omo and this government you know almost fata. Can they work? And I am fata. Why no what you know and this was appointee here? Me Bobie sabe me won fast what chain and I say me niminya sa chain. Just tell me. Yeah, this say. Yeah, did 3 months. Huh? Okay. After 2 years, unim debesi. After 1 year, unim debesi. After 3 years, unim debesi. After 4 years, unim debesi. And even NDC has the capacity of going beyond 8 years. Unim debesi. So when somebody is telling somebody that, look, and then me control be what Jinapo a poster say. Jinapo say MP before the dinner time, Ghana for the dinner time say, Wakoka say gold for oil, or Jitum say gold for oil, no, good to stabilize the city. But with the oil, there be our kind of thing. Now, gold for oil, no, you opaque. Now me kobu say Jinapo say, Jinapo, now you are the minister. In opposition, you were telling us that the gold for oil, no, is an opaque policy. And you know you are the better because and you're now you are the minister. Oba office no. When we bebre transitioning time. In fact, based on Niema more hunting more suspend the policy. No? Yes, sir. You did not suspend the policy out of vacuum. One BB. Fabra public say because Jinapase say gold for oil no amaye losses over $500 million. Give us the figure. Oh, policy no MPP for the buy no. Ama Ghana taxpayer money $500 million a year. Document a back in ye. Assume I seen a year say ma $500 million na year. Then we know that we are making some progress. Yes, me NDC ni media practitioner me NDC ni into me Jimmy say Jinapo can somewhere mean to me a question mean to me scrutinizing no na me hear the tabat say MPP media practitioner omo na Jimmy me MPP media practitioner kwam se fa kan omo na Jimmy me oh we are NDC ni appointee now yeah the other men tiasia I will let you know that at the way it doesn't make sense what Jimmy omo moto abama NDC no ya sorry ya ne nam nsuomu ene anajo ne echesi ene ade no look some people called us to ask us Bobie entiantuma NDC some of them we needed to kneel down asantima mpomi krom Kofi Asinkura say we go there yare jo mama na kwa adwira we came back to asantima mpo ewo mampo ahimfie some of our family members came na yesa me bunko today poor macho Kwabena onkrofo ye ni mo mo mesimpa chow please John Mama. Just look at John Mama. Don't look at NDC. Just look at John Mama. So after when we are office and you are still complaining to me, in any case, you may do a beer did feel. And the poor I don't want to so one tears and I say your friend say a positioner. Menya, Paul. I've been with Mills, I've been with JM1. You can ask them. And then call no mobile ya crano. Omo banyina me hu omo. Never. Me no bianco pribi bia ho da in the NDC. Never. Always I chart my path and I'm doing my own thing. So please get it right. But I am not a zombie. Say NDC babem no use so madina. Wo kesa would that jail. Keso much would that jail long time, remand, long time. And Kenya, we see you. Ya wouldn't hear Juma. Ewo Ghana airport company, Kenya no more cover up amount. Near for Bobia and Conco Yanni deputy. What are they covering? The lady you work with, Ewo Ghana airport company. Why is she still there? Near do Bobia and deputy. Who is covering who? Please. Master me a short. A so short. Me say, me, if I have my way, me near people in Kaloda. A queer near Percy do Omodomo Faso Noir. Omodo Omonse Prepremono. And that is why some of us we campaigned heavily. Thinking that Kamuse coup. Bonia wo Paula Adomochi mo di wo kroma no. Kamu se ku. Ya di mo gu kan mu pa mo. Kamu se ku. But what from wadi because of friendship. Thank your stars and thank God for that. But in your head, you know that you are a walking fugitive. Thank you. Sorry, sir. Honorable Pacho Facheme. Akwaba.
Who said that? This afternoon you have charged. But I believe that the issue is you. The issue is you versus Paula Dumochu. I don't think it is you versus MPP. As for MPP appointees, if they have done something wrong, now they are no more in power. Power has changed hands. It is the NDC under the leadership of John Mama that is in power. If the MPP has done something wrong, they have all the right to put them at their rightful places. Whatever Adumochi have said, is your colleague journalist. I think the two of you can resolve it. You can resolve it. In fact, I saw you on social media when you made the remarks that as for NDC, people say, power, no coat, no air condition. When I saw that, I said, hey, what is happening? What is happening? I understand you. But you see,
no, lawyer.
The beef is between
lawyer.
You.
No, there be any beef. No, any beef. Any beef. Paul free just Mimi free Santiman Pon. Who free the crew just like 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Although I decided so Santini, the MPP so. Mimi Santini, I decided to join NDC. You can't do anything about it.
But as he got into that,
and I am NDC till casket till the day I will die. Your mama administration will go, I'll be an NDC. Another administration will come, my NDC. Another NDC.
But who says is below the belt? Say NDC when they are in power, they put on suits and get it.
And the make sure saying Tisanka we Aquano. Adomochre. And Adomochre. And guess what with them?
You said I'm also watching
and guess what them?
I would try.
Ama your friend say, I got Safua a about Bonia Akoswa or no crown, it beats your imagination. Anyway,
no. Let me tell you something. I also have something to say. One, the way I can with passion. Bobie, I respect you so much. Say, Anka, Bobie, if you are greedy and indeed you want position, make sure say JM be the man. Because you know you social media, you JM. But there are different types of people in politics. It's not the position. Well, if let me tell you my story. When you mention Ajwa Safo should shut up. Ajwa Safo. She should shut up. You get me right. Omunu MPP have been and they are what they are today. That lady should shut up. But let's leave
it here. And I think on this note, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry and I apologize. And let me say this, that my previous comment, anybody who is hurt, I apologize either. And I'm sorry. But I don't take advice from the brutal. Poladomochi should hear me on this. Me Bobie, I won't take advice
from him.
From rogues. And this need to me for. I'll take it. But not from you, Paul. Anyway, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Number 7 in your time, they address this issue and I walk away. Divine, I beg you, fetch me. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Honorable, but Honorable Mami Musao, Ebiani Asmana making on galamsey issues. Yate say Honorable Kase, Omo na Omo license abano, Omo entry correctly. Measure say they fight galamsey. Honorable Unim Adia Mitwa Yema Kumaya. Yeti Krumha. Canadian Japan mentioned MPP for no galamsey. Yemfa yenon 20 galam on your car small boy. Ekwusi is on tape, is here. That Gabi was the ringleader of galamsey, ya omunyina tubi. Osi your police in penning form. Your military in penning form. So what about 2 months? 3 months. You are still crying, say, Officer who fight galamsey. And Crawford no more yes, I also tape no ho. Free will be a until you walk to water guard. Police for Mutu galamsey, water guard for waiting a fight home. A soldier from penny for Mutu galamsey, water guards waiting a fight home. So if you don't start holding people responsible, say Bobie, a day where you say a wa come. No one dealing with Bobie. Now catch them and say, what just information we need to and what water guard. Oh, we're drunk for a license. You're not there fighting galamsey. I have a problem, Honorable. But I think you are aware of this information.
Well, we are not correct. Much what you for, and minia mo. My better minia panine, minia divine. I'm say for the first time, my women, environment, election issue. Usually election economy is about jobs, is about, but for the first time Ghana environment no be issue for election and independent be brave to aba NDC because of commitment ye kasa mo hu say ye buy bitimi abo environment no ho ban ba me so me gidi say kwan be fa so e be bo environment ho ban any fighting galamsey no enye one way approach. Ebi enyoma bi kura be hia no legislation was say mra no bi sesa enti me hu say minister no de mra bi aba parliament no ra subsidiary legislation I was saying ye ho adwuma minority na keke again say enfanko pre-laying enti speaker ma 3 days say yawada other the pre-laying or not yawada yen lay but washe committee no say omonhwe major di say you need legislation ebe hia security for no say almost be your mojuma ebe hia say ahemfo no be your mojuma but more importantly you need political will. It's the basic
but that is the problem.
It's the basic underlying principle.
So that is the problem.
We need political will. But me person Ghana for nyina enya botre e ma ban no if you say say it's because of the rot in your mind beto ye no ama obi e pentem
rot bear
if I show rot to e beto ye e say ofa environment ho ofa economy ho ofa employment ho ofa ora ho ofa nyoma bebre ho a obi e pentem na ne tie ne say e was say slow down kakra Bobie under normal circumstance aban bia ni ho a waba 2 months ye wie aban se ne ye wie aban no ye wie man nhye yo. One of the key people who are here in fighting this galamsey no the district chief executives because regional ministers no ye omo a ye pese ye de galamsey show omo sa no omo ye supervisory ministers o regional ministers don't have say nyoma no ye den ema daiseka ebe correct sec even if the regional minister started to fight galamsey ultimate na ho forever obe free district no mako o free ho kwa na unni supervisor obe hweso wo district no ma ebe ye issue as we speak now me sure say you be 3 months awie no na nyina ya hyehye ye nyoma kwamna say di 6 months na e ba ha na ye kan asem ya wo kan ya ye nyina be boa mo yaka but see ya de me gidi say minister no ko ministers na ko ministries no omo na nyi from all ministries ho because we have not even passed the budget so na be operationally they can move and go and do the work I expect some be ye no look me call ministry bim minister no sorry or ministry ho but no one can send him say tools so the adwuma no oni bi enti yenya abotre say this 6 months na sabi galamsey fight ya wo kan sene etia na tie ora na yede report ni nyina koma Mr. President ono so dia ma Attorney General na sa na tia ye nyina be boa ma ya kan ye ka basisi ade meje di say it is early and that when we put the right at the say ope obi so no na ya yi mramu no say proving criminal cases, you need to do a lot of due diligence. So when you due diligence, now pro ho a okoso ne nan ya or the nsa be sane. But criminal case is say was so ne nsa no. Wo so ne nsa obetim de nan sane, untimi fa ne nan sane. Enti yenya motor because most of the issues they dealing with, they are criminal in nature. You have to be careful. This process is no so no.
When you BPD, oh yeah, careful.
Kwabena, process is no. Why? From investigation through arrest, through prosecution. There's a chain that you have to be careful. Why we also no na janu mum dia ene na yeka. Enti awjubreo. I understand. In fact, I perfectly agree with you say untimenje akwantu afutuo enfree sabi babia yebo brabi tutu bra untimenje ena say obi nso be ka kire da sense no hu yotumu a who say enti I understand you are NDC nya MPP. We are never the same. Yesterday I was on the floor of Parliament, I was saying the same thing. NDC is not MPP because NDC MPP and Kebenya 125 ministers. Kwabena bianka kamesumi ye minister anka oba unu afie. But ye nyina na ye ko ye campaign. Ene ye say ye ba ye better ministries no so. Ama na be ye system ministers. Sabi employed asa. Ye ka say system ministers a. Nipa egu parliament, nipa egu outside parliament omu ye adwuma ma MP NDC no. Obi antimi nya minister. Obi antimi nya appointment. Sabi ye de nyansafo no nyina koye appointment. Na asem no ba ho na beka. Kwabena nka we appointee a. Me no te hai. Nka we appointee a. Wo hwe asem ba untimi nka. Because bi kura na asem no fa ho. Enti we need some of you. Na asem no ba omo aka. Eno nkire se ukoye adwuma na obera ense party no hwe. It is not always about appointment obi abehu.
That's all.
It's also about opportunities here. Obi adi be grow.
That's all.
And if you don't understand this, now you say,
"I would be free." A kingdom. No, I'm the best to go to me. No, I'm the best to come metro. I want the metro mkoha. And I know Kumasi almost stay city bako. I and Asantinia wafa and Tafua Asina Pampem and Fasobe and Wenya.
Come on, what bofra and yeda abadas yeda.
Debut, Chairman. Who told you say just your unya appointment in Kwansan was why?
That is their understand. That's their warped. And untia President Kufuor be president no.
Me near your tears and power okay. 8 years where you
yes.
Young point too. Now so you appoint him ya way.
President Kufuor be won see here. Say
I thought we were discussing galamsey.
Oh, galamsey yeah ba ho.
Let's
we are coming there, but it's part of the thing. Do you know what happened when President Kufuor came? Me nua lawyer ko catch them say me no na breye me nyanya hwe no creative ministry ba kwama no ministry for procurement no akotana no o say me no na baaye we so say me nua advance me so me nyanya hwe o ministry ko aviation special initiative no creative way no creative. By the time you realize our resources were spent on public sector workers and political appointees our point to and this in Chesa Mahama si was in system ministers no the adwuma and that efficiently we manage this country. And there are chances and opportunities for people that don't need necessarily to be appointees. So me no ene kofa we buy until galamsey asem dem say mabo so awie. Enti galamsey no Kwabena yen nyina ye wo hoyi your reservations, but galamsey cannot be fought from one angle. I will say a holistic angle. Enti me there I'm giving the minister the benefit of the doubt about this coastal gas what you know. Or say they are in for to give information and whistle blowing and the rest. They can't take away the job of the security because there's no way they say nipa ya for me or mojuma ebe security. No. So therefore how will these people fight? But information is also important.
Mama, you accept galamsey for no. Oma be very dangerous to society.
Very good.
Kwabena, when they know, say we, and yes, and just whistle blower Jumadia, they shouldn't show their faces.
That's
because
a fair point.
Yeah, they are Oma be terrorists too. The kind of weapons they have.
Oh, the environmental terrorists. I'm telling you.
They have become human terrorists. If they know, say, we know that community now we are found as a water guard. Yeah, we now watch that. Huh? Hey, any problem.
Come on, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Now you share all the other factors stakeholders are able to do a fight galamsey way. And me, I've given the minister the benefit of the doubt. Information is critical, no problem. Security is critical. Legislation is critical. Who's the legislation about parliament? And me assure say, trust President Mahama. He promised to fight galamsey. He will do it.
Sure. Yeah.
Galamsey, they want to point out. These days, I've been traveling to security areas. I've been going to security, also high courts. Me, I'm from Greater Accra. And see galamsey, but for the number of times that Marcus secret, the river bodies along the way, it's too bad. So when we got to one area, so we want to step there to park somewhere and stretch out. So out of curiosity, and we flow, we say, and he's so been a Bobie, galamsey, yeah, took change face. I'm telling you, yeah, took galamsey, change face. And you see, fighting galamsey, as I've said, so this political will, you can't fight it. You can never ever fight it because it is the livelihood of those who engage in that activities. And yet, but that is what someone has lived on over years. I'm telling you. You know, when we are going to Sefi, we pass down the Ofin River. I said, what? I said, when I know this is what we drink. But I will not be here to say John Mama or Philly galamsey. And now on Philly galamsey. But you see, John Mama is not Obia on the president now. The galamsey was a major campaign issue. A major campaign issue in this country. My humble thought will say, coming to power, winning this election now, one of the areas aggressively John Mama will tackle is that galamsey area. Police task force was formed, it never worked. Military was formed, it never worked. Speed boats were purchased, it never worked. Why? Because those people that will constitute the committee are from the community, and they are the very people whose life depend on that galamsey. We think that Akufo-Addo's regime, they cannot take a decision to say, look, we are going to the forest, catch them life for them. It's a major political will. And let me tell you, during the campaign, Niama Yehun was social media. Say John Mama see over fighting galamsey over brain. But you say the government is still very young. Let's give the government some chance. But look at what Trump is doing in the US. Immigration. People are saying it, but the aggressiveness is using to tackle the immigration. And yes, son, Obi say, Obi has who cause someone. No, nobody. You see, don't make it. NPP is no more in power. If you think there's a problem, fix it.
But the challenge,
listen, there is no challenge. As we speak. The information is that it is now NDC officers who are, I will not.
I can mention MPP 5. I can mention 5 MPP.
Honorable just said it. You see, honorable, a member of the legislature. Or see, in criminal matters, you must be very careful. Bobby, you don't put yourself into trouble. I'm saying that
the thing is here.
You see, if
it's not me,
Bobby, if indeed,
who mentioned Gabi?
I said if indeed Gabi Ochidaku, if it is the one you are referring to.
And you may, yes,
you
say,
no, you said you no, you see, no. Baby,
should I get to the thing?
No, baby, I will tell you.
Should I get to the
you are an experienced journalist. Obiakasa. Obiakasa. No, Mikasa. Let me learn. I'm saying that Bobie Onyakoda is an experienced broadcaster. He's an experienced journalist. What he said, Obi Akasa, Abo, Gabi on his own small way. As he be able to approach Gabi, to hear Gabi's side of the story. That's. Do you understand me? As he been able to approach Gabi. No, don't say me that. These are very serious.
No, I like you.
For instance, I like say Obi Fremi say, Bobie is ABCD. You don't expect me to come on here to say it, if I'm a journalist. You don't expect me to say that. But of course, I have to give you a fair hearing. Bobie, this is what someone said. Now, I said we are politicians. The two, Ukomwa. Honorable, you mentioned a JM government being system ministers. You see, we are not here to discuss the number of government appointees of JM. But I'm telling you, one of the regrets JM is going through is to make that pronouncement that you appoint system ministers.
I don't
you appoint system ministers.
That can be fatwa.
Hold it. You appoint system ministers. Do you know government, if you go to Jubilee House, the kind of appointees, why appointee?
They are 30.
Director
they are 30.
30. Director of Agri in charge of initiative.
By who appointed?
They are 30.
What is it?
What is what? You even have a church relations manager.
You keep on mentioning, say, oh, Akufo-Addo appointed Bobie. As you speak, government allocation to Jubilee House.
Oh,
no, I know.
You are a lawyer. No, you are a lawyer.
2.7 billion.
You see, you are a lawyer. You are a lawyer. Hold on. You are a lawyer. You see, you want to do mathematics with me, so I will do mathematics with you. Look, President John Mahama will collapse 7 ministries. Hold on.
I'm saying go and tell the Marine.
Hold on.
Go and tell the Marine.
You don't want to hear.
Go and tell the Marine.
You don't want to. You see. Where is it? No, hold on. Where is the Minister of Information? Let me tell you something. The Minister of Information. Apart from ministry where there were 72 workers, we have information. Hold on. Hold on. That is why you are getting it wrong. Let me educate you.
Can you allow him?
Let me educate.
Can you allow him?
Will you allow me to educate you? No.
I'm saying that.
You have been.
Mama has collapsed 7 minutes.
Will you keep quiet for me to explain the thing to you?
I will not ask you explanation. I'm saying that.
I want to explain. You are lying. I will not allow you to lie. I will not allow you to do propaganda. The reason is why I'm explaining. They have not sacked them. But what were you expecting them to be paid? Were you expecting them to be paid?
GBC, GNA.
No.
You have not sacked them.
No.
Now, and Akufo-Addo, how much is budget allocation to Jubilee House?
That's what I want to explain to you, and you don't want to understand. Akufo-Addo had over 80 ministries. President Mama has cut the ministries down to 60.
How? Which ones?
Hold on. President Mama has 23 ministries.
Which ones were cut off? Tell me which ones.
Information ministry is no more a ministry. Hold on, there's a person. You don't understand governance. He's a minister of state at the presidency, in charge of government communication. So under him, all the people. Will you understand? I am sorry. Are you a lawyer? You are a lawyer.
No. If you say that.
Sorry. Yes, I am. And that's why I'm explaining it to you. That's why I'm explaining it to you. I'm surprised you don't understand. Yes. So I expect you to understand. I expect you to understand. Let me explain it to you. You see,
I'm saying that if you said you have a Ministry of Information,
yes,
but under the Jubilee House, you have a minister in charge of government communication.
So listen, will you listen?
No, what is it?
Will you listen?
What is it?
At the Ministry of Information, there were 72 workers apart from the minister. Now we have taken one minister, send him to the presidency. There are 72 workers. Hold on. There's Information Service Department, 16 offices. We have GNA. Apart from the 16 offices, we have 4 foreign offices in the USA, Washington.
So what have we done?
I'm telling you, you see, there are 1,552 people. Will you understand? Will you keep him to me?
What is
Will you keep him?
There is a minister for information.
All these people are at the office of the president. You don't understand. You see, the OGM that you're talking about.
Doing what? They are the Jubilee.
Their salaries pass through the office of the president.
Under Akufo-Addo, Ministry of Information existed. They were workers there. Is that not so?
Yes.
Now, these workers whom you are referring to have been moved to Jubilee. Is that what you are saying?
Yes. So that is where they get paid. That's the voodoo understanding. That's a voodoo understanding. It's a voodoo legal argument. What is legal?
All right, so that's it. Live at 100.5 Citizen Show. Energy Commission say Muhammad President Busia, wiring. You can join them. Give us a bar center. Thank you. We are grateful. We are saying Heritage Month. Tabia Bar Center. Omo Etunsa Fremo. Imbu Seba Mesha Eni Father Abraham. Live at 100.5. Divine. What's the name? Your friend will be Ansah. Thank you, Honorable Kwabena, lawyer. CTV, thank you, and other platforms. The production crew, we are grateful. I'm done. I'm out.
Yedin Chefry for the Abraham Herbal and Spiritual Center.
For Abraham Hano, but in Fidia who are Yedi Yeni Prebium, you should move, and who are and a static treatment.
Well, yeah, when I'm feminine, now what them pipe wood, no, what you did.
Good Father Abraham Herbal and Spiritual Hospital, or diabetes, stroke, a war, prostate, and one basem, asthma, ulcer, and a kidney.
What the natural organic products and then pipe what in the boom essay.
Now we are Ninuma Penti, Atlantic International University or US. Abesha Professor Abraham J. Yabua and
Abasubodian and so ba neighbor.
Oje, say I be tete. Na per se, Okuno Hama, and then pipe one so dear.
Father Abraham Herbal and Spiritual Center or Asofa of Anko Star Oil Niche.
And a pronuncia sharp, no be, there be answer or ya or Bojuma. Who went to your friend Father Abraham Herbal and Spiritual Hospital. It was 0244-371-695 and 0559-114-122.
Father Abraham Herbal and Spiritual Center.
Yo, about the Israel and make a suffer fatty liver.
So what for nipa 200 300 eko good presidency twa wuhia na afi na trap da pele obi ebe pebi obi ebe fumbi when ni ti wura ha na when ni ti wura ha na when ni ti fa ha oh me wa presidency metimi aboa contract we metimi di amawo me wa presidency oh ye betimi ewura ha ye betimi epie president shemi bottom oh president Muhammad anadwo kra me oda ofra me so ho afi na scandals na e doso na eni bre bone aba abanim obi ebelutu bi obi eba be fumbi entu betimi ayi papa akokora wate se na ya wasafo mafo so ye senior minister na wono start scandal pine no dey above $1 million ni ya de ensa Bank of Ghana sikam $1 million ni ye ni a chedi ba president Mahama say lean government and a war building wona bem and pounds no to one among ministries bi on ma merge wa kabo and also entre say ye nya bi a short force bi a wo ministry bi ama minister bi adwuma wontimi ye obi ye ne pepepe but after say they build that lean government no a ministers say so far 56 presidential staff say 29 na omugu presidency no lean supporters near the job power there be oh and ye lean political party supporters and near the power be briakagwechre. So what it means ni say mo amanya appointment no a enkrofo fra mo amomfa no mo frasia na momfa fonso no ye nya report o eya na ye kase na budget nkwa is not about say budget nkwa ye enipa na wo fra wo no wonim say appoint o as chief executive officer deputy CEO minister no onim say budget ye nredi ye
onim se wo lack resources tule be kwade abeya adwuma onim se wunyaye mo amanya appointment no amafira se e disappoint mo nkrofo no mo hwe yie because you obia ne benyu opportunity e share president Mahama enra mi hu video bi abrantie bi president Mahama e kwa akofo ne car abrantie ne gina ho no mo bo ne din e de house e ka kire ne say o meji appointment obi na ekirem e house na o ka kire no enyu obia na aye adwuma de ama NDC a obeshia president Mahama ama president Mahama aka kire ne say frem na beji appointment enye obia na chief of staff honorable Julius Debra ne contact anaso obetimi asori adware atu ne car akwa bankese mi se okohu chief of staff akohu president akohu Dr. Kalustos Muhammad ono kwa Mahama enti munu amani opportunity na ya mama appointment no a mo fra asese mo telephone numbers no mon call back na mo fa mo sim card ni ntutu enkrofo fra mo no amonfa no enkrofo send mo messages amonfa no mo fra se na mo pick enkrofo calls because obi anu adwuma na wo ye ni nyina national chairman me ti wonu mi anabadwan se se educatem na ehia event program ase ba me ni ntina ho me ni nyina ho se nkasa ada me ni be kasa this radio so. But obi aye adwuma ma party ya no wo hwe se oh kwame kwache dia na wo de me fa se Kwabena Bobie de se me ne Kwabena te ha die Kwabena nya appointment ya oh na ama misumenya kakra project Kwabena nya appointment ya wo fra Kwabena no akate wo fra Kwabena wo mfa eya emu eya na nadia me ka kire mo ne se wo hwe parliament ya ho Ansah minority for akwa kakra bi no amugum majority for atwa wo ho ahia wo parliament wo afeno markens ne nkrofo no omonye NDC enemies o they are their political opponents parliament speaker tenedwa kesiem and a majority NDC MPs atwa wo nyina ahia afeno markens ne nkrofo hye mukitua bi they are not their enemies. They are their political opponents. But NDC political enemies, they are within NDC. NDC mu party name no amatan for war. Party ni be hwe ase a atanfo a wo party ni mu no e na be sori atia party no ama party na hwe ase. Atanfo NPP na na akufo ado amemu fun tantan e build a town within MPP muno and no ne ma MPP a hwiase enimu gu ase enu obia ne benya political appointment enu obia ne wo CV enu obia ne kuta degree enu obia ne kuta masters mu amanya appointment no mu na wo mo maka akire no e wo se mu bie kwan e ma wo mo mu di machie emfa nhya wutiri mu se position na wanya no eye wo ne wo yire ne wo ma ne wo mpnafo dia mo ba be di yie because within your political party NDC mu no se mu build enemies atamfo e wo mu a na se omo sorry etia mu a eno opposition kono eti mu amanya appointment mu fanto mutirim se enkrofo complaini se ye fra mu amomfa ebirum asesa wo mo telephone numbers wo yesa wo moa wo party no wo ya ye greedy NPP win 2020 no eye NDC fo na ma NPP win 2020 enti president Mahama na tanfo within NDC mu ene ma ni lusu ye they did everything se ka wo ma nya moa amfa free NDC mu a enkanena akufo adun ko lusu poto 2020 but because of say na atamfo bi wo mo pese president Mahama ebe win 2020 no ena president Mahama lusu ye enti si wanya chief executive officer managing director wona wo mo makachire no wo ba beboa wo mo hwe nanu no obi kan we kire me ni boss yo dane agena net wo ena ye kan me kan si say within MPP for anya NDC political enemies o hwe minerals commission boss ya woti we Martin Kwesi Yisi. Yes, Oti region, on the head MPP. Council of Elders, no, on the chairman. Martin Kwesi Yisi, your Minerals Commission boss, we are. President Mahama ba ya 2 months in order to see way. Yes, East Oti region. Or no, and MPP. NPP. Council of Elders, no, the chairman. But NDC by who's what that's what. Kwadwo ya bua ya aka no wahasa say even national chairman contest kwa no kobi. But onye NDC tamfo. Onye NDC tamfo. Enti mun bie punu no nto ho. Eye kasa kwa. Kasa na muni ni penkrofo be de ebe kasa. Mejina mi ni bi enye bibia o but eye kasa kwa. Faufun neni ni panen kasa. Oh, my brother, ubeti minka ese de. Oh sister, ma wani kuranji. Oh, ubeti oh sister, eya bra office ne besra me ese de. Ense hwe. Na no mi hu say Dr. Samuel ya oba he. Na oti stage asem we ye started the free her. I think 2 weeks ago. Kwadwo ye bo ane Makati. Kwadwo ye bo Makati started am ka say enko main topic news because that day na President Mahama I State of the Nation address no. Na am say enko main topic no so. But later Kwadwo ye bo the two. Gaming Commission boss na start ye. Gaming Commission boss. Side of NDC communicators ya omodo omko constitutions ahudwe yesi de yi no di ko Gaming Commission de President Mahama mo eyi ni so ko Gaming Commission ni say onu woni ni pa oni ni be ye adwuma na meti ya na make say onu ni te office one mo no onu ka say o woni ni pa oni ni be ye adwuma no ye kwa akwato aba no ye presidential candidate anasa no ye parliamentary candidate yesi ayade ayesi ekokoso enkofo ya appoint wo mo so mkonko head state institutions other institutions no ye the NDC for no kokodu anu a obi eti akonwama aye hohorote ahohunu sim se mimi wo obi a me ne ye adwuma Gaming Commission start na me se a time was 7 December ye kwa akoto aba no presidential ballot paper no so no na ni din wo so na ni picture bo so ye to aba de man no Ghana for NDC for na ye adwuma adwuma dey atoba ma President Mahama ene bia sonso se wo Gaming Commission won kokwa ye boss da no ne ye wo bi ne de na ba mo na afa na mo kire me ena ye se we de me mpra na me girlfriend me girlfriend hey massa girlfriend sam no ye fa bi nya adwuma wo krom ha se wo pe won kwa wo de a wo no girlfriend be ye adwuma enka 2024 no wo kwa constituency kopre MP eno akwa constituency na akwa pre MP na awi ni ya wonko awu seat esi parliament wonko anu akwa akotena so office nso no ene ya wonprafo na abe che ho no de ama wo ma che de fama wo mo ai se wo pe wonko awu seat ya wankasa pesa wo pa wo powers wo gira wo tumi so e de afan krofo abetimi ni wo ma ya adwuma de a enka ye kwa election wo kwa constituency ekoko pre wuti na awi ni ye wudu parliament ya wudi bo wutable so no akono akotena so wokona akotena so wi a wo office kura na de be ma wo no na wo ma wo fi so betimi no ma ye adwuma no na wo appoint wo mo but Ghana for NDC for enkonkode enya adwuma den na lean government appointment kakra no enso wo so na ye mfa wo bi ma office na wo ntena office air condition chemu kanche ni pakro say mimi wo bi a massa wo that wani o sa wo so da yenso atwani because ye descend wo mo so a mo be ye mo bo wo Ghana ha mon share me page ni fama me mama dia na mon share na mon fama me na ye nkoye ni hwe ye fras ye ye descend aba mo so a me say mo be ye mo bo wo Ghana ha say o ko election o ko usika fia na uti anu fisa na ma ni wi e ma wi ni ba ya na ene vivi upon dia be Gaming Commission should be who's now and go for fees and 100,000 na ye 200,000 ye tia utua ye no sika no ne kokko gina wi aso to aba ai bebre entina appointment ni bebre ba ya na ho ne nkrofo bi adwadwa so obi wono ma NDC supporters entimi company bi office no ne ade no mubu of it's true 200,000 no $1 million ne ade no eto aba Entuaba. Chale yankwa untumi fo no so na menti ho no mu nimfiri so na yankwa yanim. Me ne Kwabena ba be kasa. Somehow it's true because nana your friends nana populi story say nkrofo atwen appointment ache congratulations see enti se wontumi fo so no omuko huru Kwabena omudi huro na populi story after 2 months ni obi ante se abona na populi story dia so bi kwa kwatena ayi wontumi so akwa huru na eja Kwabena Bobie Ansah so say Japan
Abeku Santana obi anum so NDC ni.
Yes.
But Abeku Santana wasn't active politically on radio.
Na the program no ye no. Na nya political.
Ba
no de ye. Ba obi se Bobie say.
Sa uja Bobie ho. Na ma Abeku Santana appointment ya.
This is Bobie na so
justice.
Adint.
Or not you. This is Bobie.
Na Bobie di no kra.
Kwabena
ayema Bobie NDC no.
This is Kwabena Bobie Ansah say.
Abeku Santana nyimu 1000.
Oh, me tia say but the issue is that you are so Bobie do timi me Bobie say I was so many bi.
Shey na making.
Opposition post e wo opposition no. Bobie nya bi o.
No ye coordinator for disability.
For disability. Na so Kwabena Bobie. Sa di me ka say wo mu nye disabled. Wo le de ko hwe.
Yeah, obi oye able no hwe disabled for so. No, yes.
But now the able man has been disabled.
No, say
the lack of position.
I make say bia se Kwabena Bobie na decide say on pay bi.
Well decide this.
Say won nin kasa.
Obi awaji me opposition. Say omu nyina pay bi.
Oh, to ebeya me nti America sa ne say ebeya me wonwa se Kwabena Bobie Ansah epebi ni ye ma no
na kwana ne papa say
no nti na America say ebia no no decide say oh because so
akwana ne papa say ya obro no se fi yo suni na oni papa no ono mama ni bi
wonu she party kromo anfre no
ono de mama ni bi kura
party obi obro ni papa de
na obeja banti esu ana me se na wo fuka kranti ni die wuda so didi ba kwa ku the issue too is that menu Kwabena Bobie Ansah menu Bobie busa me dem wuda pose a wompe
me say bi
wuda pose one can just one pose
no na ku do buy ye te say was wo ma kwa me sifa kan bi ana chema general say onye
yes
na obe bi wo na ene ma board bi na no koda ana mi kan say bi ato na me say the fact say what ye no say
offer bi amai
bia na ono na decide say
obe
radio
what there be na radio what retirement enye
anabia no onye time so for
masa Bobie gina akono nye ne o
enye ne tina mi kan
Bobie gina akono Bobie can this na asem wa asempa
fi ayi
ebe pese no ma
fi asempa I me say insha hello
o station bi kura po
ayi power
ba ku akoso bo kwan no so
kura no ana dia bridge
ye posi se bra obreye ate se bridgeef ma say
e ye kura
e say ye ko se ko fo bi le say
ye ehun so aso musua ene dia ye din se ntwefo sika be ma no ene dia din so no mo mani nko because MBC time ye din se
Bobie sika de ko di ba dia Commander Boham
ye na ku fa din se ntwefo sika ma ni na wo di sika ni na
akoye si ye hulo
ani se kwira
o muso oni ha
enso fa no kranke
o muso oni ha the Facebook ra wo hwe so awo
enso fa no kranke pe
ba ye didi mu ahwe ye se wo ko butu Canada e dia obeba the Facebook account je say e active
oh you discover so fa kwa sem ntwefo no
enti no go no me de masemo America ni say owam didi na ya achinchan so didi a eye enti se Bobie nom e decide se post no mo mpe
from way back asempa na ewie bi ye wosuru newsroom sa ye betia ne ase ho no mu na Kwabena na Kwabena bro na sansem wehwe ade ato Kwabena na Kwabena se me nka nkire wo da ade ato Kwabena wo ayi kokomlemle ho no mu no me ne na ya abrefo sa me ye hia Anthony Kabo ye hia Anthony Kabo me ne na ya abrefo sa me ne nyina wo ho na Anthony Kabo ye din kuma ka kire se Bobie ade e be ye Bobie no ho sabe ne social media na enye effective ade e de be ye Bobie wo krom ha no ho age so odwane Messi Anthony Kabo na ya ba na wura fi o nkai no oda ne salon ka bim sa ayi kokomremre wu sane abada ho no no a sane abatwa ho no no a no mo ton left ho wu fi joy ho no na wu sane a won stand left to say no mo ton shop bi o mo ton shoes paboa ho ne ehia na o ka se mi ade ade be ye Kwabena wo kroma gisu odwane eni agi ye wo soro ete se joke MPP for na be to ahye Kwabena su yi ni namu station back on the Kwabena ya on tanka chief of staff station akoye adwuma go Achimota forest one more sometime Kwabena ho ago kone na mpo kakra ni nyina opposition adwuma ya ni namu breeze sometime ni nyina kwadwantwi opposition adwuma ya 8 years 8 years opposition adwuma ya na Kwabena namu no namu ohwa me papa osi akra no akwa rest kakra ni namu sa 2018 Accra FM sometime suwon na obi ka se ase Kwabena de obi opeso otena radio so de bia Kwabena de bia ntetemu na na apede ya bre papa before 2020 general election ntimi na ade wo akra wadafo bi national security no timi froka jo sema madam pe ba bi koda o wa hwe na ade mo ana o ma be yodo mbe yew na after 2024 years Kwabena jirem wa man tasing era me ka say obi onu mu a yeti ai me na na ma me maka severally say me ka say me kopa appointment bia mu a mo ya na wo dia be na abenya appointment na be no me na na ma tana ka say me pa appointment me ni godmother me ni godfather me ka say me pa appointment Kwabena so eja say ya bo ne sahene prekope ministers nyina ministers nti no honorable so enti se woni nipa ba akumienu bi na afre no wafa me fro no afa ma betena radio so abodua I swear me se me fro pa na minimu na wonfa me ba be je wa haya aya o ti asa be hunu se asantini abawa me ba mikuta mikosua mikuta me shinap mikuta me dia be kra na kan kra de ye mikosua me shinap aya aram de ajo hwie nipa bra wo kra yi mu nipa bra mi akra na kire se MPP fo no omo hwe kala no hwe face nu a omo ntimi attack me na nka se de nka omo twa me nka me kra nka omo twa me bia fine na me nim nipa ba ku mienu miensa na me fra wa na wonfa radio yi so aram de ajo na mesin enche Kwabena be ba ne no adi nkomo ye ne Kwabena be kasa because enkofo bebre wa kire enkofo fra yei enti ya anya mo hwe enti ya anya mo hwe enti Kwabena bra bre listo we kwa yese so osori o hyedem ne poko hyedem so enkofo bisa we me declare me stance say me me ka say me pe bibia I don't know about Kwabena say bia Kwabena say no honorable di bre na e di ama no edi na da no so say no anu opede ya ye nya no anu aba be ka wa ha e bia na poku nso e bi nso e bia na kwa wono nso so ahụ ye nya omu nyina no ma ida ma be ka omu de wa ha sei ye nya omu nyina no ma ba be ka ni nyina wa ha sei so ahụ ba Ansah na Kwabena be ba na me komanim dumso akoso na dumso na akoso na president Mahama de make kan say light no wo betimi adum no 1 month ena wo besiesie kura adum no na siesie maye say 1 month kwa na president Mahama kanea no wo betimi adum no na fix maye because crisis a wo beto ye no enye 9 hours 8 hours na bedum kanea de asiesie mi buofu na me de ba but na me hu mfa me ti o sese yi ana me kono Ghana fo eye nipa bi a ho de bia me ka your political colors ene praye ene kum ye eno na destroy wo man ye party a ye de ye ho adon MPP NDC and then some micro political parties na keka ho no PNC any PPP no keka ho a o ma che wo mo ho no those parties no o mo leadership no o ma che wo mo ho e bi wo NDC e bi wo MPP eno na e haye because I wonder why adie be chia as a member of parliament edima MPP ebe ye dede ebe tene TV ni radio so akasa se Ghana ye work dum so mu enti President Mahama enka na nuntum no won fixe President Mahama emma Ghana for light because 8 years na Akufo-Addo emma Ghana for light. Last week me baby ametie ye dum light to aso Tuesday ye dum no be 10 yes or no be 5 Wednesday to aso enra eye. I wasn't surprised enya me nwanwa because eyade na ekoso eyade a ye dum so mu before election. Obia follow me on my Facebook page bia hu say 25 days to the general election me drew fear me pon adwuma me drew fear pe ne ye dum light and me fa phone e see me so say 25 days to the general election ye dum light that time na ye dum no ye be so light be 2 am adenti na ye complain under President Mahama on the very day ni swearing in ekoso John Jinapo ni ye mo ni dis obey energy minister what is swearing in ase inaugural ceremony na ase and a war crisis e we yanim di a kire Ghana for adenti na ye hypocrite sa adenti na ye nya atwom sa adenti and ye nya atwom sa. And then today, MPP for and they complaining, say President Mahama and fix it. Now Akufo-Addo 8 years am I light? Like seriously? Ghana ha 8 years. And Akufo-Addo my light. Election year, a baby abedi nyemehunu, a baby ye fwa. Not in election year. A baby abemane man for other dum so mua and sumwa. Not in election year, say yakwa election mu. Even few months to the election, few weeks to the general election. Ni ya wo dum so mu. But today, the audacity say MPP for ye benya MPs, former deputy energy minister ne di kaka Nana Ansah buadu ba mevisin Ansah buadu Ghana ojina parliament kasa last week ni munimu a Nana Ansah buadu agrekenze mahene ne ba no afija sechere ho no mu ba bi no ye MP ejina parliament say President Mahama entimi fix dum so a onkoje afutuo efri Nana Akufo-Addo ho na wo moa no because 8 years madam shadow member of parliament we ye shadow MP wo pese Ghana for ate won kan wo pese Ghana for hu se na Ansah buadu ba e wo parliament enti what start na wo kasa Kenyansasem because se wo kasa no wan Kenyansasem a first na ye se ye mfimu no ye be fimu woman to woman ye be fimu Kenyansasem Mavis Ansah buadu agrekenze mahene na Ansah buadu ba se wo parliament na se wo kasa wo ye shadow member of parliament na se ne you want your voice to be heard in the public in parliament Kenyansasem because I was started say wo keka ensem we eyensem hunu a ye be face boot for boot 2024 na po ye energy minister MPP program assembly no kan ye e wo branch entwofo ko bisa na po say Ghana for call for timetable sena dum so ni hwano mu a dana na prokache Ghana for say ye yanko ye timetable mama me na po video no sena dum so ni hwano mu a dai ena na po then energy minister o kan sasen we say March I think 25th or 20 March and waka 2024 sena ye ni dum so ma election year dana na po aka kire Ghana for say ye yenko ye timetable okay yenko
video administration energy sector is 300 times better than your mom.
The current power cuts
some people are saying that you made mention of this. You use this as a campaign against John Mahama, and now we are experiencing a worse situation under President Akufo-Addo. Would it reflect in the 2024 election? Would it be something that people will stand on to vote?
If you are comparing 4 years, MPP administration energy sector is 300 times better than John Mahama.
But we are still experiencing doom so.
Nobody has said we haven't. I'm just saying it's far much better than John Mahama ever did.
You do admit that there's doom so.
That is the word you use. I have never used that word. I've promised you that we are going to work on it. And it's not a work that is a single event. It's a process. And we'll continue to work on it for the energy sector to become better.
Have you heard of calls for a timetable?
Ask those who want it to bring it. They should bring the timetable. If there is, I haven't seen any timetable. So when
people are calling for it,
say bring a timetable. What do you mean? The ECG says that there's no timetable coming. Why do you want to bring a timetable? What purpose? Why would somebody get up and wish evil or bad for the country? When it is not planned, you can't tell the person. Were you in Ghana under John Mahama? Did you live in this country under John Mahama? Did you live in this country under John Mahama? Did you?
And go for person mo wish evil for MPP abai. So hwɛ na pony away match MPP program ase. Hwɛ join ni city for ɛna na wo ye akrefem for the MPP program ase ye ko mbebo ye ya nko bi da hwɛ na pony o etina March 2024 no na on say journalist ni question what the man ne say ye you so dum so ɛna ye dey fight John Mahama but na Ghana for say ye west or say a west way journalist no asem obisa na ponu no na pocket or say obi enu no nka say ye experience outages power outages ye wom 2024
the current power cuts.
Afimunie say o match afimunie na granted this interview but today this same MPP for no catch Ghana for say John Mahama sadi dum so aba eno obi frem aka say na John Mahama de ye dum so aboni dua na ade na ye wo mu no ye timu no omo bebe to oman a enka ne agina so oman a ye nya president wo wisdom wo ye problem solver or how about solve ye or fix energy sector crisis e wo ho Emma o mani gina ye mo mani ko nanim o mani gina ye o mani ko nanim for whole year 2016 like power outages ye hunu bi Dr. Bobie after election kan say Mahama fix ye honorable say chairman Sabonsu wa kan woni interviews ahudo say Mahama fix dum so and then election year ye wo dum so crisis mu ye de remwa ba samre no so kwa na ye wo dum so crisis mu no na oma catch up kofo so mo machines na omo person omo shutting it down esiesie ro mu nyai enfamra me hye January mo ma me Mavis cancer boadu agrekens ma ehine ne ba no video no anano ono wa shadow MP
Mr. Speaker, when the president attended on this house, he told us that he fixed Dumso before he exited. Mr. Speaker, this goes to refute what he said. I think what the president is trying to do is prepare us of the hardship ahead. If he's having problems keeping our lights on, I'm going to call on the president to reach out to his predecessor and ask him how he was able to keep our lights on for 8 years. Mr. Speaker. To 14. Mr. Speaker, when the president attended on this house, he told us that he fixed Dumso before he exited. Mr. Speaker, this goes to refute what he said. I think what the president is trying to do is prepare us of the hardship ahead. If he's having problems keeping our lights on, I'm going to call on the president to reach out to his predecessor and ask him how he was able to keep our lights on for 8 years. Mr. Speaker,
Sir President Mahama enkwana na wo say man country destroyer e ho nkwankwa gi afutu ofamfiri ne honom madam me say we shadow MP na pese yete won ka afani asasembra because the way ye buo funi ye ni bere abere from opposition e dia ba ban mu no wa wo do ho bebe bia we will deal with you accordingly. You be dealing with you accordingly madam oni mu nyansa just imagine papa council of state member ba betinam o papa council of state member aba betinam abetu president fo agenda fo kwanya NDC be fail president Mahama be fail enu nkoa no o agenda madam shut up kawanu tum baby before ka ho asem kawanu tum because Nana Akufo-Addo a destroy Ghana, a say Ghana. Ye hear wisdom, obi Nyankopon, e di nyansa ni dia adom ni Sir President Mahama. Na mercy Nana Akufo-Addo 8 years on the Dr. Bobie akreti. E di abato Ghana force no wa fix dia man. Shut up. Mavis nkansa bodu shut up. Kawanu tum. Mufisi ya Jimmy o. Mufisi ya Jimmy. Mama me and Nesto Wusu Bempa Ghana gas. Ya tu abewie ya Nesto Wusu Bempa. Eye interview. Oni me nua Parker Wilson. Ewa yire pa ya interview. En wa ka kire ya tu abewie ya. Ya tu abewie be September January hwa. En Nesto Wusu Bempa ne Parker ya interview. En a wa ka se dum so a eba no. Aho kire eba no. 8 years President Mahama no a cabinet minister. 8 years President Mahama no energy minister. 8 years President Mahama economic management team meeting no okobi. 8 years President Mahama onu na we import wakra fuel ye di generate thermal plant ni e di ba. 18 Next Wusu Bempa ka President Mahama crisis e ba Ghana so Ghana fo ntimi nso ano because na onim say o ma ye energy sector ne bone Next Wusu Bempa
many kakra, which is inevitable. Now, John Mahama Dimoko show many kakra, which is inevitable. He is going to definitely do that. But there will be doom so coming soon. There will be doom so coming soon. So I know. I mean, the energy sector, I know there will be doom so coming soon. Expect it. Doom so will be coming soon. There will be a lot of economic hardship, serious economic hardship coming soon. And I'm being prophet. I'm prophesying. Tell me, I'm prophesying. And there will be a lot of educational system. Probably they will have money in the years to pay for VSHS. And they will be 1 or 2 months. What they say, take the kind. Whatever much they want to test the lines of the set up on your president election. Diplomacy, we can't just international politics play a role in how leadership lead the country. They need these leaders and anti-women, they make. And yes, I know we didn't come as a hi, Mr. President. Me know we trust him. We can't answer some children. Me mami TV. Na John Mahama Dimoko show many.
Wait, Abua Papu. Ghana gas na. President Mahama, any the late President Mills na ye omo legacy no. Sa akwa wei. Sika wakonya wo Ghana gas nyasem ketwa $1 billion project atuabo processing plant no sika abua papo o kachira Ghana for say there will be doom so very soon o kachira Ghana for say energy sector ho no wo e ho no otie e ho no ye adwuma enti wonim say dumso wo ho ma hye dumso wo ho. Then today see ye dum kanea na MPP ni complaini enra like nti so bi mi dan chi eye pre ene na pre enam say President Mahama say kanea na wo say wudum no 1 month ena boni mess o ma create dia to hono no wo betimi afix President Mahama woni energy minister mundum no 1 month na mo fa fix it because almost 8 years ena de Ghana for be dumso mo it is a 1 month na mo betimi dia ya mundum no asa eduaba ya MPP aban edua 8 years su no eso aba na ye tie dua wo mu dua ye boni kro no wo mu lutu energy sector no aba wo mu guye no na aso dumso ena ye atwa ena ye da dumso eti MPP for shut up kwa me ma say video na say Northern Radio 6 March nkrofo bi hye MPP party ntade na omu yese dumso no mama me say video no ena me ba dumso me say President Mahama so be dum kania ne 3 months kura dum no President Mahama 8 January after 7 is swearing in pa na ne cast edisu no office meetings when independent power producers meetings chief of staff any for your meetings President Mahama e Nigeria ba wakofo so mu hia maintenance e wo so mu tu omo machines mu e wo se meeting we koso voter revenue authority for green kofo ni nyina ye mess ya Ernesto wusu ben power Ghana gasia no wo ka kire Ghana for say dumso beba no and no na President Mahama after the swearing in even before the swearing in no ofra sesen kakra o fix it before election man tra no manka say change of government ama dumso be bun kam dia Ghana for so manka enka Dr. Baumia ebetimi akọ independent power producers akopo mo chew e wo bra mo na mo ma wo musika enko before election so na sogli na on shutting the machines down tema plant 1 and 2 mi kawa ha ni atum ni o ma shutting it down tema T1 T2 no o ma shutting it down ahaya me ne ya friend say benenzansia ene tena ha no aburu we nyina so bui solar panel ni ya shutting it down. There are other ones bi on money ya shut ya close no ya tutumo but MPP for completely da and then in less than 2 months adia mo ankasa mo political party edi enfie nwotwe asene no you people are complaining shut up ye nom no ye Ghana foi ya rescue o man ye na wose ye kasa enye mo dina parliament wana mo ye dede no mo minority leader mo misa ne say eyede na 2024 electricity company of Ghana ECG wa ye board chairman na ECG a oma account in PWD eye auditing ECG account omo ye auditing no sika nko a ECG generate 15.8 billion but omo under declare 15.8 billion omo declare na be 10 billion as I say even 10 billion no kura na omo tu akakwa no omo tu 6.3 billion sika be 9 billion sika over 9 billion mumisa board chairman afenyo markings say eye de na ECG sika 15.8 billion no omo declare just 10 billion the ka for heaver independent power producers esu edutu sono na sogli ni other plant thermal plant mu no na ECG sika omo generate ye no na mu ankasa mu mpanimfo energy minister Dr. Matopoku Prempe Dr. Mamadou Bawumia mo presidential candidate akwati Haptel e de bo o man ne krono na board chairman ya ono na ya minority leader Fenio Markins no o maka bomu e bo o man ne krono enti MPP for the you people should shut up e ba ne say ye kasaba en kane akwa de shut your mouth up mun kama nuntum Fenio Markins e ye board chairman ECG e de course energy minister ama change of government ama John Jinapa ama enke beda ne yate say ECG etimi di sika ECG sika ekoto niema besi tema habo $500 million container ma na esiwo sika ECG de kwa yie no duty enu $100 million $100,000 any money $500,000 sika omo de kwa clear duty $100,000 ECG force wo mu ni bi but yetimi mane mani si hwa akọ auction yekobo ni don komi emobi koto ne mane 100,000 Ghana cedis not $100,000 so $100,000 Ghana cedis ECG fetchre efa kania na omo tutum bum 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 hu sika $300,000 ekokoto ye under the chairmanship of minority leader na ada afenyo Marcus enimu a obekasa de afedum so du ebetete ne wo Ghana ha ada afenyo Marcus enimu na no bepa na wonimu na no bepa na afenyo Marcus ebekasa afedum so du so ho mesi ebetete afenyo Marcus wo Ghana ha ECG bonia MPP adie ewo ECG energy sector na afenyo Marcus mo minority leader no mo minority leader sa me no majority leader kofa container $500,000 yenye sika enyi $100,000 kwa ye ni bi bu apaya na si hwa na akodi mortgage a ni atwa ne don komi $100,000 dia ma MPP ni wo mo aho ni asase sika $300,000 na se ne kane ani dumu a waka kire me se den MPP fo emom na esu Sam na ado den kane ni si so na ado kura no ado bebe na no kura kan bi kura no ahwe yi anyankopɔ bɛka na no atumo nkasa da ada MPP former president Akufo-Addo ene ne vice president Dr. Bawumia ebe kasa de fa du so nyankopɔ betu om ka ahwe nyankopɔ bɛka wo ma no atumo nkasa wo Ghana hada. You people think we are fools. Ye jimi wo Ghana ha ho ye jimi yo obi aye ESLA Energy Sector Levy Act e dia to ESLA Afibia ma 3 billion Ghana cedis. Energy sector mo bebe to eka na den energy sector se 10 billion na no so na yate se ka da energy sector etwamu 70 billion ESLA no president mama fa ne sankada e generate 45 billion Ghana cedis 45 billion Ghana cedis no ESLA eka say energy sector 70 billion na mo MPP for ma ba be daka kire Ghana for say Mahamadu Dumso Dusaba me call minister Kwabena Bobie Ansah ho honorable
you say no em say uni untumi radio for na mo age pa me ho pa
honorable
you know honorable no cry no from me
honorable one honorable one
everybody do to me TV for more than the pa
honorable na appointment way
but that am make say we can energy sector no one say now all the box figures
ai many abrepa
yeah we say we need break but me no me wo how kakra was there now
okay
yan to abama MDC so me bo figures in play you yet to abama wo mo say wo corona say why establish ESLA fund na Jessica wom na the obe fire no wa misuse fund no ama ekaba. Ghanaians want to know how it happened and who did it. As something I don't know. Ghana for the of the court to Obama and this Yani Yerajo Mahama said. Omo person omo said Yerajo Mahama no aka say. Omo to be so. Say ya momo sorry you who at the cross ya omo so. Say ya momo asore. Why na teacher sabi ya me no why na teacher ya no omo so no. E why ya. That is what Ghanaians.
Eno ni asem no Kwabena.
Oh, individual. Na no, we ko kan one asem. Oh, me can say me agina for say, look, you guys should stop giving us the figures. Figures maybe we don't need it to because we know. Kind of only by the crime for woman in the microphone, they know. And you see, when you check about one resource, strength, especially when you say Mabru Pana to Obama and this.
Mabru rescue Ghana.
Because they read, they travel. They say, Kolana near Pierre. Oh, and now I never a question, a young match, you don't know what it is to about. So when you come and just tell me figures, oh, now this is for assume, hey, figures so, before you are Kronfu, or you are Kronfu, no. The former energy minister, yeah, current energy minister, go now government have no air free. Second for the politician, they are Kronfu. What they are saying, you know. And this MPP politician be anyone found some friend of Kronfu because but the establishes anybody a Kronfu and say, okay, so ESLA fund a car a dahoni a cannot if I say so they buy a pay a fast buy no and you can train na ye na me jako and na etwa course so sadiano Namra and na me jako na ma yesa
pepe.
So, yeah, Pomocho, yeah, Benny.
Oh, Kwabena, dear, me, I'm a many aberrant, say, a piano walking. Ya complaining, a figure see ya bar. Now, no, ya, mobile buying before President Mama sorry in Krasina, don't you apostate, and a war broso. So, nay, President Mahama, Asakwa broswa. Ya, Bruce says, do so, and Kwabena, and this if one ATM. MPP for an ATM, 18K, you know. And energy sector levy friends ESLA ya mo say generate 45 billion. Ya wa former energy ministers wo ho and we invite so ma me chere do mo de ye. ECG kaya mo say over 60 billion yi. Nanka ECG board chairman na no ayi professor Ameya Kunfi mo say $2 million kra no and I before inviting. Enanka Dubik Mahama nom ene afenyo markets nom mu to on some we invite you some mra mechre e ka mo beto ye energy sector 10 billion akwa do 70 billion ba ready entiamu yi a ye dum light so a MPP for the trouble NDC for
nana onim o mu timi flow bi aso meeting yeah transition they have the information, they have every information. The NDC administration our every single information as to what happened, how it happened, who caused it. They are just trying to, I don't know, Madame Fournier, Minia, sorry. And I know, all say I'm a Kadanka Williams as them. All the Danka Williams could you and say, on Fabonente.
Yo. Oh, I can't say Kwame Monsafre. I do 4 years as Suffer Danka Williams. Oh, that's not radio so I can survive. About your campaign. Nano, he? Nano, Obi catch me. So I call him. And this if one penny phone come moody and say, oh, your man, your class, I don't bet you be. Ansah, now, President Mahama catch a gun of what say, or Chinamepe voice not be bo. See a accountability, dear, and this a change of government, ba. Some President Mahama catch a gun of one no. Oh, sis. President Mahama, Kwabena.
No, sorry. Well, they have the figures, they have every detail. But problem no, they be free Danka Williams no. I'm telling you, on my way, Danka Williams no, and a best say Ghana. Oh, I'm a moya for. Oh, but okay. Now, yes, so Mukra Bible said the entire Jamaica. What is the meaning of Fabonate? Of Fabonate? Oh, Ghana for Rwanda, Omugun, sorry, no. Oh, Ogoka, also a Christian in the Yana Cassette and Christopher. A chief imam, Sabe, and some fool say, Onka. Duncan Williams, a dear or Jere, and what about a boy to the pump. And ordinary part. So this is the problem. And the say even when the president wants to crack the whip. She said, I didn't hear Kwakwa selected, depending on which case. But okay, she has here found sector by sector, agency by agency. That's a Urajo Mama no Jiga so mu be near Maswatch Ghana for MPP begu. But since here no, if we understand now, no Kosia, Omu Bompa, we are. Yeah, on the Yami Bobie as no honor. Duncan Williams, or no catch JM say, on for Bonnet, Bonnet JM, apart from so, obey, pushing for accountability. Whatever will be I know. What is a JM? Obia what is a JM? And I know one of you and Obia MPP Quatemeji. 1 year, MPP for a year. Emma month for young Metia Twaba, Emma NDC. And they said they should come and punish them. But, and I know say Metis say, Mini Abema, a Yakando, Honorable Kando, so can be Minister of Health, a Jen can be who are both. We got Tracia, Sikawe.
Figures now, no more Bob Bonessa.
No, so Bob Bonessa. Anna. Figure no about no maybe figure there. Figure no about Nama or the other. And
a figure no so I born. E you be na kwaye adwuma ma say figure ne beda ho.
Exactly. So tell us that look, you're quite a chief doctor way. Who are you saying? When a man a can buy and we just say no. Almost setting up the whole game. I'm a MPP. In Jaguar, the normal political game. We are conformers, Yeah, that is what they are doing.
Yeah, we are yes, you are baby. Ain't Musukra Massa baby.
I don't know whether they were ending this fully between say, oh, you baby have been to Omoba, no more. I don't know. But
Kwabena. Yes, dear, not just a President Mahama and this disappointed Ghana for big time. Because President Mahama catch Ghana for say, see a accountability, sika, aba on mine futumu, a car, daho, any year 2 years, sheni, and say Ghana for accountability, unless say any change of government. And it's a Ghana for what is asem no was supemu, nay the change in aba. Na ye pa accountability na say there that game no a mo ya akronfo ye nuafo father for all mo mfa nche no ne ade nkomodie ne dia and I just say NDC disappointed Ghana for
and America say if we don't take care ade ne be choose and pick me say na pose NDC and pay for 8 million kana pass them because of Otumfo any mention baby a wofi omusuro musura buja baye asantefo no ye betimi ni na yo na bo onya asantini eni se musuro se mo de mo nsa beka na mo de bomfo maye ye ne beye
ba Kwabena de o kan sa me no wonti ase because of Otumfo ntinu obi anso ye obi kuro mu hine de hye
ye ne na me en asem na me ka kire o me ma example wo peki wo bu nyina no a Obo say enipa we nke di kwase nko nanti abonten kasa he afanyo na kwaye ECG board chairman afanyo
yeah ono
ene afanyo nya no ka kire NDC for some ya konfo why because you have NDC MP leadership afanyo is a fine man. Afenya is a very intelligent man. Afenya is a very brilliant man. When in Ansah, but the area, Omo, into Omo Penyansa and the Aji, no more to the area. Wait, see, look, Bobie staff and you never, any person could be an opportunity to this and say, oh, yeah, comfort. Never. Oh, I didn't go forward, yeah, no. Yeah, we are no. Sometimes when you would take a prayer, now I say, what's wrong? And I said, you to me now, you to me, say, yeah, they be from but to correct the wrongs. Oh, the other issue they say, yeah, now maybe say, oh, it's too early. Let's wait and see. If you figure no more catch number 2 1 more because you can't tell me say 1.250 billion Ghana cedis a car. Then you need a year. You only put us in a yes, idea.
Almost in Etias will be angry.
What will be angry? So, any background was there, means no. Say, was me to ah, what's it to move to say? So, how do I come into terms with that 50 billion Ghana cedis debt? How? The ordinary Ghanaian, and what they do is that they mention the figure. No, be at him. Hey, the money is big, no. And no. And no, it's there. But you see, we will beg them.
But Kwabena unim, eya na enkrofo ka sese si enipa no ochi no kra na court kra na ade ne beko. Court won so a wode ne beko no, ba ko hia chewa ne ma wo ho. Enti no.
Nana, I'm catching you. And you're saying that kind of abundance.
Aye.
Nana, they win, and this win, no. Even the judges, the judiciary was overwhelmed that they were ready to align and do the right thing.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. And this again, young performer, I may yeah. The win by no. It was so overwhelming that even the courts were ready to align. Now, Nana, what call ECG? You have been able to identify. Okay, Sikawi, concession in you. Say, okay. What's running we are? One by evidence. Documentation. What I say? Nana Jakun worked as board chairman for ECG from this time to this time. On a sign way. Now you could do court. No judge will try because any player Ghana member the court to abandon. Any player of the to abandon. Nana, Sanka, and this continue with that any brepa. No judge. No judge. Oh, but Yayama a general job. Oh, and quite a job and Anusinum air cabin. And quite a job and Anusinum air cabin. And this in Kenya, MPP view or monocrat cassa. Oh, Ghana, but you must know I hear the movie and catch. Almost the figures maker. But they should explain to us how. And I know Yenya a Okuja Trablakwa. Honorable. Yamana Sabemo, honor Yemiapa. Your honor Yenya Bakacha say, Yaji and Sassibi. And I'm sending a message, Mura, and Sassabaka will do. And you want a fast arsenal, let us go. Wait, or Fabra Sassi. A question of fast or far or Yajet the back. Wait, or Fabra Sassi or her. A company saying or fast or fire, then also Yajet the back. Catch you and say, Yaji, a bank as a foreign ministry. I was a foreign ministry.
And Crawford dinner, what is a yas as a coronano. Said on which you chop plot and Crawford dinner as a son.
Yana, a deputy young person as a demand for MP. Ever casino so. And about bronze elsewhere, and I'm saying, say no, me will be a mean to me in Kabi. Nanyamwa, a young man no more corner na Kanyamu na and Kawan Perchum, Kawan to one can Sabi and some phone say. Nanka, Omode Bano, and yes, I'm Perchum. Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Kufadu regime. Oya asase we e wo ha. E kwan say no fa so wi ano. Yaje Bobie Ansah ono so fa asase ba ko ha. E kwan say no fa so o fa no yaje. E ka wunya no no mpogira ho. Na ba me didi okuja chatem ene ndisi fa chatem. But abanesa enti wonye mu ani. Ebe ye mo ba fa mu wadi de bia dabi. Na nkwa ye do mama administration na ko ni papa pro.
Ya wasa Kwabena ya wasa mboni po because I said ye unim krasa Kwabena na na obi frɛ me asɛm a wo ka kyerɛ me ne sɛ ahwe ye kura contract ni nyina akra ne be kwa akodi MPP fo nsɛm because omo ho na sika kwa akodi e do kwa hye MPP ni NDC ni bia oni kapreba oben obi a no omo akotua sika no o hyase na ya the contract na ma no because they said ja omo ye we are brothers one can ya carry one nation.
Meme dear Kanama meme dear to be honest with you outside politics yes we are brothers but me ever politics me who MPP ni nka say we are brothers that and see what my life will that because MPP ni no na explain say we are brothers who onyanwa e kwa odo be fa so no you have no clue but you see and America no there was a who be a boy NDC for say that should be almost be called opposition and when they go to opposition they want them to treat them say with kid clothes anybody no di ni ye da ye ti kroma ana ayi ekufo ba ye force on be tete enkrofo egu mu Salome nom
Victor Solomon Kwame Pepra Dana Bodakpi ena hefo no kora ka ho
no Atamus any Yura Mahama omunya opportunity ni bia no mbeka kire ye say o de say bia enya hwe enya hwe say obi afa omaya de wo say enya hwe ena omu ejaye omu jaye you are my brother omu wi ni ya ayo wi ni ya no mbeke Osman nu ya kogugu Osman omo be tira ngotum
dai
ayi ya flight TV NCA wango dem edi ya see globio we are brothers we are sisters wa obe kan kese no ni ayi wa fi agro nu edi so bi an kan kese no ayi ma fi agro nu
ye nyina duodum ye dimu bi
yo me na me go kan bi ni asem na obu mefu me
yo
David.
Yo.
Obi no be say adwuma no.
Yo.
You say no. MPP for no na ekro. Eye.
Eyi na kai ye you can Japan. Was it ya bregu. Ya bregu.
I don't believe ya bregu. Right? What I believe is that look, we have saved Ghana.
Oh yeah.
Anye Ukraine, we have saved Ghana. There are certain things meaning say your mama and crop for almost 5 years, almost 5 years or minor. Your mama or Atufose will not wake up one day and order the governor and Siama say
Unchest Kamano.
No, so at least me just sorry I'm any year back of it. So
hello, Kwabena. Hello. Hey, Kwame. Okay. Hello, Kwabena. Tell no who ye na ola ni break. Hello. I am ko.
Oh, 8 years no, not 8 years of I mean horror movie. And nyame ayaya dom. And intina yemremu ye. No. But I say a process. But your best from say process no. Na obia wu bi figures no ya bre loto numbers no mo dey mine no ya bre 80 billion 50 billion 30 billion no ya bre just to explain to us what happened. This is what happened. Any boss machine ya dey we ni ade we okay, so your Jainama Attorney General should deal with the matter. Okay, so we are looking up to Attorney General. Yes, Ubonso Maino, Ubia set it up.
Okay.
But say no. Akwaya young cabin. Where Nana, me nim say you were in Tikra now.
Oh, there be where the betram said ya obeto nkomo na nso di bi egusuo. Na honorable. Honorable
ni ha.
Eti, I was have honorable Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Ene migusu a mene ne kasa no. Honorable na won't me for any first time, yes, second time. Let me say, phone person do appointment here, Diagro. What could pay na wanyana, na dia catch the woman.
Well, Nana, my main chair was here for wow. Ceciano, Nim Dintia, and Crawford do money as so. From last week, I have received videos and other audios, and me free, media colleagues know. Obi kura sende me tape bi say o ye e dey me kosi ye e na me minia na me pacho o ye mails ene mahama no ye you interior minister na say you defense minister. You see enama ma me fa asem we am tuga me Bobie Ansah. I lived under Atamel's regime. Atamels, the late President Mills was a very good friend of mine through a year Minya Kokonido. President Mills farm sent it back. And a public knowledge. And I'm a boy. So obviously, say ye ka appointment that time pacho to menga
Kwabena wo dem me te won kapa
that time President Mills time we worked from 2008 me joined in this campaign in September. Dominic Isi na oyemi producer me dey ma President Mills as a reporter. Dominic Isi was perfect in Medjuma ye that time.
Papa anade Kisi ya bua de say ja won no a.
Then this winning here. Look, Nanama President Mills winning here. Me na mo fo na me no mo di agro e wo radio so that time. Me Felix Oposukwate, Dr. Manebuama, Kobi Fiagbe, Pature, and other yeah. Maybe I saw even current ministers are even farming some and mobile into limelight. Maybe I saw me bring men who will be our office that never men who will be office that because not a woman to say we just on my way make Kufuor be say on mine. And for President Mills to come and fill that gap, now me okay. President Mahama offer me Neba straight. Me 4 years. Me nim obi os me ba ne ho ebe contract. Me nya ba contract that. If you say me di NDC, me nya ba contract that. Me da na me sorry a me ko here me ala. Na ma to bi edi, ma pe bi akoma abusuafo, na mtem ba bi. Me no obi ani asase ho manso, me no obi ani oba ho manso, me no obi ani ejapade bia ho manso. Ye no na mete, metime ba bi. O ma me bia, me da ase, o ama me a fa. Before year ba 2024 elections, nanama, the kasem we debia na me kase. The issue is not about political position. Send this to me bu on my ye. Na say ya mama hwe kura no a me ni o how bia. Na na ma say me kan kwa me no betimi.
De bia Kwabena wo kan ne dia sempa, no dia pa. Me di adanse.
Enye se bia ena me baba be kasa asem we. But what is the issue? Enti say ya mabo bia hwe a, say aban no ntimi enkoso. Is that the argument?
But Kwabena, any argument no kran nkrofo hu ni say Kwabena for 8 years. Last 8 years, executive just say wo kwa de media lawyer media actors ne professionalism wo de atonche wo ye party adwuma and then ye hu enkofo a true you say bi no ye chief executive officers no ne ade ente bi no mo hwa kwan say enke ye bubo din a na nka Kwabena Bobie Ansah so din apie mu bi ana
no you see nanama excuse my language, a baseless argument. What is it? And this will be a family film. You see, me catch almost say, me catch won't me a radio phone say, me and this sympathizer. Me say 2008 me say me support NDC. There is nowhere at a point in time where look even multimedia ada omu yimedi etikwam numbu same o ya NDC ni na say me ya NDC ni NDC ni de ope bia ye o say ni entimi no nya adwuma adam say the formula tabam na me nkofie ko me fie na me de me ko fa me fufuo si ja so na me bo me jemo e ben ya me wodi ye na me de me twere dan me NDC ni I'm not a sympathizer me NDC member and I'm proud compare me say me de be kwa da kamrem. So I'm not running away. I'm not shying away. Being at NDC. Now, I'm not as an MPP for no. I'm going to be before the appointment. What would you have the appointment?
Sir, Eduma, we are been 1 year.
Eduma, me NDC no. Me na me call a ballot box with the team in Metri. NDC
8 years. Eduma, we are no. Do every crowd now with them. And you're more expected to be. And then me try to me can say me look me JM echo a provocatra. Nanama yeah this studio I kasa bag na my bread and minya hwe na minya hwe ha yeah me can say we me amini apani Kofi Buachi beti no besre ye ko Christian and the JM num die wura ekura bi ase ye ko sa afi de Kofi Buachi se Kwabena me de my bro yensai nam se hwe ofa yango o ga se adwuma ketua eh be bia JM ewura ye no a na me te se ye nia ba ko se wa ko se sales constituency o 16 constituency o say o nam se wa tie oh we talk as if JM no de wa anya hwe oda sore ya no be president we talk as if so JM abusia for crowd there o man contribute hwe look ama even to fill V8 maku be 15 tank to move across the country you have no idea so enye Bobie nkwa na ye adwuma enye na ama nkwa na ye adwuma enye Joma ama nkwa na ye adwuma ye nyina ye modemo ene de asevu oman no but the question is ye save oman say e baba be wi a oman no na say e be che oman na fa 4 years. What do I do now? What I need to do is to position myself that at least one day the president will remember me. So Kwabena Makairo and then midway Shawunsa. Now I'm supposed to be Ghana for you, make me aye. The teacher said, "Oh, try resha for me, boy. Oh, try resha for me, boy."
No, Nanama. Menka say, menka me try resha for the other say. I don't want to be able to ask a reserve player. Obi move na memra there be what I want to say is say enema bebre akwanya bebre wo o dia say he obi minimum obi kura no na appointment e dia ma no ne na ni nso o say sha me minim bebre ba ko ni mi di nkomo na me ka kire say be ma so mu sa ni nyina ne say you know who ye dey so o mampani person wo ye ebia after 1 year 2 years obe move you akoba before who knows what the other mawa o say esa na de onya bi e ene no ba me na me ye adwuma me na me che se ye ni asofo ba akoko ni TFM miss sa odi for no me bunu pa wo complaining ma me ne kasai na me ka kire ni say prof yes nyame na mo so aboa NDC na sabita frache anyambia no nyame adwuma no ene se tintina nipa de ntua oka na Yes, NDC for a kai will normal by shower. Yeah. But you see, we shouldn't let it be like bitterness be a right. I don't have any problem if you lobby. So we call lobby position there. I mean, no problem there. Because I'm lobby no, I'm on Jay. But my problem is the kind of utterances. And I mean, I'm here say, and I mean, I'm a different party in the bar power. And I mean, I'm here say my party no. Look, NDC won 2008 without some of the people talking today. The founder himself, on one party no, so the party is moving. NDC is a movement. Party no founder no party no guso. And maybe by 2028, a new generation will come and take over the NDC. No one relevant to you. So what is it? And the best room to me for no. Gordon, as I be there, ku yeminia. Kwaku de ro yeminia. And in animated same crowd, so take one of the multimedia platform back na almost remi. Me Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Many bradio, obi oni me di agro bi anime. Me ni brefo. No way. It has never happened in my life. And every situation that may find me womb piano, I'm very content. You understand? Why? And then me sorry, not a said me see me business. Then I'm me be a Page FM, a global FM, and you be a sicko. Yeah, me catch you. Then this will power Page FM frequency. Only part that's a new town, mammy. What is that me complaining that?
There be Kwabena.
Me see radio station in here and you just say it, no. And you ramp them down.
Okay.
So, the other means say obre.
Okay.
Kasano, doso. Minianum,
Solomon Usumu Atanase, no, and a ye for all.
Say, man, Yashi, Pranoa, Mimi NDC. It doesn't change me, that's all.
Okay. Yada say abusuafo entimua mani abre Kwabena appointment ho no osimu nsum ani wawai na mo na opposition afa no mo twa 60 days mo 4 years na afa na 2 months afiri mu ya Kwabena na mo de na ye twa pen enya de a ebeboa mo ye nka se yekopa appointment ene ye enya bi ana amate se Kwabena ka se yekopa appointment ene we enya bi Kwabena nka nche obi a se yekopa appointment. And I want to say a many be or say a fear on pet. Want to say Kwabena see a man appointment already a fear on pet on Kwapa appointment. Aye, Kwambia, ya first one, ya survive 8 years. Sa Kwai na so near be 5, be dia survive 8 years. Solomon Usu and joining me movement for change. And a lawyer, Karen Esifo Ansah. Esifo Ansah, lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah adjourne me ewien ene ye be komu pa ne ya hwe budget first budget ya President Mahama na be mu ne finance minister Dr. Kesa Atoforsen e de be kwakotu edwa be kom atwetwe hu komo nyina na so lo
oba
me mo akwaba na e say no constitution we bia mu anase movement for change GTP for book na wo bia mu yi mo akwaba
be just GTP no ha
GTP wa
ana constitution wa ana ye wo opposition many NDC for no opposition so no enzamo omuka nyina de lamon enzamo omuka no so matro no ha ana parliament is so same hunu nyina so was standing orders mu ha many mo awie ma me fa chie mu ade enfama wo
oh Dela Edem head of corporate affairs
when you be ntino oba osre na na mo betu sound so ha when you be
so relax
what you here Karen so the chair one of the finest brains and this momuti I don't one movement for change
absolutely
say girls are home fin na you call
what do nyansa no home fe be movement for change yellow sadia no what you call one more hey and more problem more Darama
movement for man so cry me share dem hu
omo akono say jai Na me baby fi say.
Na me ho ma so me ye mesriwa.
Why mesriwa dey say ye mrewa go ho na. E dey o so nya kasati ana. Hey. Na na me bibi. Na na me bibi. Abesriwa be na beto no.
O ma na me hu TV na so omo ye mesriwa.
Wa ba ye meet ya be o say mesriwa dey dey oro.
Dey me hu mo TV so na me ka.
TV ha no wa le hu ya. O be so ka chere say ma na ko TV so ye mesriwa na.
Dey bi ba jo.
E dey asa na le ka o be so nya kasati ya. Na me tell you say do ko Bank of Ghana.
Solo
corporate affairs.
Solo kawase miss.
David me pese mo ti won from me.
Na corporate affairs o mo do mo kon me ye communicator man this.
Eh, adwuma wa ye. Kwabena Bobie asa wonya nsem nu no job radio no so keka no. Ana me dia me godi me nko eni ye. Adwuma wo ye ye na ye wu adwuma. Wu adwuma no ye no. Adwuma Kwabena Bobie Ansah ye ka one man ka ye the positions versus go no me trade your pa against this adwuma wo na na ma ba se besia emre bi kura na dwubi de minum ye no nyame am be ba ka pupo o ka sa encanta o ka sa de no ahia me so kwa kwa chire me dance for me ga no kwa koi am ye sa ko twe me bai adapa na wu che kufuado eche mo mbegwa no bi ko papa no ye di pampo ni kufuado no no so otu no sa
chimuti ase do hu sense mana me kana mi dika
ala dika no de me be support mu
okay
mala me catch ro se yen kotuma alanchemante
oh then
mala de kura me de kura enti Kwabena Bobie Ansah nya sansem na wo ka ron fa na nibresem because you see the woman is en comfort down.
Yeah.
Unknown to him, nkofo pena sempa. Woti nkofo pe wa sempa. Obi wa want to me go to Billy House. You see the problem with communicators and presenters and they say my interface. The labe enipa ebet me approaching no. Omo more than the wait me call penny bi o baby o. Ebia na ono no say ne dia ma no. Enso sa afo soja no o feel comfortable coming to him. That's only sa rapport with that penny no. Can for that time no finance ministry na MPP phone to me kono take it from me go no aka say nanim na wabode nanim antinanim
you want nanim ka wa approach ni cry
obi to me men no by communicators you want them down the grassroots no
okay
and ti Kwabena men fan say e ya goodie for the sake of omo do achi men legitimize say wakoko amatumi aba masa the one put on a fin when you saw the bomb you.
But see, now, Obia, you need to be.
And don't got qualified persons, no.
Oh, you're qualified, but
I'm on when I'm moving with Sansa Munua and go Bobie, opposition channel. May catch them on your play for Monconquajo, dear. Most of Mutia more doubly house one, yes, a position, and I'm a president, Mamma, or Mobile appointment over for yellow, see Callistus, also Monco, Johnny got a yellow, see Callistus, also Kobe. Yeah, father among.
Na ya any godfathers no.
Why God? That time I can say people say God. Oh kasano. Now can say true godfather. Say godfatherism to crown am politics no. E to be me ni bi wo e bia me fa bi so da. Me fa bi da. Because a godfather na jimi an so ajimi. Cha wo sua free no. There is a reason why nyame ba obi adoma chede. Mo man go for express wo mo. Na munja godfatherism no. Ye ko campaign en kase mo amoye godfather for sons and embassy ko campaign no.
Nano me wo fie me te say em say morning show so say serial callers of NDC best to me ha say Joe Ashama. Onya ahwe. It say dia wo kan. Joe Ashama em say callers say 50 be fra. Emu 30 be boni di.
Because onya kapra no mo na che.
Yes. Enti so ono no. Say ono ni nya bibia callers no so kakra mo so be no so anya bio. Me say wo be phone line so be wo say me chia Joe Ashama and serial callers ya chia Joe Ashama.
Alama.
Ma te say em say wa ba me show so be once be after once be.
Omumiem. That is not to say so being qualifier, but to be any baby with me. I should do a business or person you're more from. Obi on more, Obi to the teacher more financial. I
only not make can say, yes, you're building lean government. But nye lean political party support and don't kokwa je.
Any lean. Oh, one lean.
I said the lean.
Yeah. One kalino.
Minister sister, you see presidential staff is here 20.
Obienu wa
but enya that lean and crofo no kakra bi so na kwaje power.
Na mama men kan tro wo se efata so obenya baabi ahye.
Solo.
Vanya yi na mo nya yi mo betra na wa Kwabena Bobie Ansah na me kodi pa Kwabena ja sanse mu no. Oya sa wabusu afokra be bedwa wo. Wakoye adwuma manfaso abemu amangofo etimu land cruiser mu dimu de woti ana aka chem se medie de bia no nsemu. Don't do that. Oya sa obi de ho ya obejai wachidi wa wankwa wonko short yes and do visa lanchamante ba power me mpe position there enso ka ba no medimu akotrepa ene ka me ne be se one punch hey anope bia no betra ka me ka ha me tuache no samaza nyongwa na 2 million audio o she cha kra ene tiro omomo obia bi obia obre bia no se fata se momo mbi mo ana mo ti radio so anaju programs etero bi na me ba na me kona me hwe am say eh anaju sa for what reason saka na me man da bi was all the nato ba so o chile ana ma bomo am say obai woni boyfriend kra ana wa na jo de o nya bra ya chile wo kem gigi
solo
enti
ya dase
wana mo ka jira o mo chief of staff who tie ye na mo mamu bi na Bobie so wo ba no ja sanse munu no me amefre no onya sanse munu no sala ana me kodi me nku eni e kodi nku an ka betra ye de mo mba pa tumi bomu sa bomadia no start bomadia Kwabena Bobie Ansah makramu obwa juma Kwabena ye Kwabena titui bia wa rasta daddy ba dada bi dada no de na Facebook ma ya ma no ya kadem yuji we and yuji ama ho mo nko awo mo nko are you with me and the way ya to monkra someone die ni ya omo ade let be to aso me mom de me metie yi samo ko na anye ya yellow book no a mo ba join de mo
na mu besa ba biem
ye ba ne ma kamtia
Say me can't mo de mo ya agenda na wie.
Why agenda men kaka bi wo ba bi da ye ko gitumi na anye ya na se guy.
Okay. Mo da so tia.
African ya start.
Mo tia se mu wu.
Ye ni bro, ye mre yo.
Okay.
Ye mre.
Okay.
E beta tamo akopim se mo be ye yi.
Mo nya na mo register as political.
Ye ba nche kra ye party.
Say ye keka no, send the last time mo ka say MPP begu.
Yes.
And you say it's a movement I be replace MPP.
And you finishing this so quick.
Ma finishing this.
Yes. You don't be quick.
Okay.
I don't watch it.
Busam de la Edem. Okay, ma.
Bibi akoyi.
Eh.
Yamyadum. Yamene. I don't know.
Okay. Ochna Anna, Minister of Finance, Dr. Kesa to Forcing, co-presented almost first budget. Na over the weekend, who saw the deputy na makola. And then in a mua, any of the 4 money be a didim command, be no crack and so now. Budget team will come up prepare you. And budget team will prepare you. And you know, I was thinking I market in the crowns and Abia. I started to prepare.
Some markets, business a woman, and I'm a man to come. But a business in the shake.
When we stand there, we are China. Maybe I must say dollar cost. Yes, we are $100 Ghana. I had this city. Missing Mama, me who Namu Namkacha said, me 30 years in me to about that.
On one was to Mamma 7.
I feel way when I'm to a man, me person black into your pamucho.
In Ghana, our price are lost because of the dollar. It's never to me yesterday. Everybody has a price now, about from now. the local markets and the consumers in Switzerland and the outside.
I've been problems in the face.
Yeah, my physical problem this year means me grandchild. I make one out this year.
What is the problem?
The problem was the price has increased. It was 1,350, but now it is 1,750. Just 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks.
Yes.
From 1,350.
Yes, 2,750.
2,750.
I was returning back. Because
oh wow.
The way now the price I gave it to them over there.
The finance minister on any deputy and weekend no amunam dwemu a omo engage traders ni ebini solo
budget there a constitutional provision.
Okay.
Article 179 now. Obeka said the president shall cause to be prepared and lay before parliament at least 1 month before the end of the financial year. Estimates of revenues and expenditure. Just omampeni ebefa the photo samfum aba be ka akire oman no sika na ni da so se ebegigi na film eni di bi di no afim eno aho adwuma na minister no ekwakoye eni nti no na ebehia se ye hwese ampa se nyuma ekoso ukuro no because nyuma nkoso a wunya sika na wo ye de open no na aban so abon ho mode se kakra na ye begi no eno ani bidi actually me expectation minister no ba be de kenoforiata yero e be sere ne se hwe no wan she white amfa chin antoni kom amfa bible ambe kotu quotation because na so be yaza oma no kredie on kan no kre ewo on man more or the propaganda by any be expose no say ye AI on man ye bet me nya 10,000 on kan che bet me 10,000 ye bet me dia ye bet me dia dua buru kon kan kire after all ebufu e de koto aba 2024 no Ghana fo nyina nim na o hawa ne ye dey ye nemu enyi ye to aba no bumsa mo ma me ye say ana ye kotaka nyoma be bra wow ya we say wonye isi yesu 1990 ba nyina na ekwan ba ko board asenkregua na wo budget biem na am se payet no
ekwan ba ya
board asenkregua what is akwada afibia from started from kwesibo to 89 come wonyina board asenkregua de dumemi ma ehemfo no bufui sa na board asenkregua ya mo tumi ndili chimfiri mu ana enyo man bebre one was copy and paste cut and paste to me shemu a no wa be kan kire ye be sere se ne montum boase kakra bi am betua package no mo be kan kire na mum on ma na ni nko kuayo ho nipa didi wi a na nasema ya den asa aduane bo adi okromu adodo ebe de se NDC ekoto aba no ka se on be 11 fro yeso movement na ke be ye fro fa ye ne kan ya omu se so mu yifri ho e china ne ye hwese obe ye fri ho covid levy covid etwam yentumi massa levy no entonko so enka ho almost betting tax me disagree betting tax ne me fi se o boys bet tax kura no mu twa burusu tanya boys ne kura ne twa man no kura twase boys no na oba yetumi bo match bi team bi wo yayi Turkey no mo catch just o mo hu bo ni mu ama erenti somso be ye free wa fine na mom kakra na ye begigi o man ni mu ye nhweso yi pa because obi no odi ni sika ba be boy there is no free lunch anywhere
but on say Professor Steve na there I can say we no kwade ye mfe nsanka 11 no kwade ye mfe nsanka
prof no so nyanti wi asena se wa me 11 chrono tax medicika to me phone so be send ya kwa akoma na nama was what be afrim e de adwuma na aye ma me nti a wo so ko ti be afrim I with me enti ana also person ye man go for bebre eba into the digital space and as a financial space Tia then now the tax in ba and only some go for bebre. We are from Sika Brem physical.
11.
Na bank transfers require the transfer. And no ya amount no ho.
Oh, are ho say.
E chire no video wo house kakra mo bo say gbe mo o ma tini nyina. Ya fiska ni nyina. Sort ya say. Meanwhile, me no ka say VAT I giro krumu ano. A compound calculation. I can overrata the cover about 2018. And ya calculate gross, ya calculate NHI no. Near side ya count gross no. Ansah they apply VAT to 15%, double taxation.
Okay.
It already will Bugana for the faso. And the VAT and 15%. Oko money VAT and NHI in here, about 22%. What you say? And the problem as of mine, and yes, you cannot emma or mindful to more. Because look at the tax to GDP at 13%. And you're bad. If it's a Singapore between 1987 to 2024, on the average, almost tax to GDP, no, at 12.1%. Singapore. The only 13. It means any okay. As a Singapore.
Okay.
The only difference between Singapore and Ghana, and say there is no way any Singaporean leader ever come musika diakoto akwakoto amena $58 million. On ye big all in the name say ye de kwako sunyame ekufo ni kenofrata ya Ansah. There is no way in Singapore you better $12 million. Say ye de kwako ma obi so onko ya irrigation poalugu na omuduru your friend is second tampoa no machedi. There is no way to happen in Singapore. $12 million. Sika me bonya dollars so. Fed one facility account. There is no way yeah that sit down ako London. You said your friend is saying Japan Royal Leicester London Stock Exchange. Now omako chesi Kennedy. Your boko buy ya Leicester ya nyahwe. Almost $12 million in Suko. Near young man was fain the Senate Parliament. Now can the trust because one brother. That MEF guy no munyan nam ho. There is no way Singaporean government and our president Bia ever make a ghost name to the tune of 81,000. Anchor national service. No, Kwabena ni Kojindi. We are more chile. Yakofo by near. Yeah, love me. Love ya. Oko nightclub da. Sanyo say love ya. Otibida. I won't go club. Monchele.
Minko be da.
Nani obe nti we ala bosobu kojimo ni amuje ni say.
Minko nice club da.
Ya kobine wusu sisi.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Yeah, be famiko.
Oh, why not? When your position and quite about one of my foul. Be call me spend it 10 cedi car be born. What the movies that man go ye. What you say? There is no way besi. There is no way Singaporean president and now buying everyone got come contract ama company to say SML. No matter 1 billion. Say omo digital. It will never happen in Singapore. It won't. There is no way Singaporean government be ever to say they are very canny GVG. Amu memu na data board from pa ya dey say question mo and you do data. There is no way. There is no way any Singaporean government ever to say PDS emergency kanko. There is no way. And in toke ka we nyina bomwa. That just say you konsuogu kentem. And yes, ye njiska okromwa. Ya chisika na wie no engofo bi chedi. No masaba be ka kire say yesika ye je enso ye ho bra. Wotu fie ama de obedie bia nya no na hwe ho. Etoro bia otumi hunu gareda. Wonum se usika na enso a. Etoro bi na num se usika enso taxi afa trotro.
Antumaf.
Oti ase. Na odi e de na odi aban ye ma usika so de bia enso. Because ye disika ne mamu a wo be wie no. Na mo hwam ho yade wo abruchi na temamfo na to abama mo no omo da so kolebu omo ko eyi konfo no chi omo ko sunyane central regional hospital any ade eno na enimu anti mesre finance minister say o opposition no kasa bebre ene ye di amount e wo so ye di bebo man no.
Okay. Me nua eyi Kwame Minka
o se di
asende me
Kwame so bre ka kire no minim ne hawo Kwame Minka TV Isaac. Kwame anu demu dabi no ne me ya argument. Onya sa Kwame mu nya mo bre.
Na be ya ka jo say ye bre solo. Mi ti we me bre.
Kwame ye orukwa na ye advert no man this. Kwame na ye voice over no.
Ah. Who bet to us when we say President Mahama e kwa lanche e friend say manifesto o wini ba me hasa na yi Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim Banda MP me nua ba say me ne Pentecost
Pentecost also go
me we say be person my ba me dia wini Dito President Mahama speech manifesto ni dito
sasa o kire mu otwi
mi nkire ni nyinam se ne ye bo wa hakora o se ya de kwa western ne bono no ne ade no akwa
na obro de obi anka se wa bra mi ameka
na NDC for twi mi condemn e wo opposition I swear
o ma you should pa
o mu twi mi condemn
o ma you so any candidate that be oboa wa on kama mi tebi enya metiem
NDC for twi kwa babo bi asane o mu twi e condemn oh dear no ankomo dear you better no feature so onim says Ghana's economy is now valued at 1.2 trillion with an overall and a Ghana statistical service this 5.7 your GDP gross domestic product is 7 this is approximately 77.44 billion US dollars now Kwame say Elon Musk
ebe tu ato Ghana times 4
5 times
yeah
Ghana ya mo bodo
we Cristiano Ronaldo ebe tu ato e kra
ba Ghana ya mo bossa
ya wa gudie wa ha yo bibia wa ha ensemu e kire ye value no hwe America for sika omodi ama Ukraine entoko omoko no e more than 300 billion ye goku keke ye goku nipa no na so economy ni anu ani age ho
nipa ba kokura che se edwetire kura so no Ghana fa
what you say
o minus
na companies of America do na first 10 o mu nyina no dwetire eso sen Ghana.
I think your friend is Nigeria is around $500 billion so.
Nigeria there another disappointing country.
Because the last time I checked no message check him.
You see the two of the matters you need value addition. Yeah, the nya raw to be value. But make cross evaluation we need you find serious. Akufado menene disagree ni o ka semba ko bi na menene ya adwene. Sa Moody's ne SMP ne feature they be omo ene you know omo nya papa. Omo share that downgrade you. Na afi wako on the negotiation table as a weak negotiator. Because you take room way. Many about me na mabaso me say Ghana mo de mama one matter you media cleaning system no on pay go that way o da so pay go ko on pay ko akwe anya great kroma ni pa do say na no milo mo na mu hia de aye mo nioma e do de on pa o de ko aso to me gira ye to me gina na so yes ade bi on ba ko e tan boy ba ro o ye bibi ye tua one survival. What are we talking about? Ya try na France for any UK for Kate boom. Kagana nkwani ko di Kate pa ho. Ya ka se koko no, ya be restricted. They said the OPEC for the to be oil no, or to be restricted. Me tell you say kesike be nyafri koko mu. Na de kwa no se koko abade de kwa abosi tu
na me ya sa francophone Carmel nom ne Burkina nom ne France nya yi. Say Frank wo economy no France e take form. Omuni after sa omukuku yi afenome Frank because I say France no ejina wo na so because of the omunya edifri di
Africa beka no wabo mehu ne right no ewiase nyina be back to a standstill because the Congo basin alone bet na supply the whole of Africa electricity and njira de bia ntokwa demo ha no enya e fa ho de pewiase ewu na China ne nyoma raw material on for Africa America in Europe wo mo favor it is yeah no masho dadi ohia ne yi to ya abeko IMF untumi nyini da IMF ma osika o se me van go hekua yom ekom na dia de tam me fisika no go him me van go the real sector the productive sectors and the chroma nko na interest rate okobo bisia banka and the amount for power we nya no for power 37% na aton ko ken kura be nya fa so se mu akwa ne ateto ne ka hobrofo
wow interest rate is
37%. Policy rate near 27%. Oko commercial bank, you have a risk profile. You have why in an ama. You have why said your mar risk profile of about 8%. Yeah, the account what the process in the account were 37%.
Entina, and go phone call Ginger say one my bank free for a quack. May I come free near my
I say the be shock consider be as Zabetata. You pa bonism
37%.
Obi to Japan, your part transfer obeji, a zero crisis part. timede na minister di pa na compete obeti American interest rate low ye chi ya Togo policy rate 5%, Cote d'Ivoire policy rate 5%, Burkina policy rate for 5%. Ada na yankwa yako Yale yako Harvard yako your friends at Cambridge na mo va Cambridge adwene bi mba asem ko am go dizemu no well ebi at this time at force on your call KUST obehu Ghana for no nyansa no a common sense approach na omra omanyoma mungugo. I don't believe say also taxi enipa no ansa na wa yi my system ni nye loose enipa bebre enioma ko for mo am be start aye production hwe your service industry we dey tia ye GDP ni kosora ejina service industry
okay
o tia se eno ne pops ne sa anyoma no obi enu ani sika muro so obekwa kwotena bia ba so onum bio aye se dipa ne mpe bia ba o ba hwe nipa dodo a sa sector na form adwuma ento so man yoma ba form na nipa tumi ko chele na omutumi nya sika ne bi na economy ne ba na eba omunya sika no ombetua to che echira me hwese the tax regime no e be ko form that yen work towards the depreciation
but solo tax regime be ko form o hwe NDC manifesto a enema na ewo mu bebre na president Mahama bobo so e wo so na say they have a lot to do omo wa niema bebre a omo
yes o ye ni nyina first year mo
enye first year
on try bibi o ye be ye mistake say chira no o be dada ya adwene no ye nim say sika sem na enye anye ye chira Yesu Kristo bai and be before any ye.
By expectation ye high.
Why the expectation ye any baby da or mechanic creno? Expectation be any and before na ko engineer say most of that gas say almost no many credibility. The only people who have credibility are you between a bobochi and movement for change. Yes, you are tears, yes, baby, I'm for money free, you know. Nanye. And yet change over buying a buyer, and there's some confidence ka crebi buyer. Nanama, I tell you, say, but I can go for Tom more cry kumo. And it's what buy a Thomas here, and it's now quite only TV for Kodia, no say, baby, I bet to a man in yet, remember 10% TV for the day, at Tiasiano. And to what buy Twasosa, Nemo just yeah, to us, and yet, 30 about now, would you lose studio? That is not going to happen. Muntu chanyo mabiso so man mu buy na sika be mu after obi no oye hwehwe ade woni bio na de wotis kan wa ya mama na gru a wodi bia na ye de and I don't have a problem so man ye na wa ko me akoje bisia na wasa so agye ho percentage kan furata and ye menti ase and it chira de ye wa twen yem yo kan wi a ato force ye de ni be hia wa kire ho na ya dwene ho se kama no ya kama no ba ni nyina ni se aduane ana ose ne bo no ekofom opposition beti dela a ball of kinky no fineni yanse ba betena a ball of kinky what we man ba for mo e be ma ya dwuma na as movement for change na de ba sela e be yimo fro ba mo maintain ni sa de a
onim said ya wo kan a ball of kinky no na nyina ya kan bia ya
so ka na some na for dia men because
sa do krokra be gu
so wa ka de be bo cho be
e beti mu but obi no expect say a ball of kinky akọ 5 cedis a within you know say no agree no enough
sana ne kai
oh but
ala ka so bia ni wano be
dia me come na kwa kosi
kosi hwe dia ni ya ne say and na no na ball of kinky boarding and they say bafom yes sana ne kan opposition me da so opposition no et me ba me expect say
solo san ye nyina ye hwe no because am na ye bo ne de ya te abre ti say figures here ye debt to GDP
mo me keka sa
no ya te a na NDC fo nim Ghana economy said the necessity and one year campaign see for my woman. President Mahama so be fix it. But say what can you now so who say a resources and already or the be
oh my God, you so many resources. Finance minister or no one ma make or say be fix it. Hey, me na make ka finance minister onya naso. Onya naso tiacha wa twanyem say be ba na meburu media especially meburu no engo for bre. I'm telling you. Say be man mebunu nye adwuma no many beje pa what the all starting free baby nya de omu nyina be nya adwuma but on my private sector nyoma mugu a one aspect interest rate say to me ko for my private sector be fa mebunu bebre ela mebunu so ye fa mo no so no hwe na mukọ obi adwuma mu a mama mo nsa nko ha mo wo ye kan no mebunu bebre so man ko fo nsasifo ofa na adwuma oba de obeye wo no ebe na go bia na adwuma obebe mu na odi sika koto treasury bill because office okwa akofo obi abie na adwuma a headache ti mummie mu na mmeburu nya adwuma be mmeburu so mo so no boko a mo mfa na se mo adwuma na mo mo ananye de entumpo
adwuma ne de oso mu biem because a change of government ama and ka ghost names see anke gu ayi NSS su
na mo so mo su na mo so mo su
oh yes so him for so
Mustafa Yusuf ne ye friend say antwi ye friend asibe omonto na bi no mo atio no mo ye press conferences are you with me the gospel of God ye can Bible say Paul ngoma trokoma Korontofo erebi na kerofurata ne ye wote American wotro Korontofo no ma ebre yokroma o shame lawyer shame nsem fuwa
ene me lawyer star
fuwa kwa
enu dua me melane ne yakonimu
ala be se okromo ni ade na ko bu wiaya o mo nko fa lawyer for say bo no me lawyer nkasa e de nsem hunu na mo ne yanka no okay because Paul trong ma ko Korontofo Kenneth trong ma ko Ghana fo wote American no mai ana mo so ana mo dia tun wada ma me fancy ana wo mo so nto aso ebehia
okay so lo abusuafo ye beto aso na me fa seda ma yaboafo na me nto aso ye ton sase ensase amanso twi bia ne ho e de ema ankrankran ti so lo Thursday ana ye behia ya wada there be this week ya and you know after you know I was say shia na yes abobobo so budget no eti ya to asase amansontwi bia anihu mene edemo ebeto so na ansa na no estate developers any individuals ankrankran ya mo passase yesremo mansontwi bia anihu kumase atasamanso residential area e wona asase no edekrom fifin edeyi ankasa eben headline educational complex Manzayo hospital wa ena asase ne da enti wo betimi afre numbers amebo bobo so no na tese won set mi aka asase no 0549 436442 0549 436442 and now say 0549 436442 0549436442 asasini da krom fifi enfesi kan kosi obi so onko to asase mawo asase wura na nkasa betimi afre direct no ama wubusuani wadanfo bi akohwa asase no da krom fifi na kama ya your document di amawo afa ye ton commercial building efi ye dwapade kese e wo circle efikasie pa commercial building circle odo rice honoma eben American mall ho circle fifi pa na dana me kase baby sa no nya na wo di bia radio station ya eye pa TV station radio station di ota bia no residential area ya na mwakra na circle pa no bia adwuma radio station working announcement na flow sa wo so betimi atode adwapade kase pa de your business bia ya wo pe fra number 0244-810339 0244-810339 and now says 0208-178953 0208-178953 yes say ubet media school B&B banking hall be abetimi ede aye top chocolate spread and so the fat bread ede and chocolate anka so top choco 3-1 chocolate drink and so cocoa wo milk wo sugar wo do hia no so hie baby ennom frɛ 0243 033033 imbusable mixture your number 1 immune booster imbusable mixture ebusu ewodwaso ebustu immune system ema wanka se hunu se oni padua no ahoɔden sonko ewomu enti yade akwankru bi hawo no phone wo da dro so a borwe baabi etonro wa Ghana ha bia ko pen imbusable mixture to friend 0246 208496 0246 208496 Father Abraham Herbal and Spiritual Hospital. Watch your appointment at cha. Hey, me our friend, me ni boy be adema wo. For any chef Father Abraham ho, chile di kwa. Ye be body say ya. ebe body say ya was me can't also pay promotion e wa adwuma mu abra bom cases bi da so o pe lack wa adwuma mu aditomu awadie mu bibia mu a ai op appointment ya Father Abraham Herbal Spiritual Hospital ene so jejo mani su ani eye ni appointment ne bem no age ode afa obi a cancer house stroke diabetes ya de bia how sickle cell koko no BP num typhoid no HIV no nyina no for Father Abraham abibidro fie wa yare se fie no ho ye was special soap ahodo bia enu so dware bi de bi wo huru wani mu a ene chief of staff no Dr. Callistos so jejo mani su ani of Uncle Barry Asofa behind Star Filling Station, Fresh 0244 371695 0244 371695 and that's 0559 114122 0559 114122 Nama Eddie Asembebo the Asembeba or the Asembebo or the Asembeba Abusia Tabia Herbal Sentence you Papa Bejaso what the Tabia Herbal Mixture Tabia Herbal Mixture and no Ebwa Papa na eno no bia malaria fever no honam duamu ya wo no mato awuntimi dino na ohia Tabia Herbal Mixture afei Tabia Herbal Capsules so obi asisi yade ne yamutim hawo 3 days 4 days etintimu yam bomode apɛ Tabia Herbal Capsules esiesio ema e clean wo system no kama edura no odinti ma wo mankoda no for wafafuro wonya 18 years ekwa Tabia Herbal Mixture Tabia Herbal Capsules Ghana baby eton no bia no ubenya bi na wato Fred 0243 686861 0243 686861 0245 749206 afa yeba ne aba bedi enkomo ewo efia ha sei medical kase lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah ena Dela Edem head of corporate affairs minerals commission womo ajo ebusiafo me sanso mama kwaba biem ndase
Nana ya Joso
Dela esisei
na miadum nana
me ma utiri nkwanso
me dase
ye said the nkofo framinti no amu kwa Father Abraham ho me amu frame de bini mu abia but Father Abraham de kwa trade ni ku pipa so na fa koma no why no anye izo edru samre ya wo mu mpanifo no so bro edom egu won so course a eba ene kire se enye ize kura enye ize lawyer memo akwaba biem
Njoso
se bibi aboko de
trying dadim
no appointment aba and I would godmother
me godmother for some dos
godmother opem mu kese ba ho kra maintain appointment obo obi ada ako obo obi ase ye dom de na chipa menti unim election ni me ka se mi postu no me ne share da but one on one ye nya that encounter ne da mi postu because me hwe adwuma no wo ya obo obi anu mo wi asesa afa bi hwe no kwana kalash e kala nyina asesa ne kalash ba maintain a point and then this lady Bridget under 18 that lady no Bridget oh we didn't beba but trinity sir ono so nemu sa maintain ono so appointment Bonnie yeah Bridget Bonnie ono so maintain appointment Bridget ana dia fatable na se dia mawa na esi esi bebre hwe de ma ye nkan pie
na ma hwe we University of Cape Coast 2006 June
okay
Satana Professor Moss position leader our position be almost 6 years na we school na e be fam say the lab boy
that na mo ko opposition
so
mo ko opposition 2000
yes 2000 the opposition until we school no it's our time near the two radio so June 2006
okay
at radio so this is the 19th year
okay
19th year my radio ni TV so 19 years a fair appointment aba
really
yes this will be our eduru time bia metumi ye on man FM boiling point me ye 2 years obidum say odela ho na wani ye den fi bae metumi ye program ni John Boedu Samia Wuku Pops na doye na so wusu bempa Kwame Kwachi obo nipa 4 na me show mentem we debated 18 years into your position 8 years atena ba me 8 years asa babio nti
19 years
19 it is not easy so obefi say oni ama we appointment anya easy o
ara na wo ni godfather ni godmother na ana say Kwabena dia so won nka so PowerPoint na wo mpe ana ya cha na nso
na o mpe say this time on say afeni ehunu ejuma ne so until this time immediately appointment in the buy pen and me radio so call for the meantime and I'm starting say and I face so one more no my juma for the past was actually akwa we the financial baby when Samia ye juma in the position 8 years when the fellas kwachi ye juma wa bem 8 years when Julius Debra no nimo who doesn't know you everybody baba be yakola boni ya yakola papa or party ni mu anti time no dey so nyankopon na de ma edine ya wuti fia wonni baby appointment ni fia eba na ya bodini na wo yare na wa koma nsi te we nti se wodini ba and appointment ni bi enye ni fi baby fi ministers wo
maybe present wo mo de
yes no na the chief of staff or no the former president no approval Ansah na ba nti
a process
nana we obi na se wonnim we nyina wo tifie sase e be frɛ wo boa yentine fie ni akase wo be yentie fie afrɛ wo
me de ma ye adwuma nti e be frɛ me
nti edini nti me de mu example se me de abana me ne nim PSA Benada so ne me nim PSA Benada de bi o Adom FM TV UTV ono kana
pa
de nko bost
okay.
Me beto no 1 year or radio Ansah me beto no. He has done almost 19 to 20 years on radio. I feel now. And you can just imagine ntabutre kakra. Obia de be sort because and then me obi tina baby a yedi nkomo.
Obi be ka say wanya wudi enti na wo kasa.
Obo be 12 places a minim. Yemfa obi an share.
Okay.
Me fin office na me be. Obo places 12 places a yem fo bi anhye obi yen troye enkranta mehunu any appointment list mehunu ni ade mehunu nyina no obi anfo bi anfo bi ahye nyame adomo bia benya kakra se we obi a wo kasama NDC party no a na se sebi we nya baby anhya we are sure say endra meeting ye communication team you are likely to have opportunities there and there so because when I share a bias in our customer buying I mean you'll be better off than
but the my witness instance say bia obi ho no ma bia be kase na yembo ni din unsa metia me say ma bo ma mi di o e ma pa alarm light ni de na che say omo ye active pa me say me last year be say December ni mana be November me post to obobia she's not my friend me ni no me hu say o ye me post to no so me see me hu say ne color crash by bia say on cars or appointment and I say Bridget Bonnie so no me hu ni say o ye adwuma me tin say ya boni di e bia me nim di etuem but e bia si say ya ma obi appointment ba so on penny swa what be sir
I me say ya me ba TV3 na ono anga be kan say
carry no be mu why lawyer
be oba be kan say ye man appointment and or reject it say opa ye party adwuma
okay
ya mean
ya man appointment
ya man appointment appointment me sure say
on a national organizer
and definitely he could have been a minister so I deputy minister before 2 times and he on one
kasa my youth and sports and Ashanti
region deputy so on one kasa appointment be can say ye man no ye friend no say man appointment and no say ompe na opeso tena party no ye djuma minimum bi so a party no mu a o say me appointment yes dey bi tena party nim esense nipa mienu miensa bi afi party no akọ chief executive officers wo so tena na we djuma de boa party na esa party de begu and as a party no hover down pine and they have seen the circumstances that people who say I want to stay in the party and work and there are others who have said say me appointment yes dey bi you cannot get work to do now China and the dynamics in war but we are sure say wherever you are exploiting say ubenya opportunity no it will come eventually into abutre me no ebi no mama ye juma bi ti say Bobie say de na kana say
oh ye no media fon kwara ya mo de mo fa ye ntonchen
there are people who have worked
the lad ya oti okay 19 years na watie mu
absolutely
Bobie nso ya ache and then me from where I sit no meaning say Bobie koso wo pe baby here the be man
exactly and then person
yeah me kana Kwabena
chief of staff the be man no
yes
Kwabena person pe baby afa ye the be man
do baby am share me kana Kwabena
but no ngasa person ye ni media work no that kind of thing
there's no way Kwabena ko say chief of staff me pa ha ye mfa man
how
but ebia ono ankasa no onim ni a oye
exactly
me na na ma me tia no engo me ko me ti ko I was say ye adwuma
exactly
anima bebre sisi o se ye adwuma
anantie won krofo a obi bi o se me dem pep appointment pay adwuma pay business
okay
obi o se me dem pep appointment bi am person ye business omo so wo ho enti enye obi a no pay we and obi a no pay but party no egusu a ye che me say it will take 3 months or 4 months egusu a ye bibia be fefe
okay Karen. But so far, me South as a youth word lawyer. I was a lawyer Karen why? Me lawyer na otimani mu ha say appointment ye dey from kakra bi ni aba main topic ni so wo hwe de wugina NDC mu so far wo appointment ye hu say ya kwa election ye wini a ministers now be hu say we were 54 we were 60 we were 65 we were say ye hu bia President Mills ba even former President Mahama 2012 to 20 ye hu ministers ono mo ye adwuma and though President Mills were ma some okuje to abla kwano Felix nom and James ne youth wom but who say empenny for and then we share this time around one kasano what na chiri and me first time no share wo hu ni say
oh me the pass be no mama hope say this government no more very youth centered from the beginning. Mr.
Youth centered,
very
okay.
Era John Mahama, the baby will be a michiano. The way all focusing on the youth. Am I hope say, previous governments ni see na old names be in person me bubu de bet say my target
and Bobie edi.
No, my was system ni mo ache. Into the way o match was system nim na was thinking who some puntu bi but who ne sa enti ye pe fresh blood ye pe new faces a omo wa hoden a omo wonim di na e na Ira John Mahama so de on ko fa just anybody no ye known for so obey appointed technocrat omo nim edwuma e na sisi so the first ye ndu 100 days po omo edwuma na esueni omo modern bone so de kama me obi say Ira Felix kwachu fusu the way oni dinki town the way on my information very timely information we say oni medjuma no they no say me share finance minister dada solo or say mu bi anko share white in bigina ho finance minister ba ko bi die oni dey fire ho kra but we no come market no ni am food nkomo wa ho din no yes and it gives you hope. It's a young person now who share this and also who be say one day say me to me no my exactly also
juma
yeah definitely
am party
ebeju baby undi 19 years dey mum but ebiana
Prince Minkase two person say omon tie mu why microphone 19 years de la
Chesa, but where you be put to use. Say on mine. I think the focus ne on mining koso. Ye person Ghana ye. Tina JDM by or say resetting. Ye resetting. Into no young people know the omabani de dakwim come up so nipa.
Okay, but the la unim say meaning penifobia share almost can say youth no. Would you leave this anchor ni ye mua? And can pennyfo no would pennyfo ne be a chief executive officer ne be a deputies no why you youth no mama di pennyfo ne anamon so enti edru ba bia na why claim pennyfo just say youth na dey take you over but all of a sudden na pa ebia samija PMMC na kwa akodua Erica J na de akodina ha na wo ye no hono mo no ahwe yi a President Mahama betimi anya ebia ohawo ewo ho mpanimfo ne bi nso etimi kan bibisa
yana abai mu mpanimfo ho Oko Omanpayin in Chenya. You are honorable to forcing as the finance minister. But Oko the presidency, the president's advisor on finance.
Okay. Senior man pa.
You have Guzitano. Somebody who worked with Rawlings for 19 to 20 years.
Okay.
Abemu. Ayaba opposition whatever it is almost 30 something years in public service. He's there. He's the one working on the policy to be used for the 24-hour economy. He's at the office of the president. Who call the president's officer? The mature people who are around him, serious. And you can be chief executive officer, but there is some notable figure, experience behind, who supervises you and guides you and gives you advice or counsel.
Okay.
Into who problem or who consult very prominent and experienced people behind. Now one much church say yes. Into abandon now quanti over Samia say Samini place away for PMC. Samia a lawyer ni ni nim dia obi enim Samini nim dia so
papa
na o share the mining sector one more kasa stakeholders in nyina say obi workshop omo be form sa gold board say ya Sami banners on omo kasa otumu say abranche no je wonim no onyini bebre na so nyame ache na de nim de no so o kasa kire otumu say yes we have all worked on that Sami will give you the due respect, but you call him boss. We are older than him. But Sami ne juma oye ne kasa mu ni nyoma oye no. Oye no. Baby e dia man so oye no. So far even people who are in the sector kasa say oni omo hia ye no kasa oni omo kasa say de oni omo ye na or they constitute gold board no a woman ni so na oma ni die so ni die pa. Enti ohwa okwa Asante regional. The regional minister Amakohene, Dr. Amakohene. Obia se papa no aban papa ba uti kumasi a aban papa na abe
young guy
ni ye ne nyoma o ye no se ne nyi da ho
ye yi akokra wa regional minister office kura wo tie ho ti se bola so
enti aban no nimpanyifo wom na mrantie so wom papa emma so wom papa enti hwe wo hwe jomama ne ye a o ye no a otumu se this is so much experienced person, the man is ruling with much wisdom. What you say they need the whole say maturity be. I mean can be meria. Onyo be adoma ma ya. E see ye nyina ka say obi aga na fo nyina obi say aba me to ye bi nu me ho. Nana ma hwe ministers Nana Akufo-Addo di ejuma ye 126. Na you talk so 50 pesos and Nana Akufo-Addo buy. Also the 126 ministers ebubuo man no ma ye ho atoye. Owie na talk so 4 cities. Na to watch 7 cities 8 cities. O to dokno 7 cities. On the 126 ministers. Ninse si form say twe.
Empenifo so pa.
Guasie papa. Empenifo no. Now the hackman who so agema. O safo manfo. Obu age. What the Nana Akufo-Addo age bo mo na nam 900.
What is some most also na eta.
Oh, just say woman ni na ye dia amambu ahye wo monsa na one Nana Akufo-Addo say he was in a hurry or penitentaba you buoman no not the ministers baku 126 now 126 ministers say everybody was using a Land Cruiser or V8 na cost over 40 to 60,000 and you can just imagine say 126 ministers $60,000 multiply every salary. Your mama buy, or my paying your mama buy. Were you 66 ministers say 66? And on this 68 man. Say see I'm 56 on the age. I can 4 deputies and substantive ministers 60. And to say oh be our
regional ministers
regional ministers 16. And so still your mama is using 60 ministers. And they see a bonna basso say papa say see nim dia wa mambuom na ko nim mame ka se mbe nchiro ye budget e de beto mampan nim 20 million me who convert ko old wa am say 200 billion no and ye found the independence anniversary 20 million 200 billion organizations in 2024 you're spending 15 billion that's 150 billion all Ghana cities and they did the anniversary 2022 you're spending 13,130 billion and this year the budget no beto man pay 2 20 billion, 20 million, that is 200 billion. I say, you did anniversary, say, you did anniversary. And you did to tongue empa at the Kosisi Hospital, Nanipa Yare wa Daswa, and now say, you did Mahama Care. One more, Sebi, I won't say you will be about hospitals, you see TV, so you see, Yare, when you cancer, when you sore throat, when you kidney, when you dialysis, say, I really bring you resist Sikadia Mandi Pacuno. I'm a pain to myself, said, I'm for Sicano. And found called Mahama Care. And damn, Mobati say, you'll be about TV, so and I say, so be Yari Arabia, no, Monfasa Sicano Cocheni Pacuno. Near Sunny Yari free, and none your friend Mahama Care. And see, a president who comes to power and says, I don't need 60 more ministers. I'm going to use only 60. 120 me pay 60 ministers. One more sick and you fan come Mahama Care. One more sick and you fan come hospital. You fan ye bibi fan more gun and pneumonia on faso. And now memo. She I'm a penjo mama. It's not say Hajj. All fear be money 11,000. 11,000
dollars.
11,000 Ghana cedis.
Ghana cedis, okay. No
110 million, yes, that time.
11,000, okay.
O man penjo ma me fia be mu 8 years. Pepepe. Na sika na akwa kodru 75,000. 750 million.
From
11,000 to 750 million.
75,000. Wow.
Yes. Answer wako Hajj. O man penjo mama ba yi. Waka ba ko. O si Hajj no mfaso Hajj no aya mo gigi o musika ye de ko Hajj aya mo nya mfaso bi san mfaso no amunya wo ho no mamfa ma ban bi o momfa nko hospital bi anasa momfa nko zongo bi anasa momfa nko ekure bi ase na momfa sa sika no ko ye bi
no after so what so no so kra no
what is about 62,000
after so what so from 75,000
to 62,000
eno kra mfaso kakra beka
enu kasfonso enu kra no mfaso kakra beka na se san faso no a ebeka no mama mfa ma ban monfa san faso no enkoye bibi charity se ayare for baby mfa nkoma wo mo school dan bi na mbasia man krofi bi a enkwala bi na bi a wo ko school a wo bridge a wo mo faso na ye nsuo mo twa nsuo monfa nya bridge something charity. Don't bring that money back to government. A president who says this owie ye pepe eno ka kire nkremofo se or ma wo holiday ba ko dia kan wo mo de no oje kremoni o ye kristoni but oti wo ma se enti na ye ke ye be ma o ma kremofo holiday ba ko dia kan ho owia o si Hajj village in kremofo tu kwan ya wo mo begu airport wa na ya na o mo beda 2 days 3 days dini
okay
ti bia wo mo no nye nti o man pay ndo mama se yen si Hajj ma wo mo a ye airport company na si finance na womu si na nipa nkremofo ko Haja woma ba be rest ho
but ye na menko lawyer so why
enti enwoma o man page o mama ba ya o ya Ansah na ne budget be ya ye be ka ho asemi aseda ne de mane se ya nto aba we ye ntisa na Akufo-Addo aban a na enim se aban papa be ho
okay lawyer Karen echna aside e-levy covid levy betting tax nomno ne ma yeah, share kwan no. Yeah, share kwan pa because Ghana issue. Ghana ya den. Ye di bronya wie ya ye be. Ya to nemu mu kakra but obi anim say abanda dan budget na mu no an ye wa ye sha ye di ko. One kasa expectation ahead of a budget no from finance minister no. There na what can they found.
Social media is buzzing. Maybe I very hopeful. Okay. Say budget no. Honorable Casio, he's on top of issues. Enjoy me space now by humble himself about space and youth are being engaging or see will be an can dream. Then all we expect our budget nimo. A be more keka, the omo beka. Be more bo. Mimi say I'm your ba say omo agenda hoasem say ye shelters emma women and children they are in need obi boss so e be more pots and same I learned 21 taxes nkwane da so and you John Mahama ni stakeholders are engaging or abo taxes 21 ni na ka say sa taxes ni na obe finding ways and means obe absorb
and then you shock because
exactly
120 days na wom President Mahama speech somebody have speech no dito be o also be rationalize import duty taxes and you say said you boss or china you
say no san so you very excited because young boys no ma be yeah pa na ye deny side hustles nya na say youth omaba omo main job omo be two side hustles be omo di push ni na say obetimi afford the lifestyle
say nyina ye tonaton
say be ya be tinya to e bia car e ko to accident car free Dubai car be that port town me kan any taxes enti me den de me expectation de taxes because nyama mu se say de wo ka no purchasing power no dey I reduce it amasidi no say who come market a untimi kan didwa so weni o kwa why your budget sa o kita list na o twa be free mu na o yi be from ahomti at your age even though we are not that old you so say nke be simi afford some nyaman kitinkiti bi de bia exactly na eja ya nyaje kakra na krum ha de o ha young boys enije kakra bia o ko ejuma so me need that taxes ni so pa 11 ni say me call panel for me counterparts no or say at that time no na 11 hu hia nti say 11 e hu hia bium nti say ye uraje di mo aba no say o mpe no o expect say obi wow ko fa tax ni buy no o expect say obi nyi
time o ko be na nipa no say time no a ye di 11 ba na hu hia ba ye say di hu hia
so say ndc for say o mpe nti o mu yi na so
ono so percent ndc for yi
ko fa buy what do I dey aba afi de obi ne mbe yi mo we wa bake cake etwa ho eyo aye ho party kinki party say o celebrate 11 ye ko kan o kum ha na aye manso enti no me de 11 ni de nuisance tax kese pa me so say and I think from discussions also ene metie ra eduji e TV3 metie economists be Professor Bobie other people who say everybody is expectant say 11 day na COVID-19 levy wu hanu for crime to COVID-19
levy to ya de munim ya hwe say wo sorry na say ya me twen me salary eba be to me phone so a ho me ATM ayira enti electronic transaction ameye me transfer sika free me bank account mu e dia beto me momo wallet so no levy ebeti
double taxation so die
na ma transfer ba me phone so na bia me to ade ana me send bia ma wo bia message you levy
eno de yapa tax yapa and they didn't listen to us complaining now inti no yenya listening government you hope so be if na as I was saying COVID-19 even baby are COVID free buy no muntu as tax nti yes sir aban so you free ho I don't think it's necessary betting tax kum high I be na yeshini na say imebunu ni nsheda nye adwuma papa bia wo mu ye na sometimes o ho chirewa ho chire de wo kon social kakra bi mu I'm a Christian. You almost say Sanya money and Shadanye at the Papa Bia, but you turn and watch you, maybe no watch you until one pay loophole be any betting. Most of them are out of necessity, not because he be a Omunya and Kibia, they wouldn't do that. Papa
yeah, follow the train can't wait to survive.
And to know, say,
me cry, to try and come yet me survive na 1 year adwuma kra
enti no say won create atmosphere e be boa mebunu ni omu businesses agana mebunu yenya akwadwo for as I said we have more than 2 side hustles aye me ameti he me review amount for literature me PA mo obi me say makeup artist adding
ti one we twa num sa no
we dey me ko no mo
lawyer be muntie lawyer mo so we dey
me literature review mama
for okay
me PA
we PA
Emma lawyer be
okay
esa ye makeup
ebusia for lawyer Karen Sifo Ansah
yes and now court Monday to Friday Saturday now beje wa home no be require for no so pa now ko twin ni manu now pe coins bi show na ye we ni ne chi ne ese we twa bet kakra na ijaye dia soketi o san age free sim yes na o my ye depressed
so tro me enu me ane
enye unti yes right so eno so ye nuisance tax emission tax
oh yes
me what tiny koklo maja bia bichi me to fuo na ya yankasa u maintenance
oh baby bia u training kakra ko okay
nti emission tax ne so I koye say another double taxation on its own nti no government I think say the learned brains are your comment will be can't we find ways and means I basically generating revenue aside taxes and not youth in the year because you per se you see me afford the basic like we are not even asking for much in bisa say you know and as you were talking say older people near the Bible cry longest reigning king odi 40 years on the throne obesi akunyane so no edi 7 years Africa happen na okoka almost in mebunu nye fit for leadership. So Mimi Susu said these new people new young people they have a dream power mbesimi their boy ideas are ebe buana urajo mahama ebe simi ede omaina koninim nti no me share omaina kan call first before partisanship because no we've had enough of it. Ghana na say partisanship ne yadoso nti ye youth no that's our expectation nti she
into there we say no china pa taxes
me the only taxes ni free ho obviously Robin Peter to pay for na so only taxes now by all means the best baby fufu but me so me dey say especially ye nuanom MPP phone no mo drive digitalization tell mo person mo run digital economy nancy who person uti obi mo kra on person obeji because of sa extra charges ni ade na e woso no nti sa 11 ni ade ni it even
what pass ya kura wie na wo send momo no o se ya fa charges ka ho
ne ya
ade ni ya 300 ya I just say wo the 30 cedis say
300 and 3 cedis
e ka ho en total de 1000 I just say wo the say 10 cedis e ka ho
yes and you are pushing the youth away from
onje wo de momo onje
na say woni cash wo sika wo phone so now what na taxi mu imagine the embarrassment taxi driver bi wo ho onji mu ba money nti na yes na yes so ho twen because ye more ye born before computer for na ye ni mu kaka Gen Z for ya be nti no we would like to engage them on this their digital but sankofa bibia moving away from digitalization and I think it's not because Ghana amine bebre akọ omonim ejayen especially with digitalization
the Hammond the message biaba the lameba or say toll booths have to be reintroduced again
exactly
because ye toll booth free one must
levy buy it is what the 11 if you are now the toll booth na ba drivers will pay that's all you can baby a simple straightforward matter
because driver to me na take kwanzu shi and complaining potholes near the ade no ntua hwe ye mfa tracks in twene men free harbor and mark kwan say na ontua ayi ye nkonkwaji loan ye kwaji loan abo kwan bi din say de kwa ye kwan we na ye di loan na ye kwan no na driver for nam so free drivers and complaining toll booth
nana me driver for time one ye levy toll booth ye levy buy na aban be catch and say wo munya 71 million annually that's 710 billion
okay
but omo catch and say ye levy no abeba no be ma omo more I'm saying it will give them it was going to give them 360 million and so that one was better driver for concerned drivers ba bontin be catch and be say womun jai momo de no na won batua toll no drivers no say toll no ye na etua mo de mo ma ne wo ho ne entua no na mo yi momo no mfiri na na hwe say wo ye o ma mi we kurase na oyare na ya frɛ wo sɛ o ma me akɔ hospital na yɛse ento druma na duru nya yɛ 340 enti petri sikabra na yɛ fanto druma o hwɛ o phone so wo 350 ana sɛ dia wo 200 wo kɔ bɔ bisia kwa da ba beguso me kɔ sɛne sika na kɔ mo yarefo e mo de to duru aban o tinkran say saa sika na wo de koma maami amana to aduro no age so mami 1% and 1.5%. Me ba wo school o se ba e kom de me sika Ansah o se me sane 200 bi saa sika na wo de koba ma wo ba e wo secondary school mo de didi no aban se me jo 1.5% tax enti yibi fi mami o twe no a enye enti enne o kwa koto ade se de Karen kai o kwa koto ade o baabi na wo ma obi momonu a o se da bi o se sika no ma baje me yanka ma baje ma de man sane momo because ye better the charges aban we share bo opposition say the topmost priority of the NDC government will be to implement the following measures in Jama NDC for kind say they will reduce hardship NDC so be reducing hardship o manum ya dendodo na eba tour baby sa obe adwuma na wo kodidi a wontumi mfa wonyonku nka watun enka ho because first no yi 30 series am betum mienu betum didi abade nsesa ba se se wo ko adwuma na sa wo wonyonku kwa kodidi so de 100 na eko ana se o de pe 80 60 because ediani a wo koduna na mpo ba kwa wo koto no ye 15 series enti wenda wo kodidi first na wo kodidi a wontumi se se wo kodidi wontumi mfa obi ndi wo chi bi o
dabi office America brabo bi Anthony de
na dokuro e 50 pesos ababa ba ye 4 cedi ni 7 cedi a we ye dey obi di wachi because we di me nu a 14 ono di me nu a 14 28 asam enam de hey nti na ho kire wo nti NDC for share boss say we will reduce hardship na sa we will reduce hardship na wo manifesto no page 22 no ene say enwoma bi a ye enwoma bi a aban da na de ba ye ana ma ya kikire no ye be ye firi ho sa o se aya dey o se aban no mferi nti aban on feri o de VAT beto electricity so VAT no dey to electricity bill so say yen charge VAT ma no aban ya na ondwene ye ho aban no na ondwene ye ho de wo mo benya ene de wo mo medie enko na no mo dwene ho enti honorable to force said this budget review will be historic.
Okay.
Ono anka said no munton NDC was 20.
I just said VAT no credit there is dan kania. Wow.
Obeyi.
Okay.
Enwoma ye beya ye ho betoyen. Obeyi. Se bibi na so ntumi yi a. Oba chire ma che Ghana for yi. Sa die we de bedem nsaka enye yesesia because it will dislocate the economy because economy per se recover. Enti ye bi a be ha oba chire but die hie nyahwe emrante ne mabati na asem amoke emrante ne ababa wa no we university ofie onye adwuma ni papa di 58 years ni papa na man chop money ni papa man chop money 20 only 10 series akwakoto wache edidi aka 10 series de kita no or they talk credit a good phone so and on one kasa say Manchester United ni Chelsea kobobo me see Manchester be wini 2-1 enti o twa ne bet or the 5 series e twa bet say nipa no onye adwuma no otifie no a ne ma me ne man chop money no the sika 10 series no and no and o de twa ne bet na ban say would the bet ni we are mami 10% wom sebi na nyanse wo mu we mu ene de we enti aban no se debi sa yi levy ni ade ye be ye firi ho ne yi levy no se firi ho ne yi emission tax na de petrol so no ye firi ho de ye ntumi ye firi ho no ye be kire ma kire aban enye no nko a enkwala emma e wo school a wo mo sanitary pad and say e wo ye 120 days no ye shebo and we expect the finance minister to remove it. So when to me and yeah, because oh, this bank can crunch or yeah, because and this is for share, but so be you live away for emission tax away for 10% betting. Almost can say and my one more secondary school. What my mom pampers because I buy by yeah, only the tax but to pampers so near top pampers 23 city, 25 city. Pampers back pampers near 23 city, 50 pesos and answer on mobile bay. One more corner top pampers 23 city, 19 cities. Woman say papa bi wo turn one obedwane enti aban we say aba de ye ne say eye emmayiwa no mo secondary school ye share bo opposition ye pese tie wo finance minister say sa promise no ye no o se ode emma obema mo emma eye sanitary parts wo school no ye betumi aya na
okay de la ye na fa ho ni sima me na ye nyenye
obetumi aye
because
no ya na say on the crow catcher no woman is so idea about who almost says university boys also share your manifesto say a 120 per day program promise in say Emrantia woman first year university yes a woman and see ochina yen nyina be book ne nkratania tena ho na hwe ni kredia
education minister can say parents need to after budget no omo be refund this kind the amount
exactly
and me who say fellas so can say
omo budget
they will take care of covid levy betting tax 2020 best scrap okay enti ye hwe de chena no eba na enchena memre no yakọ
okay
dela gift your worry owai mama ni bill
say ya money bill
okay ne ya
ai ya money bill ndre no newspapers being published
okay
na ya mama nka se menchiro
okay
MPP for in politics ni bi ye omo opposition omo in politics bi ye papa oh ya hwehwe na ye hunu ya hu gift your worry ye hunu gift your worry ye den oba besia ana ye di ejuma hye won sase national service for na wutua wo muka ana obaka akofa onye omo ono wo mu akofa 81,000 names 81,800 ana mo de ahye ghost name ana mo hye enti nipa wo mu di ninkrata mu no bosum bia wo mu tua wo muka na wo mu tua wo muka num kamunya wo munya 50 million Ghana cedis every month that is 500 billion
de la yate sa
no much
meba yate sa nchiri
yes
ene ase mi sheda frefre nkofo a me frɛ mi nua ayi moro udukra host to good morning metro TV frefre na me say question is say ase gifty or worry akoye the center
of attraction
yes deputy though nchemu bi ni say she was in charge of finance ewo NSS no enunti na aso wono na enti mi pese mi bisa se adenti na gift or worry abeye main target ewo discount that we see mu
na what is say omanpanyin so na e ka say national service for be if your mind if you are under investigation na say we fi o tu kwan ya so bo police farmer na say o bo see the farmer
but one was she under any investigation? She wasn't under any investigation.
The whole national service secretariat was under investigation and she was aware. The whole national service secretariat was under investigation because neati and then catch a BNI for me investigation.
But officially obi anka nje na mete anu na say you investigate bibi wa ha say na me maintain hwe na say metu kwa say me metu
na so yo nti emfa ne say one tin o two kwan
one tin o two kwan
so two kwan what is say ye hwehwe wa na say ye police force say ye hu
eno waba
oba ye na police force ye investigation na ye investigation ya say ye chi nipa no said the MPP for chere said the chinipa no sa na say chinipa ye invite you because me name say under the MPP administration ye obutumi chia chinipa wa sorry them kwesi ada Sunday church me bo akase me Xavier Sosu Chachuchi Kata these two people there was attempt to arrest Xavier Sosu because of demonstration we almost wa Kwabena omo chen wa sorry them so Chachuchi Kata was arrested in church on Sunday. Well, give to worry by your friend no yes but BNI for say brani anhwa wo nkrate ye pese ebisa occasion di ye be enti ene ye friend no and an lawyer for ba bonte ne ehu gift police for BNI for afa no police station wo name police station ye di nipa ko no ko obey dey hu ni say wo ha na mo nam radio so ye hu nipa no why you are not looking for the person mo say ye hu no gift you or nyumre ya mani bill fe
me say adenti na gift your warrior ye deputy no abeye the main suspect the scandal because President Mahama ne chena yehudie siya Alhaji Alhassan Muhammad Imoro na oye NSS executive director ono no 2013 to 2024 August muna BNI Sam no me BNI Ansah President Mahama de ono no want na say journalist phobia na say ono one
occasion
BNI for your investigation who you said then NSS executive director the ghost names ego system 31,516 and then this director was arrested Emma ye prosecute no de ye de ne court remande no. That time goes name 31,000 no. Ska na obenya kra me ska no kra wo henfa. Enu de na ye burusu bia ho ba bia o. Afimu no ska no obenya kra no. Na
sika
yen kan kitwa because that time ne bia 350 no mu anu munye.
So still na sika pudu.
Na sika pudu. But o sha na enu anu ayi a NSS for the number 700 million. We mu nam 700 million within a year 81,000. Ska na be 750 million Ghana cedis no benya. But on the night was less than 100 million Ghana cedis. But no because he was the head director entino ye pekeno BNI for ye prosecute no ye remand no and then na you no 34 others but this time around ya center bibia ewo lady no so I want to know the entia your friend say Mustafa Yusuf ewo ho ono na started 2017 ono na started ye na bi no ye deputy kan ho bi Emma Osayasi be enso bebe twaso so ono so te ho by gift deputy na say and then one deputy so di kan peke no but chief executive directors na nkasa no de yente se invite omu nyina since when
within the last 2 weeks all of them have been invited but omu ye no on the quiet.
Oh Dela
I'm telling you, they have been invited.
Dela
Nanabi was invited. And all of them in penny form de nimunya. See, say Nanamba say when I investigate.
You invite Mustafa Yusuf.
No, minister you inviting the directors are National Service Secretariat for.
On starting Nanado.
They have been invited, all of them. Yes, all of them have been invited.
Quiet no.
They have been invited. The same way Gift Your Worry was invited. The same way she was invited.
Gift Your Worry the other guy no kwani it.
Then Gift Your Worry the other way. It is because of Mampanyina kase nipa bi adwane. And waba. And you invite no. So Furori. Oh okay.
Baba ku no ndwane no wa Ghana.
And I
invite no no a ye omudi teni ni nyina yete. Osasi be ya into osasi be ya wa Ghana hey under president you know you say investigation or
investigation.
Bia Gift Your Worry ko ye no obeke kansem bebre nema bebre on e be revealing nema bebre
Ansah thank you
exactly yes e be lead to but ade a me pese me hu because I know me nyamre na me go through President Mahama now no kwa president someone coming from northern region kwa no o ma bia na for investigating no ye che no ye remand no enyu onu nko a regional directors a omo ne ne conspire ye nyina no ye prosecute wo so that's the man President Mahama we are talking about you know entino I said when I Gift Your Worry
Nana mamenka say menjiro I can assure the general public say and they say we your mama ne apontia assemble akopene so say you must be very careful because when you slip the way the man would JM would deal with you no until you as so investigation where it is not something that anybody can push aside anywhere. It's a thorough investigation. Investigation obia who boom you will be called, you'll be investigated. At the end of the day one more Maya Bonin will be sent to the court for prosecution. Easy. And they are day and it's a obiti baby na young frere wo na so nim say wo na we sector head and I said now was our sector who definitely you'll be invited because you if you inviting me on a finance director like Moke on a deputy D and he said obidi baby listen 81,000 also na say when say nipa 10,000 I say wo na say ne udi 81,000 account ho ono na ebe kire nipa ye so ba be kire she will tell us or tell the investigating committee say me na me ye no Ansah na invite you unti monya abotre mayen na investigation where there it will grind slowly we are then eventually some people will fall na ye invite you na say ebisa wo say saa de we na we ho adwuma wo say ai then na di we be sure so baka sa nyamia na na be time your friend na be so na be so nyame time last time so they will all speak to the issue and eventually the corporate una moji sika no a one dey draw one dey akoyi sika fi bank wo one any signature dey also
because man clarify say dey be say binum hu say because I know you loud or you vocal e wo social media so
anti I investigation
na bi so onye ono so sa ono so but sorry
investigation ayeye anti ye nyam frɛ wo a ye be frɛ wo edru gift so ene ya frɛ no wo mo makɔ na bi nom ne ade all of them. They've spoken to all of them. They invited most of them. And to what we ejuma on national service war, said on Abi or ejuma hono join no koi. But your friend, because the other one will be about Jamia. And tell you why I was so. Why
your friend and Abi?
Well, me say your friend one. Obeka say
okay.
Are your friend?
Your friend, but
your friend one. Oba Obeka say Yamia na Yamia.
Okay.
Ni akwe nim. Nti we are investigating now. No, you perceive who. Na the area where hoka kran say, Yana, you can't hide this corruption because. Sikani ko to bank bi account mu a obi na sign signature ansa na mako use kanaba
okay
sa ghost name 81000 no e beto account bi obi sign signature e no koje o sign a onim say national service workers national service for nyina 31000 all of a sudden ababa ya 131 because of the 81000 plus ababa count and the one that sign say sikana we use sikani account no we are mucha one the ADB and it will easily unravel. We will get to the core of the issue and the right people be arrested and detained. Enti dia give you crano or no pon ebe mayen clue. Enti mo bia nka say or no na bia mpa do kra na ebe ka de obeka kire no e na ebe hu say bia onyo no na ye obi fufo na aye obeka kire me yate. That's all investigation here.
Okay, me madam lawyer. They say menya lawyer dem be twimanso pa. They say the menya lawyer maybe a twimanso pa wo krom ha pa. Enti amenyo final words on Gifty and then Echina ahead of we no. As a woman, may I say she's the center of all this. And I recently need international but unim say na do ho na ban mu no wo mu pe wo bi dua ho mu di ni di bone. Wo betimi aye chief executive officer, wo betimi aye managing director, wo betimi aye bibia, but na wankasa wo ninam ho. Ba ne ya pe wo bi adi ni di bone na nkasa.
Yes.
Me unim me sheda ko post da na ye be na for arrest so mo invite me ye dey na ko post you say free gift your warrior she's innocent to tom na say the NDC for si trouble me on Facebook no so but me no me transa na me kan ma bomu a ade a matena se mehunu se and na akufu ado bo me aban mu no wo betimi a minister na wo konkwan no alansa na omo ye no for years alan ye minister no ho na da no so kwa no onye hu tem no one na musa akwa sesa no mo se ba o me aso Sputnik o se ho ahwan vi ya so health minister me say omo ye hu bibia wo kenofori atafi office na adima menu Sputnik no se ho ahwan vi no woni mu ho hwe enso omo ye de kekere no konso enti no obi betime ye CEO na ewo national service one mo na gift your worry no ono a kire se omo use no edu omo bo omo kro no yu omo bibia so me I'm not surprised say as one no na scandal no gift your worry gift your worry but na bi so ka ho
anyway me dey me no ho shede but me can say I'm anti-gift way in there is very sad because we would want women in a better light. A person man enya space wo politics musa as a man yen and those na yenya akwenya we na yede asem etisi ya she ne combat. As we were talking about appointments in the beginning, this appointments are amount for pre as a public servant your life is open for all to see. And you know say you be person say when you don't go for any appointment share corner be na your business be na won talk but pass obey people would obey a person of if you say this lady adia ma me tin nkai me na minim ka so NSS boss and bibi but ne wedding be trendy pa public officer unya sika wo he it's me afford this and that's all these things no it fed into really negative stereotypes about her
unya sika we
exactly
we pay yes
into no e ba ne sa no na say me say social media Twitter and na minya all these information say or ye say or then you say
or talk club
exactly.
How
can you afford this?
Players ni nyina di wa you know so ghost names. National service you know so no. Ghost names.
It no dey na why na enwanwa.
Nti ya pesika aye o man yi na ehhehha amanfo mpaase ebi so gu bank 81,000 names a omudi jiska ena ora JDM se ono ompene waye bida eno so mami bi etwe mu Victoria Hama okoka se ono de nanompo when one fiscal no eno cry yi ni sinchen till today we don't even hear of her anymore. And you know what's source for the goose is also source for the Ghana. Here the year we are buy the boat you know. I think as a lawyer, maybe the say due process must be followed.
That's all.
The NIB, BNI, they are there for a reason. They have qualified staff. Omunim mejuma, omunim the way ombetimi aya, omubenya Ansah Ghana for especially the youth. Yeah, because untimi infa say am passes ano ye don't mean fa isika enko ye where the na kese o me aye ti hakra ye skanye where the ni bi. Nti says ano ye de and she has to face the music whether or your ba or ye den you me so me de no no. Nti no nyampo china ye hwe honorable force in him. So we can't send the day at 3 asuni in Yaji Ukrumha.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's say I was your 4 and say na it's here. Dela many where me time as soon. And I will be 5 seconds na
the American say NDC ni assign social contracts 120 days o me can some be nyoma bi significant. Say nyoma no chena ye read manifesto no ye fa ye manifesto ni ahwe se de o mo kan ni nyina o ma ye o mo ka so mo ye pe na che se aban papa no ye kan no aban papa no afi na aba e de nyame ase.
Okay. Yeah, that's and give us about center did give us P capsules abedi canum give us core capsules na enya system in cleaning we are pay give us P capsules sanom give us about Mr. Malaria type for the draw give us GC Mr. Nene capsules so unum be a papa and they will give us core capsules so honomo e busu Ghana baby e tonu bia ubenya bi ato na onso wetimi anom na aboa papa World Glaucoma Week ate se ete ohun ubehu se ya na wani no so ohun ha lawyer me bro case sipam we di why ha me de madwuma wura kwa na beba first etino yase wani glaucoma so ohun ha treat wani na wani so ento fine Ghana ranks second in the whole world concerning the disease eni yade Ghana wiase nye toso mienu enye kora mi se mani hyada enye kora papa bi asenti no bomode na adwumadie bi se no efa ho ehyemu ebi enti World Glaucoma Week no 9th to 15th March 2015 ye raise awareness ni sa e dia kosa enti Hopeful Sight Foundation and a class media group akabomu a ye di free eye screen ebre wo bibia 14th March 2025 14th March 2025 time no 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. venue no class media group premises Laboni Accra Fred 0244 7873 0244 787309 Nasa 0264 433356 will be at when he will be on so will be to me aba na waba be hwe wani e be ye free eye screening na a doctor for no ahwe kama na wo mo aboa amwani so ato girem enwumre yi me na obi bia se dela me da wase na lawyer Karen Esifo Ansah me da wo ase Solomo Usu Movement for Change me da se nes Kwame Kwache me da wase na ama me da me ame me ho ase why afei yenko ni ntwa ye ho
When we send your police in here grow, imbusaba mesa amama huaden.
Refuse to grow. Any offense wa beka ho.
Ahwade immune system o nyankopon. E de ready pedua mu samwa ye ho ban no. Enna sa wonom imbusaba mesa e pagya immune system na bribia. Ya yare ntimiu. Sese die, amanfo dodo no a na di imbusaba mesa do ne ho dance ye say. Enyarewa huru anipa enyina etimi ba ne so. Ene nyarewa kese enka ya wuti ni din ene ho ka. Na yemu ahyew nyina no. Ebo ye ho ban afri ho. Enna wo mpa omu wanyarewa ne dada. No omunum doctor enuro no. Enum imbusaba mesa no a emo mo ahoden pinti. Ya wo muntimpo se yare ase omu ho. Imbusaba mesa ewo kanshi ene o maimu babia yeto enuro. Etufo mfre 0246 208496. FDA ahwehwe se adwade nkrato yi magye atomu se ye.
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo. Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and up
nipa adoye emfa ni bone ense nkrofo destroy obia because you have power. Today Rebecca Kufuado ono timi trase frɛ munkwachi wei today Rebecca no ontimi waka dem yeso nam kra no ofere power wonim say omo ba no ayi e frɛ ne say baby adwe na wono nsomunam foreign dignitaries eba Ghana force ye direct omo call ubedi owu ni o madam Fubika wa chire wo be hye wo se nkomimpo oso be hye ene ente sa bio say just after 2 weeks ya omo free power in somunam egu and I think 3 days in then you also me kofa me drive fa egu sandbox omo tutu ay we your friend say akwano asante be dia tuo ene alata ni girl no omo tutu. So you see, when you get power and when you get money, you need to be careful. When you get power and you get money, you need to be careful. Power and money, nyame the man to serve society. Nyame amount to me ska for just one purpose, to serve society, humanity. Didima obinibi neja jimino. Didima obinibi neja jimino. Then you don't respect anybody. You talk anyhow to people. It's like as if we are singing our song, if we are singing our audio. Now this new kind, yes, we are dear Drew, as we gane. And I said yes in New York, dear Dre, Nanka wa backroom, New York, I mean, near to Bem. Now I was so good. Aha, near who say, what dear Drew? Cannot watch ya down, Bobie, and this will go for 24 years. I wish, but you see, Kenneth, Mama Yanka, so nipa so, oh man, emrebebre, ewo, power no, na Jimmy Eba. Yes. When complacency sets in, and look, your mind a yebu, and your mind and a yebu. Makasa same way, and your mind and a yebu. To be honest with you, I can't sit here and watch NDC running this country like MPP, and I know they will not do that. I know the NDC. I know my NDC will not do that. I know my JM will not do that. I'm 100% sure. But essence here, you need pentino. Ube unu say be mistakes. O ti ase. Essence here, you need pentino. Ube say mistakes kakra ebeba. But the deliberate ones. My boy said true. Ni akodo dio. Ni akwa kum nipa. Ni aye nipa say. When you have power and money and you cannot use it to serve humanity, Charlie, we waste. All right, so Kwame, another issue being the system. Yeah, I'm pressing for a quick one before I start dealing with my panel members. Obi Betro article be about a lance. So for article no to I say, mame. Sabi ya man for be minim sa man for who the authorities I don't know. I'm nowhere near NDC government. I'm nowhere near power. But I campaigned for the NDC, John Mahama, and I'm happy. So Owini, hear me there. Me campaigning man on the basis that we can allow tyranny to run this country. No, we can't. At least for now. Ghana Nibia Suma Jono from Yasuma we kwaha near Udawani Abeche Wanajo. I mean, Enquasi Adenkwa amanfo kasakra no musru omosho omochi today MPP for no abeko social media omo ani giaje obeka sa fe ne abie wo mo free enwa ibuom omo kasasa you know omo kasasa nam se kroma da ho ama into me e kasa but me who article bi obi na na ma say Ekofo wrote this article and me pa cho ye ni ye ma me na say de asia ye de o na na ya me ntai hu na de ye ye ni ye ma me okay so me pa cho obi bia o me Facebook page ebetimi a check what nanama say Ekofo de abetudwa and I think Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, which means now or refer to a friend say Samuel Jinapo, right? Samuel Jinapo. Okay. Now Nanama Oseko for me read maybe 1 or 2 paragraphs, then we go. And I read there is a group of NPP supporters at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Who have categorized under a pseudo political patrol called National Alternative Employment Livelihood Programs. Their job was just sit at home and draw salaries end of every month from ministry budget since 2023. As I typed, they are at post awaiting to draw salary this month. The chief directors and all directors at the ministry are part of this scheme and aware of this corrupt scheme. The only work this group of people did, that is during the MPP time, was just go around in 2024 campaigning for the MPP and they draw. Oh, Onya Meya Jumao. I'm working. Onya, I'm working. Okay. All right. So that's it. As much as I'm angry and disappointed, I could have pushed this to the oral committee, but from my information, other ministries have similar crooks who do nothing but draw salaries. They operate from an office in cantonments, Gold Coast close to where they play the live band. So attached is the list of beneficiaries of the so-called program, excluding their national coordinator by name Louise Carol Sewa Donko. All right, so we can continue like this. I'm daring anyone whose name is on this list to deny and sue me for defamation. I will expose them further. All right, so this Facebook post is coming from Nanama Osei Kofo, and are there some names to it? Yes. Just. Ansah my panel members no get here. Jamilatu Muhammad is on our Facebook page. Greetings, Commander. We're so proud of you. With the interview you had with Keche this morning, Ura has come to recover. Kwabena people never again in this country, Ghana. Kwabena, remember occupied Julobi, the Empire GP arrested me. Okay, so Tanko Adams, this is another issue. So these are the names. National Alternative Employment Livelihood Program. You have Ignatius Edubofo Poku, no, Dennis Jomo, Field Assistant, Object 3,300 Ghana cedis. Ignatius Edubofo Poku, Liaison Officer 3,000. Janet Kwanzi, Account Officer 4,000. Kwabena Jima Bedu, Field Supervisor 3,500. Isaac Sheldon Bear, Ade Donko, IT Officer 4,000 Ghana cedis. Prince Odeno Opon, Project and Program Leader or Lead 8,000, 80 million. Oh, yo, I see. Auku Solomon Ofe, Program Officer 4,000 Ghana cedis a month. Marco Fori Boatin, Head of Finance 8,312. Dokas Yanchra 4,303. Or Kunja Sesameyao, Logistic Officer 5,000 Ghana cedis. Joshua Chinebu Amwakon, Emmanuel Ansah or Angel. Anyway, Abdul Basit Mohammed, Yusuf Ahmed, Afriyo Subempa, Daniel Frempong, driver get 3,200. Benedict Ade, Deputy National Coordinator, 10,000 Ghana cedis a month, every month, or the 10,000 Ghana cedis. Yes, they don't work, they don't do anything. These are MPP party boys and girls. And now they are two almost so they just then they draw salaries from Ministry of Lands and Resources, and it's so sad. Thank you, and it's so sad. So I'm out for waiting names, and eventually, in fact, I'm out for some of the pictures, and when the pictures are ready, we will get it done. Then we go on. Now, mame, any operation. Friend say oral, mamenye oral ho adwuma, and I've heard people talking about oral, and they have been saying things about oral. Now oral, illegal, and oral, say, and oral, say, and mame, and from mwachi kakra. May point out just something. Kwabena, so first one, no, the legal team, the Vanguard legal team story, no, Fatwa says here, mame. Me pacho me chemo ade. Now, ora team no, emra womo setting it up. Ansah na John Mahama was sworn in, and the NDC take it over properly. So before the ora, no. Na NDC eni aban almost setting it up as a party group. Now the argument they say they don't have power, and please mind you, I don't have any problem when the ordinary Ghanaian decides or the ordinary Ghanaian criticizes the NDC administration. That's how it should be. We cannot allow NDC people say the NDC baby no, we can't allow it. For that one, we can't allow it. Ghana, and Ghana must survive. NDC bebako, MPP bebako, Ghana must survive, and that is the most important thing. If we cannot do things about Ghana survive here, then we have no moral right to come here, put on our microphone and talk to millions of people. No, but when it comes to the MPP, MPP for na sometimes I ask myself, NDC MPP did about it. So watch this story. April 25th, 2023. April 25th, 2023. Am I right? Pacho, highlight me. Oh, Pacho, Mama, me bra perimeter. Okay, so legal advisor to illegal mining committee speaks on Professor Frempong Boateng's report. Now, watch this. So, a former legal advisor to Operation Vanguard. Now, my main country for Operation Vanguard, cool nanado time omo teye se omo de be kwatia galamsey, right? Operation Vanguard. Before that, na omo interministerial team led by Professor Frempong Boateng, right? Okay. So listen to the legal advisor to the Operation Vanguard. The legal advisor to Operation Vanguard has revealed that there were no laws governing the exercise when it was launched in 2017. Ex-Captain Jamal Tanzua Seidu said the joint military and police task force set up by President Nana Akufo-Addo to combat illegal mining in various parts of the country had no legal mandate for at least 1 year until he was deployed to Obuasi, and that was when the issues about the late Major Mahama and all those issues abano. So you see, you have a political party that came into power. They set up a committee, right? Almost setting up a committee, and that time they were in power, they were in government. Oral was set before NDC coming into power. That is the difference. ORA was set before NDC came into power. Now, Operation Vanguard, now MPP were power and almost set a SR committee. No? And listen to the legal advisor to Operation Vanguard that for 1 year, now almost operate with no legal mandate. So when you hear people making noise, you ask yourself, what is it? Ora for ne Obi na the party. The person decides that me person set it up, and I heard an argument that okay, so we have citizen arrest. Into a political party who are setting up a committee. And command Crawford didn't want and wow evidence in the Fabi Ebre Womo. Even assuming they are not in power. Because you see, I mean, as an individual, right? Let me track, I say, Ebia, Matesi, a Kase, Kwame Kwache, or Korea, why you say, let me ask some pumpcho, some more evidence among family, Namifanko police station. You know, so I can sit here and solicit for evidence. Because of our evidence, but also be called police station, right? Also be a court. Any people say you 2 and 1 mon famra. Mon famra. Na yanje information no. Na yan fan konkoma aban lawyer, attorney general nom na omonya ho adwuma. Yesi buwe yanti bida. Eye illegal. Onu so ofre aban mu no. No, I set up Operation Vanguard for 1 year. Yeah, only legal mandate to work, and they were working. And MPP saw nothing wrong with that. You see, that is my problem with my brothers and sisters in the MPP. These issues, now another issue. They are talking about Operation Ora Fono. And Ora Fono na Omura no Omukwa. In the first place, let me put this on record. Ora ni bia ni wa wako obibia efie. Ora Fono obibia ni wa. I haven't heard from Okujeto. We did our cross checks from the Ora team. Omumra obia efie. Omu invite obia anso. Omu invite obia. And they are talking about oral team no Wisdom Breakfast says will be please kindly do well and recruit some young sharp researchers on voluntary basis to beef up your show. Okay, all right, thank you. So almost say a amount for a luti and a amount for a say for second story into us say mammy. About your me story be what we have gone through in this country. Julie Belinda Obri or say your modia so they can operate Operation Vanguard for 1 year with no legal mandate, and that one is okay. But we Obia or no one be crowd what like a political party or what in a group, they have a problem. So this story on Ghana Web, Thursday 20th December 2018, we are guiltless, uninvolved in Frimpong Boaten's looting, raiding schemes, Operation Vanguard. So, Security Operations Squad in charge of illegal mining, Operation Vanguard, has vehemently denied claims suggesting they raided and sold concessions of a mining company under the watch of Professor Frimpong Boaten, chairman of the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining. A report by the New Crusading Guide, and mind you, Crusading Guide is for Bombay. Senior Kwakubako. Okay, so a report by the New Crusading Guide indicated that some Operation Vanguard members working for Professor Frimpong Boaten looted and sold items seized from a mining firm, Heritage Imperial Company Limited, during their last raid at the Krobo forest in the Ashanti region. According to the report, Professor Frimpong Boateng's action was supported by Operation Vanguard members, the Secretary of IMCIM, Charles Bisu, the presidential staffer, and some boys known to be associated with the minister. In a quick rebuttal, Operation Vanguard has stated emphatically that they are guiltless and uninvolved in such lootings. So this is what we have gone through in this country. When you have a well-established government committee, yeah, they go on looting. Omo they looting and can you imagine there was a clash between the interministerial committee and the Operation Vanguard, sponsored by a senior Kwabena Bombay, and on only newspaper in a year's our story, no, and your Daily Post, like I said, this in a year's our story, no, a Bombay. Bobie, this one is from a fire says Kwabena. They are also stealing the atomic energy land, so tell the Ora people to go there. But you see, you need to provide evidence to the Ora group, because some compile evidences. They don't have the power to prosecute. They don't have the power to investigate anybody. They cannot just walk to anybody land. You bring them the documents, they do validation, meaning they will go there and cross check. What they are saying, yes, will be no, I mean, thank God they are not becoming nuisance to us. So you bring them the necessary documents, and when they get the documents, what they do is that they go to wherever that property is to do their cross check to make sure that the information you gave them is right, and based on that information, now almost forwarded the AG department, then they take it from there. And I know, so hopefully by the close of this month, Nyameya Adoma Attorney General Office, they will start working, and when they start working, all these issues will go to the AG's office. Then they will start the processes. That is where the reality of said Nyama SC assay afa. So chances will be if it is an NDC problem, but the other way around is okay. You could continue. So drift ni. All right, me can say any bedin komo. So today a review on John Mahama Oswain on the 7th, right? On the 7th. So Yanfansa kwata and now and not Tuesday and another 1 week. Yeah, and not Tuesday and another 1 week. And so we are here to analyze John Mahama the first week decisions. Yeah, why? And the first week in office, one MMDC's appointment or terminate say yes when in adiachen and now yes action no. So that one is there. Then another issue, Mosati committee so mo share ye Hajj fair Hajj fees or mutriano so omo enhwem, so that at least ombemano a fair idea how to reduce a Hajj fare no ama nuanum kremofo mo ko Hajj omo atimi atomo. Then was setting up the security committee, that is General Blay, Ora Kofi Boache, Ora Prosper Bani, Ora Larry Bevlulate, ene omo keka. So yes, sa decisions we after that. And what again after that? What's it? Oh, yeah, Sandra here. And I say, I say, Andra. Okay, so then he made the independent power suppliers. So Oshia Omo, and Omo Edin Komo, Yanoso Omo ST committee, and Yanono another issue. Edao. And Odebeye ne appointments, first 3 appointments. The AG office, the energy ministry, and finance. All right, and finance. That is Ato Forsen appointment. Then within 1 week now, so no, NOD ne 10 regional ministers. out of the 10, 9 and regional executives. That is wonderful. That's wonderful. So Kwame, when you have this, you should have listed. So you put it here. As a producer, you should have listed what printing a camera. Oh, there are 2 and no, I should be anyway. That's fine. So these are some of the issues. And live in the studio, lawyer Kwame Jantua, head of political affairs CPP, is here with me in the studio. Lawyer Kweku Ansah, former director Ghana School of Law, a father figure, will join us in the studio. Then, as usual, my very good friend and a brother, Liso and Akusipoko, will join us in the studio. Papa, Akwaba, Minia. Hey, you share the if you were
actually former political affairs.
Former. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
The word is evidence, not evidences.
Evidence. Yo, me that say. So former head of political affairs TPP. Yeah. Me that say.
Me ujani ko share who watch official pa.
Afin come to ye. Eja kwa me.
Mitimu say oye fresh.
Chao. Eja kwa oye fresh.
Me kwa me.
Why a fresh?
Why fresh? I mean, you said to see a person new net in Leggett. Now, when you one can mammo.
We have it. Oh,
because we are no pa.
Yeah,
those are here.
It's
time no binya kwa so a baby.
Very tough. Tough.
I'm not for who the toughness of the Jume.
Hey,
and is you.
Oh,
sorry for you.
Ubekasa
5 days a week. And it's a 1 day pool 5
days.
But for service of Ghana.
Where the day. What him say? Omunim say me no na start asempa.
Omunimo.
Me no start asempa. Me no na start asempa ono Kobi Fiagbe. Alhaji Baturi, Kem Crunchy. The squad no.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
24 years.
24 years ni.
24 years ni. Yeah,
me just come in me cry me you know.
Yeah, no, starting na omejai.
But tell me, after 7th December, what do you moshe a chromo feeling it to say?
After 7th December?
Yes.
Opening. It is a cancel. PBI.
Yes, sir.
After 7th December.
Yeah, how was the feeling like?
Me fun free time President Mahama win here.
Yeah.
I said the on say o win sike bia na mu dua. Se no si home no. Sa na gara fo. Sare the God for home. Now if you be bronya. Don't be bronya. You could feel within the country, no, a man for akomatom yem.
I see.
Because some no can dinkakra.
Yeah.
Ne Timos na Ghana for no money happy. Senior President Akufo-Addo na mamunugu koye. Na minyi say Ghana for na omotan President Akufo-Addo.
Okay.
Say you may be a no wontie. O can cry in tea na MPP omo maso no ne.
Dia be ne masa.
Oh. Ye ka si yenyi your friend say Kanoforiata. Wenti ankari 90 MPs be catchero. Ankari ye ka si ko IMF. Ye be catchere say ye proud people. You see young cock the titru ahochire bae DDP o say ye DDP da bibia bekoso ye yehu ye DDP abeto ho onti e be ho a President Akufo-Addo he didn't act fast no when tie Ghana for and the Ghana for so dangerous. Dangerous. But no. A more so sure. A more in Pinifon Kakra.
Yeah.
And Corano Abaneno. I will vote in.
David. Corner will be
me patch say a boy almost 2 years. I who almost 2 years. Say President Mahama went to me and dinner some so. Now who's a conchebia bim midway through the tema.
Yes.
Assemble. With the Musa. Omun train my 2028.
David. Say 8 years term.
No dear. And Kohokra.
Obiani Adaji.
There be needs Obiani Sala.
Won't mean ya
catchy. Fatu Hono be
Ghana Yamatrama.
Honum they say young politicians no ye say ya no who.
Yeah.
The adage of politics is a service no is coming back. Politics is not a profession. Kwa okupiska. A service. Uko now you we are. No Kofi. One of the world leaders are Minijinu who apart from Miami Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah.
The German chancellor Obano.
Yeah. Very solid woman.
Obano. O ye ne yiwie pe. Si madam say osan on the flat.
Cotton on the
flat move. Denmark. I'm say Denmark. I will prime minister. Sa we want to walk on the bicycle and no candy free presidential.
Oh, call the baby.
Wabeye ni die. Nti wabeye ni die no. Wa service. No wa service ano. A hono udi ene chiro. Edin a wagya wo chire no. Ano na chire. So ona ko bae wo ye ona ko bae wan ye Hitler yemboni din. Yeboni din edin yebono papa na yebono bone.
Asam no.
Kwa mi krume yemboni din. Yeboni din papa na yebono papa. President Rawlings yemboni din. Yeboni din na yebono din papa. Inti wa wo ba no ese otimi hwe na wo se ese mijadin na mema. Mi se mitie Kotina TV so anam Kotina radio so Janta no papa ne hwan efe Janta za papa no o ya de pa se ni ebi afore me eno na se ye ba pa wo mu a etimi hu se nye se obepesika obeye wo de na wo waman no
sorry
I don't want a situation where Abe President Mahama Abe ye betina radio so no TV see kasa de be kano. I don't want them to see it as they criticize you. We are cautioning. Say openyi baby a wo fa ihwe ni yo
obi afa ho ati
ahwepen na nka wo behwe ni se no ahwe ni se ya anka be asem papa yes you criticize it. Me the titru se ne mehu President Mahama was here starting no was starting de me bom pa ma no ne de bia de me kan se nkrofo no abefa se omunni wonya adwuma no ho na sem
ya baba be dis ankoma no mamema lawyer Ansah Kwaba papa Kwaba
enya
boko de papa wani Africa krama musa ade we ade na nipa da sani nya sika ne tumia na ati afa so yes ade na ade a
em say oko bible mu e o
so
bible mu kra
bible yema was abukru e ho
so
te bi atra na o kan ya say na we bible mu it happened today na we bible mu
de nipa nya sika nya tumi pe
nti na nipa no se ampa se nyankopon boy in se so dia na enyo bia nti o kind parables na unse abebu na yede sebe yede boy embra nti yese yede dwitira ma obi na ode akọhye form obi de ni dia akọyese obi de ni dia yese a nti otumi ka se wo ye akwapa no kwafo so te ase se won so why say won say ni nyina no ko by ran na Judas Bekwako ye so ama when ye so ama so anka yemfa yemboni enche yen. So they are saying say ubi you be ma.
But Papa, especially politicians, when they are in opposition, their body language, their demeanor is so different. When they get power, and look, last week, you call Kwabena because JFK. I was a mimi for Santamanpo.
So from micro.
We for Santamanponti. Now me want hello FM no. JFK ni na binum di asi nyina asantfon koda. Yeah. Enya se di agro de so hiesie won radio so a. Also asantini di ohun ni nua asantini aminua. But it got to a point, it's like when they meet me, I say cry. Okay. Fast forward. Last 2 weeks, me call program be East Legon. Now me who JFK, MPP General Secretary. Minim say as usual. Ochecha ejawan chiame. Timidi me ye na me twi me hu kogina HD. Mo atrin self any for oh minia. I was shocked. See ah enya hwe. Na me so me chia ne bi. Minia me hu wa che net say na me so me wo. Minko baby oh good you be here and okoye no na nipa me ne na me ka say politicians that when you get power they have different approach and now they deal with people. Power no free no a
nti say power ba mu I call trim bibi I call trim so no ema wadwen no keka kakra nti sebi stafraja enya say ni nua ya ushia ya ne Bobie ne senior obi a unye CPP ni kura na o kombedo say obedom sa ku no bi o just say nti kan say FA janto me was against kuni me kai no any agric minister ubo FA janto bia the catchers na Ashanti region no ne na sebeta frache but e bi no mo ho a to me no say yemfa na na ro de kai say bribi na me kai say to me na bedi na na nsem no ekoni trim too much inti na fe na ye wantan wran
inti na onti sa
there be me kai ase na na do na minim na na e call Darocha Sunday school no enyo no ne na na do na ni nyina fi ti say ne a lawyer kai efi woman ene no nam anope makasa o agunframa su bia say you president John Mahama ti say ne lawyer kan no wa sha say ye nanso de akaninya ka nanso ambibi enamachi
na bonyoma
you nti woman mo ebe piano yenu say woman so no mde no beko so they say enti nkania lawyer kan ya yenhwe yesi hwe wa sitrem nti ono so enhwe na sitrem no say aba ye de born anado no sa aba kro na ra sisi wom de akote o ye mbubu wom nya no hwe eda ho
of the secrecy
so enti ye mpanyimfo no em se ese omunya osuahu bi se tumi wo hwei enye ade a ebetra oda ni obetumi ebetumi atra oda ne nyankopon tumi dapim baye nipa ni sa tumi na ebetumi ede atra dapim enti se wo ye adwuma na unim se mpapa ti ase no se broni adwuma yedidi hu yenidim nti politicians no bana say onya sika onka hwe biom ni classmate krampo ananka one no na ekoba ofren konfa na 2 minutes free trim na
afenu
wasamba ni paduem
ti I say sika ne power na I say gbese no popo blibi
okay finance minister ben away no
Barredo
yeah who can order
no
hey but it's one sorry
Very humble.
Unino meeting no. Na meeting no. I go over no. Ube free no office aba. Oh, Kwame. Nimsa me share time we. Na me ye yibe o hunting patch or drink.
Simple. Can say your guy in 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Since na no be a friend no kwaju.
And the senipa na ndimi ansi amakra na at least o kofi awakuma to yem say.
We
pie ni me
abekasa. Onim se wontimi nhwa nso so because oh Kwame ene de mintimi hu o say ni say aba nti wo de ko ne brad this time. O kwa onim se obehu.
It's simple.
Oh, the question of humility. Humility.
And you na dey.
Your system no. Akoye sika.
Tu was can you
Kwame me no nya adwen o. Unim yewra mampanyi dada Kufuor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kufuor so nimu a baby bia obehia o. Obema wan say onimu so a oh hello 96 no yewra John Mahama me NDC ni NDC for na wo mkobam so on the or humble pa yeah MPP for me say me to me can the same thing if Nanado so one difference no enti Nanado one so no ono so sa na ewo no so I say
galamsey galamsey
sa na ewo no enti me nya sure
I don't believe that
I don't believe lawyer for no can't a lawyer for almost through when clients na kasa
ended almost through.
Okay, no, I think he wants to chip it.
Your friend is saying, Emra omo fight a champion, union government. Asukwana no moba.
Nanado no.
Me papa fi. Nanado was the youngest of the lot.
But said no is CPP ni.
But no about that time name is me di be 15. No name sir. In fact, opa utimi who say, easy going.
So what happened?
Easy going.
So what happened?
They mean to mean chre. This obusano. Ebia ini didi ni trim. And a woman so mohono. Woman manu who say, hey, our power. It be there near ya GM mind game. Whoa. One of the major things, especially in our politics, was Nkrumah Dankwa issue. No?
Okay.
It's been a major thing because I believe, sir, the UP tradition felt Ghana was theirs, and Ghana was such that women are fighting for Ghana.
Okay.
And then Nkrumah buy, and then Nkrumah call a Krum. And who said the UP4 and Chrome for no woman named the Ecoso cry.
Woman feel
it into a sun buy and was hey, Mako Chrome is me who ye and government in your manasio. Into Yansha, that small group na yatino, youth group na yatino. Yama woman ye youth are ye dibia besho musa, umbe region country no maka in Sema ye pese ye.
Yeah.
Omzi debi. Yeah, independence no. You want the shortest possible time. How shortest possible time? I didn't hear penny else shortest possible time.
Yam konkwa.
And no ohwe chire no a. No muni abrofo no, omunum tea. Muni abrofo omunum tea. Ti ade I say wo mo ye ma your friend saying nkru no tumpu no.
Abrame uncle, on feel comfortable.
The kind of maker. Me Jamaica chom papa ne ka share me. Omunum tea. Na Nkrumah hu there be is atiti na say jai e be jai there na mami free mu na me so me fight it. There has been a perception in UP tradition say Ghana no ye na ye dia inti me president now started so ye nyoma nyoma bi no I say adai Ghana no.
So meaning what batch say and say dey wo no
stop Republic Day no stop wait day no stop wait day no need aba won consult Ghana for say we na mo pa na say we na mo pe nye sana no tie me na do amini no nye sana no tie inti bibi koto chimo baby ma bibi sisan this e bia obusa no
but lawyer what that down for no
one say tio o can unigov unique of asem no na Nana do sim penny 7 years.
I see.
Inti na woman darocha num or call papa. Na say e ba be MPP cry e ba papa fie.
Aye.
Oh say FA janto anum no. Woman fa CPP no say sebiot afrache e ku bi a edom keke o won fa say Ghana.
Yeah. Yeah.
Inti woman she MPP ase na free papa
Akoto
free ne papa
that's Ochiami Akoto
ye ko ho
bafo Akoto
ye ko ho emse makodi do osoro order if you want my ko janto afie o dey say wo amfa no say
bafo hwe me papa
na de no ni ntia me kan say ye who say ye wo no to sradie emu ankasa so say nti ye wo no onyi no ne papa chief justice
and did it mo
oh did it chief justice so nima nti esenka nima edware no
so what happened
edware no kakra o esenka nima edware
kakra bi the yin free ad call Paris no na bi esesa no ma
nti no ahu onyi no ne papa chief justice nkofo a mpanyimfo na eba ne papa fie ne mpanyimfo na Kwame Nkrumah ko ho ne papa ye lawyer Kwame Nkrumah ko fie ho ye de na watena ne nan so nti tumi no ebedidi ni trim no di nyiye se o hwe se
ye nyina so opportunity so and di trim
oh da na o se o ka twi brofo so
asam nanyen
o ka twi brofo nti no
asam nanyen
se no man bi wo ho na se unka wa uka twi brofo no umben ho na obeka English abrochire brofo no bia uben wom eso de bi na mene nana eko say international conference na nana kasa wa hu say you we Ghana ni akono keke but enunti na me ye infanto wo de compare Kufuor ye different Kufuor ono papa no nyina junior ministers
me boy papa fase
enti no o hwese na Kufuor ne o si ye ne normal
humility no
exactly
humility no
what I say
even today cry
na ofa sebe enu apanyi na num ne ya se untumi unnim na untumi nkone ho ba Kufuor unnim na betumi akone ho so ni amechire no o sister ya obi nka say ni papa aye say nti no odu baby an go for sorry kochia no onim no
I said the late Professor Mills everybody is welcome
exactly
some say
say me woman amechire o ma dey hardly nti binum ta friend me doctor Mr. Ma say that me ndu oye me mister then omo friend me ancestry
wow
me school for friend me ancestry me kofie lata sebe avrache me yimata de na me fa me Wellington boot to sha ye ko afum me ne o man didi wom no mo fufuo boys me dibi
say
because that she be me wu a wom no be fa madaka no
yeah
na me we de na kwa me janto ababe so madaka oni wo yin but wom ma ye feel so munye hwe no wom nti no unama na say wa bro ho ase na me say Bible no o say u bro ho ase a nyame ebe ma so o ma ho so pi a nyame be bro ase nti me last radio discussion me ya me can say I couldn't wait to see the back of Nana Addo. I meant it. Because we didn't deserve some punishment na go through ne eho sa ahubrase no eno na say yin rajo mama okoso edibu na manyo no se na be ya se na eneye ken sa na ochina oniwa
ye beba
betra so ti ase nti mo na mubu mberu say we there
okfonsa
na wa
all right, so nice one there, and I think say your futu ma ye titu nkwara no aye ba no me de me wo o how e wo said onipa nya sika ne tumi a o ye ni nua nipa me wo problem wo saa ne ma no mo me oba ba bi na ho se ma rebel pe na che so obi disika ene power person osisi me and me mpesa ade no wi ase kra money and power yen so mo yie me na me sesia na me ka sem bi bra kwa me na me hwe me nu aboa papo video bi a na be ka be 2 months ame ato aba o se ono no o ye powerful timi kunipa to who are be ho agro no like the political opponents, and I was shocked.
Yeah, Ghana ni.
Yeah. Also, Bempa, Abua Papa.
Also for no.
Debbie, also Bempa, I'm going call Ghana Gas.
Chief executive no.
The PRO.
PRO. Okay.
Offering this Mukrane call a MPP. Yeah, also Bempa free land and buy Satana. Ekosi Senwo. Pyramid House.
Pyramid House.
I know about Obama and Chairman Nino and me share Obia Menino what age. Now also Bempa Mini free Konongo. Asante Achim. Now Sheni Fie said the Fie City. Now all of a sudden, Otimi for video see what say Kasa Mimi Timi Kunipa. And Udimi Hua grab your obituary. I'm like, no. Hey there Benkwa. Young man, you are not even 50 years.
You have a future.
You have a future. And now Omuluzu you know him say Omubeluzu. And now Omuluzu you know he has been running away because he feels say obi nyanwa
obey ni
bi
run away nobody ta no do
and ya me buza me say when your power na say when your scar take it easy say me ya Ghana ni nam ka so urajo mama mi school sia school no asiwa cha mama ye ya don't insult me. Pass them, Debbie catch them, even though you will not do it. But or him abeka so school BC Messuache Kabaya Mamia. Then you ask or him and say, what's saying why? And I will be some say, me see school dying.
Also, Yamau to me.
Yamau to me. Taxes
2 minutes a service.
Service.
And taxes.
Taxes. And you was sick.
Yes, if you send your can over to me a bob no the idea.
The idea. And no, the new taxes no best and want to have.
And the class was threat. And the class was threat.
Then you sat on Peace FM.
What to
Then you sat on Peace FM. Then you insult the person that on wine. For a president to look at the whole community to say kumfi. No, I catch them say development me share than me yi me niamamo because me the minipa by one to abama no to my shedder. And when you watch those clips, like so even JM, so won't be in your crown, don't insult us. See a bit complaining, don't
you mean now the catcher?
My dream near is seeing you know. Biom yen fanko Bible mu. Won say nana eba no ma oman no nyina so te say senia baby Awurade peja na adu no obesi asore dan kase no de peja no na say udada nyankopon a
akopon dada no
yen dada nyankopon
dada nyankopon
enti me hwe ade no nyina say enye Ghana for pene to abano nyankopon sa wom
no de ampa
se mi si cathedral am mi de yudia ye se ne ese when si cathedral no san de cathedral na bokro no wo yesa se o se nyamidin na yen Ghana for na nkasa no ye kan hu bi ko yen kan no kore Ghana for yen nyam kan hu bi yen kan no kore
no
enti se o pese o kan no kre wa da we na ade a wo ye eye se obi enim se no kra de na nkwa ne nipa obetumi aka eno na ama baby ayedu sesia no yentumi nko yenim enti sesia ye ka say me sure say me gidi pa say ye mpanyimfo bi wo ho a sesia o mo de o ma ko hu yenwura John Muhammad dada fa me be shaha fa we shaha fa we shaha fa we shaha into omo yesa pepe na we shaha se unsa akoshe nenu then I'll bet me anka. Because Obekao, no, I didn't. To me and Koya nim. So I said, Nanka, Ubia said, Famisha Hapo. Na baby, all Konunya, obey to me a catch and say, oh, you're right. You are going, you would me bacha a boa, a young cool, na bommy. Indeed, near all pie quino, unim send a cheat. Chia, a genius, Odin, so Treno, Yanuse.
But lawyer, Black Kwame, one night a politician. Me or how were in society no. Obi frame every Italy 3 days ago. Bobie, hey, this is your mama Massa. I saw called Pepper swimming a Land Cruiser who should debut more.
That's it.
Then, and I'm say, make a Land Cruiser no ever. Ah, Kwabena Freeman Bo. I don't want me. Ombasa said, Now say, what is the meaning of Ombasa said, Jame? Kwajipo Sunibi, Abua Papu, and Umkraji what to a day. And I'm saying, say a post in Tina, Mekoboa John Mama, dear. Then, I mean, I'm the most useless person. Me see radio station, right? Equipment me cra eba. As at the time of me see Wakosongo. Me the toto, the me free, ne, ewa porter. So I need somebody to make things a little bit easier for me.
No.
That's all. And this I mean, me frequency. Now some me crowd a transmitter. I mean, so transmitter give and take. Make him discover we amount to a. Nyame yadma make me CBBS me maho. But if the idea is to get position, after the Bobie and Kasabiu, say the dollar net drew 45, Bobie and Kasabiu. After the Bobie say Bobie and Kasabiu. No, me ferry.
Ferry.
Yeah.
Because and the Bobie Wakase no say pose no pay.
Me ferry. Me ferry, but the point is say I mampon form ni me nyina hwe anim say Bobie benya bibi. Ti swank 112 NDC aben ho. Now so am pebia me an kofie. I don't make opposition udru mampon a kwaso yi. Okotra o hwe o mani kasa no nim wa kasa. And say come dey no dey abetra ho no. But the point is over I don't think a politicians in penny pa obetimi a show money ma catch and say look are they we saying it here why
no ni na ye o pese ye vote mano nti obeka no kre ni vote ye obeka enye kra no obeka no kre no wonka no aka no basabi ama bibia ye de oho ena ye Ghana for no so yenye research oba betina radio so no onko ye research and make sure say the obeka no eye no kre no be kike bia na afi social media ye denam me feel say post no enhia say wo djuma pa bia na aban ye bibi na won pa say ayi menua panyi wo na djuma pa bi ye man post a odibedidi Incrofo PM mo post nye free mo sape
no man useless.
O man useless. Hwe wo mo asesi a parliamentarians a wo mo lose wo mo seat.
Aya mobo.
Wo mo professional. Wo be sa ko ne profession.
Yeah.
Wo mo ni professional. Watch wo mo.
E ka befie.
Ye mfi Ukraine ahwe wanim. Bibi sa no. Esi ye hwe. Ni make sure say ye politicians no a omu wie no a omu nya hwe nye no itimi hwe wo mo na enye one party asem eye collective idea se ye ntnase ni ye bobo nioma ho a amafo ho kire wo mo eno sa no wotimu a no nim se wo wie a enya ade a obetimi nye esika ho no ahwe no ho a corruption no ho na eba no eno bia bebere sika bia no agye
eni obi anfa bi
anyway bia bebe obegye because onim se oni ho bia mu a na no aduane bebo no. But I see Timitrasi. Say, Yamahama Abbey. San you mean I see Timitrasi need you come.
Wonderful.
Because we are building a nation. And
that is my point.
Who know. We are building a nation for the future of mine. And your political party near teacher.
No, that be by all the men on your meet you. me nye president da me nye minister da but ni ami hu ne say president aba opese oye adwuma no pa Kwame na damfo Ansah sare ko tena yi radio so kan sem hunu no men tie no ono ne hwan ono say ne hwan nti ya ye ben to me no yen na ye disa problems no nti me Kwame Nkrumah me hu se ne odi ne to me fa me abofra president Kufuado to me na ngasa ye so anu yi no kra okwa ebro chire wa mabia medi the ceremonial president me hu woma metumi akase me hu kakra Ira Rollins the Rollins aba ono ocheye ndi nyina hu ye na chi na Kufuo Mills na Nanado na Mahama Nanado Mahama na hwe wo nyina mu a o hwe simplicity ni humility a Kufuo na
Mahama
Mills edi bem na se Mahama mpo de na oye vice e man owie na afi na e ba bewe na yangasa untumi mfa ento Nanado de no ho me baby ana me ni Nanado wo problem no the arrogance was too much ema womu di na chi kura chasser chien c'est Nanado we show o dia say enti no
I also got to say also got to say
me lord
no me lord
the submission I want make say enti no sabi utafrache say Nanado na wasuana de na onim say na untumi enkro no hu enko yeti say Nanado omo di nachi no emma wo mo so sin Nanado na mu o ti ase na wo mu wu no
untimi control wo mo
untimi control intene ba sa no na ti say Kwame aken za de we de enye sa kwa one say dollar do 14 one boy and if I no koto za dollar no me no sheda nti be sure say enne Nanado anu ne ho obenu ne ho pa say se otie efutu ana inkofo manu na anka amanu sa nje hono ene etumi sise ye nyina boa yenwura Mahama ene ya sha se ka se yemfa tribunal na amra yemfa tribunal na amra yemu pidi yaw o tribunal time no youth na wo mo freta wo mo enhu se ne di beret ebo ma ewo Makola market se ne ya di tuo sinkofo so enkofo egugu ye wo mo enhu bi.
But definitely an tribunal will be different.
Be different from
it won't be different. It won't be different. Ghana for ya call a disco no guessing ya na ekwakoye. Ya na enum koko no. Ya na it won't be different.
So lawyer you obi to me can say ene memu tribunal omo de bed bebo ma mbebo nkrofo.
Ghana soldier, Ghana police, Ghana soldier, Ghana
tribunal info na
military regime. Rollins no. Military regime. Na Akufu no ne a champion no. Military regime.
But a champion time a champion unique of time pe and say and na me yefika. The unique of time and say sa say my university me huye omo kunkum nipa no ne na hot there me Nanado time no say we say now you're victim into which me aka no there be na me na me say Bobie anya accident say why obi ye na adwuma wo say ye na adwuma aden na say usuma driver say uncle tata no non crash no nkofo pi etewusa enye fine so they say but say Yemra Jomama Utie me mefutu kakra metumi ama ene say mentie nkrofo ano asem emfa embu oman no cause one beka che say yeni say 2 years on untimi satisfy wom nyina
but openye tribunals no our constitution no more
tribunal no wom but you but
so what is the Jamahama you know what person ultimately sanitize the court system in the local area.
Debbie, and
but it's in the constitution.
Debbie.
It's not in the constitution.
It is in the constitution. But what happened is a court act, you know, but over constitution now. Article 126 clause 1b say and such lower courts as Parliament may by law establish. And such lower courts as Parliament may by law establish. Into far courts act now, Parliament establish a lower court, you know, to section 39 of the courts act, you know, ube Secretary Tribunal, ube kwa could do, you know, section 46, a honor Secretary Tribunal, community.
So which means
tribunal,
it's lawful, it's legal.
You ena one more,
it's lawful, it's legal.
There be one more amended constitution, one more amended courts act. And ye circuit tribunal no any committee tribunal no efi ho and a car regional tribunal into one mobile establish a yoko no na circuit tribunal for functions no be nom transfer e de command yoko for no so what I say na tribunal no the word tribunal e wo Ghana says ya ma me generation no mom di mechi no enye adepa. So I say, in Kofopi Shre Wamonkwan, it is going to evoke old memories of bitterness amongst a cross section of Ghanaians. Say ye prosecute effectively. Resource the office of the Director of Public Prosecution, DPP office. Resource the police. Retool them. Man wom here say office of special prosecutor and I obey tintim one na mom unya fa the word tribunal and then
which is in the constitution.
It is in the word tribunal no is in the constitution because you know regional tribunal at the war you know okay, so why do you have to bring back another facet of tribunal?
No, it's the same thing.
The same thing.
Okay.
Courts Act, no, Courts Act.
Regional Tribunal.
142.
Okay, so
yes. Okay.
There shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. 2. A regional tribunal shall consist of the Chief Justice, on a penny, it will be on honor and a sefer, one chairman, and such members who may or may not be lawyers. Such members who may or may not be lawyers, as shall be designated by the Chief Justice to sit as panel members of a regional tribunal, and for such period as shall be specified in writing by the Chief Justice. To me, no one some Chief Justice in some any so did need be some any obia obey because I say much or tribunal court.
American say Chief Justice boy and who coco say unyaka tribunal but I'm say me generation for and I want my DH echo to honor mean call below honor because one more who can tribunal no, but
the systems are not the same.
But the history of the tribunal. 1991, DFN and every name no money in ano. Is say mopa. Your friend Judge B Justice S.A. Bobie.
Okay.
Justice Bobie. Ena or chair constitutional proposals commission on Okodano. na ɛhɔ no ɛna ɔmo ka sɛ asɛ saa revolution for no pɛ court bi a wɔn nso saa principles of accountability no bɛ Ghana for bogu ye sɛ wɔn mpɛ ɛno nti no na nka wɔn sɛ yɛnya national tribunal yɛnya national tribunal na saa national tribunal no na nka Justice Bobie ɛna ɛkɔ akɔ head hɔ ɛna ɛm sɛ mpanyinfoɔ nti na wɔn de Adwakins Kwaku Adwakins ɛna Justice Alhaji Said Kwaku Adwakins ɛna Miami mates no bi Kamasan nom ne Kofi Busompem nom wɔn court tribunal na wɔn court tribunal no sɛ na CVC wɔ ana prosako amana hɔ enom ekeka kan ekodu baby no wɔn ankasa hu sɛ baby ade no ɛyɛ aginsɛm nti quietly constitution no bae no nom so accountability probity na normal no nyina na fine but it's sign kwan a kangaroo court any tribunal nti be year yen bad emfi ho na yenja. So the compromise was Munja Regional Tribunal. Fine. Until I can say, we share Article 126, Clause 1, Paragraph B. Parliament or to me, won't be to me assign the District Tribunal now by a constitutional. Won't be to me the Circuit Tribunal by a constitutional. Won't be to me the Unit Tribunal by a constitutional. Because it is grounded in Article 126, Clause 1B.
Okay.
You know, all time.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Charles.
Question. Professor, Mr. Frank said, Prof. and a doc.
Mr. No problem.
Yes. Yeah, legal school. One and I director. We am the Nimni. And what winning kind of fast from free school or no. Satem na circuit tribune nebi ni ho. Na
2005.
But me can say no home regional ones, any national ones.
Regional there were
constitution, but yeah, in fine juma. Regional tribunal. I don't. The last time I mean the last time
this banding about
the lawyers and I judges on ferry.
Almost ferry. Oh dear, Tio. The question is, Sabri said they are a court system na ye. Sabri na ye see ni those names no do no. Yeah, ni awe and 20 years and what they told me bete. For example, me say me so na me Time Rollins. From me 15 now I don't want to see Kwedo Ajimai until say me nyini na Moses Rollins crown e the first asphalt ba me region and some was on my TV bar and some was on the electricity bar me region. So it was like never know my hate Rollins for no. It seems say na yet one side of the story until my time no. But kwara the young question every president ko for ABC President Mills, President Mahama, me Nanado Diema, Nanado by Bibifu from BSC. So we a court system now, even the Superior Court of Mukoshia, Obeti Bia 4-5, Obeti Bia 5-2, Obeti 4-1, 5-0, I feel you can read the reasoning of the Superior Court justices. No, Emma who near Air Coso. Suddenly, President Mahama Koye no. And a unanimous and semi shall say bye. I feel crowd there. A bar say by more reasons or original so my reason a friend said ruling no. And a difficult to assess. Days no so AD and son when your reasons no crown so be issue. And to Mr. Kwaku, Yabeka said, Sir 8 years ya firm ya. Now call already 10 years to me predicted the outcome of a case at a particular court. Time one, MPP, former parliamentary candidate for the voter region, or yet Judge Etia Kunyum, former NPP, constituency chairman from my region, Doma East, a
presiding judge. Oh, me pedi me gogla pedi na mo here. And I brekum kra mesenya another parliamentary candidate to the amount. Omuti akonyoma nipa wa criticize what do we call it? President Mahama Payne or a judge. Metimi amo video instances are officers are mimi small more call radio so call as communication team members. Nipa no money ni call panel. I will radio ni TV so no. I will video evidence. Ya appointing no call electoral commission in the person of Dr. Peter Apia Hine. Ye call Council of State, Emma Council of State catcher say, baby a petition that do no, and random Marquem Murasim. Ye call Christian Council, ye call the Peace Council. Until now, we are the Peace Council, Kwabena say, Sakufado Pasum Bianca, the whole of 2024 allowance one city Mumbi.
Really?
Yes, Peace Council. Mimi region one Ghana city. Wa mo bi no wanya kra de akopra sumbi 12 months. Ye no mo share January ya ombe boy abaso. E na omo mo mbe complain. Na oti omem na Peace Council for be switch na political party say me kra ma sitinam na nye. Nti na honhon ne editimu a me question is say bringing back the tribunals any whatever. Oyibe bisa say 8 years under Akufo-Addo. Any current position of the judiciary, any said you so predictable, and yet better. Say processes are before Chief Justice not to maybe a waka so or get fair uncle. Process are overfirm answer. Meanwhile, near my parligu hono, you were genuine Ghanaians are omo independent, omo Kenya together with the justice system, no more transia. They will think about Ghana. Don't you think, say, for now, you be here, sir, court.
But me cry there.
Say what constitution?
Me cry there, Chaze. You say, see, I don't make them say. And yet, tribunal no kwa. In every military regime, the high courts and other courts can be used against citizens in a bad way. So, say, almost transition a court. A yes civilian ruler. Does it mean we should disband those courts?
Now, answer I make out there. Oh, we're raising issues. P. Say, it's a Mubenya Brea and Kamubesan to us, so I can say, we're raising issues. P. Oh, say, oh no, ya Bofrano, na Anka Uchi Rollins, on Penasem, Ajman couldn't on Penasem. Na onyi no hu say oh sana aye one sided niana ye kekano enti na ema eba no sa mebo a wo court no ye de compare tribunal ye mfre dia ye wom say regular court aprofo na de ba mebo a sa court system no it hinges on predictability. Say lawyer say the client and what say otumi o kone ho say o de asema command say otumi predict the outcome ne enu ne friend no president no enti o de beto assembly a
enano assembly ho
enano assembly ho e call and say na call another one say na call
evidence how be mami
exactly so I say enti predictability no de minu enu ne court system no nantuma tembia no ofra no bi ehun se wefra no say so they say nti say untumi predictive system and fairness emma so na mum nia o ka say 50 say me can reduce pi say enye me nka say na nadu ni ho 90 and me ka da
oh say hakra wakasa
na enye je say mo ye 5 anti sebi o mu ni o ma dwen mo be ko 50 kra obia enu ne e beto ye
dissenting
we enya dissenting kra na say wo ma no ko bengo mu a obia twere ne de na o nyina kodu ayikuma so ti say but na nye ayi nanado time and a chassis Rollins breso inti me kai say ye junior lawyers no utumi edu court even as recently as the 90s so the unya do na unhu kom no mpanyimfo na there's a 4-1
na say ndie na ye na say die say yo say ya na say die say ya 5
enti no me can say ne am pese me catch on say eno no na efi appointment no yede sebe obahima toko no bae no me kasa already so ni fisha onyi ondu bra say you know chief justice
on to me
nti you na kwa ekukura ntumi so te aso be kwa kukuru on to me na the problems aba nti me can say be here that should be the last appointment na do be na ba no de ye pay seniority into onhwe sanso me criticize attorney general no nimfisa oh ena yedo makogo nti sa 50 na 70 nsem ne ehu eyi nyina no efi kwan a ye fa so e dey appoint.
Wonderful. All right, so I will come back yes
papa no me lawyer for Kumasi no we see who out mu se lawyer ni
be mercy from
lawyer tutu no lawyer fa
lawyer tutu
lawyer jantoa asante hini na napuku wo mu see who a otimu se lawyer na
lawyer juranom
wo attorney general otimu se odidim
wan mo miedin
mia
and kole ya babe ya karkase. All right, quick comments here. I have said Tony Bones, who says President Kufuor brought the fast track and jailed Chikata and Kwampepra. Ora is the same, so it is in order. But we are talking about the tribunal in a way. Tikai Odonko says, okay, so let me leave this one. Tikai, I think my social media handler rectify the issues. Salma Aminu Dankofa is here with us on our Facebook page. We have Bozet Kwesi. Bozet Kwesi of Ansah, sorry. We also call any mo trebu na mo de mo agye mo belt abon fanko. Yeah, dia bre papa. Sorry. We also call any mo na trebu na mo agye mo belt abon fanko. Na dey dia bre ko la dia bre. All right, Joseph Tekpe says, okay, Bobie, if a particular party flood the courts with party sycophants, even when a new government resources the courts, they cannot guarantee us justice to be seen when the old government appointees are to be prosecuted for perceived corrupt acts. Okay, so Philip Diamond says it's like this. Hima Meska says, lawyer Ansah, sorry, shouldn't think he was the only one alive during that period. Yes, but today we need a tribunal. Georgia said, this time people using belt in tribunal, they'll be camera. Okay, so we have other testers. Matthew says, please, Bobie, the stolen parliamentary seats. Okay, so I don't know exactly what he wants to talk about, but then my host will mention Tema Central, Ibi Bright, and other places are issues. Jonas says, Bobie, the tribunal must be established. Simple. Richard Akwasi is watching you live from Dubai. And yes, Kakra Bedu says, great minds this afternoon, Bobie, keep it up. Big up to lawyer Ansah Sare and lawyer Kwame Jantua. Thank you. One Amina says Akwa Bachas Akowa Bno regional officer for NDC. Kwesi Ocho says, Commander, well done. Thank you. Ben Tum says, Bobie, I'm here. Mustafa Sabute says, Commander, can you tell me where Nana Akufo-Addo in Chedi? The chair where they use VA, they carry out no. We don't see the chair. No, but look.
Oh, the choir, that's what
I don't know.
Can't crutch here to say the choir.
I don't know. Driver knows what was wrong with you. We do baby wafa. No, but what? Sakuya Nedia. What was it? That Sakuya Nedia.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that's all.
No, Srodi.
Me na me say otrakunya for so obey. When him say or introduce ma baumia any criticizing war Domahini, I think 20th anniversary.
Really? And go ahead, but you know, Baumian is not like that.
There be too, maybe where near me say, need to be catron to know so. Yen na yo na President Mama Beba 20th anniversary no. Enti ye ni a team on betna benti will be arranging no. Any who say advanced team naba. They were about 6 cars. Ebe see na car back one be jina days in enim. Ebe jina wa no mo be boot. Eyi chair.
For Baumia.
Aye, back also na nkrama mienu asi. Every V8 no. V8 na one nkrama na team. We spoke Kwabena no mujaye. Emi somebody amagina amaso ye tia mu free bu na say sabi. Ade on be hwehwia days no so. Ene ade meanwhile ye wo
nkrama gu.
On be hwehwia days no so. Abra ye wo detectors wo ho a it's just a stick. What the bet me as scan the entire days are bibia or be detected. Nti krama si ana no Kwabena ni di na chi no okodwon so. Krama soja. So ye who did na him say Baumia withdraw from sa carrying the
because Baumia when he say traits no it's not so, like that. I may have my difficulties with him.
Now no better Independence Square for almost 3 hours once for the first time the program I watch one no dear no because
Baumia
the one
the obeso tie the job we can follow
no so no pa travel for 3 hours on tonko David but this time he sat a woman who actually near money be any one or say
not just a nana no shada
that be and the human heading or bread
anyway.
But the point here is President Mahama, President Mills, President Kufuor, no my chair be out the more trans. So this introduction of 1 V8, your designated man bodyguard and your Kunyan Kwan or Swa. Sabi with the way Kagan expenditure.
Anyway, so one quick comment from Yvonne Kilson says, Bobie, Lawyer Ansah is my big uncle, but I disagree with him. Today in Ghana, majority of Ghanaians suffered such huge injustice under Nanado, from banking sector, health sector, religious sector, and family units. Every aspect of Ghana was seriously bruised and injured under Nanado. So this tribunal issue,
American say we didn't deserve such punishment, you know. So I Ghana for you now.
Tribunal. You be fair.
So until me masam tiane say and say on say chachuchi kata akambri bia mede achichire misrel o say enye bribia na esese yesesa efise obi ababeye na wanye ni yie je em say eye bribia esese yesom enne senanadu nti ye de tribunal ba na yewura Mahama yenim ni second term ni eba beba sebiota frache ono so nachi no bi so ba numni nti nia me baby amigina na migina ye kasa se ani ntumi predict senia ebekwa afa na nadu fi ase no na ekoyie saa o na BBC na ni nyina be gina media for nso bibia enye esese moka then not been by am sure ye kan eyi na atemdidi nim but Ansah na media ni bi di atemdidi be ba na yimu efi nia ye di aye no so te ase na tribunal de ndie ni amanfo be kan bia migina be bia migina
onko ba bia Andrew, so Mama say okay, so Lawyer Kwabena, may I start with you. 1 week in office, Ora John Dramani Mahama. The decisions are what take offer maybe to say DCs or terminate your appointment, setting up a committee to look into the energy sector. The meeting with the independent power, producers. Actually, oko Muslimi for na asia sorry and almost set up a committee to look into a Hajj fair. Say Obibeko Hajj just so 75,000 to 80,000 Ghana cedis, which for no Jomaham officer is too high. What they can do around it? Yamiadum Akoboko, and a year penny for Naregu, penny for Kusok, penny for Omo Kasa, or the one this Maba. The various appointments are why within a week the decisions I think a lot has gone on from where you sit as an observer, as a Ghanaian. How do you feel? How do you see it?
You were saying be kind, you say Okawa Unsun
Ishim
a buy Nanka President Mahama own the power da Anka Obetonobo. Now the vote from the people are hasting new mess way. Ghana for actually say anytime oh catchy anytime into bar you be so buy straight we start juma. Media me feel so was start ye. And early days we did how many days?
7 days.
7 week. 7 days. Now over 7 days no we di no at least wako mia boko wako and there was so called otumfo ho because nanado waka che ne say otumfo no wo boa oboko oni boko fo akokasa oni otumfo be kasa the ministers no bia or say 14 days or be set in the cabinet wo yesa anwuma ni nyina so far nyemo cast obeye no o hihye so aye. The challenge isn't now. The challenge is when everything is set up. How we move forward on the challenge. How the people are, you do ma to positions no. Wombe timi afa ni vision. No mudi journey. Hey baba, okay che. O say yeah. Come kroma frewa. Na ho popo. Ho popo because ebia ni vision no di ama wo se fa ye adwuma no. Wo di afa baabi. Obefro wo busaw because no the informants no market women.
I see.
Ne ma woman inform no. Do ye bibia na wanye ni ye a obebusaw obefro na okaka say ni say obaka say gina ho no afro nya ko so abegina ho no say jato say ni say no why eyampa inti President Mahama bibia woduro no otimi hu say yentimi fa Ghana ma first. We've tended to bring political parties before the country Ghana. Into who say Ghana no I see the bar first. Into Ujane. Me feel some appointments are so far. What my reasons? Mbusa, what my reasons?
Well,
what describe omo background? So kanya
yes.
What describe omo background? The frontier or do omo sisi ho omo background. What describe ya
yes.
What catch
Inti
yanhwe how it goes. Me de bia meka se me hwe de wo ye no a wo fa kwan a onu ka so de be fa so no wo mu a o de wo mato position no ho na sem no beba
ho na adwuma no
ai ho na adwuma no wo because wo mu a o de wo mato position no so mu so ba na wo man ni ayi populist no ani nkomo a media semba tiemfa energy meters asemia era jina pobeka ye na o say 3 million meters ye 40 na amount for per meters na wuntimi correspond with amount for no in terms meters o mu hwia o mu nya na ye o mu twesika na wuntimi explain nchira wo mo timi din sem piba because say meters no ye no krom ha.
I see.
Oh, you were your friend saying Napo. Time and now or your friend say meter. Say okay tender. Yam pinu my own farm meeting for bontin ma. So political meters no any bano. 1 penny my own farm ma. Meters no ye wahano. I don't see a use. It's a meters no. Is see a team explain it Ghana for.
And yeah no my problems with
and how na me bano. I see it me check a special Ghana for say me te dia be e say a pahwa na say e de pahon bi ba e see it me explain the wire e de pahon no aba. Now you're always communicating with the people. Sene ye kan tribunal say ma amount for the a response aba aka say anytime no sa na bibia be ye no itime say itime explain. Me feel say the government should use the media more. And the media for so sensationalism no want so kakra. The intimate building mine no because you may pay I think and say oh they offer street lights and kwao
ajiegu
ajesu tuaka local government they say hwesa street lights no e maso it me expect say jinapo ba no obeka kire how the money ye di twa street lights ni kwan so sika no afa he esi etimi busa esi etimi nyammoa no se ye ama bibia da pefe a ye make sure so one must be appointed woman no woman in relationship with any of the people there
but you need your bed down.
Oh Ghana o de tran here tran ho here
we aduane ni ania
me sit tran ho hwe
wa 7 there
ye be hu se ya say akwawe ne nuane president yire akwawe nya president nipa ye be hu ye make sure say sa dia
ba me nua bi tis legona na adwese obi anim no okoba bi kra na picture like obi twe camera no or balance say na amafo apala say good for your no chief what is legon ti one day that you come baby ti jinosa na nipa amene no kwa no obi be kan ho no say wahu abranche no jina na say no say me ko chia na me da chia ne din aye no chief obejeso ojesu abaomi anua no ena ja yesu yijira baabi ampa onante kro okoe hey chief no dia tum bam okra de 7 year no hwe ni na sia kwadum konkonsadi o my signal say oni oye odwa so Ghana there what 7 year
and say utimi hu say the difference between Ghana and other African countries no we are intermarried and the schools no are call yen so ya inti yenyi ne benya posa obi ni mobi temi kra wo busuani kra onim so busuani nso wonyi abedu age bi no obi ka chese wo busuani na te hono so inti eso make sure so wo mo ba point wo mo no okay asem there obi asem obi ho
yes
but sa asem na wo obi ho no e such asem a entime fa President Mahama and now be my question say na the President Mahama wafa akwawe anaso offer nipa we woni se nipa we say and no edi hu piba because esi ano esi timi build Ghana a friend Ghana atonken say yensio asai kra ye hia nipa obeba obedwin Ghana ho first since obedwin ni bottom and President Mahama only 4 years woni and crowd 8 years no cry ni obiem ni obiem sa 4 years no ese otimi prioritize ye na onya crowd baba betwaso no obetimi atwaso ama Ghana so akosoro
within 1 week need decisions need be energy sector and issues with security mainly say yanopana abasro eto say
Sanko for our farm. So more experience. Back when former Minister of Interior.
Yeah.
Beboa. Yeah. Back when former police commander. Beboa na. Uhwe omo te. Ebekti me akasa omo te adwuma na se. Anaso omo titles no. Fete adwuma ye de ma wo mo. Se ombe ye adwuma no amana so eni. Hona asem no. Misesi adia baako a misro paano ne personal interest say ye do a position bi now personal interest comes before the country me maka on a media piece so say President Mahama obenya man mfa wo more presidential ambition wo more presidential ambition no more mfa wo because 2 years down the line no we fight for the presidential ambition the juma o de ama wo no we ja to baby we yes said
ebi so almost betimi aboa ya juma
betimi aboa but say o hwe oh enya immediate o going into the future so ka ho na ko am janto up a presidential ambition would na ko share some sensitive area bia na the presidential ambition no ye much more important than sensitive area na ko share media obenya manenfa o presidential ambition ko follow presidential ambition na mo be fufuro e me adwuma no because at the end of 4 years no they will determine what President Mahama has done to vote them back into power. And say it will be based and because ask me but em say Antoine so would Timmy vice president position no so Timmy making sure so catch na juma ye dey vice president na juma ye dey yam pe sa running the drivers mate no yam pe bibiem men ka ho yam pe bibiem catch ade vice president be ye mihu sa no e ba na ebusa question a itimi ebusa mama President Mahama de juma ma o ekosi say ekoyie ankoyie yehuni say and no it makes her responsible yes or no so onina ninamu debi adwuma de be ma no magana fo hu adwuma wo de ma no de ye nyina ntimi determine say ai wo ye adwuma pa now make sure say ministers no wo de wo mo ba no there is some monitoring and control to make sure say you are monitoring the work they are doing. Yes, ye jao. Yes, ye bema on saso. O economic guru. Na EMT. Yanko meeting da. Ana iko meeting kra. Obifu from Beshe munti meeting no a paskai.
And I say yanko bi ti baby no ma boabo adwena no no mde abeto table so. Umpo eso di achiri.
President Mahama wonfa the lessons of President Akufo-Addo. No one snitch no memu. Na Ghana fontimi hu say vote no vote ma wo no ya answer vote.
I'll come back to you. Gaga has sent me a message. Also, Bobie, look, I would rather prefer firing squad to tribunal. Firing squad crowd and come open. And I don't know for tribunal. But for me was treating about what I observed from this election at Yakoyeno. What you say, only Ghana Mabnu Edim Koma. Now, Oma is so disappointed in politicians that now what happened in 1979 was what they were looking forward. That the BNC. Ofa Mabunu do Emuwachi will tell you it's not like Mimin Mobi or two aba or so on no. And yes, bia NDC and answer John Mahama. Or per se, Akufo-Addo MPP free so keke. Whoever will take over, he doesn't care. Nelson Sono Senka on your Biam na chitua, Kwapiano Pa.
Baby. 1979, I'm a graduate student. Legon, Tech, Cape Coast, let the blood flow. I'm a student, graduate student. Eda omo ede kutue champon na kufu ne joy amedumenom na Robert Cote na Feli call foreign squad na mi invitation call mi seminar o Legon na ye stop ye nyina wo techi campo ti mi hwe bi Eda
any Africa
sa you any Africa moja no hwe gu ye no Ghana ye din wọ́n sẹ́ ẹ̀nẹ́ ẹ̀mẹ́bùn ní èyí no wọ́n mú no ma bi yẹ so ti ase yate me obi kan wọ́n mú bi yẹ.
No, but I would disagree on this issue about wọ́n mú yẹ. generation a woman who said you see this car a shame pass.
Oh, there be a no America. Moja.
Yes, we are the chain, a chain, Moja Ben a chain, say you have 4 or my sick at your question pass.
Massa. Me who 66 oh. Me who 66. Na yet Can's Bakery. So okay honor. You Usu. Usu main road baby a Frankie's one.
Frankie's one.
Yeah, Frankie Can's Bakery. Because ne bakery be what I know her baby. Say I see fine house no.
Okay, runabout no.
Can's Bakery. Soldier for no buy a fee.
Boat you honum.
Aye. Soldier for no buy a fee 5 a.m. That time Papa Mr. Agriculture. 5 a.m. The first thing we hear no to near da near Kora. That time di 8. To me Papa you be fan free pamono. Ne ni pyjamas na shano. Your man so sa. Your man no.
But them say you no sa time no. Na emra ebia ebinsi dentia. Intina momo okay. Me say to be honest, me say me ada akufadum beche me na me boxer shorts. But enya me nwan because though me hunu 66, me hunu 79, maybe I was too young. But at least
Masa,
me te wan say in this madam na say me boxer shorts near be family.
Bobie tie. It threw the country back 10-20 years.
Na mpacho ye democracy memfa enyina Akufo-Addo so nko a ye democratic leaders decisions so mo take e bi fa yan 30 years back.
O ba che o kwa America sa no obisa no ye fa ene 1 week 1 week pe o de ye mfa woma yenim wo under 92 constitution no ye mfa fi Rollins Kufuor Mills Mahama Nana Mahama 7 days metumi aka say efi Rollins bepem Nanado wo mu bia ni wa otumi take decisions
7 days
Mahama take 7 days and meeting so kwa me sorry
really
but telling you
Bobie wam
me say Ufafi Rollins Kufuor so Rollins 92 to 2000 Kufuor 2000 to 2008 Mills 2009 to 2012 Mahama 2012 to 2016 Nanado 2017 to 2012 omu bia ni wa otumi take quick decisions like ye who says in 7 days and in the kind. Number 2, none of them to me for constitution no to us na constitution kura o say me nye dey me ba be appointed ministers o say ahin na me mfa Mahama ministers are all for no constitution say me je kwa me na o call article 76 o say cabinet no. So
you are now analyzing the 7 days. I give it.
Says offer article 76 one now. Constitution say cabinet no shall consist of the president, the vice, not less than 10, but no more than 19. What I say, on the cabinet here, but share the size of ministers order by and our mandate Civil Service Act. Ama wa align ministries be what I say.
Yes.
Abedu 23. Ebin see that.
I see.
Ebin see that. Can quote me. Also Fafi Rollins. Number 3. Speed na or the no mano. Ebin see that. Free Rollins bepe nanado. Yeah, February, March, afina. Jostle share near Obekoha this time no were to me at least within 7 days they are vetting 3 of his key ministers
quick
Juma or sort I say offer a revocation of MMDCs near Yina if you want to say we are suspect with president and all acting and on the one year side also ubia
clean slate.
Madam, I say, my any say, into who say
there's some agency.
say Ghana for the Shuma Asheminsa, into a semi, into a say, you know, to me a support. Baby, all quite ye no, a see to me catch no apply breaks no. So I say,
yes, I do.
Because so the constitution no na Juma there. And then they just say, and one year, oh, kind a preamble to the constitution, and one okay, peace, stability, prosperity, protection of fundamental human rights. Oh, to me, a sum sa de qua. Me sure. Then they say 8 years so said there you not any 4 no so one be boni din. Ah, Mahama second you know. Na ubia ho to no. Ubia me no e na me me nia o ye nyina me follow na me dey compare because they an compare ye ntumi enya bribi nyina so. Unza nti bisa ho 7 years me party you could for buy within 1 week then na oye within 1 week you know now or set up in a committees a day you know put to beba but wait there say nya kwa mekan this is not in the first time into a baby da into nim say me be say better man as to whether na unim say na obewini and also ye another matter into me them in 7 days no there member no plus na if maybe 1 year a corner usually politicians no 100 days yen share 100 days no I may say
so am I 120 days
yeah one agro beso
if you are not
that's
not we dey aso
and I make no agro beso if you are not and you say agro no aso no say no ban for no e bono say and I say no obesa afa enti me coming go there or twazo side funny security edian wabobo no nyina no fine but me near metimi aka won no say ofa yewura kofi boache eho enemy problem so enemy problem say probably no me no nkofo dodo ani asemboni bia kafa wo ba fa kofi boache a Ghana for pi wo bribia won be kan to bi sa na ye de no te ye mfa no nko operations wo baby ye di asa no
opinion your operations person
exactly but operations person now say too nia ti say na ye kan say nanado da che ba say be tro history na nkofo be tro no won be bo nkofo bi din enam we so na nanado aban anyeye the me can no man be obeti manipa no post senior fata
but he's one of the finest police officers Ghana has ever
yeah and Inter-America
not true or false
oh true one of the finest
yes so what
is America say nkrofo na ni din won nkrofo ano for good or you know for bad no ni din won nkrofo ano nti say ma positions bi na nia oben wo tembia no anka
but are we talking about competence or we are talking about good name in the
good what for competence there I can't fault him no
so okay so we should bring somebody like Pamabaka
Osofo no Uncle Dean is Osofo
if it's about good name if it's about good name
politics
I don't have anything wrong against because I want people who will come and do the job.
No, I'm not wrong against you but me say who say set up committee we tembia ne hu nsem ye frey say you fancy why
that is Okaku time and now Okaku time which I think those issues went through the process
ayi wo Kumasi and Kumasi e dere ono ko Odumjano complete say no besi aye ono kra na wo be jaja wo ye no
eho enemy point no say no besi aye ono send your basic.
David, one yes, I saw
but you see, one yes, I own but then you no near pet. Hey,
where me chance ya manu sinto dia ma papa mi o wi anu ma bam kobra o wi anu dia me chance ya manu
over ya pe ko ye be fa so adu ja no eni pa no Oman no ayatim no me yo say ya ejade bedum ampa wo ye no ejade dum. That is what we want.
Yes, exactly. In America say. In America I was say
they do offer Pacho Accra FM. Waba say. Una di ke rest ya. Ura na wo say Bobie na tutu microphone e she udibotum. But ya na offer sunta complain say offer ya obi betutu ye hu. Who me na atie hey Bobie say ya wa. Ehwa na friend nipa mro. Ani ade betwom. Because do baby a me say lawyer Ansah wonya kura. Ada ya adanu me wi microphone wo da chebe.
But one with you. No. It may be sir, but can be or say. Kwa obefa so de aye eho na American say you see.
In a small team when you for the
Kofi madam for pa. Yeah, mra na otiben me no. Yeah, nka oh. Uso onko kire am Roberts na obetumi akokire wo. Oh, yes, onko kire akromfo obetumi akokire wo.
So that is why they are saying
say onko. But me point ni say o the constitution yeah juma normal bi wo ho a yeah buga yeah farm
but Kofi is one of the fine legal brains in Ghana.
Some Michelin are the only student
and even at Legon I think
he got a sabak on Sabah prize law school on the
so if you are dealing with this person with law he understands this when it comes to security
and America say nipa sano ye de no ehye baby bia onye visible every now and then ankofo e dey can be afa president ni administration
obi oyade
enye obi oyade yes na America me kire obi a buga no dos no do what I said mama a fine person mama onye buga sembia so
okay so when we have crisis armed robbers take over the city and Crawford Timinda. Mahama will go to the armed robbers' house and tell them Pamucho Munyawati. Sana Ezoe. Because he's a fine gentleman.
The Bisa Kofi Mae, no. Yeah, na woman omo efyesuno no mo solve problem me boy. Buga bia so I say sana me hwe me dey say me a lawyer anti constitution ye dey adwuma so what I say anti constitution no any buga o constitution no you know our respect for human dignity so what I say anti we say wo betumi akire am Roberts 20 wo betumi akire Akromfo 20 na say you know empire obi asum ye obi ne ya.
Thank you. Chazi Akwaba. But Akwaba. Anyway, so 7 days.
They are commander Becca.
Corral, no man, me make na. They this a mission also kakra. Baby, Mr. Ansah this year na ma me kai. Time now ye Mrs. Atemo DSP. Or something. Time or Chiata, you know.
Yes.
No, ASP. No, ASP could be watching. By the time Mungo Mami, or so the interview no so I tell you from what Tamale Hobe. Eshinepa
Frekufina Bizan.
Na or the Wawa say interview no say interview no that's so many so. See, we are saying who also any one number. And Crawford Abasu Facebook who said congratulations to your mouth post. Make Ramabu Abasu. Hey, yes, who offer your post? When he lives to
what father was saying,
manager, I just say,
bring Franco, we watch it. I'm me in
buy a new phone, go try your problem. Do the emphasis me and Queen him. There, me daddy say, Abra or Chiata, you know, and TV3, Mekai station, no, every says, and I then knitting one way. Now, if I'm funny answer, was so much no struggling to be teaching that. What do you have is an same way? Video no moving. Also, I know I'm present in the teaching that. Hey! Nani enu odwane say omse no odi tu no say ono wa Robo Rollins e kra down from Tino Ghana obi ani ho. E na ade of azu chiri no no. Koran say Make me a recount to instances be more no more. Papa we ejina mu ama Ghana. One of the decisions our President Mama take was 7 days, you know. Baby many ajepai operations on. Akufo-Addo na di Ghana so 8 years no. No ni within the party. On the share nkokrafo mo amendi MPP constitution with trade fair. Akufo-Addo history bebre with trade fair. Owie no obenya tumi wabubu ogu. O share nkokrafo then including me papa nom. Says o ma amendi constitution na ma MPP branch for na antoaba nipa 55 says 5 no kra no o asoma mo makoyi o modada no wa yeku no wo fom enti na buy na putupru papa mpanimfo aba ba conference o trace o mbedru ya na edi kuboko aloko dan ni nyina ni nima boy say so wa nyimre ya amendi ya munyina obi ankodwo nso wa abonten. They did it in 2010. Enti eba mafia I can mention the Pabiti Nana Poku, Kwame Nom, because of Alan Tremantin, any Akufo-Addo and Sensem, they be kura lusu or muni cap, a beer lusu or money. This is the standard, Papa wa copy. And to me, nam wono 8 years we me huni say, said the Anakofo a hunu Rollins after handing over mano 2001. No, the same eye, and as a President Mama, they were Nana Akufo-Addo. Because now, your boys be one more, one more kundi omoha. We hear obia or T operations as and the same way a national security matter na Kwabena, ye discuss you. And Crawford kum Crawford, yentimin Tracy. Meda Abba Norma, obit me to police station, who shoot to a military officer. As at now, punishment to be as a koso and a sense of agency. And the papa mami ma another history. Kofi Boachi mi no. Mekai say Masoko obi taina. These are some of the reasons. Na down for a journalist penny bi okruma or say crime o koso Ashanti region. Entino Ashanti region obia nyusu DV our weekends Saturday Sunday no DV. Ne friend the senior journalist mi mo ni din okruma. I just want to be fair. Ofriya kodu kuma say amane nkra oh commander wan ya chimi o or say any kambe boni pani di asem or say near faka no mo na me driver mefa Jordan no abeji. This is him. Kofi Juma, a former deputy local government minister. Wakoti tip ballot papers mu MPP or the Patricia PAG or more elections or ne koshemu. Former NDC Northern Regional Organizer Yellow 2014 I remember 20th November 2014 your National Congress ye koyimpeni for National Executive ye member pia na me support no the upper treasurer no ye campaign manager no ye ko ye na under President Mama no Shesel e Kumasi Central Police Station ye ko say alleged match no when nimra so wa be pakika kwam ye kasa otuto ne nsentino moto abani ya
who to me was the
original
chairman
me ba ho moto abawi ya no ma beje na say the police dey enya bi okroma o the next person you want to me watch no me kai say time oil no epic ya na Ghana stro about niam bi wan can say me discuss ba me person me profile kakra Paris ni ade ba Kwabena you and I know ade a esimi no wanim ewo the western region na here police in say the rate na the influence of yenuanom omo ye neighboring countries me mo mudia omo into those things na move towards the western region no now here police obema sanity aba ose mama 1 week who winning licenses be antwika western region obi anim say Kofi Boachi akoye adwuma western region
no was western regional commander
that period sanity ebai ni obefa nso nso adwane koy ni obedi mra so ye den edi mra so o handle Kumasi otimi ka kire guy bi say o manim ba bia wo hye me ma na bi mechew ampa na okura kwa na won kokko minimum robber otimi after free jail so many years or see or rob Nigeria banks or rob police for true na Kofi Boakye yi Jimmy free ni mu sabio yeti radio so ose oyi Jimmy free mi mu e wo no an office free o na me fa Christ e o prison because ose kwanye ose dan no wa hit jackpot wo come nipa pen ono amu nanu masem and na okanya mesem after so many years of spending with jail no also oko Nigeria waba Ghana but baby Kofi Boakye fan no and also those days now police ni bi operations no more kwa na mo team ni bi send a message Kofi nya ne sa okro no be ko operation wuni mo the moment obe parade no obi a phone kura onye access to no akoye we into to me say adwuma no ote operations na se enti wa save Ghana wo instances bebra mashada atna say afolo no how even under NDC otimi chi NDC mpanyfo under NPP so obi a won nenso padu calculating na se papa no se bia kufa do kra of ye ne na transfer nwotwe ade abapa dia ye ekuruma no ye ne na tena onye example
baby I'm Robert
onye example akufa do nye example man leadership e okuruma no ba President Mahama 7 days Kwabena hwe omo suwe omo eveti eye abuginapo ene ayiwiye ya fene say debi nya yi ne kro omo veti oni at force wiye no na nkrofo check in amomo to fly to Nigeria to go and sit down because omo ni mandate ye de amomo say President Mahama say we nti na me de mo ba wo when you access to finance ministry no pay also energy sector no where do agro go and sit down with the West Africa gas pipeline. They were supposed to start somewhere 15th of this month. 14th. Say so they cut third. Leadership. Entin kania na enkebe dumno. Ebedu ho no makra fan woni bia ba. Ebetimi use other alternative as sustaining kania event say kania asem no. Enti me no mi woni say President Mahama appointment. The security couples are appointed omono. One of the finest. Omo be advice, omo background no, omo ministers miensano, omo any idea about ministry now omo kono. Yes, omo. Unlike you appointed who say 125 125 no Miami share panyini ba kumanika so no other office no o ka chere so define here what mean define the entire no call yes we minister for planning o ko Jubilee house or one room only technical people no more planning here and so also yes we minister of for
the
planning
late Akoto
right? There be planning here me ho no Busia.
No, but the former Tafu MP so mu yeni bi.
One the any special ministry bi one also the any
evaluation.
That's right. There be one also say only here monitor bibi and when your staff kura.
Akoto no a good
finance obi anim so a finance person. There be you were the buy and can't just say you were the into you don't come baby one human being ever funo enti kwamra ni nyina betwa say ye wo expectation so because obia obasa government we mu a ni moja mu no only a sense of agency bi say me ye bibia gidi no kwamra me ndisi for ontwe no. Number 2 kwamra binumu ababan mu da unza nkofo se muntu American kofa ginapo mra ginapo part of NDC ND 2016 no Dr. Kwabena Donko resigning enti em say ono an gina mu a one thing he did was that energy sector savings levy na President Mahama de buy to take care of that legacy debt ni ade no o make sure say pesua enko baby integritco no mu books balance ECG no mu books balance. The year 2017 nanke so mo sha say make profit through extra inflows na econo nkani asem any ade nyina na ekoyie omo appointee Peter Mewu and ba office meboa se Peter Mewu na ba ho no good Boache Jako kra dia nkoye extra no bone otena mu kakra because this kaba come na automatic deduction if you kani ayetom the oil field and other stuff entino na esla enenka ba gi enkwa makane a legacy debt ni bibia free ho because President Mama say so no timi go through 2016 a discipline a one co central bank ankoji kapre unlike ni ehu no nanu ye zero financing from the central bank enti say shock has always we so ho energy enya ni sika stabilization account automatic deduction com heritage on say abu hwe we nyina so ye discipliner putting all this money together na Ghana or more than $1.4 billion at the mua as election yanka President Mama betimi yi ni a spend it because I after ye ko ye lose ye ko yi o ye lose yanko yi o ye lose so na lose no enam ye nima enam kwan so ayeden eba enti kwabra abu John a fair idea as to how things are going to be run. But unfortunately, Bawe or buy no, didn't you on Nigeria all call it the independent power producers to a meeting and say, now energy sector savings levy no is in coma. Yeah, the Akwaje Bosia till 2035.
That is Esla no.
Esla. That is Momaya man Kurani. Yeah, the Akwaje Bosia till 2035. Yamfa and Kagana Kanu. Ye create special purpose vehicle and conform me and service our family and friends no. Mon kwaji bosiane magana monje mo percentage se sikano tomu 60% mona mo beja ko tua Ghana ka like napodi eye get fan kwaji eye that one.
People will come and slap you down, then you talk the truth again, they lock you in jail. Then when you are very strong and you talk again, they may kill you, they may even burn your house down, like they burnt my house down at home. Now, when they burn my house finish, some friends who are very Africans know they are very afraid of life. Hey fella, yourself, don't talk truth again. You see, they come and tell you not to say the truth again. Then I tell them and say, they never hear anything at all. Then go hear Ansah, Ansah.
Them never hear anything at all. Kobi. Hear the words of a year, the legend Fela Kuti. But back to the studio. These are the words of the legend Fela Kuti. But see, if you're a revolutionary and you talk the truth, they will slap you down.
Exactly.
Then you talk the truth again, and they will lock you up. And you talk the truth again if you are strong, and they may kill you or burn your house. Precisely. But them never hear anything yet. Bobie? They are going to hear Ansah, Ansah.
Exactly.
Ansah, Ansah.
Exactly.
You know, they will hear Ansah, Ansah.
Precisely.
Now we are nyansha here. Now me form unko gear 2. Gear 1 pet. No mu dwane ya every year check at the chain ade. Na ekufado die no me buru ni nua na me demonstrations say hwe no manya demonstrations and ekufado kura no demonstrations be na ya kase ekoso die me na me lead mo na mon kaya die na monya no kurafo ye wo mso Oliver ne lead Oliver Freeland dem by na ho anim ne kurum a mumusa Oliver Freeland by first fix the country demonstration why na anim Oliver Okroma me na me lead
exactly so
demonstrations are 11 year me na me lead Kovi na we me nyamfa mo ko demonstrations na ye we kakra ya na agya ni afani ye be ko gie 2 we will make the country ungovernable se muka se mu be wi amanfo ne dia ye the demonstrations be hwemo se muka se mu be tu manfo ne galamsey asensu a ye the demonstrations be hwemo na demonstrations in dia ye back to back
exactly so
why takura de dia no me ni Oliver ye wi afa nwumna ne obusi a won se nti wana asoma ye ya isi ye wi hotel ne nya skantua ni ya me frefrem na mfo na mpeka kra me wesu be na Oliver so frefre ni ye bi ye hwe hu ne ebusa ho se na ho na asoma wo e manfo no do manfo na dwene na wu enti wo mota kadachie chen
nipa wɔn bɛ di wɔn anim gyi wɔn sika o obi kadachie nso nyɛ minister da wɔnyɛ CEO da ɛnso manfoɔ ne so wɔn tan kadachie ɛwɔ abira okay so me ka ayi Akufo-Addo asɛm no na wɔn adwene yɛ wɔn sɛ me ka Akufo-Addo asɛm because me campaign ma Mahama so ɛnna me ka tia Mahama deɛ a ɛni akɔ wɔ yɛ kɔ ha bra ha yɛ wɔn na wadwene nyɛ correct. So you took me firing Akufo-Addo's government to mean that I am campaigning for Jomama. I was not campaigning for Jomama. And I will never campaign for him. But me come my dream chere Akufo-Addo aban. And they say won't me say me come my dream chere Jomama. What was it? And we will never rest until the victory is won. Hashtag la victoria siempre. Nobody, no amount of intimidation shall coer us into silence. And you people, you know. You know, no amount of intimidation. Aluta continua. Former chief of staff Julius Debra. Me fresh and yen depaye. Aluta continua. Sana no one from here. Sa aluta ne continues. For the good of for Mr. Medical catcher, so go be me need interest be with anyone. MPP for medical catcher. Yes, my family no more dear. Name my hand MPP headquarters. One wants to maybe to copy a minimum party anymore. Now ya J party, dear Mom betting ever shock. Mecca almost immediately. Party ni yaba mo dia mama mfo no. We will give the party back to the people. As is hunu no amodi die na ayi motrim ya modern entitlement mentality. You think that is how we are going to do it? Yaba party na yakono. Emrante ne baba won be sa back to the party. A modern party. Na me na na Johnson mbapa na ye say, me so na ye say, etmufa party ni mame. Why wo ba no improve one for party bi ama. Who prove one ya ma party? When you prove yourself, then you can lead the party. Mo bia me ya na me na me free dan kwafie na me free don no omutimi omudere kotokoto semfunu kwa na ye di party ni mo. Obia obedi a year leader or MPP ni mo bia no. They will be vetted and approved here before you can lead. You must show the people what you've done. Anya sa dia odi agoro. Say, party never senya and then to my pefra. And victory will come back because MPP pen what the policies that builds a nation. Yet now why you behind your mark from for better be more. And one by number hijack a party. And ye necessary ye party dear. Nay see a cover a crom for. Why will you crom for MPP shall say pack on your mouth? And you didn't your tea party no. Your tea party said about 1 month 4. It's as simple as ABCD. Get that in your head. Obiani or party more this in whenever support no. We will fight you. The masses are with us. The masses shall forever be with us because we've stayed the course. We've been very honest with ourselves. When I was telling Akufo-Addo what I told him when he was running, I did not care because my convictions were clear. Now, for misconstrued, they said, "You campaign, your mama. Your mama, I made a memory yesterday. I remember Unusu, one imbu, and they were appointed to another way. I said, "One more number, one traffic. It's my campaign, Mama Hama. Nanukudi." Na me bura Akufo-Addo nua no kuredi enti na me demonstrations hwe no no kuredi enti it is an edrum so amonkama no ntum na me konkom ho nchim me ko ne ayi ye friend say pepper ne ayi from we say na wentia na fa ngu bantuam fa ntuam to fa nkuto kakra fa moto no ho munyabote and he's been like this from the days of Happy FM. No Kurana Munkantia. Julius Zebra Frames and Mayor my XYZ was you were intelligent and you are brainy. Come and help me to build my station. The Busan the question station in the Eba Buamia building and I campaign for Mahama. Was his station? I'm saying Mayor. Oh yeah, Madam Man campaign Mama da. No more yum so can be BTI, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Na me can be BTI, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, no, you want yedi. Na me can be Tia, your mama, dear, when you are going to hear you must say, no, I make it two distinct statements. One concerning Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, one concerning Akufo-Addo, one concerning your mama. Also, your mama, a Akufo-Addo name Bawumia, dear, you would name of them can find your mama on the air, one kind of correct. Why going to hear you? Oh, Nipakro, I going to hear you. munya obutre obi ani abehwe Sam George sa message na ne ade ba no anu ntie fichire ni amane ade no message ni besa akọ why ye wie nso a eja Malam John wono no ye ne ade nim sa mamu no ono na ebu se hwan na eyo na Malam John no se de wa appoint we ni wa yi na ade achi ni awedro ni ade ni enam se na ade no yi mo bia meka so my friend Malam John u penipa a wodi din toto ba politics mo pa adwomama ana wo pana ana Jack Toronto na hwan woni na tutu din ke Malam John so ye de manual na eje no ose ache mafia no na tu ho inkofodi eti Malam John so beje ne sa wa kofi ye wi ani ekobusa so omo se national security yet se afanya dai ya fa nrura manfo hwan mo kra na se form na constitution ne say article 83-84 no was say eye act no set up the National Security Intelligence Act no eye act 1030 no ade na eka ye be kwa akohwe what is the mandate of the national security what is the composition of the national security the National Security Council the National Security Secretariat hwan mo dwuma ne say no mo nyuma no kro mo ye so mo ni police na ye asesi na mo beda ni police o mo na chichi nkofu o mo otumi so mo chi obi o mo otumi so mo court ye be hwe ni nyina e bi say ye mra ne de chichi kro the presidency is a creation of the law so he must work within the remit of the law he cannot do anything outside the remit of the law but because you use your identity, your man come and intimidating how did that happen? How did we get here? We are a nation of laws, and that's how it's going to be. It's ever heard also. Why? Now, if you say more fancy no krum, my gentle ha, more yeni adina nano ma maybe frame here. What's me just say? Unkola ne watch it especially do precisely, meant precisely so no. Woo. Nam sisa osi ani ma wu eji wo ye na kofi wo ye say ene wo ne general obema mu eye $200 na ye ni ade na eji we no me di $200 ne buy more fire Oze hey wait $200 what about ko amedi shame edi obi general munso mu na ja woni kofi ne team no wo ye ne ade wo de fo chibra na ye wo da o machi wo wo bra befa enkoto ye show ne ye wo fa komo mo ade fa ma no na o mo dia ai we prosper kofi ahoto na ahoto nya wu ya no so menua no mo o bedi di matem. Every time you are trying to be relevant, you are not a trained journalist. Stop it. Yes, me a trained journalist. My car some way from up here. What the journalist? Me a journalist. Most of them be saying I'm my friend. More was more. Me journalist. Kobi, yanko yanim. Tieni canva Sam George message in command. Cutting razor. Mudi be buy. Mudi be buy. I'm ube raising. General sign a buy. Mudi cutting razor be you and a buy. Hey. And yeah, for boys company. For boys company. Yati boys company. Adey. Semanse boys. How mo ye dey? Semanse boys. Semanse boys. You go there. Hey. Everybody, shut down. I didn't shut up them. Now we are one more. Semanse boys. I do moko fight galamsey. We mo. I didn't anye. Down from Panye. Not banfo. Down for anye. Not ba. Me mama go see abeno wa sadabodam it when omo dey call fight galamsey na soldier for ye training omo go bi ni edo omo ayi police for ashada ko training asua tactical weapon handling si omo nko fight no I know kura anye yi ani afa boys companies a omo share da bodam ana ko fight man na se boys omo kwa ye mo omo ayi
ehu asa no
enuntia share da bodam eso omo ko jeje scam. This government is a scam. It's a scam. We don't fight galamsey. We don't fight galamsey. Soldier fool. Soldier fool. Omunika is show mo. We don't no way you fight galamsey.
I said that since you.
I said no mutu. Boys company for. We are a scam government. They catch your pain. And is he? Your mama. Yes, come go. And I see second category is earlier there. Yeah. Bobie bay. Bobie Ansah. Oh, Bobie. Bobie Ansah no. Some man phone ni mo. Ono ne ma me kon do radio. Aye. Satama FM. What transfer kon. Yeah. Oni mi say me ba wi ase. Jami nyabutre mo Bobie yi na se nyabutre me ba wi ase me nsuro da se ni bia o microphone achi ono pe ananam suru no e se so kura me break chin I say the my teaching what you say my teaching una mati e ti wo se Bobie akasa Bobie se dai o ntimi fo anonka je se wo kotie Bobie brofodu ani enkotie Bobie
and this for sure no more straight but and this is subai omo power na omo ewura office pe air condition bono no to be Chilean cruiser pe na ni Jimmy aba and this be bia subai onye ewura office ohun air condition first 4 years na yema no. That is how a typical NDC person thinks. But okay na NDC for sure no more straight but NDC subai omo power na omo ewura office pe air condition bono no to be Chilean cruiser pe na ni Jimmy aba NDC be bia subai onye ewura office ohun air condition first 4 years na yema no. That is how a typical NDC person thinks. But okay na NDC for sure no more straight but NDC subai omo power na omo ewura office pe air condition bono no to be Chilean cruiser pe na ni Jimmy aba Dani festival general na we mko fa free me am commander Bobie ana ka asasem sandi si for ye den a omura air condition na bo mo onyalan cruiser etwa andi si for ni nyina Wanyi train and wanyi adwa. Bobie Ansah neka commander Boham. Commander Boham. Oh, that way Edidija. Na woka Edidija yi. Yase ba aku bi nso se go pe. Na no dey dey tell Bobie. Na ohwe ne ho a wo se piaro. I say oh yeah, oko pani bi ho a na pani no ho so wagimi na otun kromo na Bobie wo hwe ye no ye de wono ye piaro yi akwa ya baba wa bi okọ ye na okosu kire ne papa say papa no say di asem wo say be ma na dada me so we Kofi Annan ba say onye Kofi Annan ba no papa hwe na ni no say na so hwe o no say Kofi Annan ba eju koko pe piaro wodi na fui no sabe abetun won work unfi ogo be azadosoa we no de go pe piaro say na for su commission won su no community do moye we krata na kwa school no nko bi o
and any power yam from say be did your party as a ultimate now who for say yam yaba ya positions you know one corporate position yam from a man make selfie we so that no did me matter we ade we so did me matter what you find in way nti Julie ayi Bobie say wo move office na condition bo mo na ya na
so compare condition ni bi ama na bo amfa
obi say only fools will join so no amu join ni otem
no o tre ko
o tre ba I go via charge myself mo $200 na why sa mo ya mo sisan ma mo obi a binya team ni nyina Gobi the ancient no mo ha ye internet ni ade no Sam George ni NCA ni ade ye be ka ho asem mo ja ne na kura ye be say mo pa mo dum light si akura ye be so phone ni ade aye why ye be so ka yi phone light ni ade aye show why Gobi na yanko ni Sam George ni owura Sam George Samnet George Minister of Communication Digital Technology and Innovation na oye Minister of Communication Gobi ana na no me wo hwa na me hunu say yes Sam George so we be foundation na foundation ne koye ayeyade ni ade yes sir and for that matter Sam George when the finance here Sam George say ono ne finance here na wo ye no na manfo na dwene na ko Sam George na me tell wodi na me say Sam George me hu say wodi partners MTN na me say partners MTN Minister of Communication and was in a foundation MTN for na partners eti wo hwe ha MTN for logo da ase no and was say omo ye partners of the foundation tell am say okay and then na ekoso no Minister of Communication and the young say MTN a major player in the telecommunication space and the Minister of Communication no one no and now MTN CEO no ekokosra no yi Daniel so wo yisab na eti yebusa se okokosra no enkomo ekoso and the man say obey partners anade ya but if we a Minister of Communication na say wo major player MTN controls about 70% of the market of a year telecommunication so when a year CEO of MTN akosira Sam George now all of a sudden wabeye Sam George no you can say the foundation no any partner and it raises cause for alarm precisely if say you see a pronkuma egu nhire ne kura na etikuma kwaduo yi na beso abribra na agoro no ehya asiemponi say communications minister timi anam so mame nkohwe say Sam George ebia na MTN for aye ne partners all this while and don't forget say Sam George say onu watu onye adwuma da apart from aye MP no odi no na onka no kurenti no ukohwe aye video bi e bebo a kire mu a oni delay ye interview in one breath ye busa ne say ne yire ye adwuma bayi o se ne yire no wanya adwuma o hwe nkola and Sam George went to aye can say parliament a committee set up by a year act na ye beba ho kofintu ko a year act 769 and no na set up a year the NCA National Communications Authority and National Communications Authority o modjuma ne say wo mo na be regulate the space of communication telecommunication na wo mo na regulate a year MTN Telecel Airtel Tigo ni ade wo mo na regulate wo mo and NCA is under a year the Ministry of Communication so the operating minister there is Sam George. Or no exercise control over NCA. Although it's an autonomous body. But the Yebusa say minister na telecommunications in national. I him say na no krebe say e ba no say internet here there. MTN say there be mumfa ni nyina ama ye na ye nche. So by every means possible, MTN is trying to stamp a authority within the space of communication. Which ya pass mrakovi. Ya pass mra sa mra no e say per the NCA laws. No player in the game should even control more than 40%. So the government is taking steps so be reduce even the monopoly of MTN within the space. Eti ebane says a minister be I want no Minister of Communication na MTN CEO ekọ na one ne kokọ ekọ ya say na ade echi no obey ne partner. Now there is something called corruption or perception. That is how come I almost say corruption perception index. Because some of the things about corruption, it is the perception, the optics of it. So you busa question say, Sam George dear ne kano, and all of a sudden, MTN4, na yebeko Sam George social media page, Instagram, na yakoshe, Daniel, so you know, Fameko, na yankoshe, Sam so hanti kobi, Miana Miss Mamem Sam George in Instagram, the foundation in Instagram, so Jata Foundation Instagram ni. And your name one year coming who away 2022. Me who MTN partner be 2023. Yanko me so much show. MTN your partner be Sam George from 2022. MTN your partner 2023. MTN your partner 2024. MTN your partner afe yanko page you know foundation page yako Bobie, all of a sudden, na Sam George obey minister, na MTN PM. But there is a code of conduct for a year public office holders. All of a sudden, you say MTN, Sam George, a partner. Now, carefully, or Shedan or Casa partners and not sponsors. Because Sam George is smart. So he says partners. But partner no more yede, or more check credit, and no more internet, no more the yede. Now, or the Bema free. MTN were a private company. So the major interest in the world. And so be making profit. So be making profit there. Or be partner where they no be free more. As a Minister of Communication. Now, Shraj was a code of conduct for public officers. Shraj, young person public officers. Now, so code of conduct project in Ghana for ready. So this is the code of conduct for public officers of Ghana and the guidelines. So Embrano, even the constitution, as a public officers, any kwaso omuye bibi. Now, young Article 284 of the Constitution here. Article 284 of the 1992 Constitution say, a public officer shall not put himself in a position where his personal interest conflict or is likely to conflict with the performance of his functions of his office. The framers of the Constitution per Article 284. Among us say where it only conflicts, but see it is likely. So we are trying to nip every situation where even obedient to position be a corrupt. So if a Minister of Communication, NCA shana say, na MTN NCA say, na say Ochina, or see MTN ne partner. So the likelihood of conflicting the personal interest with the office he occupies, and Yamana Constitution eka. Omaya yetuma yemfamra nyeshe. Yafamra nyahwe. Obiaye do pe. Sam George no ne call for equity. Sam George no na SCS eja, ono na wo ye wo china yeso so pe president ni bia di ade. Wo pe bia di. And then Sam George say, obey Minister of Communication on the regulatory MTN. The MTN and the partners. So the Constitution 283 or say where now young Konian share a year code of conduct for a year public officers per shraj. So the same phrase, you know, the person aboso ba a japayenti there be connects to where Constitution called a code of conduct and then now Public Services Commission and so amma a year code of conduct. Are we a public officer? You don't put yourself in a position where your personal interest conflict, not only conflict, but it's likely. That is the phrase. And more country says Sam George you see MTN a partner. Is it not likely to conflict with the Nejuma way? Is it not against the law? Does it not breach the Constitution? And we sit here, a nation without laws. That's Sam George that's to office. Sam George, what is to office? When his action is in clear breach of the Constitution, and Sam George that's to because we don't care. Now, Kofi, I dare once here, we need Sam George said, why the finance where you know? The foundation. And don't forget, says now committee of inquiry anymore. A public account committee, a ministerial vetting committee, whatever committee. That's how could try and trust the one. per the laws of our nation, you've lied on oath, and it's a perjury. And perjury is for jail sentence. For lying on oath. Now, some judge call a year vetting committee. Or call vetting committee, you know, and or call baby. But before say obeko vetting committee, you know, yanko here only delay your interview be. Some few years down the lane, yanko here only delay interview or na yentias more kind. Now all of a sudden, yenti.
3.
What's that? How many years?
We're 10 years this year.
Oh yeah, then Juma.
Juma potin or yeah, say or titiama.
Oh no, I was saying
3.
What's that? How many years?
We're 10 years this year.
Oh yeah, then Juma.
Juma potin or yeah, say or titiama.
Oh no, I was.
Bobie. See, Sam George, you a very dishonest character. Sam George say, a Juma ne yere ya ne say or titi ne ma. Some few years down the lane, when the same St. George has appeared before a committee, and I don't know why the MPP part of it is still sitting down, because this is perjury.
Yes, more fire.
This is perjury. When you lie on oath in front of a committee, it is perjury.
Precisely so.
Which you can go to jail for that. Now, St. George call committee. Yanko tie the okan wo committee yo. Na yire no take note. O say na yire na dwuma wa ya ne say what it ne ba. Yentie the St. George can committee yo.
Of any secondary source of income?
Mr. Chairman, I'm married to a very industrious woman.
So in less than 2 years, all of a sudden, what it mano? The year now what it mano? A very industrious woman. Meaning, say no mailing kolau, say no making kolau, say no mentiasie. Some judge on delay show. I said the year ya and so what it kola. 2 years down the lane, when he appears before a committee, some judges say, "Neyiri industrious, but delay interview ni biu. Ubo we are after some committee no dey biu. Na man for no make your judgment."
Oh no, I was saying
3.
What's that? How many years?
We're 10 years this year.
Oh yeah, then Juma.
Juma potin or yeah, say or titiama.
Oh no, I was saying
3.
What's that? How many years?
We're 10 years this year.
Oh yeah, then Juma.
Juma potin or yeah, say or titiama.
Oh no, I was saying
3.
What's that? How many years?
We're 10 years this year.
Oh yeah, then Juma.
Juma potin or yeah, say or titiama.
Oh no, I was saying
3. Do you have the benefit of any secondary source of income?
Mr. Chairman, I'm married to a very industrious woman.
I don't get it. Please explain.
I'm married to an industrious woman.
Okay, so please explain to her. If you say you are married to an industrious woman and that is the source of your secondary income, what exactly do you mean?
I mean, my wife takes care of me.
Very well. Do you have the benefit of any secondary source of income?
Brabak to and this is a minister of state.
Exactly.
So dishonesty at the highest level. Now some judge I bet you say I won't lose a sleep over somebody who is trying to be relevant. Some judge or no some judge. Say me me Sam George. Now, Dr. Mamadu Baumia, and now whoever wins the MPP flag bearer, Tienier, says Sam George at the Minister of Communication. Either some of them Council of State chair in the next government, and as a Minister of Communication, what the Basham is out because we need intellectual firepower be a mini. Sam George, Mitiena, on carry any intellectual firepower. We were not the Muya me do, Nimuya me Hakrado, Nimuya me Hadodo.
Very dishonest person.
In one breath, Neyiri Shankola, 2 years down the lane, Neyiri industrious, and such a person is occupying a position like minister.
More fire.
It's the honesty, baby. So some judge may catch us MTA and a partner. Where it is clear, it is clear. Said Adiana Wayane is likely to conflict with any position as a public officer.
More fire. More fire. More fire. More fire.
Jatane Chantro. Jatane Chantro. Jatano. Onye Jatabiahu. Onye Jatabiahu. Most of them remember na Jatane. Onye Jatabu Kro, Buabu Kro, we won't come. Na Jatana. Jatana, you don't know. Jata. You don't know. Sam George, dishonesty, and Uko a year section 211 of Act 29, which is Criminal and Other Offences Act, a camp perjury once a month. So Sam George, you've committed a crime against the state. If we are to go by what a year Article 211 of a year Act 29 can, Sam George, we are on ocean 2 minutes, we are industrious. 2 minutes, this person says MTN and partner. Which is which? Sam George is a by no bechirimua. Sam George is afraid one sponsor. A year, the foundation. Ni obisa se na bia also wonya adwuma bia 15,000 Ghana cedi na parliamentary e de ma wo ana wo yire so hwe nkola to nya access ka no wai o man ni mfa mra nya hwe na bia so de o ye do pe. And these are the people leading us. The catch them say it is a scam government. Na ye no. Na no nkrofobia omo etata me anwumra ni ade a. Me do omo picture ni ade ni video gu ho ni ade no. Ana manfo ne so ena katachie no ye settings ni ade. Na enya 3 weeks ago. Ana beka say japa ko eye airport so ko hweme. Ne ya me fa me na anu ya. Eti na me twadro. Na me di video ni gu ho no. Akwa na dwen but iti mo adwena ankoso se anajo 11-12 no a ade a car Range Rover na mo a number plate mo ho. Mo ni munyansa ti mo musa kwahye. Se Range Rover a number plate mo ho. Me nya ntia se so wo pa apology. Na wo anya apology wo court. Wo court na wo ka kire eye court no de ntia wo na mo a Range Rover anajo eye 12 ayi mo ho no number plate mo ho. Wo kwa no ka kire mo. Me yamfa ni ma se nwura me. Oko kotwa emfa nyoma nwura me wa mo ye ne ade wa mo koma 7 police station so na mo ko report wa ye ne ade na police ayi investigator na frey now police investigator wa frey me na me ye na me so me tro exams ne ade nti ye reschedule dem we answer wa press this call is being recorded na mbuza answer na na record the call I was going to bring it to your attention. I'm saying, do you bring it to my attention first before you start recording or you record me before you bring it to my attention? I'm cutting CID. You've compromised yourself. You, the CID, wanting to investigate this matter, you've compromised yourself. And no court to be Abesoko. I'll come there and defend myself. Now, I'm going to be 1 hour. Maybe I'm now the next minute me movie. Now say baby I'm na mo see more kono. And okura baby I'm ka say more kono. Go be. Time ye teen ni nua ba kono. O we aka ba kono na akiri. Or reside. Bobie enwura me. O ye na so e bia branch na be say ne carry ntie nyi free wa. Be pa cha oboko. E fa court say me enwura bia. Na court wo di kan wa wo ni bim. Ya me ka say. Remember the Mfanton chain. And yes, way in the idea in the fire. Hey, Munyarof. Munyarof. Court. Obi uncle. Se Ghana for it me Musasa na do 12. Range Rover number plate mo. No oy opede an. Mu musa kwa. Et mo adwene na ye adwumani. Mo bia me hwewram krum ha fire. Kwabena yankona when you fam bridge the gap between Sam George and the serious matter that we need to address as to the locus of air national security, which is supposed to be in charge of taking care of the security of our nation, both external and internal. And this institution has become a tyrannic institution, terrorizing people left, right, center. And no man in this country is able to say it. Nobody is going to intimidate me. Never. And nobody can intimidate me. Never. Nobody. And we will never leave Babylon until the victory is won. I'm telling you. Tell them. We will never leave Babylon until the victory is won.
Exactly. Tell them.
and minim debesie me offer ya henkura for kwada detention 2 years in a military government na me se mu ye ku kura na mba ya academy ye no anka me ye mu ene nka me de ka de benya bebiu ka mba chi yakuye na civilian government am branye di adwuma ene ahurahura make adachi Radi nyame. Kwabena. Na me ma me go shop no frɛ osu. Oh, and I'm say, ma so say woman. Frɛ me so. Koko didi. Hey, you should have some na wudidi. Na wurunura deɛ is many wurunura wo fufuo dia go so ya what is ya chimia wo fufuo de di ade bia ni wo betime wurunura me to akoko no na ye beba ho no ma be kire de esi ye nyira go bi ya ye ni ade malam jon amamu ni so no na ebu o se ho na ebu o uya yes ya appoint we ade a chin na nipa no so so da bi me appoint no munyi ni film ni abe yes ya draw ade ba chena yasi Ibrahim so appoint bi afa kire ade ba chena say ade me nya munyi ni film am say hey Kofi kam hu yi o ka so obedi o man animu a it is a serious business. Leading a nation is a serious business. And by the time we hear kwakoto aba no you should be clear in your mind the kind of people that can help you to lead a nation.
Precisely.
More fire.
Ashasi na koye baby yesi fa hanabisu beto so yesi de hanabisu akoto one common fund ade achinya say there be yayi hanabisu say ya reappointing from a district assembly common fund no ya the co administrator of minerals development fund am say ade na ekoso na John no omo an ho ana ade na malam John omo an ho no de we fan we de fa ha no de we afa ha hey malam John eti ultimus what that sorry we there be okay mumfa. So what goes through his head when he's making some of this appointment? Unless we are being told that the president is not in charge of the government.
Precisely so.
And that Callistus and the rest are making the appointment.
Exactly.
Other than that, after one will be for Frako District Assembly Common Fund. Bobie, and now no deputy we say Michael Harry Amson. They say administrator of District Assembly Common Fund. Now ya the way abesha. And now you are branch Basentali Youth Authority, the deputy. Yeah, no mako clash or where's the minimum deputy? Where's the minimum deputy? Yes, hey, I'm a mobile. Bobie, bansa memu, scam memu, settings. On you ready? After your wow, musu, ya de Edward Bauer, a quad GMPC, Yasa, communicate by no. I did some say Edward Bauer to Fantoso. See Edward Bauer, they say a yina free GMPC, ya never share a hey. Madam John Mwano, he is not in control. So I'm sure say Omo appoint you before the chair. No one will say no, I don't want this. Bring him to somewhere. Hey, after no master appoint you before Nako GMPC go. And I thought to say be at the initial stages of government, you know, and a bebasa, and you can clearly tell it is a warring trend, very warring trend. It tells you your mama is not in control of the governance.
More fire.
He's not. And me minim. And I'm who did that. So John, when you control, or you fine gentleman, fine gentleman. But bunny leadership, he lacks what it is to be a leader. Or need the temerity to be a leader. John, only Mr. John Mahama is a fine gentleman, but fine gentleman alone does not make a leader.
Precisely.
You need some decisiveness. I don't know your mama natural when a kratem, the bookum, my first coup d'etat. On what true, Mr. Wusha Wobenano, dear a hanepa, New Year, how indecisive he is. On to me, Sijina yet, and we are seeing it in his government. On Sijina yet, me appoint you in now, and yet Chani are far away their question has. And that is indecisiveness. And no leader should have that kind of sickness. Bobie? When I decided I was going to leave Angel, I left Angel.
Precisely.
When I decided I was going to leave XYZ, I left XYZ.
Exactly.
And that is decisiveness, regardless of how the people feel about it. So me, I am so decisive when I'm making a decision. When you number to me, I call right. When I'm clear in my mind, I have to go to left. When you're there, I call left. And that is what is happening. Man, finding you okay with it. So John Mama, I feel me 100 men who say, yes, say more appointee will be as deputy deputy ECG, managing it. Every year near cultural crata, a brandy, watching a tie, a shiny shirt, a Joanna baby, a John Ayuku Kansi, as acting deputy managing director of ECG. Every we answer as you withdrawn. A minister of a year, energy, actual crataba. So I withdraw with appointment. Hey, I didn't money able to. When you have a copy, Krata and the so fabra, away a withdrawal of appointment, a John Jinapo, and an Sasha. So it shows you how indecisive John Dramani Mama is. Fire him. And it's becoming a trend, a very worrying trend. John is not in control.
Not in touch.
He's not in touch with government.
More fire. More fire.
Sources from a grapevine, deep sources. But that's what I am. I'm fan of the cultural pain. John, we name the Okosokra. 18 year appointed Japa, and I can tell you on authority, the mama you on appointed Japa, and I'll show you today. Japa, yeah, John appointed. Na Japa, John, Memoni Japa, and the Memoni Besho form. Japa. And then you join appointed, and I come and demonstrate and prove it.
Precisely so.
Prosper Bani, and I appointed Japa. The Bible says Prosper Bani on what grounds? What legal grounds? And what Gina the Chua Japa, I ne letter was what the appointment. No Prosper Bani, no, baby out here, no, you will say question. Tell him. Embrabbing, yes, the president has the right to do some of these things. But you better Mrano. And I'm sure you're different. Monko Ghana Records.com, I'm going to read me. Unko read me. You're sure be good.
More fire.
Were you sacked from Angel or you left? Emubia, Utimifa. Whether sack or left. Ebia, wait me a fat.
Sack or left.
Ebia. Nina, no, and the end result is a mini angel who you. Yes, sir. Whether sack or left. End result is an appetite. And the American coupon, some guess one. You need Breman was a semo. Now, maybe church much love. Boy, go many more brother. Maybe we are some Darbania. And one by Yakromahi. It in between us at Yakojo. I'm an Yakroman Finny. We are some more 10 Huna Yao. Median Cademinis and Katu will be bored than near Yanum Nasaba was so. And so me pen or be abonio. And come home crab about time. I feel what 10 Hulu free in here. Me Major Mompenabi. Me Mam won't chamber Siamo. Medium more consevia. And now my Juma Bakupe Amientra. And I'm in Tumefra. And I tell you about the idea to me. And I want them to attend Kua Mudia. And Yamon Pabu Jun Sobenum Nami free metro concono. And one there, Radiachro. As a kwami a free fay, Meno Pomano high, Meno bank, I say, Adunya Miane Makoche, Tina ya Minsumo. Adunya Mepe, Nemekocham. Minsumo, why they? And Shomutena. And this, so which in me, Kwambe, so what time me, so which in me, Daddy Lumba Kura, what or dad, Demochron, and Mamma, Moniji, Mosai, Moyamu did not. Sa kwa di otimi ya ha esema manager e dey be we my guess for onu munya no amfa nche no na me ya me tietia mo konso politics na mo dem ko beche timeti akoro na se why me fa bo ho me say that lumba shed that dem no atworo nyom eno ade acha na hwe ni shoe na oblichi na yesay na mo di natem that lumba one kind politics o oni di o matem o bonyo mo sa memfa bitirinya da roma na mo nche no mo di ngola no na owie a wasa ko di that lumba atem na me what time your difference o mo ni there Bobie Yankon national security is in front of Woody. Aye.
Sir, we are decisive.
John, you're decisive. Pia memu.
So pia we shall.
We pia we shall. No pia we where you were from. No akosha. No pia baha. Tie scam. Pia memu. Game of chess. To pia da mekakra. No where you we no. Was matter kwakwa. Be we be going serious matters. So your friend is say that bempo. Was it Tuesday or Monday? Wednesday. Okay, so Wednesday no go be we control exams. Now mo back 3 weeks ago, me catch them say Jakwa. And the national security we me. Man force would there be one year sentence. The national security knew what that you. The evidence is there to show. Precise. Wednesday no. Kofi afe ye wo wana mature exams say we me be fie. Na me ban na me intel emma me feel say my people will pick you up. But on your sure say your Friday and Saturday what is there? It's not me away. And one mama Benz be boss spy. So me guys here now omo here. Say me na mo a me ni wo ba bia o go bi. Na dia omo nim no. I'm a militant. That's what I don't fear. Exactly. So we had spotted them. And na Benz na here spot ya mo. Na omo di machi a they are not smart say. Me share na me gina the temple. Na me speaker ko di nkomo. Me say tu na me gina filling station bi. Na me tofu na me hwe say ampa na Benz no go akra no agina. Na say okay. So we were many guys in the we wanted to know should we go, should we stay there? Now I'm saying let's go. Whatever will happen, let it happen.
More fire.
Oh, come. What is it? More fire. It's me branch Christian village no me here no adia na. Go bi. Abe ye heard say pick up. We be. Na omo ye na boys no said yeah omo ye go tell ya me kan ho asem ya wow sorry ave wow no me dwe so mo twam akwa de mu yan say boys no de go ta no pack
more fire
but trans here waka ni mo na me say tika me ko I didn't want to mind them but pack me na we see na clock here AK47 na we I say me kabibia na we ye AK47 na we ye na boy see attention gram wo go bi mema pa na ba ko na si no no ana ba ko nso be gina ba chika na ba ko be gina ba china sa boys no nso asia free sa ka anim ana omo course scene e wo Christian village ho obi with AK47 so na ba ko bom papa hey be done. I'm like okay be done. Do you even have the right to sit in my car without permission? Oh by on for warrant in chire I say hey we are for be make us just say omo force door na bie na me bie ma omo no transe or trans here move when I'm saying move to where but I'm from a lawyer almost said that I'm from a lawyer it's a kidnapping it's an imprisonment because per our laws section 49 section 52 any other section ni nyina ka about imprisonment and kidnapping opa no for warrant bi ankyere on kan kyerem bi ankyere ase movie ovi ave be me na me movie me ne me lawyer nkasa ya mo hunu ba bi amekwa me movie oh no ma order from above be a friend hey one movie a guni handcuff I've been to us and my master. I'm okay. Let's go. Yakono. Now, wana me moving a day. I don't want me crawl. A year Kaukudi. BNI Hono. So one a year BNI Nangasa. Original Nangasa. But because BNI does not operate the way you see, party boys now, Mundu Munchim, a bit more. It's only me rack. How could you walk BNI? Say, by Uncle Phone Humachi. You could do a yes, you be remunwan. Anna, course, I free her by. So, or move him in free her. Because I'm sure they have picked intelligence. Social media is boiling. I almost move him free her. Straight. No, I'm going to call Blue Gate to her. You could do Blue Gate to her. Because it was not a sanctioned job. No more now we're crossing me back. So you jina well over 15 to 20 minutes. And now mumbi gate in my. They needed to make calls to confirm if indeed I have been sanctioned to go. Okay, so I sat in the car. Now me come catch young guys na no motika anymore. Now me say some young guys, some new swag been in the kakra. If so young guys here mo the next 30 years, nyame nkunye ya, the probability say me no be what the space of government mu high. And Podiano and can entry to and conform system. Oh yeah, there within 30 years, MPP will come to power. Now me busa question, me busa young guys in question. Said the mu ye, if MPP comes to power, na me dibi be yamu ente be yamu de. Ave no mo to him. Me Kenya sam chrom no mu ya nyansa fo mba dwene ho. Obi, ave mo de me ko ya ni ade. Enhira nka awrade. Say nipa me kotro no ohun no me no. Eye Osman Alasan. Oye madam fo.
More fire. Inshiran Kenyame.
Eji obidu no say why be arrested my friend. No say ne momfa no mra ne ade no de me kotena ne office. Ye di nkomo o kire yes. E de tin ma ya ne ade a. Wo mo so wakɔka biribi sɛ national security for ɛwɔ na wonim gobi ɔmɔboa wonim ɛnam so yɛnkyerɛ me video kura bakɔka na mefa na meka yɛn so amaka no kura pa nso me sɛ sisu bia sɛ national security for mo nya award a ɛne mo wɔ ntworo mo ababia agrofo yi ɛna no yɛ ba yɛ mo hu sɛ boys yi a mo frɛ wɔ mo sɛ national security for yi gobi ɔmo hyehyɛ nguram nya galamsey no mutu ɔmo galamsey for ho bai eti die here national security ne sɛ me so mutu galamsey ne mo nya galamsey nso ne ɛsɛ no we national security we ne national security eti katachia ka asɛm ɛno yɛ threat ne mo threat na nkase ho no ɛno nya the concern of the national security
Fire them powerful
we national security we Kofi Afe and Osman, and I must be honest, he was very gentle. We had a lengthy conversation. Now, Mr. One Chiremia. No, I call back where in whom fear what XYZ. No, I call video. I want to call say national security should pick me up. Nanim, it is an agenda setting. Almost said release my kwane say on pick on that issue. No, Munina say issue no me family because me tie akwane some more kano on kasenyan semusa. So he was coached.
Precisely. So
the right words to use, he was coached. Because I can't one Kenyans, but this very video, the guy was Okasa Nyansa Muse, Munchi Kwafrifa, and yes, I was man. One person your mama memory. So me and I'm saying, it is what it is. I don't really care, but I said it. And if you want me to help you to fight galamsey, it's okay. Me your mama, I'm willing to help. So many I know my yes. And your person me buana baby a galamsey ni ade koso me nkɔkyerɛ national security for okay so you didn't come away me lawyers ba ho me ni ade chinya na nyantie sɛ the same so-called national security led by Japa ɛkɔ governor Addison fie sɛ wɔn akɔ ne fie akɔ fa na say Bobie, what is this? What nonsense is this? Kofi, I hear nonsense. And you must security. Is this national security? So I said, okay, let me go and look at Mrano. What governs the Act of National Security? And national security in quiet saying the same. It is a constitutional body. Educate them. The framers of the Constitution. We will look at it. And the national security. We will look at the composition of the national security. What every job is supposed to be done. So me and I'm saying, let me do a quick research. Know the laws that establish the national. Now you call Article 83, National Security Council. Don't forget, your National Security Council, which is chaired and held by the president. So ordinarily, the framers of the Constitution said they are going to set up a National Security Council. And maybe a coordinator, your fraud National Security Secretariat. Exactly. So because the president cannot run the day-to-day activity of the national security, that is how come he's appointed a coordinator to be there and do the job.
More fire.
But the president, if you want to see how serious the national security setup is, architecture is, that is why the only council in Ghana and a chair is a president. The military check council as well. Exactly. If it's a danger, if it's a president, the number one priority, is to keep the people safe from external attacks, from internal attacks, gathering of information. So I say the National Security Council consists of the President, the Vice President, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Defense, Interior, Finance, and other ministers as determined by the President. Now, 84 it tells you the chair of the National Security, who is supposed to be the chair of the National Security. Now, functions of the National Security Council, advisory role. The NSC advises the President on matters relating to national security, including foreign affairs, defense, and internal security. So, per the Constitution, other functions. The NSC may perform other functions as may be prescribed by the Constitution or any other law. So, any other law, and you Act 1030, say no supplement the Constitution. Kofi Act said now National Security Council aside the National Security Council and the National Security Secretariat and only the coordinator ABBA, which is a mandate of the law Act 1030 and the Gina so the appointee. Now under the Security Secretariat and the award your friend NIB first name of any BNI, that is the National Investigations Bureau. Then we have a research department. Then we have a National Signals Bureau, NSB. All of these people, they are appointed by the coordinator in consultation with the President. Precisely. So the President has ultimate responsibility to see what the national security is being used for. What is the mandate of the national security? Act I set national security. Fameko section 14. Enlarge on the role in the national security or mandate. Near her national security in Kwan, obetimi aye nneoma bi wa bra on police enka ho a. So you call the functions of the national security per section 14 of Act 1030. What's the national security? Intelligence, internal intelligence shall. So medical catcher say, internal intelligence, which is the NIB. My friend NIB. Omoma Juma say omobe internal intelligence, gathering of information internally. The Omadani security gas omochi microphone. Omo Juma penny. And NSB no. Omo Juma pan say omobe signals from across the world for any external threat. So NIB no and the research department womo na research social re-engineering. It will call any society that is a serious society. The national security at every given point is much concerned with every facet of our lives. Whether school, whether music, whether movie. So Oko America, movies in most of them are engineered by the national security. Because social reorientation, social re-engineering, and we sit in a country where the president doesn't know, he has no clue what national security is used for. More fire. It's section 14. Niyan ready section 14. Was it the internal intelligence 14:1 no? Fabra, near radio. More fire. Enlarging kakra. Enlarging is far from me. Enlarging. Enlarging. Let me educate you on near radio. Let's look at what the national security is supposed to be used for. Per the section that establishes the national security. Was it the internal intelligence shall brief the President, the National Security Council, and any other relevant stakeholders on intelligence gathered internally. Gather intelligence internally. Now, more briefly, and I've been a mobile soldier for no more. Some Funusani trauma when you're strong as was it internal security interest of the country? We are was a 14:1A was it monitor, collect, analyze, evaluate, retain, disseminate in an appropriate manner information and intelligence gathered internally and perform intelligence operations. So first of all, some mobile gather, mobile monitor, mobile collecting, mobile analyzing. Do they even have a clue what they do with this? National security. Yeah, come win him red. And you're there seriously. Mama can't share your intelligence amagada and then Yama Maya. They hear the ammonia. Kofi Yanko. Or say they shall be responsible, for counterintelligence. They shall be responsible for counterintelligence and activities for internal security and stability of the country, and intelligence gathered internally in order to prevent counter-violent extremism, including terrorism in the country. Now, Yanko read G in the also they shall conduct investigations in collaboration with relevant security agencies into serious offenses and matters of a national importance. So investigations require national security. They are not supposed to be doing it alone. They are supposed to be doing it with the police. They are supposed to be doing it with the military. If it's a national security, we need the legal temerity to go to court. See, police penny what you mean to prosecute you. National security, all of a sudden, the national security has now turned into the police, making the police useless. See, what the warrant by? What's here to buy? Medoba cost section 34 even under what circumstances they can go for a warrant and come and operate. But before that, as a president and appointed national security coordinator, and appointed Osman. So on national security coordinator. Indecisive president no America. Owie no asako appointed Prosper Bani, former chief of staff. Say he also be a special advisor to the president on national security. Our president no. Who national security coordinator. Our director generals of the three bodies. Prosper Bani na juma na say. Special dear advisor. Because the coordinator is supposed to receive information across the nation and advise you the president. It is special dear bay. Special dear bay. Prosper Bani position occupy. Yes, the president, you have the right to appoint anyone you so wish. But it should not be seen as though you are appointing people to go and take up offices that is constitutionally mandated, set up by an act. I feel like appointed Prosper Bani. Na Prosper Bani no atro krata say one also appoint Japa say Japa no emra meye national security de ben in charge of special operations ni ebusa say Japa ni tumi ben wo de ye Bobie. So aside the fact that national security a war your friend say permanent staff permanent staff no mu yaduma under NIB under NSB under a research department no what most because of say intelligence gathering Emrane mahu kwan say national security betimi employ enipa bia de so wish say on be more information it move for musicians farmers chiefs any the traders if say BBC wo eya hemfumu a esa national security wo obi wo mu a obe more information quick say BBC wo eya kantamantoni ade a esa obi wo more information quick. So apart from the workers of national security, the national security is supposed to employ and afford the border so na your farmer name or the payroll so it will ye kromo say Francis Poku time and akufo na kwasi prat ne na kwaku bako national security operatives she boni bi anim ense kwan enti because ye BSA avenue say ene mumfa obi wo bodi obi wo asankragua obi wo agona obi wo wiamuase na muntua ne ka no instead see a bayana sa na nipa no wo jurisdiction specific a obe feed information no afa nkwase asam ko na national security ndi ye to abawi a party boys no omo boa ya only jurisdiction bi a o monitor no ne de omo got a tutu omo nsa no and ye see akofa so for instance if anybody wants to employ Japa they don't need to give Japa very reckless, irresponsible character. So you don't need to give him. So you can let him be a contract staff with the national security, and nobody will care. Na se wo bana se your president. Na ko fa Prosper Bani. No so ma Osman nya adwuma. Enti ene Osman adwuma wo ye bia. Bobie, se me no ka sei. Se ma ko appoint Japa. Enipa ye yi ni free military mu. For dishonest conduct. Precisely so. And it's any part of more appointed. I say. Every nipa kuro ni mu ni ade. Japa terrorizing kofo. Yeah. Say. And your national security a fuck at it. Mo family ade na mo beye. Mo be kume. Ade na mo beye. What is the worst?
Pound for pound.
Ensure na mbaya samudi bibi gu mama no menom 10 days kwa ni medi wo ho ameye fasting.
So
aduane na mo ye nsi ayi na bi na mo de ade be fa me hwena no mesi nna ye ade be mene nyina anya sa nyoma funu chantan sa ne national security ye ade ya se mo hwɛ na mo ye ho adwuma no prosper ba ne nya no no wo ye ready kunkrofo ko ni you are not doing it
social media yes
no. This is supposed to be the job of the national security.
Ask them.
Afe wuyi. Enam se mrani nim se. National security ye mo mutumi to investigate people and they can use it in excess. But the state has no business. So be use state security to terrorize anyone. Nobody.
Exactly.
Say national security motu woni tikatachie na ye mo target here. I am a threat to the state. Mo adwene ye adwumani. Edin titentete. Afa ye wie ya. Was mo no yenchiko am de cha o mo ne se. Osman alasa no ye me nyonko. Ti we me de cha mo atufo bo. Anka de make ka kire mo ka mo ntiase. Si ye be chikatachi. Sekatachi na ye dey. Me se mo hyenwura mo tu galamsey. Me anam kan.
Yes.
So what national security is a winning information on the Crawford to Galamsey. You have no business being in this country. It means we are irresponsible.
More fire. Fire them. Fire bend them all.
No. And you rain. Ya to a berry. Maji to me. Nama maji to me Gramanine. After yes, Japa. So the law Act 1030, are provided from section 22, say 26, all the way to 33. Says a national security breaching and you may be or more. Said or more section 26 to 33. And my crime ultimately will through a legal process. See a baba no warrant. Or mobile yes or and when you do that, you are providing avenue for more money. After all, what? Printing a card will be able to me printing me. After all, what? First necessary when I will be able to me. So when you guys continue to do this, then the public for people who cook at the chair. The obeyaness on the subako vest in the printing me. And I be Afaka or do a papa pani. Nemom say national security mo ya modwuma yi a mo se mate so obi peso okume etimo obo me ho bai esa no gisi e baba mu awo ade ba no ade ne renren ya
ba me se rambo e ka se
amo security
na yan konkohwe application of warrant wo ye wo mo se wo mo de warrant ko papa ni fie governor ni fie ya busa warrant ni se wayi mo fa mekere o mo timi fa nkere na jakwa irresponsible character say you are appointed for special operations. It's your matantan when any special operations, you know. New matantan any special operations. Japa. Miss one the begu jo mama memu. Sakoi. Now can your man no security anymore. Very irresponsible character. Tini ye ina dino. Oh military nim. And akufo. Ye ina di. Afe sa okoji warrant go fitie warrant ye. Was it where a director general of an intelligence agency, medical culture say intelligence agency no, Ansah, the NIB, the RD, and the NSB. Director general is never where the director general of intelligence agency or an employee discuss no more we are a nation of laws. General. Nobody has any business doing the nonsense they are doing, and we sit there and watch them as though member offer to me another national security. We are more almost member Juada. Messimu pam and Mako. Why? Because they make one but yes. Mupen what here? The bedroom, I'm a bonnet drums be solo. Miss one to some bokume and Rachina, a Corolla 2019 DB. Nana G. Ne car number near the one in our area more and we say Katachiet. Many information in why? Oh, you me. A woman our Nipati 30 Kwame Nkrumah, Martin Luther, men and who are dear bay. No, sure, I didn't know who names them now. You more the nationality. So, I say, Kobasa will be a baby. That's all person the warrant coachina. where Director General of an intelligence agency or an employee designated by the Director General has reasonable grounds to believe that a warrant is required to enable the agency to perform function under this act, the Director General or the designated employer may apply for the issue of the warrant. It won't mean warrant at large. You must be specific with exactly the other warrant in the it would warrant say this in fee. No one state you will say me kwa me to CCTV. You have no business so go to CCTV. O kwaje warrant. Now say at the same thing kwaje warrant. Na yiri sika da ho fam ho mai. Na yiri no kwaje warrant on so. Say and no nkrofo ba ye na ayi nkrofo a wo bit madam fo bit me kam you want say ye de wo ka ho na me so wo de na ka ho say me na aba ba chimia ono so akoche ne wo de ne ye dai what the warrant for me so and so the warrant ne apply to another person who national security munim nyansa ni ade ba no na fe TS2 no yanko 34-2 na ne hwade or say the application for the warrant shall be made in writing to a justice, the chairperson of a tribunal, or a senior police officer not below the rank of a superintendent or above. It's just one more day court, a court warrant. And a chairman of a tribunal, and I say a senior police officer, not below the rank of superintendent. Now, Yansha under what circumstances that a warrant will be needed. National security, Kadechia Kosku, Woba, Munya warrant, Samu Kocheno, and Marana say, a DNT Munya warrant, Obusamo, or some person babi suno, or some matters to be specified in application for warrant. Now, an application for a warrant shall specify. What's the application? Exactly the other warrant. Don't mean what you warrant for Kadechi. Now, man, ask you, my country is on a general, my general account. You have no business.
Exactly.
So, because the annihilation of laws. Let's say, Funukan Kansa and Mudi Kumo be entering Ganchero. We don't run men.
Pound for pound.
Muslim Baby and among Fremesa. They means radio quality anything. Arrogance, they wawa semwa. Now, mamma call you back was what the David. So them sit tell you more can him. On Babu Comboom. Oh, bad damn, dear Banner. Now, you ready a year for a 34, or say 35. Or say the facts relied on to justify the belief or reasonable grounds that the warrant is required. So, as a court, some facts to rely on. Say, may a never way be seen in a warrant. Or say that the agency of the matter is of a nature that it would be impracticable to carry out the investigation using the investigative procedures of that without a warrant. Was this a more tracing? Number one said the nature of a investigation. There is some agency be more pentem be Namuka Samube follow. Katrechenga kranka kra munya sa de korono obesi sano and no ne be mu akwa apply for warrant na ka je o ye threat me dwane akọ baby it what is the agency in chasing Tebe some phone Tanzania to Kronomonia yete wona maji to me instead somebody employ the proper people irresponsible characters like that extremely it watching out be the bonny. I may say the umpesa muye be amonye. Obia remrame. Hey, muremrame remramubi. It's in a branch and a water car, Edimachi, and I do 12 no. Wonu ni number plate no. I will catch them make at the chase and I will be patch. Because I'm not patch over. Baby, I caught na ya yedidi. Gobi. Can me no be see more than 1 hour. Coincidentally, me coffee no, me jina a boys be a woman ho, and I do almost 12, but me who seka need mechino, and I me jina a yashitemu, and yashitemu didn't come more than 10 minutes. Na time me jina on a cast in me and I be palm who became. And many boys in didn't come more than 10 minutes. After me ya, me go so mukono, me branch to a yama in ana omi and Ansah. Nam say, hey, Sakas women to Nomanam. Nay, Chelsea, no matter I told you when you come, and you when you Chelsea more, nobody should come and tell me, say, and I we did not. Who be more than 10 minutes. What they didn't know was that not Kabakwa, Menamuano, no war, a Nimu, a two Hunom, Nasi, but Unina. him say you call ya me call refi. Car Range Rover na say back. E ma me cameras ni ade ni. Wo say be kan dey. E renram you. E renram me.
More fire.
Me say wo ba kobi. E nema me enu penny bisi. In war, it is only two things that happens. Either of each. Either you win or I win. But like I keep saying, any day, anytime, I'll win.
Pound for pound.
Even if you win, you won't go, you won't survive.
Precisely.
I guess I'm around so. Hey, mobana be kitu na the motor fa hona ba. By the time I be move it 2 seconds, now soon did that. Maybe who cry you die. Me say maybe who you die. I don't know. David me go kwa no me no hia samado ama say biri mu aka Jimmy. I don't know. Bobie, it's national security no. Obi antime nyusu fa wura no bia. Na djuma yeso ye ho. Ekoye so fa so de ye. Obi a me yusu wura no bia. Monday we me say shirt. And kwa me suit. Omo ye say Friday na me frɛ Osman madam for catch so me ba ye no oje tum. Ti Monday me ko me suit pa a shoe Italian shoe. Anya flower de ni bi. Abotai shirt papa. Etu two perfume ogume ho. Papa. Oba say me bua mo fight galamsey anya madwuma no. Me ankasa me de tuotro me kon eko nwuram eko hwe me ye che galamsey China for. Mo ba mo mpɛ hu bi ni. Na me na mba nwura me. Mama sunkwa didi o. Police ni mama sunkwa didi o. Mum yenya e wai. Ni anchechire man. Na nru am MPP for ne ye na nye. Na wo na so ho reset. Anu aba na ho reset. Na said o mo ye na anu no na be ye bidia. Ane na aba be ye de. Malam John o be ye de. Malam John so ba be ye de. So be use national security in the nsem funu ye ekoso ya. Ane na ja na kufaru ne ba o mi antra so. I am telling you any day, anytime. No amount of intimidation shall cover me into silence. I wasn't born like that. I am not made up like that. I can't even work. Eba me akosu abenowa. Bobie. Yeti bomfa. Ombo mi din sa. Kwame emiso. Ketikiti o. Na ja hene ba no. Ye ni tika kraka no. Ye awrade. Me ko kuma se so ame. Eno so sa the whole so ame ne ye bom din kremom ho. Kwame emiso me Bobie na bi bome na me keka bi na bi kamani ade. Sa. Me ko mfantipi mu me suspension me gisa. If someone make what your exams require the police escort in the compound. More fire. I'm telling you, go back and watch. They should tell you. Precisely. Timothy, I'm saying, then, yeah, one more money me compound to people. One more year, almost say, and yeah, what do cry more? What? Bobie? Someone is, I know me about Kumasi Bodi in Susani and we are met a Kwabi Bomi a 2000 or Shem Sutro. Best in the same trims of my body. Missianos on the bonus. Obo mi no dwane. Tisa. Emre run there, mo bia famba. Me ma me akosu abno wo military. O ti me bome sa. O ja me anam say akoye the same thing. The national security mo chi me du. Me ba mo bete gbansa. Say the mati bi na you know ayi alasa okurenti Osman ntina me ni achem. Ka de me say yiji ama mo ne mu nsem funu na mo di na rura ni ade ni. Ade be no. Agumu ama. Bobie? No amount of intimidation. Never. Eti when na mu hunu ne sa se and wo ha adwen wo kuro ne mu no. Afa na abedu national level na mu hu. Timo kuma no ntum. Mfa na tufo bo. What? National security, police, military, we are a creation of law.